Chameleon Man by Henry Kuttner. Weird Tales, November 1941. Tim Vanderhoff wavered. He stood 10 feet from a glass-paneled door, his apprehensive gaze riveted upon it, and swayed back and forth like a willow. Or, perhaps, an aspen. He wasn't sure. Yes, it was an aspen, a quaking aspen. His ears seemed to twitch gently as he listened to the low rumble of voices from the inner office of S. Horton Walker, president of the Svelte Shop, Fifth Avenue's snootiest establishment for supplying exclusive models of dresses, lingerie, and whatnot. Let us examine Mr. Vanderhoff. He did not, at the moment, look like a man who, within a very short time, was going to turn into what amounted to something rather like a chameleon. Nevertheless, mentally and spiritually, Tim Vanderhoff was a mere mass of quivering protoplasm, and no great wonder, after the interview he had just had. He wasn't bad-looking, though slightly pallid. His features were regular, his face a bit chubby, and his eyes held the expression of a startled fawn. They were brown, like his hair, and he had a pug nose. He shivered slightly as the glass-paneled door opened. A back appeared. Under it were 2 short, slightly bowed legs, and it was surmounted by a scarlet billiard ball of a head. There was no neck. The bade was draped in tweeds, and a strong smell of tobacco, brandy, and horses emanated from it. The back extended a large, capable hand, clenched it into a fist, and shook it warningly at someone inside the office. "Gad, sir," a deep voice boomed. "Gad, this is the last straw. Mrs. Quester will be furious, and I warn you, Walker, that I shall be furious too. I have stood enough of your trifling. Twice already you promised exclusive models of a dress for my wife, and then failed to deliver." "But," said a voice. "Silence," bellowed the back, and the voice was cowed. "You have promised model 43 to Mrs. Quester. If you dare to exhibit it at your fashion show this afternoon, I shall call upon you with a riding whip. I shall be here after the show, and you will have the dress ready for me to take to Mrs. Quester. You have had enough time to make alterations." "Gad, sir, in Burma I have had men broken, utterly broken, for less than this." The voice, with a faint spark of antagonism, rallied. It said, "But me no buts, damn your eyes. This isn't Burma, but you will find that Colonel Quester still knows how to use his fists, you tradesman. I shall be back this afternoon, and Burnf." "Yes, Colonel," the voice assented weakly, and the back turned, revealing to the watching Vanderhoff a round, crimson face with a bristling iron-grey moustache, and beetling brows from beneath which lightning crackled menacingly. Brumfing, Colonel Quester moved like a mastodon past the quaking Vanderhoff, and vanished through a door that seemed to open coweringly of its own accord at the man's advance. Vanderhoff immediately turned and started to tiptoe away. The voice detected the sound of his departure. "Vanderhoff," it screamed, "come here." Thus summoned, the unfortunate official halted, retraced his steps, and entered the inner sanctum. There he paused like a hypnotized rabbit, watching the voice, who was also known as S. Horton Walker, president of the Svelte Shop. A hard man, S. Horton Walker, as a child. He had pulled the wings off butterflies, and maturity had not improved him. He looked like a shaved ape, with a bristling crop of blue-black hair and a gleaming, vicious eye that was now engaged in skinning Vanderhoff. The later remarked, in a conciliatory tone. "Don't give me that," Walker growled, crouching behind his desk like the gorilla he resembled. "I told you to keep that so-and-so out of my office, well?" "I said you were out," Vanderhoff explained. You," Walker mocked, pointing a stubby sausage of a finger. "Bah, and again bah. What the hell are you, a man or a jellyfish?" "A man," Vanderhoff said hopefully. Walker's grunt was profoundly skeptical. "You're a weak fish, a non-entity. By God, when I was your age, I had 29 men under me. By sheer force of personality, I made myself what I am today. And I like men with drive, push, get up and go. Vanderhoff, seeing an opportunity of escape, began to get up and go, but relapsed at Walker's furious yelp. Why? Do you realize that Colonel Quester would have punched me in the eye if I hadn't impressed him with my personality? He's an outrageous person. You did promise those exclusive models to his wife, though. We get a better price elsewhere, Walker said and pondered. But Model 43 will be ready for him when he calls this afternoon. A dangerous man, the Colonel. Where was I? Oh, yes. You're a fool, Vanderhoff. Vanderhoff nodded and looked like a fool. Walker groaned in exasperation. Haven't you any personality at all? No, you haven't. You're a chameleon, that's what. I've noticed that before. When you're talking to a ditch digger, you act like one yourself. When you're talking to a banker, you turn into a banker. You're a mirror, that's what. It was unfortunate that Vanderhoff did not leave at that moment. After his interview with the excitable Colonel Quester, he was mere protoplasm, and somewhat too receptive to suggestion. It was, of course, true that Vanderhoff had little character of his own. He had lost it after years of associating with the virulent Walker. He was a complete yes-man and needed only a catalyst to complete a certain chemical reaction that was already taking place. You're a chameleon, Walker said with emphasis, and his eyes bored into Vanderhoff's. It was at that precise moment that Mr. Tim Vanderhoff turned into a chameleon. Not physically, of course. The metamorphosis was far more subtle. Adept for years at assuming the traits of others, Vanderhoff was rather shockingly receptive, though all he did was to sit down in a chair opposite his boss. Walker stared, frowned, and hesitated. Vanderhoff stared, frowned, and didn't say anything. Walker lifted a large hand and pointed accusingly. Vanderhoff lifted a smaller hand and also pointed accusingly. Walker flushed. So did Vanderhoff. The president of the svelte shop rose like a behemoth from his chair and growled, "Are you mocking me?" Then he stopped, amazed, because Vanderhoff had risen and said exactly the same thing. You. Walker's face was purple. Vanderhoff guessed what was coming. With a mighty effort, he asserted what little remained of his willpower. Don't go on," he pleaded frantically. "Please, you chameleon," S. Horton Walker thundered. "You chameleon," Vanderhoff thundered. Such bare-faced, impudent mockery was unendurable. Walker quivered in every muscle. "You're fired," he said. "What's that?" "What did you say?" "What do you mean I'm fired?" "Stop imitating me, you stupid clown. Don't call me a stupid clown." "No. Vanderhoff finished, not quite realizing what was happening to him. Walker sat down weakly. He was shaken a little, but his natural malignancy was still undimmed. A natural snake, S. Horton Walker. I, said Vanderhoff. Walker bellowed, "Shut up!" And so strong was his will, for the moment Vanderhoff remained perfectly quiet. "Are you going to get out?" he asked at length, in a low, deadly voice. "Damn it, stop mocking me. I'll have you thrown out." "What? Have me thrown out of my own office?" Goaded to insensate fury by the fact that Vanderhoff was repeating perfectly everything he said and did, and, curiously enough, at exactly the same time he said and did it, Walker stuck out his thumb to press a button on the desk. It collided with Vanderhoff's thumb. Walker sat back, palpitating, a mute Vesuvius. Obviously Vanderhoff had gone mad. And yet, "I wish you'd go and drown yourself," said the president, meaning every word. He was somewhat astonished when Tim Vanderhoff quietly arose and left the office. He would have been even more surprised had he seen Vanderhoff walk down 42nd Street to Times Square, and then board the Brighton Beach subway train bound for Coney Island. Somehow, it is doubtful whether Walker would have regretted the incident or recalled his words. He was evil to the core, and a hard man, as has been mentioned previously. He turned back to his preparations for the exclusive fashion show that afternoon, while the metamorphosed Tim Vanderhoff hurried off to go and drown himself. Now Tim was really a nice guy. He shot a fair game of golf, had once made 10 straight passes while shooting craps at a stag party, and was kind to dogs, blind men, and small children. He explained the latter eccentricity by stating that he had once been a small child himself, which was no doubt true enough. Under other circumstances, Mr. Vanderhoff might have achieved a genuine personality of his own, but he had the misfortune always to be associated with Rat's Tyke Walker. Self-Riadki men invariably contend that they had to fight their way through obstacles, so they create new obstacles for those under them, probably with the best intentions in the world. The fact remains that Walker had provided the ultimate catalyst for Tim Vanderhoff, who got off the subway at Coney Island, it had now, by some strange metamorphosis, been transformed into an elevated and wandered along the boardwalk, peering contemplatively at the ocean. It was large, grey, and wet. A great deal of H2O, to put it scientifically. Vanderhoff's mind was dulled. He found it difficult to think clearly, and he kept hearing Walker's command over and over again. Go and drown yourself. Go and drown yourself. The sky was cloudy. It had been a hot day, one of those Turkish bath affairs which make Manhattan, in the summer, a suburb of hell, and so there were vast quantities of people at Coney. Large, bulging women lumbered about shepherding brats, who fed voraciously on ice cream, pickles, hokey-pokey, hot dogs, and similar juicy tidbits. Brawny young men and flimsy girls, hot and perspiring, tried to gulp down air quite as humid as in the city. Meanwhile, the Atlantic Ocean beckoned to Tim Vanderhoff. His eyes were glazed as he made a beeline for the nearest pier. In the back of his mind, a little remnant of sanity shrieked warning, but Vanderhoff could not obey. Stripped of the last remnant of personality and willpower, he walked on. Go and drown yourself. Go and drown yourself. Vanderhoff made a mighty effort to break the spell, but it was useless. He walked on, his gaze riveted on the greasy, slate-colored water at the end of the pier. Not a man, woman, or child among the crowd noticed him. He tried to call for help, but no sound came from his lips. People were running. Rain began to splash down, first in droplets, then in ever-increasing torrents. The grey clouds were fulfilling their promise. People ran, with newspapers over their heads, to the nearest shelter. Wavering on the edge of the pier, Vanderhoff felt something pull him back. Magnetically, he was made to retreat a few staggering steps. He turned. He started to walk back along the wharf. Then he was running with the rest of the crowd. No longer did he hear Walker's voice demanding suicide. In its place was an urgent whisper that said, "Run! Run!" Hundreds of men, women, and children were rushing to shelter. The effect of this mass hegira was too much for the human chameleon. A wave seemed to bear him along with the others. Vainly he tried to struggle against the impulse. No use, of course. Rain splashed in his face. It was like running in a dream, without conscious volition. Lines of force seemed to drag him onward, off the pier, on the boardwalk and along it, in the midst of the crowd. As various members of the mob dived for shelter, poor Vanderhoff was tossed about like a leaf in a gale. A group leaped into a hot dog stand, and Vanderhoff veered after them. Then a larger group came past, and he skittered in their wake, utterly helpless. They entered Luna Park, and he perforce followed. Somehow he was caught in the eddy, and found himself limp and perspiring in a penny arcade almost deserted. A semblance of sanity came back to him. Gasping and drenched to the skin, Vanderhoff cowered behind a grind box labeled Paris Night for Men Only, and wondered what in hell was happening to him. He tried to think. What had Walker said? A human chameleon. It seemed to have come true. Adept for years at assuming the traits of others, The ultimate transformation had taken place. Ever he looked at anyone now, he assumed the traits of that person. It was really far worse, only Vanderhoff didn't realize it quite yet. Logically, the only solution was to stay away from people. A man without personality is bound to reflect the personality of others. Vanderhoff peeped out, looking glumly at a rotund little man with white whiskers who was standing at the entrance to the arcade, staring virtuously at nothing. A pleasant little man, he thought. He probably had not a worry in the world. Vanderhoff wished he were that man. He was startled by the sound of footsteps, and even more startled when a veritable giantess of a woman smacked him over the head with her umbrella. The unfortunate Vanderhoff reeled, seeing stars. He gasped, "Worm!" the Amazon boomed. "I told you not to enter this peep show." Her voice quivered with menace. Utterly at a loss, Vanderhoff raised his hand to his stinging head, but it was entrapped halfway in what seemed to be a maze of dangling spaghetti. He investigated. It was a set of white whiskers exactly like the man at whom he had been looking, only the whiskers were on Vanderhoff's face. The giantess had turned momentarily to wither the arcade with a glance, and Vanderhoff caught sight of himself in a nearby mirror. It did not, however, much resemble Tim Vanderhoff. What he saw was a rotund little man with white whiskers. With an astonished shriek, Vanderhoff turned back to his normal self. The apparition in the mirror resumed its usual and familiar semblance. It was again Tim Vanderhoff. "Oh my God," the man murmured faintly. "I'm dreaming." "What?" The Amazon turned, her umbrella raised. Then her eyes dilated. How the devil had her husband managed to get out of sight so suddenly, leaving an utter stranger in place of himself? She didn't know. She stared balefully at Vanderhoff, who shrank back, his eyes on the umbrella. Just then the giantess caught sight of the fat little man at the arcade's entrance. She turned, lumbering away. This time she disdained the use of the umbrella, going, apparently, on a variation of the principle that fingers were made before forks. She lifted a ham-like hand and smote the fat little man athwart the ear. The beard rippled like a white banner as the wretched creature was hurled out into the rain. He raised himself from the mud and dazedly contemplated his wife. She had never before struck him without good cause. What she considered good cause, anyway. If she was going to beat him on sudden, mad impulses, the future would be dark indeed, thought the fat little man. He rose and ran rapidly away. The giantess followed, crying threats. Tim Vanderhoff shuddered convulsively. He was going insane. Or else. No, it was too ghastly. He couldn't be a jellyfish as well as a chameleon. He might, perhaps, assume the traits of somebody else, but he couldn't acquire their actual physical appearance as well. "No," Vanderhoff said urgently. "Please, no." Yet it was profoundly and disturbingly logical. He had looked at the fat little man, and had become the fat little man, white whiskers and all. The shock of seeing himself in the mirror had caused him to return to a more normal appearance. What would be the ultimate result? Would Tim Vanderhoff fade into a shadow, a mere thing? Yip. Such was the cry that burst from Vanderhoff's dry throat at the very prospect. He couldn't go about the world turning into everybody he met. And yet, chameleons did it, insofar as pigmentation went. A specialized animal, like a man, might go even further. The powers of the mind and the will were unplumbed. Vanderhoff knew that, from much perusal of Sunday supplements and science fiction magazines. Recalling stories he had read by such authors as H.G. Wells, Jules Verne, and Henry Kuttner, he groaned as he realized that the heroes of such tales usually met a sticky end. "Oh no," Vanderhoff whispered involuntarily. "I don't want to die. I'm too young to die." Footsteps clumped into the arcade. Hurriedly, Vanderhoff whirled, burying his face in the nearest slot machine, which featured a presumably authentic reel telling how native women were kidnapped by guerrillas in the Congo. It was neither natural shyness nor a genuine interest in anthropology which caused Van der Hoef's sudden retreat. He feared to face anyone, believing, logically enough, that he might turn into that person. He dropped a penny in the slot and whirled the crank, scarcely seeing the faded cards that flickered into view and out again inside the machine. A gorilla was engaged in wandering through its native jungle. Someone behind Van der Hoef began to laugh maniacally. His cries rose into shrill screams. There were answering, inquiring shouts. Feet thudded. Someone called, "What's the matter there?" "A monkey," came the hysterical response. "There's a gorilla looking at dirty pictures." "I've got the jumping jitters again." Van der Hoef hurriedly turned to face a tall, skinny man with a horse-like face and bloodshot eyes. He carried a cane and apparently a large cargo of scotch. "It's coming after me," the man screeched, retreating. First snakes, and now this. Ah, itch. Those awful glaring eyes. "Shh," said Van der Hoef, lifting a placating hand. The drunk shivered in every limb. "It hisses like a snake." He cried, and thrust out the cane like a fencer. Its metal tip caught Van der Hoef in the middle, and he doubled up, breathless and gasping. And, simultaneously, he saw himself in a mirror. It didn't look like Tim Van der Hoef. It was wearing Tim Van der Hoef's clothes, but it was, unquestionably, a gorilla, the kind that kidnapped native women in the Congo. The sound of footsteps grew louder. The new arrivals were almost at the arcade. Van der Hoef put forth a mighty effort of will, inadvertently baring his fangs. The drunk emitted a short, sharp cry and covered his eyes, but Van der Hoef ignored him. He was glaring wildly at the mirror. And suddenly, the gorilla was gone. Van der Hoef was himself again. Tenderly rubbing his stomach, Van der Hoef straightened to meet the red-rimmed gaze of the horse-faced man. "Where is it?" the latter babbled. "Where did it go?" "Where did what go?" Van der Hoef asked coldly, still maintaining the mental effort that enabled him to keep his rightful form. "The gorilla." There was a pause as people poured into the arcade, asking questions. There was confusion and tumult, and shouting. This died eventually, as Van der Hoef indicated the horse-faced man and explained that he was drunk. "I'm not that drunk," was the surly response. "Snakes, yes, but not gorillas." "Where is it?" "I know." The man's glazed eyes brightened. "You hid it." "You're drunk," Van der Hoef said. "Yeah? For 2 cents I'd punch your face in." "Grah!" His confusion crystallized into belligerency. The drunk rolled forward, waving the cane. Van der Hoef fled. It was a hard life, he thought dismally, as he slunk through Luna Park, carefully avoiding crowds. The rain had stopped now, but people were still wary. This was all to the good. Van der Hoef could, he found, retain his normal shape by putting forth a strong mental effort, but this could not be kept up for long. Already he felt weak. Yet, at the back of his mind, a queer, perverse excitement was slowly, imperceptibly growing. In a way, it was rather fun. Imagine being able to turn yourself into a gorilla. Everybody was afraid of gorillas. People shot them too, Van der Hoef recalled, and shut his eyes. He wavered, hearing faintly the tones of a hoarse, rasping voice that plucked at his nerves. It was like what? Like Walker's voice. Urgent, commanding. Demanding that he do something, he opened his eyes and found himself before a sideshow. The barker stood above him on a box, derby tilted back, checkered suit, garish, thrusting out a commanding finger. "Come on, folks. Here it is, greatest sideshow on earth. Tiniest dwarf ever born of woman, tallest giant since creation, all the wonders of the universe gathered here for your inspection. Step inside. You there, only a dime. Step right forward, mister. The girl will take your dime." "No," Van der Hoef squeaked faintly and tried to retreat. Instead, he found himself walking forward. "Right this way, mister. Pay your dime." Right in here. Step inside. Vanderhoff found a dime and paid the admission charge. He didn't want to go into the sideshow. He had a singularly horrid idea of what might happen there, but the Barker's willpower was too strong for him, and he could no longer exert the mental effort that partially insulated him from danger. He was exhausted. "I'm a jellyfish," poor Vanderhoff mourned as he entered the show. "That's what I am." Walker was right. "Oh, damn," he ended futilely, tears of frustrated rage in his eyes. "I wish this would stop." But wishing didn't do any good. The chameleon man found himself in the sideshow, surrounded by freaks. He caught one glimpse of innumerable people, terrifying to him under the circumstances, ranged around the big room, and then fled through a doorway on his right. It was definitely no time to face giants, dwarfs, dog-faced boys, all wild men from Sumatra. Vanderhoff wanted only peace and quiet. He got neither. He found himself in a small anteroom containing a mirror and a dwarf. The latter whirled and snapped. "Didn't you see the sign over the door? This is private, huh?" He stopped talking and presently resumed. "Say, that's a clever trick. Are you one of the boys? A magician, huh?" "Yeah," said the now dwarfish Mr. Vanderhoff. "I do it with mirrors." "Damn good," returned the little man whose name was Bingo. "Wait a minute. I want Ajax to see this." "Don't bother," Vanderhoff started, but he was too late. Bingo whistled, and immediately the room was darkened by the shadow of Ajax, who was 7 feet 9 inches tall, and would have had no need for snowshoes. Vanderhoff shut his eyes. He tried to assert his willpower, or what little remained of it, and was rewarded with pleased noises from giant and dwarf. "Clever," said the latter. "Did you see that? He was little a minute ago. Now he isn't." "That's right," the giant rumbled. "He looked like you too, Bingo. Did you notice?" "Who are you, mister?" "I wish I knew," Vanderhoff gasped, feeling lost and helpless. He dared not open his eyes. He was again in his normal semblance, but the very sight of either Ajax or Bingo might cause another metamorphosis. "You," a new voice broke in, one familiar to Vanderhoff as that of the drunk in the arcade. "I've been looking for you. I want to punch you in the snoot." Vanderhoff, feeling set upon, almost had a mad impulse to sock the drunk, but habit prevailed. He took refuge in flight, or tried to. Unfortunately, he ran into the mirror, bumped his nose, and turned, opening his eyes. He saw Ajax and Bingo. The drunk lunged forward, lifting his cane. Then he halted, and a scream of stark terror burst from his throat. "Yah!" he shrieked. Apparently considering this an insufficient comment, he threw up his hands and added, "Wah-wah," he fled, leaving a memento in the form of his cane, which he flung at Vanderhoff with unerring aim. Nose and cane collided. Ajax and Bingo whistled in chorus. "Wow," said the latter. "Did you see that? Mister, you're good. You almost scared me." Vanderhoff, tears of pain in his eyes, turned to the mirror. "Yeah," he said in a shaky voice. "You may not believe it, but I'm scaring myself. Am I crazy, or do I look like both of you?" "Well," the dwarf said judiciously, "the top part of you looks like me, but the bottom half looks like Ajax. I don't see how you do it. You must be on the big time." Vanderhoff was silent, considering the impossible reflection in the mirror. From the waist up he was Bingo, the dwarf. His lower extremities were those of a giant. The result was harrowing in the extreme. It was like putting a chameleon on Scotch plaid. With a mighty effort he resumed his normal appearance. There were cries of amazement and appreciation from his companions. Leaving them to their simple pleasures, Vanderhoff walked unsteadily back into the main show. He was bound for fresh air, lots of it, and peace. Chameleons, however, do not lead peaceful lives, contrary to the opinions of some. The unexpected is always happening. As Van der Hoff crossed the big room, he was trying to understand what had happened. He had assumed the outward appearance of two people at the same time, abnormal people at that. Things were getting worse. Ajax and Bingo, Bingo and Ajax, Giant and Whoop. Van der Hoff had entered another room, over the doorway of which was a sign reading Magic Mirrors, and paused, facing the only normal mirror in the place. He was looking at the same conglomeration of dwarf and giant that he had viewed before. Good Lord, could he change his shape by merely thinking? The thought was appalling, yet it possessed a curious, perverse fascination for Van der Hoff. Standing perfectly motionless, he concentrated on his own normal self. And there was the reflection of Tim Van der Hoff facing him. That, at least, was a relief. But feeling slightly safer now, Van der Hoff didn't stop. He wanted to make sure. He thought of the sideshow barker outside and visualized him mentally. Derby hat, cigar, checkered suit. The reflection in the glass showed the barker, though there was neither derby, cigar, nor checkered suit. Apparently only Van der Hoff himself could change. His clothing remained unaltered. That was natural enough. He returned to his normal self. "You," said a familiar voice. "I've been looking for you. None of your tricks now. I want to punch your nose." "Oh my goodness," Van der Hoff said, turning. "You again?" "Yeah," said the drunk belligerently. "Want to make something out of it?" He lifted the cane and advanced. Van der Hoff, perforce, retreated into the room of magic mirrors. He found himself being backed into a corner, his fascinated gaze riveted on the cane. Its metal tip looked extremely hard. The drunk had recovered it, or else acquired a new one. In any case, it seemed to be a dangerous weapon. The horsey face bore a malignant expression. "I'm going to smash you," it said, and thrust itself forward. Van der Hoff backed away, feeling the cold surface of a mirror at his back. He was trapped. The room was empty. No use to call for help. The din from the next room, where a band was loudly playing, would drown any but the loudest shrieks. Abruptly, Van der Hoff felt irritation. His stomach was still sore from the cane's tip, and his nose too was aching. He said, "Go away." "No," the drunk growled. "I'm going to smash you." Sudden, violent rage boiled up in Van der Hoff. He thought of Ajax and Bingo. If they were there, they'd help him. But, Van der Hoff thought diligently, visualizing giant and dwarf. From the startled look that came over the drunk, he realized that the metamorphosis had once again taken place. He stepped forward, warily at first, and the horse-faced man retreated. At that precise moment, Van der Hoff caught sight of himself in one of the mirrors that lined the place. The change was not quite the same as before. This time, from the waist down, Van der Hoff was Bingo, the dwarf. His upper portion resembled Ajax the giant. Nor was that the worst. The mirror that reflected the insane image was no normal one. It was a distorting mirror, designed to cause laughter by warping and twisting images. Concave, it reflected Van der Hoff not only as a half-giant, half-dwarf, but as a swooping arc, a being bent like a bow, such as had never before existed on Earth. The drunk shrieked. "No, no," he babbled, "not that." Van der Hoff realized that he had taken on the attributes of the distorted image. He glanced at the cowering horse-faced man and felt a warm glow of triumph. It faded as he was punched in the stomach by the cane. Van der Hoff got mad. He said with slow emphasis, "Okay, you asked for it. Now you're going to get it." The other showed his teeth. Van der Hoff looked at the nearest mirror. The result was shocking, but did not quite satisfy him. He looked at another, and then another, after that turning to confront his enemy. Not even Samson could have faced the chaotic Van der Hoff without screaming then. He looked like a piecemeal zombie assembled by someone with no knowledge of anatomy. One leg was 6 feet longer than the other. He had 5 arms. His chest was like a balloon, and his waist measured perhaps 3 inches around. His head resembled a fried egg that had broken in the pan. The mouth was, oddly enough, in the forehead, and there was a tasty assortment of eyes scattered around them, all of these glaring furiously. He towered to the ceiling, and the horse-faced man, giving up all thought of hostility, skittered away like a rabbit. "Go away," he babbled. "Don't touch me. You're not human, that's what you ain't." "You don't get out of it that easily," Vanderhoff snapped, barring the door with a 15-foot arm. "What do you think I am, anyhow?" "The devil himself," said the drunk, with a flash of sudden insight. "Ah, don't do that." "I'll do it again," Vanderhoff announced, and a scream of pain from the drunk bore testimony to the fact that he had done it again. Thus, the wild and impassioned shrieks of the horse-faced man bore fruit. Vanderhoff heard faint cries from behind him. He turned to see faces peering in through the door. They went white and drew back. Someone cried, "A freak! He's gone mad." "He's murdering me," the drunk announced. "Help!" Heartened by reinforcements, he made the mistake of prodding Vanderhoff from the rear with his cane. At this, all semblance of sanity departed from Tim Vanderhoff. Completely forgetting everything else, he bent all his energies to the task of reducing the horse-faced man to a state of babbling idiocy. "Give me that cane," he grated. "So you can ram it down my throat," came the prescient reply. "I won't." At this, Vanderhoff looked in a mirror, sprouted another arm, grew 2 feet, and advanced toward his opponent. He got the cane and broke it into 6 pieces. One in each hand, he commenced to tattoo a rhythm on the drunk. This wasn't quite satisfactory, so he gave it up and concentrated on scaring the wretched man to death. Never was any revenge more horrifying or complete. Vanderhoff felt a random sense of warning. It might be wiser, safer to leave now, before more trouble arrived. But what the hell? He grinned, and the horse-faced man bellowed in anguish. "He's going to eat me," he cried. "Don't let him eat me." "There they are," someone observed. "In there, Sergeant. It's a freak, quite mad." "It's a freak, all right," said a gruff voice, "but I'm thinking that I'm the loony one. Will you look at the horrid thing?" "I've been looking at it for 10 minutes, said the other voice, "ever since I turned in the alarm." "You've got your squad with you. Arrest him before he kills that man." Vanderhoff turned. The doorway held a burly, grizzled oldster in police uniform, and behind him a group of plainclothes men, their profession easily established by a glance at their feet. There were guns. He was sent staggering. The horse-faced man had made a break for freedom. Vanderhoff, boiling with rage, plunged in pursuit. There was chaos on the threshold, then Vanderhoff was past and racing after his victim. A bullet whistled past his ear. Oh. This altered matters. Vanderhoff, hidden momentarily behind the bandstand, paused, looking around. He saw no one. The horse-faced man had vanished, but heard voices. He went behind there. "Get him, guns ready, men." Vanderhoff thought hard. He visualized the drunk. And, instantly, he assumed the appearance of the drunk. He ran out from behind the bandstand, almost colliding with the sergeant and a plainclothes man with him. "Hey, he went that way," Vanderhoff cried. "After him. Don't let him get away." Without waiting for an answer, he ran for the exit. There was startled silence, and then the sergeant and his crew raced in pursuit. Vanderhoff leaped out into the open air, flattened himself against the wall of the building, and concentrated on the face of the plainclothes man who had accompanied the sergeant. And of course, the inevitable happened. The sergeant appeared. He cast a swift glance at Vanderhoff. "Where is he, Clancy?" he bellowed. "Which way did he go?" "There," said the pseudo-Clancy, and pointed. He was borne away in a mob of detectives who gushed out of the exit. All of them were busily searching for a freak with 6 arms and an impossible head, a freak who no longer existed. 10 minutes later, Vanderhoff, in his normal guise, was on the train bound back for Manhattan. It had been easy to drift away from the detectives, who naturally suspected nothing. And, after that, Vanderhoff wanted only to get away from Coney Island. His nerves were in bad shape. He needed a rest. So, illogically enough, he went back to New York. He was still angry about the horse-faced man. He would have dearly loved to have taken another poke at the guy. But the police had interrupted. Vanderhoff's resentment wandered and finally focused on a man with bristling blue-black hair and a vicious gleam in his eyes. The guy looked uncommonly like S. Horton Walker, president of the Svelte Shop. Walker, nuts to Walker, Vanderhoff thought. "Fire me, Willie," the chameleon man brooded. "Just on account of Colonel Quester, cha." The fashion show would be going on soon, he remembered. And, simultaneously with the thought, Vanderhoff grinned. A singularly malicious and unpleasant grin. "Fire me, Willie," he asked rhetorically, turning into Ajax for a brief moment. "I'll fix him." While making his way toward the Fifth Avenue store, he pondered. He was achieving some sort of mastery over his chameleon-like changes. If he visualized a person, he could become that person, though his clothing never altered. And, with an effort of will, he could resume his normal form. Good enough. What now? The fashion show was in full swing when Vanderhoff slipped quietly into the Svelte Shop, unobtrusively making his way behind the scenes. Dowagers and damsels in tons of jewelry were sitting about, feeding on canapés and hors d'oeuvres, while all sorts and conditions of men waited uneasily upon their respective daughters, wives, and lady friends. Park Avenue had turned out in force for the initial showing of exclusive gowns by the Svelte Shop. Mannequins were gliding along the runways, and overall presided the figure of S. Horton Walker, resplendent in specially tailored garments, and looking more than ever like a shaved ape. "And Model 12? A slightly decayed socialite inquired from above her tiers of chins. "The exclusive Model 12, Mr. Walker?" "Soon," said Walker, rubbing his hands. "Very soon, Mrs. Smythe Kennicott Smythe." Peering through drapes of wine-colored fabric, Vanderhoff sucked in his lower lip. Model 12 was already famous. It was super exclusive. Only one gown on this model had been created, and, when it showed, the bidding would be high, almost like an auction, though, of course, most genteel. Mrs. Smythe Kennicott Smythe would probably get it. She was the wealthiest woman in New York, and cream on the elite's upper crust, to put it mildly. "Nuts to you, Mr. Walker," Vanderhoff said silently, and fled. He made his way to the dressing rooms, pausing at sight of Susan Vale, the shop's loveliest model. The girl nodded, smiled, and went on her way. Vanderhoff visualized her. Suddenly he was gone. A perfect duplicate of Susan Vale stood in the passage, looking rather odd in Tim Vancroft's garments. Now for Model 12. It was carefully stored away, but Vanderhoff knew where to look. Tenderly, almost reverently, he drew it from its hiding place and held up the gown. It was a gorgeous creation, one that would transform any woman. "Why, Susan," a soft voice said, "what are you doing in those clothes?" Vanderhoff turned hurriedly to confront a small brown-haired model with wide eyes. And what's the matter with your voice? Got a cold?" "No," said Vanderhoff shrilly. It's just a gag." Seizing Model 12, he fled into the nearest dressing room. A few minutes later, he came out, wearing the gown. Since he looked exactly like Susan Vale, it wasn't at all unbecoming. But his plans weren't finished yet. He wanted to perform an experiment. He entered a room replete with tall mirrors, reflecting him from various angles, and he concentrated. If he could become two men at once, surely he could transform himself into two or more Susan Vales. The results were beyond all expectations. From every angle, Susan Vales materialized. They appeared like rabbits out of a hat, and all of them wore Model 12. Meanwhile, Walker was preening himself as he made the announcement for which everyone was waiting. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the event of the afternoon. At great expense, we have secured an ultra-exclusive model, a veritable symphony. There is only one like it in the world. How do we know that? Asked a skeptical man with sideburns. Walker turned a hurt stare upon him. The Svelte shop stands ready to guarantee my statement. Our integrity has never been questioned. And now, Model 12. He flung out an arm toward the runway. The curtains shook convulsively. Through them appeared Susan Vale. A soft gasp went up from the women at sight of Model 12. Then another gasp went up. Another Susan Vale had slipped through the curtains and was following in the track of the first. She too wore Model 12. "Hey," said the skeptical man with sideburns. He stopped. A third Model 12 was coming. Then another, and another. "My God," the skeptical man gasped. "Quintuplets." Walker had turned a delicate shade of mauve. Cries of outraged fury went up from the audience. "Exclusive model," somebody snapped. "Ha!" Meanwhile, the army of Model 12s was marching steadily through the curtains. The room was filled with them. Walker was clawing at his hair and making gurgling sounds. Mrs. Smythe Kennicott Smythe arose, waggled her chins haughtily, and departed. "One might as well shop in the 5 and 10, she observed. "It's sabotage," Walker whispered faintly. "But boring from within." His eyes brightened a trifle. Mrs. Smythe Kennicott Smythe had reconsidered. She wasn't leaving, after all. She was returning, her eyes very wide, and behind her was a large, bulky man with a mask on his face. Other men arrived, 5 of them, and they had guns and were masked. "This," said the leader, "is a stick-up. Squat, Beetlepuss." He pushed Mrs. Smythe Kennicott Smythe into a chair. "And keep your trap shut. That goes for all of you." He waved a gleaming automatic. "Cover the exits, boys." The boys obeyed. The guests sat, frozen with horror. One dowager attempted to swallow her diamonds, but was dissuaded. Walker gasped for air. "This will ruin me," he squawked. "My customers, my clients, I mean." "Shut up," remarked the big man. "Or I'll let you have it. Don't anybody move. Frisk 'em, boys." One of the boys produced a canvas bag and made the rounds, collecting whatever and money he could unearth. A pearl necklace, the existence of which had heretofore gone unsuspected, was revealed when Mrs. Smythe Kennicott Smythe was compelled to stare ceiling-ward. "Hey," said one of the boys. "What the hell, what up?" "Elcock," he finished. "Geez, booze, look." The big man looked. He, too, stared. Model 12 was in action. There were about 20 Susan Vales lined up on the runway. The last of them had stepped forward and merged with the one in front of her. This, Vanderhoff had found, was the only way of consolidating his various images. He merely had to walk into himself. The 19th Susan Vale merged with the 18th, and the 18th stepped forward. Nobody else moved. There was a stricken silence as the 15th Susan Vale became the 14th, and so on. The third became the second. There was only one Susan Vale now. She hurried toward the exit, but now the stasis broke. One of the thugs barred her path, lifting his gun menacingly. Susan Vale, or Vanderhoff, veered aside toward an anteroom lined with mirrors. She ducked into it and slid dye curtain in place after her. The leader snapped. "Get her, Phil." Phil said reluctantly, "There ain't no way for her to get out of there." I said, "Okay," Phil placated. "Just gimme time. That dame ain't normal." He moved forward, gun lifted. His hand touched the curtain. Then he turned. "Boss, there ain't nothing in there but a lot of mirrors. What's the use?" "You heard me," the boss yelped. "Okay," said Phil, and yanked the curtain aside. Apparently there was another way out of the anteroom, for Susan Vale wasn't there anymore. Instead, There were 15 men, and they all looked exactly like Tim Vanderhoff. Oddly enough, they all wore Model 12. "Yah!" said Phil shrilly, staggering back. Two Tim Vanderhoff-s sprang upon him. One struck the gun from his hand, while the other planted a hard fist on Phil's jaw. The thug folded up limply. One Vanderhoff had pulled the curtain back into place, but Vanderhoffs were emerging through it in twos, threes, and dozens. The room was suddenly flooded with Vanderhoffs, all wearing Model 12. It was as though the anteroom had suddenly decided to give birth. It erupted Vanderhoffs. It spewed them forth, and as fast as they emerged, new ones followed. For there were many mirrors in that little room. The element of surprise was in Vanderhoff's favor. The crooks were struck dumb by this insane manifestation of men in evening gowns. Before they could recover, each one found himself borne down under a tangle of slugging, punching, kicking, homicidally active Vanderhoffs. Mrs. Smythe Kennicott Smythe threw up her hands in hob horror. A Vanderhoff paused to chuck her under the chins. "Keep your shirt on, babe," he advised. "I'll get your jewels back." The lady fainted. Not all the Vanderhoffs were engaged in taking care of the crooks. 20 of them had mounted the runway and were delicately parading, showing off Model 12, which, to say the least, looked rather startling on Tim Vanderhoff's masculine figure. A half-dozen more had surrounded the pallid, paralyzed Walker and were engaged in making horrific faces at him. Another group of Vanderhoffs were holding an impromptu jam session in a corner, while still another had recaptured the canvas bag and was strewing its contents around the room, shouting, "Pig, pig, pig, pig," in a hoarse voice. The clients were on hands and knees, scrambling after their stolen property. It was a scene of utter chaos, and Tim Vanderhoff was, or were, having a glorious time. He hadn't enjoyed himself so much in years. He was doing a dozen different things, all at the same time, and the most delightful one of all dealt with the thugs, who by this time were trying only to escape from the veritable army that was assailing them. Someone cried, "The police!" That brought Vanderhoff Bade to sanity. He hurriedly knocked out the thugs, not a difficult task, since they were already nearly smothered by sheer weight of numbers, and then fled in a body, leaving confusion in his wake. When the police arrived, they found 6 unconscious gangsters and a horde of socialites on hands and knees, squabbling over the division of their property. Walker was counting his fingers with a vague air of skeptical disbelief, and there was no sign of a Vanderhoff. Indeed, there was only one Vanderhoff by that time. The process of assimilation had again taken place, and the resultant single Vanderhoff had removed Model 12, now torn into shreds, and resumed his own clothing. He didn't wait for events to happen, though. He took them into his own hands. The elevator lifted him 15 stories above Fifth Avenue, letting him out at the private office of Enoch Throckmorton, the actual owner of the Svelte shop, as well as a number of other enterprises. Vanderhoff had never seen Throckmorton. There were vague rumors of his existence on some Olympian height. Walker sometimes visited the man, and even dined with him on occasion. Now, leaving the elevator, Vanderhoff thought of Walker, and visualized the man, blue-black hair, flashing eyes, and apish face. "Good afternoon, Mr. Walker," said the receptionist. "Go right in." Vanderhoff nodded and opened a door facing a glass brick desk about a mile long. Behind it sat a shriveled little fellow who was chewing a cigar. This was Enoch Throckmorton, or better yet, this was Enoch Throckmorton. "Ha," said Throckmorton in a cracked voice. "Sit down, Walker. I've just been getting a telephone call from downstairs." "Quite a little fuss, eh?" "Nothing much," Vanderhoff shrugged, grinning to himself. Apparently his resemblance to Walker was so complete that even Throckmorton was deceived. "Nothing much? Indeed, this man Vanderhoff deserves recognition. He captured those bandits himself. We'd have had to make good on every cent stolen if he hadn't. I still don't know how he did it, but he did it. That's the important thing." "Well," Vanderhoff said, I've been intending to talk to you about Vanderhoff for some time. He's the smartest man we have. Candidly, I think he deserves promotion. Very well. What have you in mind? Manager. At a corresponding salary. Throckmorton said slowly, You know, of course, that the manager of the Svelte shop is responsible only to me. You will have no authority over Vanderhoff if... I know my limitations. Vanderhoff shrugged. Vanderhoff needs no discipline. Very well, said Throckmorton, pressing a button. Till attend to it immediately. Vanderhoff stood up. By the way, if I should change my mind... Steel glinted in Throckmorton's beady eyes. Indeed. You should have thought of that before. Do you or do you not recommend Vanderhoff's promotion? I do. Then he's promoted. And the matter is now out of your hands entirely. Vanderhoff smiled and turned. He walked out on clouds. He did not even know that the elevator was taking him downstairs. Nuts to Walker. So engrossed was he in daydreams that he forgot to resume his normal appearance by the time he reached the general offices, which was, save for one person, deserted. This person wore tweeds and now turned a round crimson face and a bristling moustache on Vanderhoff. It was Colonel Quester. "Ha!" the colonel bellowed gently. "There you are. I see you've kept me waiting again." Silence, said Colonel Quester, and the ceiling shook. "I have come for Model 43. Mrs. Quester's still furious, but the gown will placate her, I am sure. Is it ready? It had better be." "Yes," said Vanderhoff faintly. I'll get it." He fled. He got Model 43, and, looking into a nearby mirror, he saw that he still exactly resembled S. Horton Walker. Carrying the gown over his arm, on the way back he met one of the models. "Why, there you are, Mr. Walker," the girl said. "I thought you were in your office." "I just stepped out for a minute." So Walker was in his office. Vanderhoff started to grin. He was beaming like a Cheshire cat when he entered the room where Colonel Quester waited, rumbling faintly like a miniature Vesuvius. But the colonel softened at sight of the dress. "Ha!" he remarked. "A beauty. It is exclusive, you say?" Vanderhoff stepped back a pace. "The only one in existence," he remarked. "How do you like it, Bottlenose?" There was a dead silence. Colonel Quester breathed through his nose. At last he asked in a quiet voice, "What did you say?" "Bottlenose was the term," said Vanderhoff happily. "Also, now that I think of it, you rather resemble a wart-hog." "Brmph," Quester rumbled warningly. "Brumph. To you," said Vanderhoff. "You rhinoceros. So you want Model 43, do you, fathead? Well, look." He held up Model 43, and with a strong tug ripped the dress from top to bottom. Quester turned magenta. Vanderhoff ripped the dress again. Quester turned blue. Vanderhoff finished the job by ripping Model 43 into ribbons and throwing it into the colonel's face. Then he waited. Colonel Quester was having difficulty in breathing. His mighty fists were clenched. "Wait," he promised. "Just wait till I control my blood pressure. I'll break you for this." He took a step forward, and simultaneously Vanderhoff dived for the inner office. He slipped through the door, held it shut behind him, and saw before him the blue-black thatch of S. Horton Walker, who was looking down at some papers on his desk. Vanderhoff asserted his willpower. Instantly he changed his shape. Walker looked up. "Vanderhoff?" he snapped. "I want to talk to you." "Just a minute. You have a caller." "Wait." Vanderhoff didn't wait. He stepped out of the office, carefully closing the door, and turned to confront Colonel Quester. "Ah," he said. "What can I do for you, Colonel?" "Get out of my way," said Quester, in a low, impassioned voice. "With pleasure." Vanderhoff smiled, stepping aside. "If you're looking for Mr. Walker, he's right inside." To this the colonel made no answer. He entered the inner office and Vanderhoff gently shut the door after him. There was a brief silence. It was broken by a dull thud and a short, sharp cry mingled with a bellow of triumph. Other noises followed. "Model 43, hey?" a hoarse voice boomed. "By gad, sir, you'll eat it." "Ah," Vanderhoff murmured, walking away. "That lace collar should make a tasty mouthful." He dusted his hands delicately. He was thinking that he had managed to acquire a personality of his own, and that his weird power of metamorphosis would gradually fade and vanish of its own accord. He was no longer a jellyfish, a chameleon. He was the manager of the svelte shop. A choked gurgle of stark anguish came faintly from the distance. Tim Vanderhoff lifted his eyebrows. "Hey ho," he observed. "It's 5 o'clock. Another day." End of Chameleon Man by Henry Kuttner. On Pell Street by Frank Owen. Weird Tales, July 1940. Chinatown Keeps to the Old Lanes by the author of The Purple Sea and the Wind That Tramps the World. Sam Wong was in a particularly morose state that night because his beloved canary, Li Po, named after the most illustrious of Chinese poets, had died that morning. One last sweet song, then death. Li Po had trilled an anthem to the sun. He had died from excess emotion, from excess of beauty. Anyway, that is how Sam Wong diagnosed his passing. His grief was extreme. The fondness of Chinese for birds is traditional. In China, it is no uncommon sight to see a rich man walking along the street, carrying a canary in a cage, taking the little songster out for a walk to enjoy the sunset. Sam Wong had always regretted that the custom of Manhattan precluded his walking about the streets with Li Po. To be sure, there was nothing to prevent him doing so. But it would direct attention to him, and he did not at that particular stage of his nefarious career care to be the target for the eyes of men. Better to be a shadow, for a shadow is indestructible, with nothing to dread or fear. Now, as he walked along the Bowery, he beheld a thin wisp of a girl standing before a window. Her face was like old ivory, colorless. Her hair was burnished copper, and in her large dark eyes were all the sorrows of the world. Sam Wong sighed. He was an ardent worshipper of "Oh, beautiful things." He noticed that her hands were clenched so tightly the nails of the fingers were white. Softly he glided over to her side. "May I be forgiven for addressing you?" he whispered. "I do so at the risk of arousing your wrath. But I am only Sam Wong, a Chinese with much money and yet poor, for tonight I am lonely. Accept my friendship until the moon rises. When one is sad, the moon too weeps. In its sympathy, it is dependable. I wonder if you are hungry." "Very hungry," she admitted. "All my life I've been hungry for something beyond my fingertips." "Perhaps it is hunger of the heart." While they talked, Sam Wong had led the way across the street and around the corner to an Oriental restaurant, the dim lights of which were soothing to the nerves. "What do you wish?" he asked. "Anything will do," she said listlessly. "You are right," he agreed. "All effort is as useless as summer dust." She sighed. "It is so quiet and peaceful." "Don't talk," said he. "Rest. Forget that I am with you. Here is the tea." In Chinese restaurants they do not wait for one to order the liquor that does not intoxicate. He filled a small cup and placed it before her. Then he spoke in subdued tones to the waiter, ordering chicken mushroom soup, chow mein, roast young pork and a variety of almonds and condiment delicacies. Then once more he turned to the girl. "Your name?" "Just Barbie." "Barbie," he repeated slowly. "It is a pretty name." Barbie breathed deeply of the sweet aroma of the tea, fragrance of jasmine blossoms. Sam Wong sipped his tea and looked at her through half-dozed eyes. Had she been a written picture, he could not have been more absorbed in her. A strangely beautiful girl with a face of ivory pallor, no painted lady, no common girl of the streets. He longed to know her history, but he asked no question. He was infinitely patient, and he waited. Not till the soup had been placed before them did Barbie speak again. Then, after she had tasted it, she said, "Gee, but this is good. I don't know how long it is since I've tasted food. Funny that the body goes on living after the soul is dead." Sam Wong looked up quickly. She had disturbed his tranquility. The bitterness in her tone was astounding. "Not true," he said bluntly. "Your soul is not dead. I see it shining from your eyes, fine and white and beautiful. The past doesn't matter. It is a sim gone down. But of the present, I wish to speak. The hours that have not happened belong to you. Tell me, where will you sleep tonight? Does it matter?" "To me, infinitely. Why? I am a lover of jewels and jade. I am swayed by perfect sonnets. Although I was born in San Francisco and have never been in China, the Yellow River flows through my blood. I have fallen under the spell of your eyes, the spell of their dark, brooding mystery. There is far too little beauty in this world for any of it to be destroyed, and you are beautiful." She closed her eyes and struggled to choke back a sob. Last night she had belonged to Bat Matson. The night before, an unknown man had beaten her in a 3rd Avenue hall bedroom. "I am homeless," she murmured. "I will take you back with me to my house," he said. "My rooms are nearby on Pell Street. The flat is large and fairly comfortable, large enough so I need not get in your way. There no one will disturb you, for I discourage visitors. In Chinatown I am a man of mystery. It is right, therefore, that I should shelter a girl of mystery. Be assured that I am actuated by honorable motives. Sam Wong is but a humble merchant, a merchant who deals in beauty, a merchant of dreams. How then can I stand idly by while beauty is destroyed?" "All right," she said wearily. "I will trust you, and why not? I have trusted everybody else, and I have nowhere to go." The meal was finished in silence. Thanks to the gentle care of Sam Wong, she ate heartily. Her young body yearned for food, and now she could scarcely keep her eyes open. Sam Wong paid the check. He led the way from the restaurant. As they turned into Chinatown, he held her arm lightly. Through the narrow, twisting, adventurous streets they walked, streets about which more fabulous tales have been written than any other section of New York, perhaps of all the world. Few of them are true. The most interesting and sinister have never been written. Colorful stores displaying a vast variety of gewgaws, knick-knacks, ivories, jades and raw fish. Joss houses, the Chinese theater. A Catholic priest walking slowly along, apparently lost in thought, no one bothering them, no one paying the least attention to their doings, and yet Barbie felt as though countless eyes were following them, watching their every move. Strange smells, strange sounds, laughter, weird music, a child crying. Chinatown, a vast rug wafted on the winds from the Orient to be cast down in the heart of the city, one of the most congested spots in all New York and one of the cleanest. No littered, dirty streets, no piles of filth, not much dust. Immaculate cleanliness, as though great brooms in the hands of genii had swept it clean. Sam Wong led the way up 2 flights of winding stairs in a building on Pell Street. There was no light in the halls, and he lighted a cigarette to show her the way. "Be not afraid," said he. "The halls are in darkness, because I believe that he who must walk through narrow places should be protected by shadows." "I am not afraid," said Barbie. And now he unlocked a door and pressed an electric button. The next moment a glare of light shattered the blackness, and Barbie followed him into a room of such sheer beauty it might have belonged to a mandarin when the Manchus were at their peak of glory. Here was wealth inestimable, rich carpets and tapestries, priceless porcelains, teakwood tables and finely carved cabinets in one of which reposed 100 species of jewels, some rough, uncut, some that glowed eerily in the lantern light. Here were comfortable chairs, embroidered screens, written pictures, carved statues in jade, nephrite, agate and carnelian. "The apartment has sundry rooms," said Sam Wong. "Consider yourself mistress of it. I sleep in a small room in the front. I suggest that you make your personal apartment in the rooms at the back." Barbie slipped into a chair. She knew that Sam Wong was trustworthy. He had no designs upon her person. To meet such a man was somewhat of a novelty. Impulsively she turned to him. "I cannot understand," she said, "why you should be interested in my welfare. Have I not told you? It is my belief that no beautiful thing should be allowed to perish. One of Earth's extreme tragedies is that flowers ever must fade. So much time is devoted to an effort to banish crime from the world, when to purge the world of sin it would only be necessary to banish ugliness. When I beheld you, I was entranced. Even the stars must tremble to behold you. If flowers can know jealousy, they must be stirred when you pass. Then, too, for years I have had a canary. His name was Li Po. He was a sweet singer. He sang paeans to the dawn. He died as he had lived, worshipping beauty. And I was very lonesome when Li Po was gone. Something precious had been snatched from my life. In extreme melancholia, I walked along the Bowery. Then my eyes beheld you. Beauty had been snatched from my life in the vanished songs of Li Po. Now beauty had come back again with the approach of an ivory girl. I am your slave for as long as you choose to share my dwelling. When you are gone, my life will be eternally devastated. I make no effort to hold you. You are free, though I hope for a while at least you will remain to make up to me for the loss of my little comrade. You are perhaps unacquainted with grief. If so, you cannot appreciate my anguish." She placed her hand upon his arm. "I had a baby," she said. "A few weeks ago my boy died and nobody cared. Had you who worship beauty been near my room that night on 3rd Avenue, he might be still alive. After all, perhaps it is better. How could he succeed with everything against him? I know how you must grieve over Li Po." The days flowed along like poetry, never distinct, never quite real, stuff of dreams, dust of moonrise, breath of roses. Nothing beautiful is ever real. Barbie was being wooed back to health by silence, complete tranquility. No music is as majestic as silence, absolute silence. Each morning Sam Wong slipped from the house before she had awakened. He never came near her room. He never touched her body. Not even a kiss did he seek. But he wooed her in 1,000 subtle ways. And when her face began to take on some semblance of color, he was glad. Barbie never left the apartment, even when Sam Wong was away. She was afraid of the streets, the filthy, noisy streets and the evil faces of men. Sam Wong brought her beautiful garments fit for a Manchu princess. She always wore them in the rooms, saving her single dress for such time as it would be necessary for her to return to the streets. During those days she slept much, without trepidation, without fear. She never locked the door of her room. She had faith in Sam Wong. He was a genial philosopher. He never tried to force his favors upon her. One may bow down in worship before a goddess, but one should not presume beyond obeisance. Perhaps Sam Wong was foolish in his attitude. Certainly he was not a moralist, for his stock in trade destroyed the souls of men. They never went out to dinner. All meals were sent in from nearby restaurants. Every conceivable luxury graced their table. Barbie was glad Sam Wong never urged her to appear upon the streets with him, although she was surprised that he did not. How was she to know that 100 men constantly waited an opportunity to kill him? The police, too, were constantly on his trail. His increasing influence was resented in high places. The streets were not conducive to health. It was not his wish to parade his ivory girl in the face of danger. Better to keep her hidden away from baleful eyes. At times he read Chinese love poems to her that thrilled her immeasurably. He chanted the verses in a softly modulated voice. It was a new, strange country to Barbie. She closed her eyes and listened. She scarcely breathed, so intent she was. It was restful. It soothed her nerves. Sometimes for hours they sat thus as Sam Wong read to her from his countless volumes of Far Eastern lore. One night he entered the apartment breathlessly as though he had run a long distance. His usual calm mien was ruffled. His hands worked nervously. "Quick, follow me," he cried hoarsely. "There is not a moment to lose." He opened a secret door in a wall panel, disclosing a black passageway. Into this he crept and dragged Barbie after him. The panel swung shut again, leaving them in impenetrable blackness. "Be not afraid, ivory girl," he murmured. "But enemies are pursuing me, and if we fell into their hands, the consequences might be dreadful. I was a fool to subject you to disaster, but you will be quite safe if you follow my instructions." While he had been speaking, they had been creeping up a winding stair. Presently they emerged on the rooftops. It was strange to be slinking along like shadows under the pale moon's glare. The sounds of the street drifted to their ears, laughter, harsh noises, the wail of a motor siren, the bark of a dog. Sam Wong sped from roof to roof. Nimbly Barbie ran along beside him. At last they darted into a doorway. "Go down these stairs," he said, "and you will be free. Get away from Chinatown as soon as you can. I haven't a moment to loiter. Perhaps someday we will meet again, and I can recite more lyrics to you." The next moment he was gone. It was almost as though he had vanished into the air. It was an eerie night, weird and creepy. The moon caused the chimneys to stand out in grotesque silhouette. A train on the 3rd Avenue L went grinding by. And now she imagined she could make out the forms of figures creeping along the rooftops. They were after Sam Wong. They were after her too, because they imagined she was his mistress. In terror, she turned and sped down the stairs. The halls were dimly lighted. They too seemed to be seething with wraiths and shadows. Once a malevolent face loomed up before her, and two gnarled bony hands clutched at her like talons. But she evaded them and continued down the stairs. She breathed a sigh of relief as she reached the street. But even now she dreaded to look behind her. Hurriedly crossing the street, she turned neither to right nor left, and so it was that she did not notice the large beer truck that was bearing down upon her. As she went down, the truckman clamped on the brakes and a woman screamed. But Barbie felt no pain. She even smiled, for miraculously Sam Wong was bending over her. "Come, ivory girl," he said gently. "We will go back to my rooms where we can find quietude." "But is there no danger?" she asked. "Not now," said he, and her wonderment grew. So hand in hand they walked back to Sam Wong's apartment on Pell Street. But now the stairs did not seem dark as they mounted. There was a pale blue glow, as though a lantern had been lighted. As Sam Wong pushed open the door of the apartment, Li Po greeted them with a song so beautiful it seemed as though the city had paused and stood on tiptoe to listen. Barbie placed her hand on Sam Wong's arm. "But I thought Li Po was dead," she whispered. Sam Wong smiled reassuringly. "Not dead," he said softly. "Living. Now we are all living." End of On Pell Street by Frank Owen.
Doom of the House of Duria by Earl Pearce. Arthur Duria, a young, handsome man, came to meet his father for the first time in 20 years. As he strode into the hotel lobby, long strides which had the spring of elastic in them, idle eyes lifted to appraise him, for he was an impressive figure, somehow grim with exaltation. The desk clerk looked up with his habitual smile of expectation. "How do you do, Mr. So-and-so?" and his fingers strayed to the green fountain pen which stood in a holder on the desk. Arthur Duryea cleared his throat, but still his voice was clogged and unsteady. To the clerk he said, "I'm looking for my father, Dr. Henry Duryea. I understand he is registered here. He has recently arrived from Paris." The clerk lowered his glance to a list of names. "Dr. Duryea is in suite 60, 6th floor." He looked up, his eyebrows arched questioningly. "Are you staying too, sir, Mr. Duryea?" Arthur took the pen and scribbled his name rapidly. Without a further word, neglecting even to get his key and own room number, he turned and walked to the elevators. Not until he reached his father's suite on the 6th floor did he make an audible noise, and this was a mere sigh which fell from his lips like a prayer. The man who opened the door was unusually tall, his slender frame clothed in tight-fitting black. He hardly dared to smile. His clean-shaven face was pale, an almost livid whiteness against the sparkle in his eyes. His jaw had a bluish luster. "Arthur." The word was scarcely a whisper. It seemed choked up quietly, as if it had been repeated time and again on his thin lips. Arthur Duryea felt the kindliness of those eyes go through him, and then he was in his father's embrace. Later, when these two grown men had regained their outer calm, they closed the door and went into the drawing-room. The elder Duryea held out a humidor of fine cigars, and his hand shook so hard when he held the match that his son was forced to cup his own hands about the flame. They both had tears in their eyes, but their eyes were smiling. Henry Duryea placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "This is the happiest day of my life," he said. "You can never know how much I have longed for this moment." Arthur, looking into that glance, realized with growing pride that he had loved his father all his life, despite any of those things which had been cursed against him. He sat down on the edge of a chair. I don't know how to act," he confessed. "You surprise me, Dad. You're so different from what I had expected." A cloud came over Dr. Duryea's features. "What did you expect, Arthur?" he demanded quickly, an evil eye, a shaven head and knotted jowls. "Please, Dad, no." Arthur's words clipped short. "I don't think I ever really visualized you. I knew you would be a splendid man, but I thought you'd look older, more like a man who has really suffered." "I have suffered more than I can ever describe. But seeing you again, and the prospect of spending the rest of my life with you, has more than compensated for my sorrows. Even during the 20 years we were apart, I found an ironic joy in learning of your progress in college, and in your American game of football." "Then you've been following my work?" "Yes, Arthur. I've received monthly reports ever since you left me. From my study in Paris I've been really close to you, working out your problems as if they were my own. And now that the 20 years are completed, the ban which kept us apart is lifted forever. From now on, son, we shall be the closest of companions, unless your Aunt Cecilia has succeeded in her terrible mission." The mention of that name caused an unfamiliar chill to come between the two men. It stood for something, in each of them, which gnawed their minds like a malignancy. But to the younger Duryea, in his intense effort to forget the awful past, her name as well as her madness must be forgotten. He had no wish to carry on this subject of conversation, for it betrayed an internal weakness which he hated. With forced determination and a ludicrous lift of his eyebrows, he said, "Cecilia is dead, and her silly superstition is dead also. From now on, Dad, we're going to enjoy life as we should. Bygones are really bygones in this case." Dr. Duryea closed his eyes slowly, as though an exquisite pain had gone through him. "Then you have no indignation?" he questioned. "You have none of your aunt's hatred. Indignation, hatred." Arthur laughed aloud. "Ever since I was 12 years old I have disbelieved Cecilia's stories. I have known that those horrible things were impossible, that they belonged to the ancient category of mythology and tradition. How, then, can I be indignant, and how can I hate you? How can I do anything but recognize Cecilia for what she was, a mean, frustrated woman, cursed with an insane grudge against you and your family? I tell you, Dad, that nothing she has ever said can possibly come between us again." Henry Duryea nodded his head. His lips were tight together, and the muscles in his throat held back a cry. In that same soft tone of defense he spoke further, doubting words. Are you so sure of your subconscious mind, Arthur? Can you be so certain that you are free from all suspicion, however vague? Is there not a lingering premonition, a premonition which warns of peril? No, Dad, no. Arthur shot to his feet. I don't believe it. I've never believed it. I know, as any sane man would know, that you are neither a vampire nor a murderer. You know it too, and Cecilia knew it, only she was mad. That family rot is dispelled, Father. This is a civilized century. Belief in vampirism is sheer lunacy. Why? It's too absurd even to think about. You have the enthusiasm of youth, said his father in a rather tired voice. But have you not heard the legend? Arthur stepped back instinctively. He moistened his lips, for their dryness might crack them. The legend. He said the word in a curious hush of awed softness, as he had heard his Aunt Cecilia say it many times before. That awful legend that I eat my children. Oh, God, Father! Arthur went to his knees as a cry burst through his lips. Dad, that's ghastly. We must forget Cecilia's ravings. You are affected, then? Asked Dr. Doria bitterly. Affected? Certainly I'm affected, but only as I should be at such an accusation. Cecilia was mad, I tell you. Those books she showed me years ago, and those folk tales of vampires and ghouls, they burned into my infantile mind like acid. They haunted me day and night in my youth, and caused me to hate you worse than death itself. But in heaven's name, Father, I've outgrown those things as I have outgrown my clothes. I'm a man now. Do you understand that? A man with a man's sense of logic. Yes, I understand. Henry Doria threw his cigar into the fireplace and placed a hand on his son's shoulder. We shall forget Cecilia, he said. As I told you in my letter, I have rented a lodge in Maine where we can go to be alone for the rest of the summer. We'll get in some fishing and hiking and perhaps some hunting. But first, Arthur, I must be sure in my own mind that you are sure in yours. I must be sure you won't bar your door against me at night, and sleep with a loaded revolver at your elbow. I must be sure that you're not afraid of going up there alone with me, and dying. His voice ended abruptly, as if an age-long dread had taken hold of it. His son's face was waxen, with sweat standing out like pearls on his brow. He said nothing, but his eyes were filled with questions which his lips could not put into words. His own hand touched his father's and tightened over it. Henry Doria drew his hand away. I'm sorry, he said, and his eyes looked straight over Arthur's lowered head. This thing must be thrashed out now. I believe you when you say that you discredit Cecilia's stories, but for a sake greater than sanity I must tell you the truth behind the legend, and believe me, Arthur, there is a truth. He climbed to his feet and walked to the window which looked out over the street below. For a moment he gazed into space, silent. Then he turned and looked down at his son. You have heard only your aunt's version of the legend, Arthur. Doubtless it was warped into a thing far more hideous than it actually was, if that is possible. Doubtless she spoke to you of the inquisitorial stake in Carcassonne where one of my ancestors perished. Also she may have mentioned that book, Vampires, which a former Doria is supposed to have written. Then certainly she told you about your two younger brothers, my own poor, motherless children, who were sucked bloodless in their cradles. Arthur Doria passed a hand across his aching eyes. Those words, so often repeated by that witch of an aunt, stirred up the same visions which had made his childhood nights sleepless with terror. He could hardly bear to hear them again, and from the very man to whom they were accredited. Listen, Arthur. The elder Doria went on quickly, his voice low with the pain it gave him. You must know that true basis to your aunt's hate. You must know of that curse of vampirism which is supposed to have followed the Dorias through 5 centuries of French history, but which we can dispel as pure superstition, so often connected with ancient families. But I must tell you that this part of the legend is true. Your 2 young brothers actually died in their cradles, bloodless, and I stood trial in France for their murder, and my name was smirched throughout all of Europe with such an inhuman damnation that it drove your aunt and you to America, and has left me childless, hated, and ostracized from society the world over. I must tell you that on that terrible night in Duria Castle I had been working late on historic volumes of Crespet and Prynne, and on that loathsome tome, Vampers. I must tell you of the soreness that was in my throat, and of the heaviness of the blood which coursed through my veins, and of that presence, which was neither man nor animal, but which I knew was some place near me, yet neither within the castle nor outside of it, and which was closer to me than my heart, and more terrible to me than the touch of the grave. I was at the desk in my library, my head swimming in a delirium which left me senseless until dawn. There were nightmares that frightened me, Arthur, a grown man who had dissected countless cadavers in morgues and medical schools. I know that my tongue was swollen in my mouth, and that brine moistened my lips, and that a rottenness pervaded my body like a fever. I can make no recollection of sanity or of consciousness. That night remains vivid, unforgettable, yet somehow completely in shadows. When I had fallen asleep, if in God's name it was sleep, I was slumped across my desk. But when I awoke in the morning I was lying face down on my couch. So you see, Arthur, I had moved during that night, and I had never known it. What I'd done and where I'd gone during those dark hours will always remain an impenetrable mystery. But I do know this. On the morrow I was torn from my sleep by the shrieks of maids and butlers, and by that mad wailing of your aunt. I stumbled through the open door of my study, and in the nursery I saw those two babies there, lifeless, white and dry like mummies, and with twin holes in their necks that were caked black with their own blood. Oh, I don't blame you for your incredulousness, Arthur. I cannot believe it yet myself, nor shall I ever believe it. The belief of it would drive me to suicide, and still the doubting of it drives me mad with horror. All of France was doubtful, and even the savants who defended my name at the trial found that they could not explain it nor disbelieve it. The case was quieted by the Republic, for it might have shaken science to its very foundation and split the pedestals of religion and logic. I was released from the charge of murder, but the actual murder has hung about me like a stench. The coroners who examined those tiny cadavers found them both dry of all their blood, but could find no blood on the floor of the nursery nor in the cradles. Something from hell stalked the halls of Duria that night, and I should blow my brains out if I dared to think deeply of who that was. You, too, my son, would have been dead and bloodless if you hadn't been sleeping in a separate room with your door barred on the inside. You were a timid child, Arthur. You were only 7 years old, but you were filled with the folklore of those mad Lombards and the decadent poetry of your aunt. On that same night, while I was some place between heaven and hell, you, also, heard the padded footsteps on the stone corridor, and heard the tugging at your door handle. For in the morning you complained of a chill and of terrible nightmares which frightened you in your sleep. I only thank God that your door was barred. Henry Duria's voice choked into a sob which brought the stinging tears back into his eyes. He paused to wipe his face and to dig his fingers into his palm. You understand, Arthur, that for 20 years, under my sworn oath at the Palace of Justice, I could neither see you nor write to you. 20 years, my son, while all of that time you had grown to hate me and to spit at my name. Not until your aunt's death have you called yourself a Duria, and now you come to me at my bidding, and say you love me as a son should love his father. Perhaps it is God's forgiveness for everything. Now, at last, we shall be together, and that terrible, unexplainable past will be buried forever. He put his handkerchief back into his pocket and walked slowly to his son. He dropped to one knee, and his hands gripped Arthur's arms. My son, I can say no more to you. I have told you the truth as I alone know it. I may be, by all accounts, some ghoulish creation of Satan on earth. I may be a child killer, a vampire, some morbidly diseased specimen of Viricolochus, things which science cannot explain. Perhaps the dreaded legend of the Durias is true. Autiel Duria was convicted of murdering his brother in that same monstrous fashion in the year 1576, and he died in flames at the stake. Francois Duria, in 1802, blew his head apart with a blunderbuss on the morning after his youngest son was found dead, apparently from anemia. And there are others, of whom I cannot bear to speak, that would chill your soul if you were to hear them. So you see, Arthur, there is a hellish tradition behind our family. There is a heritage which no sane God would ever have allowed. The future of the Durias lies in you, for you are the last of the race. I pray with all of my heart that Providence will permit you to live your full share of years, and to leave other Durias behind you. And so if ever again I feel that presence as I did in Duria Castle, I am going to die as Francois Duria died over 100 years ago. He stood up, and his son stood up at his side. If you are willing to forget, Arthur, we shall go up to that lodge in Maine. There is a life we've never known awaiting us. We must find that life, and we must find the happiness which a curious fate snatched from us on those Lombard Sarlands 20 years ago. Henry Duria's tall stature, coupled with a slenderness of frame and a sleekness of muscle, gave him an appearance that was unusually gaunt. His son couldn't help but think of that word as he sat on the rustic porch of the lodge, watching his father sunning himself at the lake's edge. Henry Duria had a kindliness in his face, at times an almost sublime kindliness which great prophets often possess. But when his face was partly in shadows, particularly about his brow, there was a frightening tone which came into his features, for it was a tone of farness, of mysticism and conjuration. Somehow, in the late evenings, he assumed the unapproachable mantle of a dreamer and sat silently before the fire, his mind ever off in unknown places. In that little lodge there was no electricity, and the glow of the oil lamps played curious tricks with the human expression which frequently resulted in something unhuman. It may have been the dusk of night, the flickering of the lamps, but Arthur Duria had certainly noticed how his father's eyes had sunken further into his head, and how his cheeks were tighter, and the outline of his teeth pressed into the skin about his lips. It was nearing sundown on the second day of their stay at Timber Lake. 6 miles away the dirt road wound on toward Houtlon, near the Canadian border. So it was lonely there, on a solitary little lake hemmed in closely with dark evergreens and a sky which drooped low over dusty summited mountains. Within the lodge was a homey fireplace, and a glossy elk's head which peered out above the mantel. There were guns and fishing tackle on the walls, shelves of reliable American fiction, Mark Twain, Melville, Stockton, and a well-worn edition of Bret Harte. A fully supplied kitchen and a wood stove furnished them with hearty meals which were welcome after a whole day's tramp in the woods. On that evening Henry Duria prepared a select French stew out of every available vegetable, and a can of soup. They ate well, then stretched out before the fire for a smoke. They were outlining a trip to the Orient together, when the back door blew open with a terrific bang, and a wind swept into the lodge with a coldness which chilled them both. A storm, Henry Duria said, rising to his feet. Sometimes they have them up here, and they're pretty bad. The roof might leak over your bedroom. Perhaps you'd like to sleep down here with me. His fingers strayed playfully over his son's head as he went out into the kitchen to bar the swinging door. Arthur's room was upstairs, next to a spare room filled with extra furniture. He'd chosen it because he liked the altitude, and because the only other bedroom was occupied. He went upstairs swiftly and silently. His roof didn't leak. It was absurd even to think it might. It had been his father again, suggesting that they sleep together. He had done it before, in a jesting, whispering way, as if to challenge them both if they dared to sleep together. Arthur came back downstairs dressed in his bath-robe and slippers. He stood on the 5th stair, rubbing a 2 days' growth of beard. "I think I'll shave tonight." He said to his father, "May I use your razor?" Henry Duria, draped in a black raincoat and with his face haloed in the brim of a rain hat, looked up from the hall. A frown glided obscurely from his features. "Not at all. Sleeping upstairs." Arthur nodded and quickly said, "Are you going out?" "Yes, I'm going to tie the boats up tighter. I'm afraid the lake will rough it up a bit." Duria jerked back the door and stepped outside. The door slammed shut, and his footsteps sounded on the wood flooring of the porch. Arthur came slowly down the remaining steps. He saw his father's figure pass across the dark rectangle of a window, saw the flash of lightning that suddenly printed his grim silhouette against the glass. He sighed deeply, a sigh which burned in his throat, for his throat was sore and aching. Then he went into the bedroom, found the razor lying in plain view on a birch tabletop. As he reached for it, his glance fell upon his father's open Gladstone bag which rested at the foot of the bed. There was a book resting there, half hidden by a gray flannel shirt. It was a narrow, yellow-bound book, oddly out of place. Frowning, he bent down and lifted it from the bag. It was surprisingly heavy in his hands, and he noticed a faintly sickening odor of decay which drifted from it like a perfume. The title of the volume had been thumbed away into an indecipherable blur of gold letters, but pasted across the front cover was a white strip of paper, on which was typewritten the word Infantifoggy. He flipped back the cover and ran his eyes over the title page. The book was printed in French, an early French, yet to him wholly comprehensible. The publication date was 1580 in Keene. Breathlessly he turned back a second page, saw a chapter headed Vampires. He slumped to one elbow across the bed. His eyes were 4 inches from those mildewed pages. His nostrils reeked with the stench of them. He skipped long paragraphs of pedantic jargon on theology. He scanned brief accounts of strange, blood-eating monsters, varicolates, and leprechauns. He read of Jeanne d'Arc, of Ludwig Prynne, and muttered aloud the Latin snatches from Episcopi. He passed pages in quick succession, his fingers shaking with the fear of it and his eyes hanging heavily in their sockets. He saw vague reference to Enoch, and saw the terrible drawings by an ancient Dominican of Rome. Paragraph after paragraph he read, the horror-striking testimony of Nider's Ant Hill, the testimony of people who died shrieking at the stake, the recitals of grave tenders, of jurists and hangmen. Then unexpectedly, among all of this monumental vestige, there appeared before his eyes the name of Autiel Duria, and he stopped reading as though invisibly struck. Thunder clapped near the lodge and rattled the window panes. The deep rolling of bursting clouds echoed over the valley, but he heard none of it. His eyes were on those 2 short sentences which his father, someone, had underlined with dark red crayon. The execution, 4 years ago, of Autiel Duria does not end the Duria controversy. Time alone can decide whether the demon has claimed that family from its beginning to its end. Arthur read on about the trial of Autiel Duria before Veneti, the Carcassonnian Inquisitor General. Read, with mounting horror, the evidence which had sent that far-gone Duria to the pillar, the evidence of a bloodless corpse who had been Autiel Duria's young brother. Unmindful now of the tremendous storm which had centered over Timber Lake, unheeding the clatter of windows and the swish of pines on the roof, even of his father who worked down at the lake's edge in a drenching rain, Arthur fastened his glance to the blurred print of those pages, sinking deeper and deeper into the garbled legends of a dark age. On the last page of the chapter he again saw the name of his ancestor, Autiel Duria. He traced a shaking finger over the narrow lines of words, and when he finished reading them he rolled sideways on the bed, and from his lips came a sobbing, mumbling prayer. God, O God in heaven, protect me. For he had read, as in the case of Autiel Duria we observe that this specimen of Viricolochus preys only upon the blood in its own family. It possesses none of the characteristics of the undead vampire, being usually a living male person of otherwise normal appearances, unsuspecting its inherent demonism. But this Viricolochus cannot act according to its demoniacal possession unless it is in the presence of a second member of the same family, who acts as a medium between the man and its demon. This medium has none of the traits of the vampire, but it senses the being of this creature when the metamorphosis is about to occur by reason of intense pains in the head and throat. Both the vampire and the medium undergo similar reactions, involving nausea, nocturnal visions, and physical disquietude. When these 2 outcasts are within a certain distance of each other, the coalescence of inherent demonism is completed, and the vampire is subject to its attacks, demanding blood for its sustenance. No member of the family is safe at these times, for the Viricolochus, acting in its true agency on earth, will unerringly seek out the blood. In rare cases, where other victims are unavailable, The vampire will even take the blood from the very medium which made it possible. This vampire is born into certain aged families, and naught but death can destroy it. It is not conscious of its blood madness, and acts only in a psychic state. The medium, also, is unaware of its terrible role, and when these two are together, despite any lapse of years, the fusion of inheritance is so violent that no power known on earth can turn it back. The lodge door slammed shut with a sudden, interrupting bang. The lock grated, and Henry Duryea's footsteps sounded on the planked floor. Arthur shook himself from the bed. He had only time to fling that haunting book into the Gladstone bag before he sensed his father standing in the doorway. You're not shaving, Arthur." Duryea's words, spliced hesitantly, were toneless. He glanced from the tabletop to the Gladstone and to his son. He said nothing for a moment, his glance inscrutable. Then, "It's blowing up quite a storm outside." Arthur swallowed the first words which had come into his throat, nodded quickly. "Yes, isn't it? Quite a storm." He met his father's gaze, his face burning. I don't think I'll shave, Dad. My head aches." Duryea came swiftly into the room and pinned Arthur's arms in his grasp. "What do you mean, your head aches? How does your throat know?" Arthur jerked himself away. He laughed. "It's that French stew of yours. It's hit me in the stomach." He stepped past his father and started up the stairs. The stew. Duryea pivoted on his heel. "Possibly. I think I feel it myself." Arthur stopped, his face suddenly white. "You too." The words were hardly audible. Their glances met, clashed like dueling swords. For 10 seconds neither of them said a word or moved a muscle. Arthur, from the stairs, looking down, his father below, gazing up at him. In Henry Duryea the blood drained slowly from his face and left a purple etching across the bridge of his nose and above his eyes. He looked like a death's head. Arthur winced at the sight and twisted his eyes away. He turned to go up the remaining stairs. "Son." He stopped again, his hand tightened on the banister. "Yes, Dad." Duryea put his foot on the first stair. "I want you to lock your door tonight." The wind would keep it banging. "Yes," breathed Arthur, and pushed up the stairs to his room. Dr. Duryea's hollow footsteps sounded in steady, unhesitant beats across the floor of Timber Lake Lodge. Sometimes they stopped, and the crackling hiss of a sulphur match took their place. Then perhaps a distended sigh, and again footsteps. Arthur crouched at the open door of his room. His head was cocked for those noises from below. In his hands was a double-barrel shotgun of violent gauge. Thud, thud, thud. Then a pause, the clinking of a glass and the gurgling of liquid. The sigh, the tread of his feet over the floor. He's thirsty. Arthur thought, thirsty. Outside, the storm had grown into fury. Lightning zigzagged between the mountains, filling the valley with weird phosphorescence. Thunder, like drums, rolled incessantly. Within the lodge, the heat of the fireplace piled the atmosphere thick with stagnation. All the doors and windows were locked shut. The oil lamps glowed weakly, a pale, anemic light. Henry Duryea walked to the foot of the stairs and stood looking up. Arthur sensed his movements and ducked back into his room, the gun gripped in his shaking fingers. Then Henry Duryea's footsteps sounded on the first stair. Arthur slumped to one knee. He buckled a fist against his teeth as a prayer tumbled through them. Duryea climbed a second step, and another, and still one more. On the fourth stair he stopped. "Arthur." His voice cut into the silence like the crack of a whip. "Arthur, will you come down here?" "Yes, Dad." Bedraggled, his body hanging like cloth, young Duryea took 5 steps to the landing. "We can't be zanies," cried Henry Duryea. "My soul is sick with dread. Tomorrow we're going back to New York. I'm going to get the first boat to open sea. Please come down." He turned about and descended the stairs to his room. Arthur choked back the words which had lumped in his mouth. Half dazed, he followed. In the bedroom he saw his father stretched face up along the bed. He saw a pile of rope at his father's feet. "Tie me to the bedposts, Arthur," came the command. "Tie both my hands and both my feet." Arthur stood gaping. "Do as I tell you." "Dad, what whore? Don't be a fool. You read that book. You know what relation you are to me. I'd always hoped it was Cecilia, but now I know it's you. I should have known it on that night 20 years ago when you complained of a headache and nightmares. Quickly, my head rocks with pain. Tie me. Speechless, his own pain piercing him with agony, Arthur fell to that grisly task. Both hands he tied, and both feet. Tied them so firmly to the iron posts that his father could not lift himself an inch off the bed. Then he blew out the lamps, and without a further glance at that Prometheus, he rescended the stairs to his room, and slammed and locked his door behind him. He looked once at the breech of his gun, and set it against a chair by his bed. He flung off his robe and slippers, and within 5 minutes he was senseless in slumber. He slept late, and when he awakened his muscles were as stiff as boards, and the lingering visions of a nightmare clung before his eyes. He pushed his way out of bed, stood dazedly on the floor. A dull, numbing cruciation circulated through his head. He felt bloated, coarse and running with internal mucus. His mouth was dry, his gums sore and stinging. He tightened his hands as he lunged for the door. "Dad!" he cried, and he heard his voice breaking in his throat. Sunlight filtered through the window at the top of the stairs. The air was hot and dry, and carried in it a mild odor of decay. Arthur suddenly drew back at that odor, drew back with a gasp of awful fear. For he recognized it, that stench, the heaviness of his blood, the rawness of his tongue and gums. Age-long it seemed, yet rising like a spirit in his memory. All of these things he had known and felt before. He leaned against the banister and half slid, half stumbled down the stairs. His father had died during the night. He lay like a waxen figure tied to his bed, his face done up in knots. Arthur stood dumbly at the foot of the bed for only a few seconds. Then he went back upstairs to his room. Almost immediately he emptied both barrels of the shotgun into his head. The tragedy at Timber Lake was discovered accidentally 3 days later. A party of fishermen, upon finding the 2 bodies, notified state authorities, and an investigation was directly under way. Arthur Duryea had undoubtedly met death at his own hands. The condition of his wounds, and the manner with which he held the lethal weapon, at once foreclosed the suspicion of any foul play. But the death of Dr. Henry Duryea confronted the police with an inexplicable mystery. For his trussed-up body, unscathed except for 2 jagged holes over the jugular vein, had been drained of all its blood. The autopsy protocol of Henry Duryea laid death to undetermined causes. And it was not until the yellow tabloids commenced an investigation into the Duryea family history that the incredible and fantastic explanations were offered to the public. Obviously, such talk was held in popular contempt. Yet in view of the controversial war which followed, the authorities considered it expedient to consign both Duryeas to the crematory. End of Doom of the House of Duryea by Earl. As Long as You Wish by John O'Keefe. If somehow you get trapped in a circular time system, how long is the circumference of an infinitely retraced circle? The patient sat stiffly in the leather chair on the other side of the desk. Nervously he pressed a coin into the palm of one hand. "Just start anywhere," I said, "and tell me all about it." As before, without waiting for an answer, he continued, the coin clutched tightly in one hand. "I'm Charles J. Fisher, professor of philosophy at Reiser College." He looked at me quickly, or at least I was until recently. For a second his face was boyish. Professor of philosophy, that is. I smiled and found that I was staring at the coin in his hand. He gave it to me. On one side I read the words, "The statement on the other side of this coin is false." The patient watched me with an expressionless face. I turned over the coin. It was engraved with the words, "The statement on the other side of this coin is false." "That's not the problem," he said, "not my problem. I had the coin made when I was an undergraduate. I enjoyed reading one side, turning it over, reading the other side, and so on. A fiendish enjoyment like boys planning where to put the tipped-over outhouse." I looked at the patient. He was 38, single, medium build, had an M.A. and Ph.D. from an Eastern university. I knew this and more from the folder on my desk. 8 months ago, he continued, I read about the sphere found on Paney Island. He stopped, looking at me questioningly. Yes, I know. I said. I opened my desk drawer, took out a clipping from the newspaper, and handed it to him. That's it. I read the clipping before putting it back in the drawer. Manila, Sept. 24. INS archaeologists from University of California have discovered in earth fault of recent quake a sphere 2 feet in diameter of an unidentifiable material. Dr. Carl Schwartz, head of the group, said the sphere was returned to the university for study. He declined to answer questions on the cultural origin of the sphere. There wasn't any more in the newspapers about it. He said, I have a friend in California who got me the photographs. He looked at me intently. You won't believe any of this. He pressed the coin into the palm of his hand. You won't be able to. The photographs, he continued as if lecturing, were of characters projected by the sphere when placed before a focused light. The sphere was transparent, you see, embedded with dark microscopic specks. By moving the sphere a certain distance each time, there was a total projection of 360 different characters in 18 different orderings. Or 19 different orderings if you count one which was a list of all the characters. I made a mental note of the numbers. I felt they were significant. As I said, he continued, I obtained the photographs of the characters. Very strange shapes, totally unlike the characters of Oriental languages, but yet that is the closest way to describe them. He jerked forward in his chair, except, of course, ostensively. Later, I said, I wanted to get through the preliminaries first. There would be time later to see the photographs, the characters projected by the sphere. He said, weren't like the characters of any known language. He paused dramatically. There was reason to believe they had origin in an unknown culture, a culture more scientifically advanced than our own. And the reasons for this supposition? I asked. The material of the sphere. It could only be roughly classified as ferroplastic, totally unknown, amazing imperviousness, a synthetic material, hardly the product of a former culture. From Mars? I said, smiling. There were all kinds of conjectures, but, of course, the important thing was to see if the projection of characters was a message. The message, if any, would mean more than any conjecture. You translated it. He polished the coin on his jacket. You won't dare believe it, he said sharply. He cleared his throat and stiffened into a more rigid posture. It wasn't exactly translation. You see, to us none of the characters had designation. They were just characters. So it was a problem of decoding. I asked. As it turned out, no. Decoding is dependent on knowledge of language characteristics of known languages. Decoding was tried, but without success. No, what we had to find was a key to the language. You mean like the rune stone? More or less. In principle, we needed a picture of a cow, and a sign of meaning indicating one of the characters. For me, there was no possibility of finding similarities between the characters and characters of other languages. That would require tremendous linguistic knowledge and library facilities. Nor could I use a decoding approach. That would require special knowledge of techniques and access to electronic computers and other mechanical aids. No, I had to work on the assumption that the key to the sphere was implicit in the sphere. You hope to find the key to the language in the language itself. Exactly. You know, of course, some languages do have an implicit key. For example, hieroglyphics or picture language. The word for cow is a picture of a cow. He looked at the toes of his shoes. You won't be able to believe it. It's impossible to believe. I use the word impossible in its logical sense. In most languages, he continued, looking up from his shoes, the sound of some words themselves indicates the meaning of the word. Onomatopoetic words like bow-wow, buzz. And the key to the unknown language, I asked, how did you find it? I watched him push the coin against the back of his arm, then lift it to read the backward letters pressed into his skin. He looked up at me and smiled. I built models of the characters, big material ones, exactly proportionate to the ones projected. Then, quite by accident, I viewed one of them through a glass globe the size of the original sphere. What do you think I saw? What? I noticed he had the boyish look again, a distortion of the model. But that's not what's important. The distortions on study gave specific visual entities, like when looking at one of those trick pictures and suddenly seeing the lion in the grass. The lines outlining the lion are there all the time, only the observer has to view them as the outline of a lion. It was the same with the models of the characters, except the shapes that appeared were not of lions or other recognizable things, but they did suggest. He pressed the coin against his forehead, closed his eyes, and appeared to be thinking deeply. Yes, impossible to believe. No one can believe it. In addition to the visual response, the distortions gave me definite feelings. Not mixtures of feelings, but one definite emotional experience. How do you mean? One character, when viewed through the globe, gave me a visual image, and at the same time, a strong feeling of light hilarity. I take it then that these distortions seem to connote meanings, rather than denote them. You might say that their meaning was conveyed through a gestalt experience on the part of the observer. Yes, each character gave a definite gestalt, but the gestalt was the same for each observer, or at least for 35 observers there was an 80% correlation. I whistled softly, and the translation. Doctor, what would you say if I told you the translation was unbelievable, that it couldn't be seriously entertained by any man? What if I said that it would take the sanity of any man who believed it? I would say that it might well be incorrect. He took some papers from his pocket and laughed excitedly, slumping down in the chair. This is the complete translation in idiomatic English. I'm going to let you read it, but first I want you to consider a few things. He hid the papers behind the back of his chair. His face became even more boyish, almost as if he were deciding on where to put the tipped-over outhouse. Consider first, Doctor, that there was a total projection of 360 different characters, the same number as the number of degrees in a circle. Consider also that there were 18 different orderings of the characters, or 19 counting the alphabetical list. The square root of 360 would lie between 18 and 19. Yes, I said. I remembered there was something significant about the numbers, but I wasn't at all sure that it was this. Consider also, he continued, that the communication was through the medium of a sphere. Moreover, keep in mind that physics accepts the path of a beam of light as its definition of a straight line. Yet, the path is a curve. If extended sufficiently, it would be a circle, the section of a sphere. All right, I said. By now the patient was pounding the coin against the sole of one shoe, and, he said, keep in mind that in some sense time can be thought of as another dimension. He suddenly thrust the papers at me and sat back in the chair. I picked up the translation and began reading. The patient sat stiffly in the leather chair on the other side of the desk. Nervously he pressed a coin into the palm of one hand. Just start anywhere, I said, and tell me all about it. As before, without waiting for an answer, he continued, the coin clutched tightly in one hand. I'm Charles J. Fisher, professor of philosophy at Reiser College. He looked at me quickly, or at least I was until recently. For a second his face was boyish. Professor of philosophy, that is. I smiled and found that I was staring at the coin in his hand. He gave it to me. On one side I read the words, "The statement on the other side of this coin is false." The patient watched. The End of As Long as You Wish, by John O'Keefe.
Castle of Terror, by E.J. Liston. Too bad, Griffin. Hale Jenkins said to the man alongside. Now, if you'd have just stuck to bank stick-ups, you'd have been all right. Nah, Bud Griffin said, his mouth twisted in a wry grin. I'd have been all right if you'd have just stuck to being a traffic cop. But you had to show the commissioner you were on the ball, so he sent you after me. That's all. The light suddenly flashed over the pilot's compartment with its warning to fasten safety belts. A few seconds later, the stewardess came around with a smiling warning that they were coming over some bad pockets, and that there was no need to worry. Both men fastened their belts, as did all the other passengers on the giant airliner, and after a while the elevator began its ride. Griffin reached up and pulled the air vent down, so that the cold air of the upper reaches at which they were flying could send its refreshing drafts of air down the vent. Jenkins had been airsick once and didn't want any more of the same. He followed Griffin's gaze and looked into the gray fog of a huge cloud bank. Jenkins, to get his mind off the possibility of getting sick again, took up where the other had left off. "Yeah. But like I say, you should 'a' stuck to Robin Banks." His lean, strong face with the unusual bone structure, which made it a face of highlights and plain surfaces, broke into a wide-angled grin. He threw the shock of black hair from his eyes, and continued, "Guys like you never learn. Gotta work with a heater." Griffin's opaque eyes shifted from the grayness which had encircled the plane, and met the dancing gray ones of the detective beside him. Griffin's lips mimicked the grin of the other, but his words were not so light-hearted. "Look, copper, you just got lucky. If it weren't for that dame, I should 'a' been smart. I should 'a' known she'd have sung. No dame can keep her yap shut. But get this, we ain't in yet, so be smart and don't think Bud Griffin's fryin'. Not yet he ain't." Jenkins was, for a detective, a rather amiable sort. In Griffin's case, however, he could not help but give an occasional needle. The hoodlum and murderer's bragging rasped on Jenkins' nerves. "Now, don't blame the girl," Jenkins said. "She was just the last step in my trail. The guy who really talked was Bud Griffin. There's a character who'll never stop talkin'. If you hadn't talked to the bartender in that joint on the waterfront, I'd have never found out about Myrtle. But he knew Myrtle and the kind of girl she was. He knew she only went for the hoods who had dough, and no guy who drinks beer like you do and leaves no tips ought to have dough. So when Myrtle walks in with a platina fox jacket and says you bought it, he gets mighty suspicious. It was a cinch then, Bud. All I had to do was tell the girl she was going to be named as an accessory after the fact, and she spilled her load." Pinpoints of flame suddenly danced in Griffin's eyes. His hands, lying quiescent on his lap, curled into balls of bone and muscle. Griffin had many weaknesses. Of them all, anger was his greatest. For in the heat of anger he would do anything, and not care about the consequences. It had proved his undoing many times. His last surge of anger had resulted in murder during a robbery. The victim had resisted Griffin and had been shot in cold blood. As always, that anger showed invisible signs. There came the pinpoints of flame to the eyes, the clenching of fists, and an odd curling of the mouth. But Jenkins, either because he did not know of these signs, or because he was so wrapped in his own glory, did not notice the other's shifting movement. When Griffin struck, it was with electric speed. Certainly, he had nothing to gain by his attack on Jenkins, for had he thought it out logically, he would have realized there was no way of escape. Even a fool would have realized that there was no way of getting out of a plane which was flying at 10,000 feet and coming down alive, unless one had a chute. So it was sheer berserk anger which prompted the attack. Griffin's right elbow shot up and sideways, and landed with telling force against Jenkins' jaw. At almost the same instant, he slipped loose of his safety belt, whirled on his companion, and struck him 2 savage blows with his fists. Those blows stunned the detective, and like a snake in movement, Griffin's hand reached for the pistol in Jenkins' holster and drew it. Dazed as Jenkins was, he tried to stop Griffin. The barrel of the gun slashed a furrow in his cheek for the try. The blow rocked the detective's head back and allowed him to get out of his seat. In an instant, he was in the aisle, leaping for the pilot's compartment. He had no plan. He wasn't even thinking. In the background of his mind, he knew the panic he had created. He could see it reflected in the face of the woman in the front seat, in the wide, suddenly terror-stricken eyes of the man at her side. But what he was going to do when he reached the closed door that was his goal, he did not know. There were screams and hoarse commands. From the rear, the stewardess shouted for him not to go beyond the door. Griffin reached it, whirled and faced the length of the plane, a snarl on his lips, and the .38 in his hand, a small-barreled threat of death to whoever was fool enough to attempt to stop him. And there was one who was going to be a fool. Whether Jenkins was just dazed by the last blow, or whether he really thought he could stop the other, is a matter of conjecture. But he rose to his feet and started forward in a stumbling run. "Come on, copper," Griffin grunted, a terrible smile of anticipation on his lips. "I been wantin' to knock you off." Everyone on the plane froze in horror as the gun muzzle came up. The finger on the trigger tightened in a sort of slow-motion action until it seemed as if the smallest pressure would set it off. And still Jenkins stumbled forward, until only a couple of feet separated the two. Then the grin became a snarl on Griffin's lips, and all knew the instant of death had arrived. Jenkins must have felt it also, for he took the last few steps in a shambling, wide-armed leap, as if he were welcoming it. It was at that instant that the co-pilot decided to step through the door. The steel door slammed against the bent figure of the gunman just as he pulled the trigger. The gun went off with a roar, and Jenkins hit Griffin like a tackler slamming into a ball carrier. But louder than the pistol's sound was the sound from without the plane. It was as if all the fury of hell had exploded out there. The plane became a straw licked upward and outward, sucked downward and inward, in some vortex of sound and fury which was completely unrecognizable. It was as if some external force was venting its spleen on the craft. In the space of split seconds, in the time a picture forms in a mind, the plane and all its occupants lost their meaning. There was a great rending sound, and, following, the disintegration of the great ship into space. Hale Jenkins felt himself spinning, whirling, falling into a vast empty fog. There was peace and contentment in that fog, and a sort of forgetfulness. There was nothing above and nothing below, just the gray murk. For a last instant of awareness, Jenkins saw not far from him the body of Griffin describing the same gyrations as his own. Then there was a wrenching at his bowels, a tearing at his, and unconsciousness slipped over him like the noose over the hanged man. Odd piping voices penetrated into Jenkins' brain. He stirred and rolled over, and after a few seconds got his hands under him and pushed himself erect. He felt rather than saw the tree close to him, and put one hand out to its friendly trunk, steadying himself against it. His head came up after a second, and his eyes cleared of the fog before them. He stared in disbelief as he looked out over a great valley. In the distance, made plain by the brilliant light of the sun, he saw a tremendous castle with many turreted, immense sides. It shimmered and danced in the brilliant light, like a mirage conjured by a fevered mind. Yet he knew, without being told, that it was real as the three tiny men who regarded him with passionately intent, though oddly frightened eyes from a few feet off. But sight was not the only sense of which Jenkins had the full use. He was aware of an odd, rumbling sound in the distance, as of thunder, yet not quite thunder. He noticed that the gnomes had also heard the sound, for their eyes turned from their intent regard of him to the castle perched on the mesa in the distance. He could not see their eyes now, yet he was aware that they held fear, cold, numbing fear, fright so great it binds the entrails, makes a stone statue of a man, even a dwarf. They held their poses even after the dying sounds of the strange rumble had passed in the distance. When Jenkins spoke, it took several seconds for them to bring their attention to him. "Where am I, and who are you?" Their answering voices were childish pipings, making even less sense of a confused situation. "I am Lodi," said the smallest, who wore a fringe of beard from his forehead all the way around a pointed, slat-like chin. "I am Gano," said the second. He had a hooked nose so long it almost touched his chin. "I am Mikas," said the third, who had a round face, a bulbous nose whose color was that of a ripe tomato, flapping pointed ears too large for his face, and a pair of perfectly round eyes. "Yeah, but where am I?" Jenkins persisted. "In the land of Nat." All three piped in unison. Slowly the brain fog was clearing for Jenkins. The miracle of his landing safely was still not quite clear, nor could he understand the presence of these odd beings. But as reason returned to Jenkins, it told him something had happened which would perhaps be unexplainable. He pointed toward the castle and said, "Who lives there?" "Lucretia." They answered again in unison. Now there's a familiar name, Jenkins thought, while at the same time a horrifying idea occurred to him. If it were Lucretia Borgia, he thought, then he might be dead. Suddenly, there was a spine-chilling roar, a vast crashing in the underbrush close by, and a tremendous boulder sailed by and disappeared over the lip of the chasm. Its crashing echoes could be heard for a long time afterward. When Jenkins recovered his balance, the gnomes had disappeared. Jenkins' eyes narrowed in search of them, but after one look at the thick underbrush, he turned aside and began to search for a path leading either through the brush or down the steep sides of the cliff. There wasn't much choice, he discovered. In fact, there was no choice at all. "Ho, ho!" A stentorian voice bellowed, seemingly from at his very heels. "Look what we have here." Once more Jenkins did a pirouette. Facing him were three men. They seemed to come in series of threes in this screwy place, he thought. But these were quite different than the gnomes he had first seen. These were giants, all dressed in the same manner. Each wore the skin of a wild animal draped about him. Only their middles were covered, and their immensely broad and hairy chests and legs, which were like tree trunks, stood out in naked and unpretty relief. They had not known the touch of a razor for a very long time. Their beards reached almost to their waists, while their heads were crowned with a tangled growth of wiry brush. Each man was armed with a spiked club, on which he was resting as he regarded the stranger. "He's mine," one said suddenly. "I saw him first." "No," the second said. "You're the youngest. I'm the oldest. I get him." "And I'm the strongest," said the third. "I'll take him." The last one didn't wait for a reply, but leaped for Jenkins in a clumsy jump. Only Jenkins didn't wait for him. He stepped aside as the giant came on, and as he went past, Jenkins tripped him by simply putting out his leg. The giant went sailing off into space, and as he stumbled over the lip of the chasm, his scream of fear was drowned in the roars of rage which came from the other two. They came at him on splay feet, their clubs raised high, their mouths opened, and their eyes slitted in rage. But they were slow and clumsy, and Jenkins danced out of range. The giants recovered their balance, turned and came at him again, this time from opposite sides. Jenkins waited until they were almost upon him before moving. The two had their clubs raised as they ran, and just as Jenkins leaped, they swung their murderous weapons. If it weren't for the deadly seriousness of the situation, Jenkins would have found vast humor in it. For in the swinging, both missed him, but one, the youngest, caught his partner squarely on the skull with the spiked club. The stricken one fell like an ox at the slaughter. Slobbering sounds of rage came from the remaining giant. His beady eyes were red-rimmed, and his voice shook in passion as he charged again. And once more Jenkins danced away. But this time the smile was wiped from the earthman's lips, as his moving steps struck against a protruding root, and he went sprawling backward. Rage turned to triumph. The club came on high and began its descent, and Jenkins could only watch it in horror. The terrible club gained speed, size, terror in its immensity as it descended, and Jenkins seemed chained to the earth by a power greater than his will. The club was inches away, and Jenkins closed his eyes to it and made a silent prayer. There was a dull thud as the club dropped from the giant's hand to the ground, and another thud as the body of the giant landed with breath-taking force across that of the earthman. Jenkins grunted in pain. He shoved at the inert figure sprawled across him and rolled it to one side. His breath whistled through his nostrils as he arose and brushed the dirt from him, and he wondered dully how he had been saved. They are as children. A voice replied to his unspoken question, and like children, they can't reason. The whistle came from his lips this time, as he did a double take at the figure which confronted him. She was standing not 3 feet from him, a tall, lissome figure, dressed in a sheer costume which hid her figure, yet left enough to be seen to entrance the eye. Midnight black hair, a beautifully carved throat, perfection for nose and lips, and eyes haughty as a queen's, made up the rest of her. He could only stare, open-mouthed in admiration, lost in her beauty. A faint smile touched her lips as she advanced toward him. He caught the movement of others, also, and from the corners of his eyes saw that she had not come alone. Attending her were mailed bodyguards wearing 16th-century armor. "I thought the other came alone," Lucretia said, "but now I see I was wrong. He is up there. You will be there, too." "Up there?" Jenkins asked somewhat foolishly, pointing to the castle in the distance. "Yes, up there. Come along now." She turned and moved away from him, and the mailed men took her place. This time Jenkins made no move of protest. The long swords and small knives these men carried in their belts made foolish any attempt to fight them. It took a great deal less time to reach the castle than Jenkins would have thought possible. Yet, there were no means of transportation other than walking. The castle was much like one Jenkins remembered in a movie he had seen. A huge drawbridge swung down over the wide and deep moat, before the perpendicular walls of the castle. Trumpets sounded, and mailed guards ran to appointed places at the castle's entrance. The beautiful creature nodded in acknowledgment of their salute as she stepped past them. Jenkins at her side, and the 8 bodyguards, 2 abreast, walking behind. Thus they proceeded up the long and narrow courtyard, through another entrance, and into an inner courtyard which preceded the entrance hall proper to the castle. Things happened at a greater pace from then on. At her signal men came forward, took Jenkins with them, and, from then until his return to the woman, he was bathed, shaved, and dressed in a wondrously brocaded gown. When he returned, it was to find her in the immense banquet hall. She motioned him forward and bade him sit at her right. His eyes went wide when he saw who was at her left, Griffin, and dressed in a gown similar to his own. "Hi, chum," Griffin said. "Nice lay out, huh? I like him," Lucretia said, as she signaled for the food to be brought in. "He has such ill manners, and such a boorish way of expressing himself." Jenkins swallowed in haste as his eyes took in the rest of the company around the table. Never in all his days of police work had he seen such a collection of cutthroats. Yet they, as he, were dressed in finery that was worth a fortune. They saw his stare and answered him with wide grins, which somehow had the power to make his blood run cold. "Ah," she continued, "they like you, I see. Ah, well, it's company fit for a Borgia." Borgia, Lucretia Borgia, the infamous poisoner, the most hated woman of her time. He turned for another quick look, and wondered how a woman with such beauty could. He shook his head violently, and again she seemed to read his mind. "My beauty is something I had nothing to do with. Perhaps you may come to hate it." Suddenly a vast anger filled Jenkins' breast. His nostrils dilated in passion, and when he spoke his voice was hoarse with it. "Look, I don't know what's going on. But whatever it is, I don't like it. Now get this, I'm a cop, and the character sitting alongside of you is my prisoner, and I'm going to take him come hell or high water." A ripple of laughter began which swelled to a roar as he finished, and the one who laughed the loudest was Lucretia. "Now tell me, my valorous warder," she said in dulcet tones, "how will you do this?" "I don't know," Jenkins answered darkly and somewhat foolishly, "but I'll manage. And another thing," he went on after a few seconds, "what's with this rigmarole you're playing?" "Rigmarole?" Her voice broke into tinkling laughter. "Oh, come now, we don't play games here. I'm really Borgia, so let us sup. Talk will come later." A servant had placed a dish before Jenkins from which the most appetizing odors arose. Saliva formed in his mouth, and his empty belly reminded him he hadn't eaten for a long time. He raised his fork and started to dig in, but the gesture was never completed. For suddenly he became aware that every eye was on him, and that every mouth was twisted in a grin, that laughter hung silently on the air ready to explode at the right second. They were but waiting for him to taste the food. Nerveless fingers dropped the fork, and Jenkins' gulp was audible. He knew why the grins and stares. The food was poisoned, yet the others were eating, loudly, gaspingly, tearing at the food with fingers and jaws, eating as though it was the last meal they were ever to have. "Come, man, eat," the woman said between mouthfuls. She, like the rest, held little regard for manners. I'm not hungry," Jenkins said lamely. "Too bad. It's so good," Lucretia remarked. Her eyes were daring him. There seemed to be dozens of courses, and Jenkins' hunger grew with each serving. More than hunger seethed in his breast, however. Anger also gnawed at him. Anger got the better at last. He shoved his chair from the table, and it clattered backward on stumbling legs. All eyes turned to him as he stood, his hands on his hips, his head shoved forward, chin jutting out like a rock. "I've had just about enough of this," Jenkins announced loudly. "I'm going, and you, Griffin, are coming with me." Gone now were the smiles, gone the laughter. The eyes were cold and oddly expectant. Jenkins grew aware of the tense silence. He grinned and began to withdraw slowly. "Okay," he said softly, "so I'll go alone." "Not even that way," Lucretia said. "My guests leave only at my bidding." As though her words were a command, two of the men at opposite ends of the table rose and started for Jenkins. Their hands were wrapped about the hilts of the short swords stuck in their belts. Jenkins continued to retreat slowly, though, until his foot struck against the chair which he'd shoved back. Then he moved like greased lightning. His right hand swept around, gathered up the chair and flung it skidding across the floor, so that it wound up among the folds of the robe worn by one of the men. At the same time, Jenkins leaped toward his other, would-be attacker, and chopped a right hook to his whiskered chin. It was the signal for a general rush in Jenkins' direction, but Jenkins wasn't waiting. He hadn't even waited to see the effect of his hook. The instant the blow was delivered, he had turned and leaped for the wide entrance. He ran with all speed, his mind busy trying to remember the turns and danger points which might lie before him. There was no need of that, he discovered. The shouting voices which bade the alarm brought other guards to the chase. Jenkins came to a sliding halt as he made a turn in the corridor. The grin was still wide on his lips when his capturers brought him back to face Lucretia. "I find it unseemly," she said as the guards forced him into a chair, "that a guest should feel so strongly about not wanting my hospitality. Surely, I have not been amiss in my attentions. If so, I must remedy that." A roar of laughter went up at the words. "Therefore," she went on, "we will do more than we have. Take him below and make him feel as welcome as he should have felt from the beginning." Sweat streamed from the dank walls. Feeble light came from a pair of torches set into wall brackets, light which was offset by the heavy smoke the resinous torches gave forth. A dozen cloaked figures stood around the almost naked figure of a man, chained wrists, ankles, and neck to the wall. Standing directly in front of the chained man, and facing him, was another man, with a look of cunning cruelty on his face. The one chained to the wall was Jenkins, and the man facing him was Griffin. "Look, my friend," Lucretia Borgia said to Griffin, "all about you are the implements of the trade. Here," she pointed with daintily gesturing fingers to a many-thonged whip, "is a tickler to make this fool dance. And when he tires, why here," she pointed to something which looked like a coal scuttle, "we have a bucket in which he can rest his wearied feet. Of course you may have to heat it a trifle, but I'm sure he won't mind." The others shouted in glee at the humor they found in her remark. Jenkins listened in bitter silence. The only visible sign of his desperate feelings was a tiny trickle of blood which seeped from one corner of his mouth and ran down to the side of his chin. He had given up straining against the steel chains which bound him. They had been set too strongly into the wall. He prayed that he could take the physical tortures to be inflicted on him without weakening. Then Griffin was reaching for the steel-tipped whip, and Jenkins braced himself for the pain. "Make him dance," Lucretia commanded. "Pride needs music." She stopped suddenly, and her head came up. The others also froze into listening attitudes. Jenkins had been aware of the odd sound for several minutes. He had presumed that the others were too interested in what was going on down in the cold, dank dungeon to be disturbed by sounds from the upper world. The sound had a rumbling vibration. The rumble grew louder and louder, and suddenly there was an ear-splitting crash. Dust and chips flew from the walls. The giants. Lucretia screamed in wild terror. "They are bowling again." As one, everybody turned and began a pell-mell race for the stairs, until there was only the chained man left. And hard at their heels came another of the ear-splitting crashes. More chips flew, and now tiny streamers of water leaped from cracks which appeared in the stone. Again there was the roar, another crash, and Jenkins moaned in pain as a large chunk of rock struck his side and tore the flesh. He strained against the steel chains which bound him until he thought his blood would burst the bounds of his veins. He pulled again and again, and until he could strain no more, until he could only fall limply against his prison links. His mind was fevered and his thoughts jumbled. He had to escape somehow. Again there was heard that terrorizing crash. He gasped and turned his head aside as a torrent of water poured from a fissure in the rock close to his head and shot into his face. He turned his head and felt the metal tear from the wall. His head was free. Like a madman, Jenkins tried again to loose himself. This time he succeeded, and where the chains pulled free, water dribbled from that spot. With a desperate intensity, Jenkins made a superhuman effort and pulled at the chains binding his wrists. The chains came apart, tearing the flesh and leaving raw wounds. Wincing at the pain, he placed his fingers behind his neck and felt of the steel. After a few seconds of probing, he twisted at the nut, which separated from the bolt with a single easy twist. He did the same with the chain binding his ankles, and Jenkins was free. The last length of chain fell into the water, which by now had formed a foot-deep puddle on the floor, and splashed loudly as Jenkins raced against a new danger. Whatever was causing those crashing sounds was also weakening the foundations of the castle. Water was beginning to pour in a perfect torrent from many cracks. The stairs to the floor above was but 20 feet from where he had been chained, but even in that short distance the water rose another foot. Jenkins took the wide stone steps 3 at a time, and raced like wild around the short curves. He had oriented himself as they brought him down, and he knew exactly where he was going. Danger lay at the very top of the stairs, for here they were heavily guarded. Yet, when he reached the head of the stairs, not a soul was to be seen. He became cautious then. Being weaponless, Jenkins knew he would have to rely on stealth. Slowly he advanced, until he was at the very threshold of the large banquet hall. Now he heard voices, voices raised in anger. The loudest, most shrill of these voices, the one who commanded attention, was that of Lucretia Borgia. "You fools, dolt heads, when this is over I shall have you all flayed alive. Did not any of you recognize the king of the giants as the one who was fighting the stranger? Now they are bowling against us, and who among us can challenge them? I can, baby." Jenkins recognized that voice. It belonged to Griffin. Duck pins, 10 pins or any other kind, I'll match my hook with the best of them." There was a short interval of silence. When Lucretia broke it, she spoke in more natural tones. "It isn't the giants I'm worried about. I have seen them bowl. They rely on strength only. The dwarfs are the ones I'm worried about. We beat them the last time because they used the man from Earth, and we got him drunk. They are cunning little men. Are you sure, my friend, that you have the skill?" But Jenkins didn't wait to hear the answer. He knew Griffin had the skill, for Griffin, in his varied and checkered career, had once won an ABC tournament. It was the clue by which he had been able to trace Griffin in his chase across the continent. Jenkins peered into the hall. The men were all clustered around the woman, listening intently to her words. Silently, he fled from the banquet hall, and in a single leap crossed the open courtyard. From there on he threw caution to the winds. Oddly enough, he could have walked, for not a single guard was to be seen even at the gate to the drawbridge. Although the bridge was up, Jenkins didn't hesitate for an instant. He dived in, and the waters of the moat closed over him. But the moat was not wide, nor was it too deep. 10 strokes and he was across. The moon flooded the night with light, and his path was clear before him. After reaching the opposite bank, Jenkins started for the depths of the forest. But just as he reached it, an odd procession marched out. At the head were the 3 dwarfs Jenkins had first met upon recovering consciousness. Behind them streamed a host of other dwarfs, and from what was evidently another path into the forest came another procession. Although this group was not as large in number, in size the men were gigantic. The 2 processions saw Jenkins at the same time, and both groups started toward him. Had it not been for the 3 little men, Jenkins couldn't imagine what fate might have befallen him. "Ho!" shouted the dwarf called Lodi. "It is the one who was taken to the castle. Come, my friend, we go to the castle, to bowl, for the good woman who rules there has made the mistake which might free us of her rule. She permitted one of our giant brethren to be killed by one of her men, and now we go to bowl against her champions. See, Mikas carries our ball." Jenkins looked at the one to whom Lodi had gestured, and saw that in truth the little man was carrying a bowling ball, a ball which was in no way different from those Jenkins had himself used in his world. "Aye," Lodi continued, "now we have again the chance to rid ourselves of her shackles." The leaders of the giants had joined them while they were talking. One of them interrupted. "Aye, Lodi is right. We sent the boulders down against them from the heights. Now we go to bowl." Jenkins grinned as he started back for that castle of terror which he just quitted. He blinked in surprise when he saw that the drawbridge had been lowered. The dwarfs and the giants were apparently expected, but they would certainly be amazed to see him. "You," Lucretia exclaimed when she saw him. "How did you escape?" He shrugged his shoulders and stared coldly into her beautiful eyes. She frowned back at him, then turned and motioned for her men to follow. Their way was lit by torchbearers, and led up a winding path which ended on a level bit of highland directly behind the castle. Here was grassland smooth as velvet. Here were the grounds of combat, bloodless but just as decisive. There was a single alley, at the far end of which stood 10 pins. Jenkins measured the alley with his eyes and figured it to be just about the length of a conventional bowling alley. The backstop was built up of earth, and was soft enough so that the pins would not splinter on striking it. "We all know the rules," Lucretia said, To the victor goes the rule of our land. To the loser, slavery. Therefore, let us begin. Since I hold title, I choose to have my champion bowl last. The giant's man bowled first against Lodi. Just as Lucretia had said, he had speed, but that was all. Lodi had a much slower ball, but one that knocked down more pins on his hits. The giant got too many splits and railroads to be able to beat the little man. Then, after a short wait, Griffin took the alley against Lodi. And from the first ball, Jenkins saw that the little man stood no chance. Griffin's hook worked beautifully on the velvet grass lawn. He literally swamped Lodi, whose shoulders slumped in weariness and discouragement as Griffin struck out. And so we remain slaves once more, Lodi said, as the pin setter set up the last rack. Once, when the man called Rip Van Winkle bowled, I thought we had a chance. But she got him drunk, and we lost that match. Now this. Lucretia was elated. As the last strike scattered the pins, she ran up to Griffin and planted a kiss on his lips. My champion, she crowed. Now we will take care of these big and little creatures once and for all. Once I was generous. Now I will be otherwise. Maybe. Jenkins suddenly spoke. But we're not through bowling. I am now of the people here, and I challenge the winner of the 2 matches. Lodi caught up the other's words. He speaks true. He has the right to challenge. Is it true, Jenkins asked, that the winner has the right to give terms? Aye, Lodi said. Then let's bowl, Jenkins said. He tried the grip of the ball Lodi passed to him. It was a 2-fingered grip, and just a little small. As the challenger, Jenkins had to bowl first. He measured the distance carefully, tried to figure the angle into the pocket, took a 3-step run, and let his ball go in a medium swing. The ball hooked in neatly and left a 4-7 split. A laugh arose from Lucretia's followers, but silence fell among them as Jenkins made the pickup. Nice shot, Copper, Griffin said as he stepped up to bowl and made a strike. From then on, they matched strikes to the 8th frame when Griffin hit the head pin directly and got a 7-10 railroad. He picked up the 10-pin. Jenkins had gotten a 9 count and made the spare. In the 9th frame, Jenkins struck. Griffin stepped up, wiped his right hand carefully against the trousers he had donned, took aim with great care, and sent the ball down the side of the alley. It hooked in nicely and again hit the head pin directly. Only this time the 6, 10, 4, and 7 pins were left standing. So badly shot was he by the bad break that he fumbled the ball as he started for his second shot. But he recovered quickly and neatly made the spare, the 4-pin barely grazing the 10. The score as they started the 10th frame was 2-6 for Griffin and 2-9 for Jenkins. Jenkins knew he had to mark at the least to win, and a double to make it close if Griffin got a double. Minutes went by while Jenkins made his last sight. Then he took 3 quick steps and let the ball go. But just as he reached the foul line, Jenkins slipped. The grass had become slick with all the running being done on its surface, and the ball, instead of hooking, went straight in and left a very bad railroad, the 4-10. Griffin's sigh of relief was the only sound to break the silence as Jenkins stepped up for his second shot. He knew there was but one chance to make it, one chance alone. If he could but get the ball over just right, it could make the 4 slide over against the 10. Thunderous roars rent the air, and piping screams of delight, as the giants and the dwarfs saw the dreaded 4-10 split made. The strike Jenkins hit for his last shot was an anticlimax. The score stood at 249 for Jenkins. Nice shot, Griffin said as he stepped up, but all I need is a double. He threw, and the 10 pins fell. His second ball was also a strike. And just to show you how good I am, Griffin declared, as he held the ball for the last throw, I'm going to make just 4 pins so you won't feel too bad. Only he didn't, for what had happened to Jenkins happened to him. His foot also slipped on the grass, and this time he got 3 pins. The score was tied. Suddenly Jenkins sat down, removed his shoes, and stood erect. He wasn't going to take a chance on his last ball, for that was the rule on a tie. 1 ball until the tie was broken, and a strike was just a strike. There was no question of what Jenkins threw the instant he released the ball. Right in the pocket. Griffin's ball left the hard one, the 10 pin. Griffin was still stooped, his hands on his hips and his face forlorn, when Jenkins' hand fell on his shoulder. I said I was taking you in, Griffin, Jenkins said, and come hell or high water, I'm going to. Griffin shrugged the hand off as he whirled on the other. Don't be a fool. He spat. Do you think we're alive? Rip Van Winkle was, Jenkins said cryptically, and I think we are too. He is quite right, my friend, Lodi said as he stepped up to them. I can send you back, both of you, back to the time and place of your leave-taking. This instant. Jenkins felt a wave of blackness wash over him, a terrible wrenching at his innards, and a sudden thrust. He opened his eyes and looked about. There was a pain in his left shoulder, and he could feel a sticky wetness running down his arm. Griffin stood before him, and in Griffin's eyes was a dazed look. Behind Griffin, the door to the pilot's cabin swung crazily. Before Griffin knew what hit him, Jenkins had leaped upon him. It took 1 blow, a terrific hook to the man's jaw, and Griffin slumped to the floor. What happened? Jenkins asked as the stewardess bandaged his shoulder where Griffin's shot had caught him. Why, she said, he shot. You went backward. Then, and it's the only way I can describe it, you both seemed to freeze up for an instant. The next thing I knew, you had recovered and the fight was over. But Jenkins knew better. He knew that in those few seconds, space and time had changed for himself and Griffin, and it was a lucky bowling match which had brought them back. End of Castle of Terror by E.J. Liston.
At the End of the Corridor by Evangeline Wilner Ensley. Weird Tales, May 1950. Whenever Philip Martin felt like being funny, he would say that he was a professional grave robber. If people looked properly shocked, he would add, I began with a king's grave, and then grin. A mild joke, not in the best of taste perhaps, but then everything about Philip was mild. His nearsighted brown eyes, his tall shambling frame, his face that never had been quite young. Even his shy way of showing off, of hoping, a little wistfully, that he could shock people or make them laugh. As a matter of fact, His Majesty the King had been dead about 3,000 years when Philip and his father, the late and distinguished James K. Martin, Ph.D., had dug him up. It is generally considered respectable to rob a man's grave if he has been dead long enough. The Martins, father and son, had always made a most correct and respectable thing of grave robbing. Just as they had of everything else they turned their well-kept, somewhat dry Bostonian hands to. That anything could ever change this, or indeed his own prim, proper personal life. Philip never dreamed when he set out for Greece to carry on the work of the late Dr. Kimon Dragoumis. He was contemptuously amused when, at a farewell dinner, a slightly tipsy Parisian savant said to him, "Some day you may rob one grave too many, my friend." Philip grinned. "You mean curses, that old tripe about ancient tombs having invisible guardians?" Elizabeth smiled. "You think me a foolish old man, Hein. Not all ancient things are toothless. Yet you may be wise, my young friend. Perhaps it is safer to rob the tombs of the ancient dead, of those who have had time to forget their wrongs. When I was young, I too went to Greece, to Mena where the old blood is purest, to write a book. But I saw what I dared not write. There are dead there who need no curses, they can act." He shuddered and crossed himself. Philip said indulgently, if dead men could walk because they had reason for revenge, a lot of them would have done it these last few years. The men who died in concentration camps, for instance. The savant said seriously, "That depends on the man, my friend, on what he studied while he was alive, what he knew and believed, on what his background was. Among simple yet ancient peoples who are still near the source of things, there are survivals." He rambled on, learnedly yet drunkenly, about primeval man, about vision and gifts that his modern descendants had lost, until Philip got very bored and took too many drinks. He had a headache next morning when he boarded the plane for Athens, but it was only the beginning of his headaches. For when he reached the little seaside village that had been the site of Dragoumis's work, he found nothing. Only the few tholoi that the great Greek had first found and explored were still visible. The bulk of that underground collection of mysterious Mycenaean tomb chambers had vanished as if the hills out of whose sides they had been carved had swallowed them up again. It seemed strange, in spite of the disaster that had come upon Dr. Dragoumis and his Kio workers, the guerrilla warfare that had raged for years afterward through this grim land of sea and mountains, and was still uncomfortably near. So near, in fact, that it had taken Philip years to get his own permit to dig. A landslide had covered the excavations, that was all he could learn. Though some of the villagers must have known the approximate location of the buried sites, they would tell him nothing. They acted either sullen or blandly ignorant, too ignorant. He had a queer and unreasonable feeling that they were afraid. Sophoulis, the local school teacher, advised him to go to Mme Dragoumis. "She may still have some of her husband's papers, Kyrie." "You mean she still lives here?" Philip asked in surprise. He had heard of Mme Dragoumis as one of the famous beauties of the Balkans, a very gay and fashionable woman, much younger than her husband. In that island villa of theirs. "She will not leave it, Kyrie. Not for an hour. Not once since that night the doctor died has she set foot on the mainland. She says that her husband is still alive, that she must be there to greet him if he returns." "She dares not leave it," Mrs. Sophoulis said with a hard little smile. "Her family has been worried about her, and once they even sent doctors to take her away, but she locked herself in her room and said she would kill herself if they broke the doors down. That it would be better to die that way than to go ashore." Philip felt a little apprehensive. The lady might not be sane enough to be of any help to him. "I thought the Nazis shot Dr. Dragoumis," he said. "So it is said. None knows," Sophoulis said heavily. "They suspected him of hiding arms smuggled in from British submarines, and perhaps he was. Or perhaps he had found tombs in which there were precious things. Treasures that he feared the Nazis might carry off to Germany. Certainly he was doing something that he wished to keep secret. He was a giant who could outdig any of his men, and toward the last he dug oftenest by moonlight and alone. It must have been the tombs themselves that he wished to protect," Philip said stiffly. "No true scientist would risk such monuments of TI past by storing arms in them. Who knows, Kyrie? A true patriot will risk anything. At least there was talk, too much talk, perhaps even someone who wished to talk too much." So the Nazis waited for him that night at the villa. Kyria Dragumis says that they shot him as he was escaping through the French windows, but that so great was his strength that he ran on, with their bullets in him. And later, when they searched the tholoway where they thought he might be hiding, the mountain itself slid forward and covered them. Yes, the very mountains seemed angry that the invaders should dare go poking about among their bowels. It took them 2 days to dig out the bodies of their Gestapo men, Kyrie. Mrs. Sophoulis cut in excitedly, her dark eyes bright. But they never found the doctor, Kyrie, and some of our people say that they have seen him since by moonlight pacing the cliffs above the sea and looking out toward his home across the waters. Her husband laughed a little uneasily. Our peasants hereabouts are still very superstitious, Kyrie. They can see anything. So it seems, said Philip dryly. You think that mine, Dragumis, might be able to help me then? She would not, Mrs. Sophoulis snorted. She never knew anything about it. She took no interest in it, or in anything but parties and young men. She stays on the island now only because she is afraid, not for love of her dear dead husband. Poof! Keep away from her, Kyrie, she is bad luck, that one. Sophoulis's fist pounded the table. Be still, woman. None has any right to speak against Kyria Dragumis. I have told you that I will have no idiotic women's gossip in my house. There was evidently some local feeling against men Dragumis, Philip thought as he left. Possibly only among the women. Sophoulis was clearly either too fair-minded or too cautious to lend himself to it. Yet what fear could they possibly think kept Mame Dragumis on the island? Surely government guards could have kept her safe from any guerrilla ambush. The whole business was a puzzle. Why should Dragumis have been fool enough that night to attempt escape? He could not have hidden anything incriminating in the tombs. Attempted escape was an age-old, trite pretext to cover murder. But why should anybody have wanted to murder Dragumis, a scientist who had surely had too much sense to take any interest in anything but his work? Well, it was none of his business. What concerned him was to find a way into those lost Mycenaean vaults without blasting holes in their sides while he was at it. He took a boat and had himself rowed out to the island, to the little landing stage from which broad steps led up to a white villa above the sea, a villa set like a pearl upon a terrace made green and silver by the foliage of orange and olive trees. Or so he thought until he saw Auntie Dragumis and knew the difference between pearl and setting, between life and mere existence. She was a beauty. She was delight and wonder and youth, the youth that Philip had never had. She set fire to the dry man as flame fires tinder. And she was gracious to him. She was kind. Yes, she still had some of her husband's papers. She would show them to him and search for more. He could help her search if he liked. He did. He went again and again to that villa on the island. He filled his eyes and ears with her, with the soft music of her voice, with the curves of her body that made softer music whenever she moved, with the warm red of her lips and the depths of her shining eyes. And then one day she let him fill his arms. He tried after that to get her to marry him and go away with him. Your husband is dead, Anthe. He has been dead these 5 years. It cannot hurt you to accept that now. You do not love him any more. But she shook her head. He was not too badly hurt that night. He rowed himself back to the mainland. He was a peasant, born in a hut in Maine, not civilized like you and me, for all his learning. He was very strong, Philip, strong like the men of an earlier world. It would be hard for him to die. Jealousy leapt in him. So that was it. Dragumis's brute strength had dazzled her, his hard peasant heritage. That was what she liked in a man. He said roughly, "If he's alive, why hasn't he come back to you?" What could he have been afraid of after the Nazis left? Afraid enough to make him stay away from a wife like you? He kissed her, hard and savagely. He strained her close, trying to hurt her, to prove that he too was strong. She laughed up into his face and stroked his cheek. "You would not stay away from me, would you, my Philip? Don't worry. I love you more than I ever loved him. You are much younger than he was, though he loved me very much as you could ever do." "Then why would he stay away from you?" Philip muttered. She looked up at him very seriously then, her eyes gone grave. "Because that last night he accused me of betraying him to the Nazis. Because the officer who came to arrest him was young and very handsome, a man I had danced with several times in Athens." She shivered. "But he was not handsome when they dug him out from under the mountain, after he had tried to follow my husband into the ancient tombs." Philip stared at her in horror. "You don't mean that Dragumis did have explosives in there and deliberately set them off, that he'd have destroyed Tholoi just to kill a few men?" She laughed. "Not a few men, no. One man, the man he thought had taken me from him. You would not do that, would you, my archaeologist, my ruin lover? After all, it was Kimon, my poor aging Kimon, who loved me best." Suspicion stabbed him suddenly, like a knife twisting in his flesh. He shook her. "Did you love the German then, Anthe? He was younger than your husband too, and so handsome." But that insulted her. She stormed at him. She raged and wept, until he practically had to go down on his knees and apologize to her. Until suspicion faded, became a shameful outrage that he dared not even remember. When she was quiet again, he tried once more to persuade her that her husband must be dead. No living man could have stayed away from you so long. Whatever he was fool or mad enough to believe for the moment he could not. "You are so beautiful, Anthe." But she only wept again and shivered. "You did not know Kimon, my Philip." "I did." She peered nervously over her shoulder, at the shadows that seemed to have grown blacker over the bed. "He was so strong, Philip. He was like the giant who could not die so long as he could touch his mother, the earth. Nothing could ever kill him completely here in his own hills. I think that he is still waiting somewhere, inside the mountain, in his Tholoi, waiting, watching for me. That is why I never dare set foot on the mainland, why I never can unless he is found and laid." Philip stared at her blankly. "But even if he were there, Anthe, a madman, in hiding, getting food somehow, he'd have stolen the boat Arid come out here long ago. You must see that." She looked very straight at him then. Her eyes were pits of blackness, blacker than the shadows. Her voice was hushed, almost a whisper. "There are those who cannot cross water." For a minute he did not understand. Then his face went whiter than hers, with an incredulous yet comprehending horror. For now at last he knew. Evil things could not cross water. The unalive yet undead could not. The terrible Vrykolax of Greek belief. All these years she had been lying. All these years she had believed her husband dead. A man no longer, but a thing of supernatural evil, an avenger who was seeking her. Why? About what else had she lied? But she had risen. She was coming toward him. Her eyes held his. Their warm brightness was all around him, and her arms were round his neck. "You will do that for me, my Philip? You will find him and lay him, so that we can go away together and be married, so that we can forget him and love each other, always." She pressed her cheek against his. "You will set me free from fear. You will do that for your Anthe, Philip? For me?" Her lips moved along his cheek softly, touched his ear. He stood quite still in her arms. He said hoarsely, "How could I find him even if he were there?" She said softly, almost crooning, "You will find him. You will lay him for your Anthe, for me." He did not answer. He stood there horrified, trying to think. In England and in Poland, they used to bury the unquiet dead with stakes through their hearts, to keep them down, to keep them from walking. What had been done to such dead men in Greece? He could not remember. Something not so simple as a steak, he thought. Something horrible. She pressed herself closer against him. She whispered, "It will not be so hard. I can tell you where to find the last tomb he found, the greatest, the Royal Tholos, the one he said he kept secret for fear the Nazis would loot it. You think he would have gone there, knowing that you knew the place?" Philip laughed harshly. He would have, to save what he could. He loved it more than anything, even me. Night after night he used to tell me of it, to describe his precious day's work when I wanted to sleep. But now at last that will be useful. It will help you to find him, and then you will cut off his arms and legs, so that he will have no feet to follow us, no hands to strike us. Philip said bitterly, "Do you want to tie them under his armpits, as murderers used to do in Solon's time? Are you mad, Anthe? I am to listen to you." She flung back her head, her eyes hard with suspicion. "No, I do not want them tied under his armpits. I want them brought here to me tonight. There are signs by which I shall know them. Do not think that you can deceive me. If I do not get them, I will never marry you. You shall never touch me again." Night found Philip on the mountainside, high above the lights of the village. He had one man with him, a big fellow with the brawn of an ox and almost as few brains. He came from another village, and if by any unlucky chance he should see Dr. Dragumis's body, he would not recognize it. He had said nothing, only looked scared and crossed himself when Philip had explained the need for this secret digging by night. There may be treasures in this tomb, Costa, golden things that it would be risky to let the guerrillas hear of, though there is probably nothing but pottery and old stones. And perhaps fragments of some old king's body. If it is not well preserved, I may bring them up. Costa would not be surprised now if he saw pieces of a corpse. Philip gagged at the thought. It would hardly look human now, after so many years in the musty dark. Or would it? Philip did not know. He shuddered. How could Anthe be afraid of such a thing, lying there helpless, horrible in its rottenness and decay, pitiful because of the very hideousness that cancelled its one-time humanity? She was waiting for him now, below, in a boat about 100 yards offshore. She had to come so far to show him which particular crag covered the buried entrance to the Dromos, to that great passageway leading into the mountain's heart. He had expected her to go back after that, but she was still there, her boat a tiny dark speck upon the moonlit waters, waiting vulture-like, eager for her prey. She was grimly thorough, he thought. Ancient murderers were supposed to have been satisfied with cutting off their victims' hands and feet. But she could imagine the corpse running after her fleetly on the stumps of footless legs, catching and crushing her in handless arms, in an embrace that would break the bones. He shuddered again, mopped his forehead. Easy for a man to have fancies here, amid all this bleak wilderness of rock. "What is it? Are you tired, Kiri?" asked Costa hopefully. "We have been digging almost 4 hours now. You could go down to the boat, to the lady. Did she bring wine for us, Kiri?" Philip hesitated. He was tired, and the light was very bad. He had expected the moon to be bright tonight, to make the mountain almost as light as day. But instead, though it shone clear and bright upon the sea, some trick of cloud shadows cut it off from the slopes, shrouded them in pitch. He and Costa had to work by lantern light, and they kept the lantern muffled. For feet it might be seen from the village below. The shadows all around them were dancing, like immense black cats playing with 2 trapped mice. What if he were to assert himself, to go down to Anthe and tell her that he would do her work another night, when the light was better? But then she would laugh at his weakness, and she would be right. Was it not weakness? He answered Costa's proposition shortly. No. He set his teeth and plunged his spade into the earth, hard, with renewed vigor. And suddenly the spade struck hollowness, sank into the earth as if hands had reached up from below and seized it. A dislodged pebble went rattling on down inside the hole, down, down, into gulf-like space. Costa crossed himself again and gasped, "May the Panagia, may the Virgin and all the blessed saints preserve us." Earth and massive stones fell together with a great thud. A pit opened, almost beneath their feet. The Greek cried out and jumped back, but Philip laughed. His eyes were shining. He forgot Anthe, he forgot Dragumis. This was what he had come to Greece to find, the discovery he had dreamed for years of making. This was triumph and fulfillment. He dug feverishly, he urged Costa on with both praise and curses, until the hole lay like a wide-open mouth at their feet, a mouth blacker, more thickly solid than the blackness of the night. Philip tied a rope to the lantern. He lowered it into the pit and leaned over, watching course after course of great stone blocks appear and disappear as its golden eye sank deeper, farther into the dark. At last it came to rest upon a rock floor many feet below, making a tiny brilliant island there. Philip took an axe, a flashlight and some cloths, set another rope around his waist and prepared to follow the lantern. "Wait here, Costa. When I jerk the rope, raise me." He wondered fleetingly why he had said that. Surely it would have been simpler to say that he would shout up from the depths. Then he forgot it as he swung downward into space. He looked about him eagerly as he landed. To his right, within a few feet of his descent, the passageway was blocked by rough masses of earth and rock. Probably these covered the real entrance to the Dromos, that which had been hidden for tens of centuries until Dragumis pierced its age-old seals. On that fatal night, it must have been crushed by the landslide that had buried his pursuers. But to the left, the passage stretched on, seemingly endless, into the mountain's heart. For a little way only the lantern's light pierced it, breaking the darkness into pieces, into dancing shadows. Did one of those shadows dart back as he looked, one a little thicker, a little blacker than its fellows? He did not heed it. His heart felt light, exultant, as he leveled his flashlight and walked on toward the blackness that looked solid as a wall. He no longer even felt horror of the axe beneath his arm. If Dragumis could have chosen, surely he would have had his dead body dismembered 1,000 times, rather than let his great discovery be lost again, hidden from mankind, perhaps for more centuries. For on no other terms would Anthe ever have disclosed the secret. Poor girl. Later, when her hysterical, superstitious obsession was over, she would regret this. She would be kind and gentle and fastidious again, as a woman should be. Now he must do whatever was necessary to bring her peace. He went on into the shadows, and they retreated before him slowly, steadily. He followed them down that stone corridor that led through the earth's bowels. Once or twice it seemed to him that he heard a faint, curious rustling among those dark, wavering shapes that recoiled before his flashlight, as if someone were walking ahead of him, stealthily. He decided that it must be some trick of echoes, reverberating oddly in that subterranean place. It could not be bats, for there was never anything where the light came, throw his flashlight where he would. Its beams found only great, bare blocks of stone. Then he came at last to the black rectangle of the inner portal, the opening into that great circular chamber Anthe had told him of. There Dragumis had found golden vessels and golden filigree work, and images of gods that no man had worshipped for ages. There he had found bones, and there perhaps he had left his own. And there, at last, fear took Philip. It closed round his throat like an icy hand. In his inner ears a far-off voice seemed to cry, "Do not disturb the dead. Do not disturb the dead." He shrugged. That voice came out of his childhood, out of superstitions and conventional moralities engraved upon the young mind, as a phonograph record is engraved upon wax. He thought, "I am being foolish as Anthe. I have handled many mummies. I have felt their dry, withered flesh slough off my hands. What difference is there? What real difference? A man can be as dead in 3 minutes as he will be in 3,000 years. He swung the flashlight forward toward the inner chamber. He saw the gleam of gold. He saw strange, grotesque shapes of stone. He saw carved stone larnaki, and in the far corner, a table of red marble. Its legs gleamed under the light, like blood. Was there something on top of the table, among the shadows? Something long and dark and still, like the outstretched form of a man. Once again fear took him. He could not bear to throw the flashlight upon the tabletop to see. He edged slowly into the chamber, moving cautiously, laboriously, as if through invisible barriers. There were no more echoes. In the deathly silence he heard nothing but the fierce, hard pounding of his heart. Suddenly he stopped. He could not bear to go farther, to come within touching distance of that thing that might be lying there. He set his teeth and his will. Slowly, as if it were a rock too heavy for him to move, the flashlight came up. Its beams touched something upon the tabletop. A man's hand that lay lax and brown and leathery upon red marble. A large hand, larger than most men's. Firm and sleek as leather it looked, and yet in some curious and subtle way as lifeless. None could have mistaken it for the hand of a living man. Philip's brain reeled. Through it ran dizzily words he had heard among the Greek peasants and never heeded. The bodies of the walking dead, of those whom the earth had not loosed, were incorruptible, undecaying. And as he looked, the hand changed. The lingers tensed, the long tendons on the back of it rose and stiffened, as if that dark, recumbent form were bracing itself to rise. With a strangled cry of horror, Philip hurled himself forward, the axe gleaming above his head. Costa shivered. The night wind was cold, and once a cry had seemed to drift up from the depths below. He had listened closely after that, but he had not been able to tell whether the cry was repeated, whether a faint, horrible screaming, muffled by distance, had come up from the earth. The rope at his feet jerked suddenly, convulsively, like a great snake. He cried out and jumped, bayed, then remembered and gasped with relief. The signal. Gladly he hauled his master up. "The saints be thanked, Kyrie. You are safe. I thought I heard something." The tall man did not answer. He turned and strode off down the mountainside with long, swift strides. He goes very fast, Costa thought, as if there was something before or behind him for which he could not bear to wait. He does not even stop to give me any of the bundles he carries. He followed with a lantern, looking curiously at those bundles. They were long and narrow. They looked like human arms and legs. When he saw a limp hand dangling from one of them, he crossed himself. The old king must have come all to pieces. Who would have thought he would still have looked so human? He gained a little on his master. The lantern rays fell on those packages, and Costa's eyes grew large and round. After that he walked more slowly, and let the distance widen between himself and the tall figure ahead. For through the cloth wrappings something dark was seeping, something that stained the white linen. He dropped farther behind, when they came within sight of the shore, and his master spurted suddenly, running out with demonic speed onto the white sands. The clouds had left the moon, the beach was almost as bright as day. A cry came from the boat. The waiting woman tugged at the oars and swung it in, closer. She leaped out upon the sands. Her voice pealed out a song of gladness. "You have them, Philip, you have them!" She ran forward, her arms outstretched, her face bright with triumph. The man waited for her. He had stopped and stood very still. He made no move, either to meet or welcome her. And when she reached him, she did not even look at him. She only clutched, with hands as terribly eager as her eyes, at those packages he carried. Silently, he let her take them. Silently, he stood over her as she unwrapped them. As their ugly, stained contents fell from her paralyzed hands to the earth, and then she screamed. Terribly and horribly she screamed. For the first time she looked up into his face and saw it. He took off his hat, Philip Martin's hat, and moved toward her, and in that clear moonlight, for all the distance. Costa saw that his head was not Philip Martin's head. After that, Costa's eyes closed and he knelt and prayed. He did not see what made the lady scream again. Her cries kept on for quite a long time, but at last the beach was silent. There was no sound on it, even the sound of a retreating footstep. And then, and only then, did Costa find the strength to run away. Later, the Athenian newspapers carried feature headlines: "Fresh Guerrilla Outrages. Mutilated Body of American Archaeologist Found in Mycenaean Tomb." On a nearby beach had been found the bodies of Kyria Antidragumis and of a man who must have been one of the guerrilla murderers. A giant of a man, whose body, unaccountably, crumbled and fell apart when it was touched. End of At the End of the Corridor by Evangeline Wilner Ensley. The Wind by Ray Bradbury. Weird Tales, March 1943. John Colt was awake and listening. Moonlight sluiced into his room by the huge triple window fronting the upstairs of the house, fell across his sharp, questioning features. The wind moved far away in the night, and Colt's lips worked as he listened to it, moving stealthily and mournfully from the sea, approaching the house as surely as mighty horses' hooves. Colt's body shivered, hairs stood erect upon his neck, and goose pimples clustered on his limbs. He knew why he felt this way. After 10 years he could believe nothing else. He knew the wind was coming toward him, and he slipped from bed, thrust himself tremblingly into a robe, found carpet slippers, and ventured downstairs to await its arrival. He went to the phone thinking, "This is what I've waited for," calmly at first, curious, alert, sure of most factors. "But I don't know how much I can stand. I keep losing my grip, gaining it and losing it again." His hand shook as he dialed the call through. "Hello, Herb, this is Colt. John, how are you? Not so good. And like a fool, I dismissed my servants today. I'm alone." All the while he talked, Colt listened. The weird music of the wind was muted by distance. It waxed louder. "My writing routine for the last week's been shot to hell, Herb. Been trying to get some rest early tonight, but..." What was that? Colt winced. A tiny breeze, preamble to the wind now on its way, rattled a shutter. Colt thought, "Did I lock every door, check everything?" "Sorry to hear that, John." Herb Thompson was talking. Colt gave ear then. "Herb, I'd like to have you come for the night. Can you arrange?" "I'll have to ask the little woman, John." "Hold on." A pause. Thompson was conferring with his wife, and far off the wind rose steadily, rapidly. "Sorry, Colt. Alice says we've got company coming." "Oh," Colt swallowed. "Look, Herb, it's important. I've got theories about, well..." He stopped, groping for words. "Sounds like a case of nerves," said Thompson. "Why don't you come over here?" "That wouldn't help." Colt shook his head. "I don't know what would. I'll call back in half an hour." He hung up. What could Herb do? Nothing. It wouldn't be fair to drag an innocent into this setup. And anyway, how explain to Herb about the wind? Police help? They'd send a soft pad squad. Colt deliberately opened the front door. A lopsided frame of moonlight stroked across the gleaming floor, picked out his wine-colored robe and slippers. He stood, shivering, waiting. The great wind could be only a mile away now, soughing through a long, high, dim corridor of swaying elms, plunging down the arboreal path toward Colt's lonely country manor. Colt lit a cigarette, but his dark eyes fastened on the tree lane. Eyes that had seen Rangoon, Stockholm, swept from Nairobi to the Amazon. It was a dark, meaningful wind. Others might have been amused by Colt's wild thoughts. Thompson, for instance, would laugh uproariously, but Colt was not amused. Alone out here, the 9 o'clock countryside steeped in a vast tide of shadowed, eerie silence, this fortress of a house his final refuge, the last roll of dice forced on him. Colt could only wait. The last stand. Decks cleared for action. Colt dragged on his cigarette, flicked it away, thinking, if I scream, no one will hear me. No one. I'm far from town. Too damned far. He'd phone Herb in 20 minutes. What to say? Something like this. Herb, it began 10 years ago when I was investigating phenomena. I'd been around, seen hurricanes, typhoons, and whirlwinds. I knew what wind could do. Well, I was in Tibet. I heard of a mountain called the Mountain of Winds, the space where the dark winds from all over the earth congregate at one time or other. It's a vast, evil mountain, grey and jutting, hard, bony rock without a hand or foothold. Blasphemy to touch it. I touched it, Herb. More, I scaled it. Up thousands of sickening, dizzy feet, climbing where only madmen climb to probe into what's better left undissected. I gained its crest raw and wounded. Of all the high, wild places I've seen, this was the most terrifying. On its very peak cleft, a scar of valley through which a tide of wind rushed shrieking, not one wind, but millions, small and large, light and smoke-hued. Snow, rain, sleet and hail rang all about on the rocks. The blunt flesh of the mount sustained it all, and I perceived this from a niche protected. Oh, how the clouds shot by there, high up, like creamy shreds torn from some huge and belabored wool skin. What a noise, what a view, what force and violence. How I snailed up or down, or escaped, I don't know. Call it luck, fate, the will of an intervening god. But I cleaved like a lichen, hung, dropped, picked myself up, dropped again, scrambled and ran, afraid of what I'd seen. I got to Bombay. From time to time, after that, there were suggestions of what would follow. Nothing definitely singling me out for action, but general disturbances that occurred with ungodly precision wherever I traveled. Then, they ceased. I thought I had it licked, until this week, 6 nights ago. I lay sleepless and listening. I heard a wind that night, Herb, chuckling and laughing about the house, just for an hour or so, not very long and not very loud. Then it went away. But I will never forget the sounds it made. The second night, the same thing happened. Only this time, Herb, thought Colt. The wind slammed shutters, spilled down my chimney, throwing soot, whisking out the fire in a flood of sparks. The first 2 nights weren't bad. I cocked my head, listened, amused to think I heard faint voices singing on the wind. But the 3rd and 4th nights I changed my mind. It grew worse. The 5th night the wind returned and stayed on and on, blowing and blowing until dawn. I remember what happened when I dared to open the door a moment. The wind came eagerly in. Colt stanced himself resolutely. He was not old. 30, moonlight mantelling his lean, intent face, his thick black hair and dark eyes. For the present he did not recognize fear. He rubbed shoulders with curiosity, but tired resignation was its bed companion. Eventually it would have snared him no matter what he did. He'd had plenty of warning to flee. But, he shrugged, why bother? He'd make his stand here. The wind was almost tangible, rushing from tree to tree, faster, faster, and yet faster. Rising, roaring, rising like a great translucent fist, ready to crush down upon the house, ready to sweep it all away. But that was not its purpose. It didn't want the house. It didn't want the house at all. It wanted Colt. The wind went up. It elevated, freeing itself like an invisible prehistoric bird from the elms. Great tidal waves of atmosphere punched trunks and worried branches aside. It screamed earthward, down to the open door, straight for the door, straight for Colt. Instantly, Colt's arm flicked up, snatched the door, slammed it. Locks thunged sharp into niches. Bolts rapped home. A second late, the wind fell in a lethal avalanche, titanic and bone-shaking. The house heaved, groaned, as the air flung hard shoulders against it. Colt staggered, the laugh from his lips crippled at birth. Damn you, I fooled you again." He limped against the door, gasping. His brain was a steaming riot. What would have happened if the locks had failed, if he had not moved with a snap? Eyes distended, he pinioned the door unnecessarily, with spread-eagled body. Laughter, not his own, dropping from his mouth. "You thought I'd let you in tonight, didn't you?" He choked. "Thought I was through. But I had everything ready, waiting. You won't get me, by the gods. You can't. You won't." The fury flanked the house with resounding echoes. A great vacuum machine nuzzled at the gables. Shutters leaped open, clattered, tiny breaking wings, clipped off. Trees doubled up as if attacked, struck in the vitals. Colt abandoned the door, hurried to a window. The wind followed. It was all about the house, but its volcanic head looked after Colt, pressed a hard, shifting face against the panes. The window glass whined a crystal song of strain and stress. "You can't break it," jeered Colt. "You can't. It's new, unbreakable. I made sure of that yesterday." The intangible thing outside followed him from window to window and then from room to room, pressing and mourning. Colt stopped, struck by a strange thought. He gave it to the wind. "You're a big hound run amok," he cried. "You're the damnedest, biggest prehistoric killer that ever hunted prey. A big sniffling hound, trying to smell me out, find me. You push your big cold nose up to the house, taking air, and when you find me in the parlor, you drive your pressure there, and when I'm in the kitchen, you fling your power there. A big invisible beast with the muscles of the mad winds, damn you." In reply, the night shrieked with all the agony of death. The wind seemed to razor the very gown of night, ripping it to shreds, shaking stars, trembling the shaded earth. It tore at the roof with quick, hard fingers, quested under the house to hiss through floor chinks. A whip of cold flicked Colt's legs. "Get back, curse you!" He blundered away from a side door. He ran from room to room, upstairs and down, switching on lights, and the wind watched him, moved with him. The house flamed with light, brilliantly garish amidst a whirlpooling night. Colt stopped long enough, coming down the hall stair, to light his pipe. He made a rigid ceremony of it, trying to steady his fingers. The flame fluttered. A cold draught snuffed it out. Colt tried again, succeeding. The pipe glowed. He blew smoke and the draught whisked it away in a quick billow. The wind smote the house again and again. It fell, it leaned, it thrust. It whined through the screen door, but Colt made no move to satisfy it, so it jerked a screen off in a frenzy of strength. Shattered it across the dark lawn. A strong house, thought Colt, and he was glad he had ordered reinforcements for certain portions of it. New wood, new steel, new locks. The harried trees were flung one way and another, riding whips cracked by a Jovian fist. Back in the living room, before the warming electric fire log, Colt picked up a book. One of the books he had written on hurricanes, typhoons, and other colossal forces. He thumbed through it, stopping at the dedication. This book is written by one who has seen, but who has always escaped. It is dedicated to those who lost the game of elements. Always escaped? No, not always. Tonight. The printed page misted, flowed, garbled. Colt's pipe went out. When he tried to light it again, he could not. He set the book on his lap and began reading. And then a draught of wind, small, almost imperceptible, fingered the pages. It turned them idly, thoughtfully, one by one, over and over and over. Colt watched it work its will with the pages, stiffened and hypnotized. His fingers jerked. He seized the book and dashed it to the hearth, cursing. The wind mocked him, tenderly stroking his brow with a slim finger. Colt flung himself into the hall, tore down a huge drapery, jammed it against the door, under which the draught came hissing and laughing. "I'll throttle you, I'll stop your tongue." And then, tired, "Go away, damn you," weakly. "Go away. Let a mortal live." A grinding noise. Something crackled like thick, dry bones. A pause. A rustling, thumping, terrific crash. The lights went out. The room plunged into a howling, dark pit. The power poles lay slaughtered by the wind. The electric grate, glowing faintly, died too in the black room. The words Colt babbled were meaningless, like an hysterical child. Colt struck a match. Light played over a face aged 20 years. The lonely flame threw light over something that gleamed dully. The phone. Maybe the phone wires had been connected to other poles. If the line was still intact. "Operator." Colt waited. Response, "Yes, sir?" "Thank God, thank God, thank God, operator. Give me Trinity 9929. Trinity 9929. Yes. And hurry, for Lords." A pause. The phone on the other end was ringing. It was ringing. It was ringing. Click. Herb Thompson speaking. "Herb, insane with relief. "Yes. Who's this?" Herb, this is Colt. John?" "Your voice I didn't recognize. I haven't time. Listen. I want you to do something for me. Anything. What's wrong? You sound." Click. "Herb, there's a localized storm outside. A great wind. It wants me. It wants me. Alive. Are you listening?" A rapid rattle of the hook. "Herb." A rattle. "Herb." Pause. Shouting, "Herb." Silence. The wind moved outside. It had won again. Won again. First the lights, now the phone. "Operator, I've been cut off. Operator, Opa, it's no use." "No damned use. God curse you, damn you, kill you, take this." He ripped the phone from its wiring, heaved it at a window. He realized his error too late to stop it. The phone struck only partially, splintering glass into a crystal web, breaking a small hole. The wind tongued in, taking advantage of the small egress. Colt dammed the hole with a plug of wadded drapery. He stood raging, frightened, bitter. Alone. Alone. Eyes wide and every fiber in him a quiver. "You want me alive, don't you?" Alive. "You don't dare knock the house down in one fell blow." "No, that would kill me. And you want me alive, so you can rip me apart finger by finger and muscle by muscle. Or do you want what's inside me? My mind, my brain, my mind." He faltered to a stop, shocked by truth. He put a hand to his brow. "My mind. That's it. You want it, don't you? You don't care for the husk that cradles the mind, but you want the intellect. You covet my thought, my life power, my ego. The psychic force, the power of thought and existence. You want all those because that is what you are, aren't you?" He drew in a long, aching breath. His eyes coursed tears and his cheeks were wet, and he cursed the wind. "That's what you are, a big cloud of vapors, atoms, winds from every corner of the earth. The same wind that ripped the Celebes 10 years ago. The same Pampero that killed in Argentina, the typhoon that fed well in Hawaii, and the hurricane that devastated the coast of Africa last year. You're all of them, part of each. Part of those tempests I escaped. Only something happened to give you a start in the direction of alien life. Or maybe the winds have always been this way, more than hot and cold currents. You want power, like mine. You want intellect. I could do you more good or harm than others, for I know your feeding ground. I know where you are born and where you expire. You don't want death like other winds. You want life to get me out of the way because I know. I can tell the world of your cruelty, tell them how to parry and defeat you as I have done in books. But you don't want my preaching anymore. You can use me for your own purposes. Incorporate me into your huge cold carcass, give you knowledge, purpose, direction. You want me on your side. Colt laughed again, lungs tired and broken from laughing and shouting against the dinning. The house shook like a slipper in a puppy's mouth. You'll have to tear the house down bit by bit, and I'll duel you tooth and nail all the way, like I fought you in Ceylon. When I started a forest fire, the one thing that survives and feeds on wind, combating it. I licked you then, and I'll do it again. The house shook once more and the crumbling started. The front wall bulged in, glass splintered but did not break. Colt, face swollen from emotion, turned, scrambling for the kitchen. He dared look once as the kitchen door sealed behind, saw the parlor wall buckle, spew in as if rammed by an artillery shell. The wind stabbed through, howling in triumph. The kitchen door barely shut before the wind's shoulder was against it. The frail lock could not hold. Colt fought against straining hinges. Giving up, he jerked the cellar door agape, leaped down, bolted it. Bomber fragments of kitchen door shrapnelled everywhere. Gas mains tore loose, spurted gas that blazed into fire. The upper floor of the house tore away like the simultaneous ripping of 10 million yards of muslin. Colt gritted his teeth, held to the door. Blood ran from his nostrils. He fought idiocy, fought the wind with his mind. You can't get me, you can't. I'd hide until you rip the floor up, board by board, then I'll burrow in the ground like an animal and escape. Like I did in Alexandria years ago, like I did in Nairobi, I'll burrow. The wind paid no heed. There were voices in it. Voices of the gale, Bora and Bayamo. Wretched callings, pleadings of the siroccos and tempests. They pleaded with Colt, commanding, telling, urging, ordering him to give himself up. These were the tongues of 10,000 killed in a typhoon, 7,000 slaughtered by a hurricane, 3,000 engulfed by a cyclone, twisted and tortured and flung from continent to continent on the backs and in the bellies of monsoons and whirlwinds, wandering in rains and showers, in snows and hails, racked by thunder, pelted by water, fettered and bodiless, molded from 1 million disenthroned spirits into one voice, and that voice, one of darkness and power, now demanded but yet another sacrifice. In respite, the wind slowed. It quelled over the conquered rubble of wood, plaster and sharded glass. It roved through the crippled ruin, biding time. It languished cutside the cellar, singing a blank-versed melody in a score of keys. And the singing was only broken by the sobbing from the cellar. There was a great silence after the maelstrom. A silence punctuated by weeping and the anxious hiss of the wind. Colt would not come out. The cellar floor was dirt. He lay on it, looking up, face streaked with dirt, sweaty, lined and haggard. "Come and get me," he husked. Scrabbling at the soil, raking a shallow trench for his body, he attempted to burrow to crouch in. His fingernails tore and bled. He ached. He longed to rest. Finally, he could stand it no longer. A coil of rope lay in a corner. He clutched it, threw a snake of it up over one quivering rafter. The kitchen flooring gave, creaking, bit by bit, in 5 minutes. As the rope came raveling down, Colt tied a quick noose in it, hard and sure, just far enough off the floor to Next, a keg of nails rolled and rocked into place. Colt stepped up. This was escape. He reached for the noose. The wind flicked the noose away from his fingers. A small hand of wind somehow had crept into the cellar from above, and now it flung the rope wildly in circles. "Give it to me." "The rope, you fool, the rope." Colt tried to catch the madly dancing hemp line, but the wind threw it out of reach, zigzagging it from side to side and back and forth. A lurch from Colt, the rope flew away, came back to wrap his face, then out again. Desperation. Colt snatched, cursed, snatched again. Time grew short. So little time to escape. A snatch, a miss. And he caught the rope. The wind died. Died as if only playing a game. It waited. Colt wondered why, but taking advantage of the cessation, he thrust his head into the noose. "You can't have me alive, you can't have my life force," he cried. I'm getting away now." Colt leaped, kicking the nail keg with frantic feet. The rope sang, wiring his throat in strangulation. "I have won," his misting brain exulted. "I have won." But immediately, the rafters upon which the rope depended sagged inward, shrieking, slowly, certainly. With cracking thunder, the rafters, pulled by Colt's weight, gave way, opening an entrance for the wind. The rafters collapsed, the floor caved and flew apart. Colt fell, sprawled, choking in the dirt. "All right, goddamn you!" He stiffened up, raging. "Here I am. Take me." The wind howled. "The lines are down, sir." "Are you sure, operator?" I was cut off in the middle of my call. Herb Thompson laid the phone back in its cradle and leaned against the writing desk, shaking his head. "I can't figure it out. No storm. A little wind, maybe, but—" He took his coat off an armchair and shrugged into it. "Think I'll drive out Colt's way. Have a look-see." He sounded strange. But that's his way. Maybe on his way here now with another of his cracked theories. Liable to pop up any time. Herb Thompson was undecided. He stood, wavering, considering, hat in hand. Faintly, a rapping came on the front door. "Eh?" Herb started, listening. The knock was repeated. "Who's knocking at this time of?" Thompson hurried across his den, out into the hall, where he stopped again, alert. "Huh." Faintly be heard laughter. "Of course." Herb grinned hugely. "I'd know his laughter anywhere. It's Colt. He came when he was cut off, couldn't wait till morning to tell me his confounded tales." Thompson chuckled as he marched to the front door. "Glad he's here. Probably brought some friends with him. Sounds like a lot of other people laughing." Thompson opened the front door. "Come on in, Colt." The porch was vacant. Thompson showed no surprise. His face grew amusedly sly. He laughed. "Colt, now none of your tricks. Come on." He switched on the porch light and peered out and around. "Where are you, Colt?" No answer. Thompson waited a moment, suddenly chilled to the marrow. He stepped out on the porch and looked uneasily about, very carefully. A sudden wind caught, whipped his coat, disheveled his hair. He thought he heard laughter again. The wind died down, sad, mourning, passing away, going back far out to the sea, to the Celebes, to Nairobi, to Sumatra and Cape Horn. Fading, laughing. Thompson shrugged. He went in and closed the door, shivering. "That's funny," he said. End of the Wind by Ray Bradbury. Death in a Grey Mist by Frank Owen. Weird Tales, September 1943. 7 men had gone to the Black Inn to kill Chung Kuo. They chose a night when fog hung low over the land so that their actions might not be observed. They were all strangers to each other, and also to the man whom they had come to kill. Each pictured him in an entirely different manner. One believed that Chung Kuo was a monk in a grey robe. A second, that he was tall and austere, no longer young, a graduate of Hanlin College. A third, that he was fat and blustery, a military man who swaggered more than any Mandarin of old. A fourth, that he was a businessman, shrewd, penetrating, a good trader, cold, dangerous. A fifth, that he was a shopkeeper, a seller of ivory and jade, who liked to spend his evenings playing fan-tan at the inn. But the sixth merely believed that he was a general, an important leader in China's fight to be free. Unfortunately, Chung Kuo knew every one of them, and if he had any part in the fictions that had been so deviously planted in craven minds, he was shrewd enough to divulge the matter to no one. However, he had excellent lieutenants who had proved good reporters. Chung Kuo considered it droll that 7 men had come on so slight a mission that the lowliest poisonous insect might so easily accomplish. To him it seemed an abundant waste of manpower. It did not speak well for the ability of Colonel Nagai, a Japanese officer, who wished to have Chung Kuo obliterated. The inn went by the euphonious name of 5 Elm Lodge because of the stately trees that guarded it like sentinels. But locally it was called the Black Inn, because in Chinese parlance, a black inn is a den of thieves. Certainly on the present occasion it was living up to its reputation. They had come to Hangzhou by circuitous routes, even though they had been granted safe passage by Japanese officials. But not even a renegade trusts a Jap. He will fatten on his money, but steer clear of his treachery. The 7 preferred to work carefully and in their own manner. At the inn, they were shown to a large room with 7 beds, to use the term rather carelessly. For the sleeping accommodations consisted of only thin mattresses spread upon the cold, hard floor. But the air was good, for there were plenty of windows with oiled paper panes that, "If you will tell me where I may find Chung Kuo, I will reward you well," he said softly. "How well?" asked the old man. Lin Kia slipped a gold piece into his hand. "This coin answers for me," he said. The old servant examined the coin curiously. So long was it before he spoke, Lin Kia feared that his gift was to be rejected. He felt easier when it vanished into the Ancient One's sleeve. Chung Kuo likes to walk by moonlight in a bamboo grove, and tonight the moon will be a disk of white jade. The most appropriate time to encounter him is during the hour of the rat. From 11 p.m. to a.m. "I too like to wander among the tall bamboo," murmured Lin Kia. For the renegades, the rest of that day passed lazily. They ate, sipped tea and dozed, though with one eye open. A few travelers stopped at the inn. However, not nearly as many as in the days before the Japanese blight. Now business was a mere trickle. The great trading that had gone on before had all but vanished. In the past, caravans had stopped at the inn, and there was an enormous yard to accommodate the horses. Brigands, too, came in little groups. But they did most of their tradings on the highway. For a trinket of gold or a bit of jade a man might go on living. The 5 elms before the lodge were known near and far. It was a place to be avoided, but it was, even so, never without patrons. The evil words that were told about it were a sort of advertising. No questions were asked of the chance passer-by who might loiter for a moment before continuing his journey. The tea was excellent. Night came at last. The renegades retired, all save Lin Kia, who remained sipping tea at a table. It was but natural for a man to linger over his tea, for in clear tea one finds the sages. Some time before the hour of the rat, a slim figure moved about in the darkness of the room until he came to the mattress on which Fan Su was sleeping. A quick swing of an arm in the darkness, and Fan Su joined his ancestors. It would be morning before they discovered the dagger of Tujun, embedded neatly in the heart of Fan Su. Meanwhile, Lin Kia walked with light step into the bamboo grove that grew a few li from the inn. His felt-soled footsteps made no sound. He was adept at stalking his prey. In his sleeve was a gun that frequently spoke but never got any answer. His only fear was that he might encounter a bamboo viper. He was inordinately afraid of insects. Deeper into the grove he walked. There was poetry in the night, with the full-blossomed moon glowing in the sky like a white chrysanthemum. It surprised him how very light it was. Then with a start he realized that it was far too light. He gazed in fear over his shoulder and beheld roaring flames dogging his footsteps. The bamboo grove had caught fire. He had been tricked. He vowed vengeance on the old servant who had placed him in so perilous a position. The flames were gaining on him and he was forced to run, but the bamboo shoots seemed intent on blocking his path. It was all he could do to push them aside. What might have happened isn't pleasant to think, had it not been for a sudden ending of the scene. Far above, almost out of sight in the sky, a lone plane was flying. The flaming grove was an easy target. The bomb curved down gracefully. As it struck, the grove was not on fire anymore, and Lin Kia had ceased running. The rest of the night was peaceful, still. Then morning came. At 5 Elm Lodge, the renegades awakened, all but Fan Su, whose glazed eyes had not closed throughout the flight of the moon. The others rose to their feet and gazed at the cadaver. Tujun leaned down and retrieved his knife. Not by the flickering of an eyelid did he betray his astonishment that this knife had caused the destruction of a man on whom he had vowed vengeance. Had the knife heard his vow and proceeded to carry it out without his motivation? Tujun was superstitious. He believed that the air was filled with disembodied spirits, all evil. He looked up to find himself peering into the barrel of a revolver. "I am Fan Li," said one of the renegades. "Fan Su was my brother. No Chinese lives and sleeps in the same house as the murderer of his brother. That is the root of our philosophy. You have caused me to break the string that binds me to my brother. So you must die, I am sorry, but there is no other way out." The gun spoke twice. They buried both bodies a short distance from the inn, without benefit of coffin or services of any kind. There were no mourners. The 6 souls of the dead men could proceed whithersoever they wished. It was no concern of the renegades who had a duty to perform. They returned to the inn, the 4 of them that remained alive. That day they ate morning rice at the same table. Some impending horror seemed to bind them together by a spell. "If this continues," said Peng Hao, "not one of us will survive to complete the task that brought us all to the inn. I have a growing suspicion that we are all in the same work." As he spoke, he placed a bit of jade on the table before him. His 3 companions produced similar jade fragments. "Those jade amulets bind us all together," mused Hu Liang. "It makes brothers of us all. The fact that we are bound together as representatives of Colonel Nagai." "Mention the name in hushed tones," advised Peng Hao. "It appears that this section of Hangzhou is not healthy for those who are in the employ of the Japanese. Especially if they stop for a night or two at 5 Elm Lodge," added Fan Li. "Woe unto the day that brought my brother and I to this house. Now he has hung up his hat and I will converse with him no more. Truly it seems that we are being decimated because we are emissaries of Colonel Nagai," said Hu Liang slowly. "Might it not be possible that the very earth is at war with the Japanese, fighting the cause of China? I had a friend who was rendered useless by a tree that fell upon him. The mist and the mountains are in league with China because for untold centuries the Chinese have lived close to the soil. For years I have carried on my work and never did I fail to complete a commission. Even bandits shuddered at my approach, and look at me now, how pitifully has the mighty fallen. My sleep is disturbed by dreams, and in my dreams I am always fleeing from an unknown terror. Yes, Colonel Nagai has squandered our ability. He must have known how fraught with danger was this undertaking, else he would not have sent 7 of us to blot out one enemy named Chung Kuo. Alas, it was a fateful undertaking. 3 of our men are dead and Chung Kuo still evades us. Is he the wind that blows through the willows? Is he the cloud that effaces the moon? Or the dew that bathes the flowers at dawn? At 5 Elm Lodge, said San Yen slowly, we were told that we would discover Chung Kuo, but alas, our reward was death in a grey mist. Death dwells in this inn. He is the master of the hostelry. Perhaps yon old servant is Chung Kuo. Perhaps he serves us, and all the time he is laughing in his sleeve. Old man, are you the mighty Chung Kuo? Would that I were, was the reply. I am but a servant whose greatest achievement is the cooking of lentils. My work is well done, and I can enjoy the quiet of the garden. But Chung Kuo is kind. He never acts like a barbarian, or as though I am beneath him. It would be a great honor if I could be the mighty Chung Kuo who so easily eludes 7 assassins, but the gods have ordained it otherwise. I am not a mighty figure in New China, but an old servant who joys to doze in the sun and dream of past splendors. Once I possessed a canary who sang so beautifully that I named him Tu Fu. A mighty mandarin wished to buy the little singer, but I refused to sell, and so although I was poor, I was richer than the mandarin, for I possessed Tu Fu whom he aspired to possess. How pleasant is life when even a servant might enjoy sweet songs. I still believe that you are Chung Kuo, muttered Pang Hao. I resent being called an assassin, said Hu Liang angrily. Let us not quarrel with the old man who serves us rice, said Fan Li. You are right, agreed Pang Hao willingly. It is Colonel Nagai who has betrayed us. He must have known how perilous was our mission, or he would not have sent 7 to perform it. He cares no more for our lives than if we were enemies. After all, we are Chinese, Hu Liang said, and the Colonel considers all Chinese are his enemies. Well spoken, agreed Fan Li. Perhaps Chung Kuo does not exist. Perhaps we were sent here on an errand that was little more than a practical joke. Even now I can see Colonel Nagai laughing. He's laughing up our sleeves. Your words are seasoned with wisdom, agreed Hu Liang. Undoubtedly our comrades have been done away with by vicious Japs at the instigation of Nagai himself. As we sit here now, we are all in grave danger. Any moment death may strike us down. If it must come, what matter, mused Fan Li. But it is not pleasant to think of joining our ancestors with the laughter of the Colonel resounding in our ears. Let us destroy Nagai to stop his laughter, burst out Pang Hao angrily. We are wasting time here challenging an old servant whose greatest achievement is cooking lentils, or wielding a sharp knife, said Fan Li. But no one paid the slightest attention to his observations, so intent were they on their own schemes and plans. Each had decided that he would kill Colonel Nagai and later join the Chinese forces. The business of being a renegade was becoming slightly frayed at the edges. There was no one to work for the Japanese, for to trust a Jap was more foolhardy than to sleep in a bed with a cobra. Hu Liang voiced the thoughts of all when he said, "It is more expedient to save our necks and live as patriots than to continue our pursuit of Chung Kuo and die as traitors from a cause as unknown as the back of the moon." Later that day, they left the inn and took separate paths, but they were all but one of one purpose. The one was Fan Li, who took a circuitous route and returned to the inn. The old servant was waiting for him. He had cooked turnips and roast young pig for a celebration. "Welcome home, General Chung Kuo," he said, bowing low. "It is good to return quietly to rest," replied Fan Li. "I haven't been sleeping well lately, but with Colonel Nagai neatly disposed of without any effort on my part, there will be less reason for unease. As to Pang Hao, San Yen, and Hu Liang, they are unwittingly doing me a favor. Yet my future would be at an end if they ever discovered I was really Chung Kuo. Nevertheless, I shall find a place for them, swinging from a pear tree, suspended by a red cord bound about their throats." They always prided themselves that they walked with cat-like quietness, nor would they make any sound on their last creep. End of Death in a Grey Mist by Frank Owen. The case of the sinister shape is a supernatural mystery set in the eerie coastal town of Ocean City. Dr. Munsing, an exorcist, investigates a series of mysterious deaths at a hotel. With the help of a skeptical detective, he must confront a malevolent force that preys on the weak and sick, twisting their bodies in horrifying ways. The Case of the Sinister Shape by Gordon McCree. Strange Tales of Mystery and Terror, March 1932. Dr. Munsing stepped out of an early morning train in the chill, salty dawn of Ocean City and shivered with an ill premonition. He did not know why he had come. He had been planning to take a vacation somewhere else, but something had impelled him to change his plans and come to Ocean City instead. It was an uncomfortable urge of something pressing. Dr. Munsing shook himself and looked around him. Solicitous hotel runners in gold-lettered caps recited the scenic and culinary merits of their respective hostelries. The doctor looked at them without the least interest, undecided. A name caught his eye. Hotel Bathurst. The broad gold letters were just the slightest bit tarnished, and the man the vaguest trifle less spruce than his rivals. But something made Dr. Munsing feel that Bathurst was the hotel he wanted. Something again. The letters were all wrong. That B-A combination and the fourth letter H, the eighth in the alphabet. He didn't like it. He didn't particularly like the strong impulse that attracted him to it. It was not a comfortable impulse, not just a vague hunch. It was a distinct urge that impelled him, an insistent influence against his will that drew him on, a feeling wholly unpleasant. He might have resisted it, of course, but much of Dr. Munsing's success in his work of battle against the more evil things of the borderland was of necessity a result of acting upon impulses. With quick decision, he gave his bag to the man and followed him to the car. Short questions during the drive elicited the information that the Bathurst was a hotel patronized mostly by the theatrical profession. None of that offered any clue to the impulse. Dr. Munsing wondered darkly. The premonition of unpleasantness received quick impetus upon his arrival at the hotel. In spite of the early hour, a scurrying and a confusion was in the lobby. Bellhops hurried aimlessly, doing nothing. A few wide-eyed guests, showing evidences of having dressed hastily, whispered in groups. Words such as horrible, fearsome, the most frightful sound I ever heard in my life, passed in shuddering agreement. A large, very blonde lady behind the desk wrung her plump white hands distractedly and moaned, "That it should happen in my house! My God, why must it happen to me?" A car roared up to the door, and a burly man with a brusque and officious manner entered. "Where is it?" he asked importantly. A dozen voices told him eagerly, "Fourth floor, room 48, 4 and 8 again." Dr. Munsing was always quick in decision. He stepped up to the man and handed him his card on which was inscribed, "Dr. Munsing, Exorcist." The man glanced at it. The title, Doctor, caught his eye. The last word was unfamiliar in his business of extracting the solid facts out of material mysteries, but this was no time to bother. He grunted satisfaction. "Good. Better come along, Doc. I couldn't connect with our own man this early. Had to leave a call for him." "All right, boy. Shoot her up." On the 4th floor, frightened faces peered from doorways. A woman huddled in a chair at the floor desk, rocking with her head buried in her arms while her body shook in great hysterical sobs. The elevator boy pointed dumbly in the direction of room 48. The plainclothes man strode briskly down the corridor. Over his shoulder he said, "Phone call said the whole floor was awakened by a frightful scream and the floor clerk rushed to the room and found a guy laid out all twisted on the bed. Something about a tall, thin fella, and the window too. Sounded foolish, but we'll get the woman in as soon as we've had a look around. While scared faces stared at him in horrid fascination, he pushed open the door with professional callousness and entered, Dr. Munsing on his heels. The window shade kept the room unpleasantly gloomy, but there was plenty enough light to see an emaciated figure in pajamas on the bed, twisted, as the floor clerk said, in a hideous contortion. The detective grunted. Huh, don't need a physician to tell me that this one is out. But look at him anyhow, Doc. While Dr. Munsing made quick tests for any possible lingering life, the other with trained eyes took in all details of the room. He shot the window shade up with a whir and let in the early daylight. The window sash was open. The man leaned out and made critical note of the outside distances. He came back to the bed and looked at the body. What's the verdict, Doc? Dr. Munsing's face was darkly serious. Quite dead, of course. There's not an external mark on him, but every bone in his body seems to be broken, smashed small from the inside. The detective scowled and his eyes swept the room rapidly once more. Huh, that's a funny one. Not a mark on him, nothing upset, no furniture broken, no signs of a fight, nothing. A body tied in a knot like it had been done with a derrick, and an open window. But what the heck, there's nothing human could get out there. Let's call that woman in. Dr. Munsing nodded, but mechanically. He stood with head high, his strong black brows drawn together in a frown, nostrils wide and twitching as though sniffing. He was feeling, sensing, trying desperately to catch some vague aura or impression that remained in the room. The impression was uncomfortable, more than that, evil and menacing. He went to the window, as the detective had done, and looked out. The wall was sheer, no projections, no ledges or roofs. He measured with his eye the distances to adjoining windows. He drew his head in again, nodding darkly with thin lips sucked in a tight line. Outside the door was the detective's voice, not unkind but determined. Come along, my girl. Nothing's going to hurt you. I don't want to make it hard, but we've got to have your description. Hey, Doc, cover it up, will you? This dame's got the horrors. He pushed the floor clerk before him. Now about this man you say you saw. Tell me exactly where and how he stood. The woman came in, twining convulsed fingers round a moist handkerchief and biting her lip to control hysteria. She cast a shuddering glance towards the bed, and finding to her relief that the twisted form upon it was decently covered, she controlled herself sufficiently to stammer her tale. I was reading at the desk there. I wasn't asleep. Suddenly I heard the scream. It was, God have mercy. It was the most horrible noise I've ever dreamed in a nightmare. I ran to the door and knocked. There was no answer. The knob turned to my hand, and I looked in, and... Shudders choked her words, and she covered her face with her hands. Dr. Munsing quickly put his arm about her shoulders and spoke soothingly. Don't tell us about the man on the bed. Don't think of that. Just tell us about the other one. The woman sensed protection in the muscular arm and understanding in the voice. She got a grip on her nerves. It wasn't quite daylight yet. The room was dim. All I could see was a very tall man, not his face. Only his shape, my God, his frightful shape. It was that frightened me more than that other. I don't know why, but it was somehow horrible. Just the shape, dark and thin and frightfully tall. It seemed to reach the window in one stride, and it pulled aside the shade and stepped out. Just like that. All elbows and knees, and then it was gone. Then I screamed, and other people came from their rooms. Let's get this straight, snapped the detective. Other people came. Did they come at once? They'd be witnesses that nobody came out of this room. That's important, because no human person could go out of that window. It would take an 8-foot man with a 10-foot reach to touch the next windowsill. I tell you, nothing human could get out of that window. Dr. Munsing nodded. You are right, officer. Nothing human. Still, he pointed with his eyes at the shrouded huddle on the bed. The detective frowned. His voice was dubious. "I've got to look into rope ladder possibilities, though I'd say that's out from the start. A rope against 3 floors of lower windows would make quite a racket. Still, that tied-up knot isn't normal. Something must have killed him." Dr. Munsing nodded agreement. Very softly and full of dark meaning, he said, "You are very right again, officer. Something quite surely killed him." The detective looked at him, his eyes dilating. "What do you mean? What weird stuff are you driving at, Doc?" Dr. Munsing shook his head. "I don't know, officer. I don't know yet. There are more horrible things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in your police records. You go ahead on your own methods. I'd like to verify from your coroner's autopsy my opinion that there was nothing organically wrong with this man. Still, I'll bet that he has been sick for some days, and I'll bet that his doctor has never found the trouble in all his medical books. I must go and see that man if I can possibly get his address from the office." The detective scowled reflectively and lit a cigarette to conceal an uneasiness that came over him. "You're a cheerful one, Doc, to have on a murder case. You give me the willies with your unholy talk. If this guy has had a doctor, like you say, I guess I'll come along with you and talk to him. I want to know what kind of sickness ties a man up into that kind of a knot." The physician who had been attending the sick man, a Dr. Perkins, turned out to be an alert-eyed little man, with the inquiring manner and quick movements of a bird. He was momentarily shocked to hear of his patient's horrible and sudden death. Then he shrugged. I suppose one should call it a tragedy, but it was, after all, only a hastening of what seemed to be inevitable. Whatever was the matter with him was more than my poor skill could fathom. "So I thought," said Dr. Munsing. "You found nothing organically wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing at all. It was the most perplexing case of all my experience as a general practitioner. There was nothing wrong with the man. I'll stake my reputation on that. He was just wasting away, and he responded to no treatment. Something was sapping his vitality." Dr. Munsing assented soberly. "Quite right, Doctor. Without any manner of doubt, something." The detective exploded. "There you go again, hinting at deviltries of some kind. Come across, Doc. What have you got up your sleeve? I'm not one of those know-it-all sleuths of the story magazines. I'm not above taking a hint from anybody. Let me in on your dope." Dr. Munsing held up his hand. His compelling eyes held the detective. "1 minute, Sergeant. The doctor here has verified just what I guessed. Take the phone and verify one more guess, will you, while I ask the doctor a few more questions, and then I'll tell you all I know. Call up the hotel and ask if there aren't some more sick people." The detective stepped into the hall where the telephone was, and the mumbling of his voice into the mouthpiece came to the 2 men while Dr. Munsing asked questions. Suddenly the voice came loud in a startled exclamation. "By cripes!" and then, "The hell you say?" The man came back to stare at Dr. Munsing with dilated eyes. Thickly he said, "You're a wizard, Doc, and there's hellishness afoot somewhere. There's 2 other sick ones, and neither do their doctors know what they've got. And there's a maid on the top floor out of her mind, and moaning about a horrible, tall, dark thing." Dr. Munsing sprang to his feet. Flinging a quick thanks to Dr. Perkins, he caught the detective by the arm and hurried him to the street. There he hailed a taxi and pushed the detective in. The latter obeyed without resistance. He was following a knowledge greater than his own. In the taxi, Dr. Munsing rapidly explained to the bewildered detective the outlines of what he guessed and the rudiments of the darker mysteries of life. He found no difficulty in reducing many years of occult study in many countries down to a few lucid details. Munsing's work was so unusual, and so few people knew anything about it, that he was constantly called upon to explain his science. "We have no time to go into history or abstruse arguments," said Dr. Munsing. "You accept the findings of expert criminologists as probable truth. You will take the word of another detective on things that you may not be familiar with yourself. Well, I am a ghost detective, No, don't interrupt. Let me tell you what I know, and later, perhaps if we get out of this alive, we can argue. I don't have to tell you that what you call ghosts do exist. Most people, though they like to pooh-pooh such things, have an inherent feeling that they might meet a ghost sometime in a dark place. You probably have your own superstitions. Well, they are not superstitions, they are hereditary memories. Our forefathers knew a great deal about spirit life that we have drowned in modern materialism. Oriental people still know a great deal. What most people do not know is that there exist many distinct forms of spirit life, and that they function each according to their attributes. Some forms are well disposed to human life, some are harmless, some are malignant. We have to deal here with a malignant form. From its action, I judge it to be an elemental. Elementals are primal earth forces, formless, eyeless, faceless. You will understand them perhaps by applying the great truth of evolution to all things. Elementals are spirit forms that have just not evolved at all. They exist, where shall I say, for want of a better word. They exist along with various other spirit forms on the other side of the veil that divides spirit from man. Sometimes it becomes possible for a spirit form to break through the veil and to manifest itself on the human plane. Never mind how they break through, they are attracted in various ways. In order to break through, they must first be attracted by humans, consciously or unconsciously. The vibration theory may account for some. When they do break through, we, in popular language, see a ghost. All elementals, possibly on account of their inferiority, hate humans who have progressed further in the scale of evolution. Having broken through into the human plane, an elemental must continue to draw sustenance from humans in order to continue to manifest. It can establish contact with some human who is sick, weak, whose power of resistance is at a low ebb. Thereafter, it continues to draw vitality from its victim, just as the vampire draws its sustenance in blood, till there is no vitality left. That in itself is bad enough. But the human victim, robbed of all vitality, does not quietly die, as do vampire victims. For the elemental, finding its victim useless, vents all its hate upon him by rending the last life from him with a vicious force, and then casts the twisted shell of what once was a man aside, and turns to find another victim in a favorable condition of low resistance. The detective had listened with wide eyes, knuckles showing white where his hands gripped his knee. These things sounded fantastically impossible, but Dr. Munsing's cold enunciation of them forced a reluctant belief in their gruesome possibility. And there was the evidence of the broken, twisted body and the telephone addenda from the hotel. All of them, things normally inexplicable. The detective drew a long, tremulous breath, and then fired what he thought was a poser. If this thing is a spook, which I don't admit yet, what brought it here? I thought that spooks hung around in old houses, monasteries, and such like places where there'd been murders. Dr. Munsing was able to laugh happily. There you are, your own established superstitions. Why do you believe that? Because your forefathers knew it. Because it is history. Because people still know it. But make no mistake. While some forms of spirit life are attracted to their associations in old houses, others, elementals, are attracted directly to humans. They can fasten onto them wherever they may live. The doctor had a desperately logical answer to every doubt. The detective propounded another, not a doubt this time, a question looking for information. And this spook thing, can it hurt other people too? People who aren't sick? Us? Dr. Munsing nodded seriously. Under the right conditions, yes. Conditions in the Bathurst are right. If it has established contact with 3 victims, its power may be immense. What do you figure brought it to the Bathurst? I don't know, replied the doctor. Maybe the number combinations of its name opened the way. There are deeps in numerology that no man has fathomed. Maybe its victim did or thought or possessed some luckless thing to attract it. Maybe just the fact that there were 3 prospects whose physical vibrations provided the right sort of non-resistance was sufficient. These are things that I do not know. I can do no more than guess in the dark. I do not know how this malignant entity was able to exert some queer force that impelled me, personally, to come here. But from that, I deduce that I have had contact with this elemental evil before. It has reason to hate me more than all other humans. And it has drawn me to this place because it feels it has contacted with something or other, with some new power that will enable it to destroy me. I don't know yet what this power may be or just how the thing has been able to exert it from a distance. But I feel positive that the whole plan of campaign is aimed at me. The doctor stated his case with cold conviction. No exaggeration, no assumption of knowledge that he did not possess, no heroics. Here was something at last that the detective could understand. A force for evil directed deliberately against an individual who stood for law and order. It was a condition that he himself had faced many a time, and the doctor faced the condition calmly, without hint of hesitation, just as any officer of the law might. There was inspiration in that attitude. The detective braced himself. It had been the dark unknown that had seemed so horrible. Now he felt that he knew quite a good deal about the ways of spooks. He shrugged. Well, it sounds like a lot of hooey to me, Doc, but you got your nerve all right. And I'm assigned to clear up this murder, so I'll throw in with you. Let me just phone headquarters to send a man to look up marks around the window and fingerprints, and then we'll take a look at this maid that's gone queer on the top floor. Upon arrival at the hotel, they found a physician already in attendance upon the maid. She had been moved to a bed in a vacant room, and there she lay in a state of collapse, moaning incoherent things and rolling staring eyes that saw nothing. The physician was quite at a loss. There's not a thing the matter with the girl, he told them. No hurt of any kind. But there seems to be some awful fright. All she does is mutter something about a horrible shape. Dr. Munsing nodded. Do what you can. We'll be back. He drew the detective away. There'll be attics above this top floor, trapdoor entrances. That's where we must look. And listen, get this very straight because you'll need to know just what you are up against. This is no empty shadow that groans and rattles chains. It has drawn human vitality sufficient to materialize in exaggerated resemblance to the human form from which it has taken that vitality. By the process of multiplication of energy known to all spirit forms, it has built up that energy to a force sufficient to tear you and me apart. Few spirit forms can face bright light. Therefore, this thing will be lurking through the day in dark places' attics. The detective heaved up his shoulders in a great shrug. If I believed the half of what you told me, Doc, I'd be taking cover faster than from a crook gang with machine guns. But I'm with you, so you know just about what I think. At the end of that long hallway, rungs let into the wall led to a square trap above. Dr. Munsing, with a grim little smile, waited. The detective was quick to catch on to his motive. He grinned at him. You haven't got me scared yet, buddy, he grunted, and he slowly climbed the ladder. With a thrust of his burly shoulders, he flung the trapdoor back and disappeared into the gloomy hole. Dr. Munsing deliberately waited below. He heard the man's heavy footsteps move in a small circle above. Still he waited. It was being alone in the dark that tried a man's unbelief in ghosts. Suddenly the detective's voice came. Doc! Hey, Doc! Within the second it came again, urgent, anxious. Hey, Doc, come on up. In a flash, Dr. Munsing was up the ladder and beside the man. It was he who was grinning now, though rather thinly and without mirth. The detective drew a shaky breath. His face was sheepish, and had by this time lost all of its gruff assurance. By golly, I guess I'm a fool. For a minute there I was getting rattled. But there's something up here, Doc. Dr. Munsing laughed shortly. So, you felt it, did you? Felt what? The detective was boldly positive again. If I'd felt anything, I'd have taken a crack at it. What do you think I felt? Dr. Munsing was grimly uncompromising. Fear, he said. Just the first swift stab of it, and you haven't seen the thing yet. I told you fear was one of its attributes. You'll have to hold your nerve with an iron grip, because this thing knows how to wrench out the very roots of fear." The detective's voice came very soberly. "By golly, Doc, you've almost got me believing you. There was something getting my goat, but I'm with you." "Good man," said Dr. Munsing. "Let's take a look around." The attic space in which they stood was a long, wide barrack of a place. Dim light filtered through a cobwebby louver opening. Ghostly grey BX electric cable wandered snakily over the open ceiling beams. The peaked roof shingles were lost in the gloom above. Only a track of 3 planks made walking space down the middle of the empty area. A false step on either side and one's foot would plunge through the ceiling of the room below. At the far end, another dim ventilation louver showed that the attic extended on both sides. Apparently it was all like that, a dusty, musty emptiness of king posts and crossbeams that covered the whole building, which was constructed with wings and a center, like a letter E. "Hell of a place to go spook hunting," grumbled the detective, with an attempt at jocularity to keep up his spirit. Dr. Munsing said nothing, but advanced slowly, the detective as close to his side as the narrow plank track would allow. In the gloomier central portion barely lit from the dim ends, the doctor was very cautious. A faint metallic clink in his pocket told that he had handled something. If overwrought imaginations were not building figments out of nothing, soft echoes and vague scuffling noises indicated that something was moving somewhere. "We've got to be sure," said the doctor, "that it is up here and that it is it." They advanced together cautiously. Arrived at the end, the detective fastened a spasmodic grip on the doctor's arm. "There! By God, I'll swear I saw something duck round the far corner. Come on," said the doctor shortly. Both men felt a tingling of their skin as they started forward. The detective pressed on. Having seen something, all his training as a manhunter came to the fore. He reached that corner ahead of the doctor. With a sudden shout, he snatched his pistol and fired into the further darkness. Nothing happened. Then in a few seconds, almost as though it were a foul odor given off by some beast of the skunk family, a hot wave of hate swept back and eddied round them. It was a sensation almost solid. They could feel the furious malice of the thing. A chill ran along the detective's spine. "That was foolish," said Dr. Munsing quietly. "You can't shoot a ghost. But I knew you had your gun, otherwise I would never have brought you up here." "God of heaven," breathed the detective. "I take it all back, Doc. I don't know what I saw, but it was a long and a fearful shape of something. And what use is a gun, then, if you can't shoot a thing like that?" Dr. Munsing nodded. He spoke with ominous seriousness, the sinister shape that frightened the women to hysteria. "You're beginning to believe, yes? But listen now again. You've got to know this. It is a law of the universe that to every natural ill nature has provided an antidote. We don't know all the antidotes, but science is continually finding more of them. There are repellents as well as attractions for all spirit forms. The old-timers practiced a mumbo-jumbo and called it magic. Rubbish. There is no such thing as magic. They knew some of the rules, that's all. The repellent for an elemental is cold iron. I don't know why, but it has been known for all the ages. The amulets of all Oriental peoples who know a lot more than we do are made of cold iron. Your lucky horseshoe is cold iron. The material of which your gun is made is 1,000 times better safeguard here than all your bullets. Better still is natural iron, the antidote to the primal earth spirit as nature primally made it. Best of all, because of its purest natural form, is meteorite iron. An elemental can approach cold iron only in circumstances of extraordinary power. Now come ahead. Quickly they traversed that passage and came to what would correspond to the lower arm of the E, a blind passage. If the thing were here at all, they had it cornered. "It can't go through that ventilation louver," whispered Dr. Munsing. "I mean, it could squeeze through the slats, but it can't face daylight. Come on." It was a foolish, in fact a quite stupid, advance to make, as Dr. Munsing perfectly well recognized afterwards. That louver was particularly cobwebby and dim. The corner was dark. The elemental malignants had been drawing power from no less than 3 sick persons. And lastly, a law which the doctor well knew. Anything cornered instantly builds up a psychological increase of power. With perfectly insane recklessness, however, he advanced along the narrow plank track, over the open ceiling beams, the detective, sublime in his ignorance, with him. Like an offensive odor again, heavy hate assailed them, tangible, almost stifling. The gloom in the far corner became gloomier. Long black shadows of beams threw patterns. If the thing were there, it was indistinguishable amongst the other shadows. Under ordinary circumstances, Dr. Munsing would have taken warning right there. The sheer, overwhelming force of the hate projection was evidence of the power that the thing had been able to gather to itself. But in some amazing manner, he seemed to have lost all caution. Not only caution, but simple common sense was lacking. The detective, bold in his ignorance, followed the lead of the expert. But he felt the menace of the thing. "By God," he muttered hoarsely, "I'll swear it's getting darker." And it was. A blackness in the corner thickened and seemed to bulge out at them. Malignance, almost triumphal, swirled about them. Then fear in a sudden rush clutched at their senses, like an animate intelligence tearing to break down their resistance. At that, at last, Dr. Munsing felt that he had come too far, that he had pitted himself against a condition of power far greater than he had realized. He knew that he had come just where the thing wanted him. A desperate thought of retreat came to him, but it was a long passage back over the narrow and insecure planks. Then fear in an overwhelming surge tore his grip of himself to shreds of frazzled, screaming nerves. A choked cry of hideous panic came from the detective, and with it the horror broke upon them. The shadow towered up before them, a palpable, monstrous, deformed thing. An inhuman noise issued from it, a ululation of hell's triumph. The unleashed malignance of all the ages enveloped them, and the thing launched itself at them. Both men agreed afterwards that at that moment they saw their own spirits apart from themselves, torn from them, and whirled in a strong wind. The detective's shout was a strangled groan. With desperate effort he hurled himself aside, anywhere. His heavy body struck violently against the doctor. Together the two bodies came down. There was a smashing sound. Wood splintered, plaster cracked. The bright light of God's good day broke blindingly upon them. A short, swift descent, and a thud. They had smashed through the lath and plaster ceiling into the room below. Above them, through the jagged hole, sounded a noise like beasts snarling in rage. Angular concentrates of darkness moved furiously in the gloom, as though long arms struggled to reach them, the more furious, because they could not face the bright light. Like a stench again, consuming hate settled down upon them. Then slowly the malignance ebbed from the opening. Both men were badly shaken. Death had been terrifyingly close to them. They were bruised, and the breath had been knocked out of them. But their shock was mental much more than physical. The terror of that primal evil in the thick dark still shook them. The room through the ceiling of which they had mercifully broken happened to be untenanted. Dr. Munsing pulled himself together with a strong effort. He dragged himself to the plaster-littered bed and sat with his head in his hands. With the sudden fall and the plunge into bright daylight, common sense had come back to him. The thread of some queer influence had snapped. His mind grappled with the phenomenon of his so nearly fatal stupidity. How could it do it? He kept asking. I should have known, I did know, that it had a tremendous store of power. I knew that conditions were just right for it. What lunacy made me walk right into its trap? How did it influence me to come here in the first place? An elemental in itself is of too low an order of intelligence to influence the human mind. That rule is absolute. What new and deadly trick is this? The detective was concerned with a more practical aspect of the case. His heavy, ruddy face was white, and great drops of perspiration clung to his forehead. "Blessed saints," he kept muttering. "Holy Mother!" I don't know what I've seen nor what black section of hell has broken out and come to this house, but God help us. What's to do? What can mortal man do against a thing like that? 50 cops couldn't fight that thing. Save us. Is it safe anyway to sit under that hole where it can look at us? Dr. Munsing shook himself out of his uneasy consideration upon the new menace of mental influence. The detective was right. Practical considerations were paramount. Precautions had to be taken. It can't come at us in the light, he assured the detective. All the police in the world wouldn't be any good. They might be able to chase it out of here, but it would be loose somewhere else in the world and would find another victim. We can't destroy it. It is a spirit form and so cannot be killed. Holy Mother! The AWF-ulness of that thought shook the detective. Is it a piece of everlasting hell itself? What can we do? The only thing we can do is to starve it. By a merciful dispensation of providence, the thing has its limitations. It has made its contacts and has materialized. In order to continue to manifest on this material plane, it must continue to draw energy from its victims. It must eat. We must cut off its supply. We must protect its 2 remaining victims from further drain upon their vitality by cold iron on their persons, and their rooms must be kept brilliantly lit throughout the night. We must bar all exits to the attic with cold iron, the louver openings, everything. That won't be difficult. Stove lids, gas piping, anything will do. Fortunately, the thing cannot easily break through the natural resistance of people who are not sick, whose vitality is strong. In fact, it seems that there are only certain people whose vital vibrations are right for it, with whom it can establish contact. Every day, or rather night, that it cannot renew its supply of human vitality, it grows weaker, till shortly it will not have power enough to materialize at all. It will be forced back to spirit form, to the limbo from which it came. That is the only way we can deal with it. We must so deal with it. Otherwise, it will remain a curse at large in the world. With a material job in hand, the detective was full of energy. Full, too, of an almost religious obsession as to the need of driving this unholy thing back to the nether pit. "I'll fix that end of it, Doc," he declared with a crusader's spirit. "Leave it to me. I'll have those trap doors and things fixed up in no time. No need to tell the hotel folks what it's all about. I'll just say the police are in charge." "By no means tell anybody," said the doctor. "Fear engenders vibrations favorable to occult forces. I shall go and see these 2 sick people and try to make them understand what we want to do without scaring them." At the hotel desk, the doctor inquired for particulars about the 2 sick people who were so mysteriously ill. The large blonde lady gave garrulous details. There was Mr. Beckett in room 62, who had the snappiest monologue act in vaudeville. A fine, generous gentleman he was too, and it was a shame and a disgrace that the doctors who took his good money couldn't even tell him what was wrong with him. And there was Mr. Lubine in 19, who used to play the 2 a day, but there was not much call for his specialty these days, and he was reduced to a come-on booth at the beach. A hypnotist he was, and one of the best in— "What? What's that?" Dr. Munsing's sudden shout startled the lady back to her tremulous condition of the early morning. Her nerves were in no condition to bear another shock. "A hypnotist, you say? God of everlasting wonders! What cunning guile is this?" He hurried from the desk, muttering, leaving the lady to gaze tearfully after him. A hypnotist? So that was how it was done? The malignant thing, absorbing with the man's vitality a portion of his attributes, had been able to project a hypnotic suggestion to its enemy. Dr. Munsing was sure now that this was the same elemental evil that he had combated before. On that occasion, owing to the stupidity of others, the elemental had won. The doctor had failed to starve it out. Now it knew the danger of the doctor's profound knowledge, just as a criminal knows and fears the danger of a clever detective. Dr. Munsing smiled a tight and very crooked smile. So that was how the thing had been able to influence his mind, and had lured him here, where it had no less than 3 coincidental sources of power. That was how it had fooled him into advancing into its lair in the face of conditions that all his knowledge told him were in its favor. Dr. Munsing whistled and wiped his brow. What an insidious and deadly danger that was. His lips set in a hard line. He would not be caught with that trick again, and he must immediately warn the detective against that sly menace. Together they made the rounds of the top-floor halls. The various trap-doors had been guarded with immense quantities of iron. Hardware of all kinds had been nailed, screwed, or attached by cords, as conditions permitted, to every possible outlet. From outside, festoons of gas pipe hung over the ventilation louver. "And we've shoved nails and stove bolts into the mouse holes," said the detective, with an official pride in his thoroughness. Dr. Munsing told him that an elemental was no such attenuated thing that it could ooze through a mouse hole. It was a material body capable of doing material harm. They went to the patient's rooms and immunized those. Inventing a story about a prowling gang of burglars, Dr. Munsing instructed them about keeping doors and windows closed and lights burning bright. Over the brass hardware of the doors he hung packets of meteoric iron. "Tomorrow," he said to the detective, "we shall know whether we have missed anything. If the patients look better, it will be proof that we are being successful. If they are worse, don't worry that I've overlooked anything," the detective interrupted. "If that devil's spawn is anything bigger than an ant, we've got him bottled in the attic." In spite of which boast, a furious knocking woke the doctor with the first streaks of dawn, and a white-faced boy brought a story that a watchman had seen a long, dark figure skulking up a staircase. Munsing immediately investigated in company with the detective and discovered that the ironware about one of the trap-doors had been removed and stacked neatly in a corner. "What the hell?" swore the detective. "I thought you said it couldn't touch iron." But Dr. Munsing, with a very serious expression, continued his inquiries. They elicited the information that a hotel employee on one of the upper floors had moved them. He appeared to be hazy in his recollection of just why he had done so. He supposed that probably they must have looked unnecessary, as well as untidy. The furious detective would have struck the bewildered employee, but Dr. Munsing held his hand. "Remember," he told him meaningly, "it hypnotized us to follow it right into its den." The detective's hand dropped. Amazement and awe were in his expression. "Holy saints! If it can do that against our precautions, do you think it got at the sick ones again?" "Come on," snapped the doctor. A hurried call at number 62 disclosed that everything was intact and that Mr. Beckett had slept well and looked refreshed. But the report from number 19 was not so reassuring. Mr. Lubin lay in his bed, completely exhausted, and his window that had been so carefully protected was wide open. Tactful, painstaking inquiry disclosed that he had been unable to sleep. It had been hot, so he had opened the window for fresh air and had turned out the glaring lights. Dr. Munsing drew the detective out of the room. His manner was very troubled. "There are times," he murmured, "when I almost believe in a personal devil. What a diabolic jest upon life, hypnotizing the hypnotist with his own medicine." "God of mercy," groaned the detective. "What can we ever do against that damnable trick?" "Nothing," said Dr. Munsing with flat conviction. "Nothing at all. I had hoped to starve this thing out. But as long as that man lives, it will always be able to influence somebody to leave a loophole somewhere. His hypnotic art is his own death sentence. We can only hope that he does not live too long." The detective stared at him with big eyes as he assimilated the helplessness of that thought. 3 days of watching and futile precautions passed. Always somebody somewhere was insidiously impelled to remove some carefully built barrier of cold iron. The doomed hypnotist grew horribly weaker. And then, one day just before the dawn, that frightful, soul-searing scream rang throughout the hotel once more. The detective and Dr. Munsing almost collided with each other at the door of number 19. Together they tore it open and dashed in, but only to verify what they already knew. The body of the wretched hypnotist lay distorted in a gruesome contortion. The detective, in spite of his anticipation of the tragedy, was stunned by the hideous inevitability of it. But Dr. Munsing was full of grim energy. His strong nostrils quivered with the prospect of encounter, and a tight smile pinched his lips. "Say so," he hissed very softly. "The thing has been foolish enough to kill its source of supply. It has perhaps learned enough to circumvent our barriers, but," he nodded very purposefully, "perhaps now we can trap it." The detective stared at him. "What do you mean, trap it? You're not going to try and catch that thing, and you can't kill it, you told me." Grimly, Dr. Munsing expounded the law. "Every spirit form can be exorcised if you know how. Every ghost, as you would put it, can disappear. A spirit form may disintegrate itself voluntarily, or, if one has the knowledge and the necessary courage, conditions may be made so unpleasant for it that it disintegrates itself back to the fourth dimension. If we can catch our elemental and force it to dematerialize, it is right back where it came from, beyond the veil once more. A completely new set of conditions must be found in order to let it break through again." "How?" was all that the detective said through set teeth. Dr. Munsing was deadly deliberate. "Have you got plenty of plain guts? I mean, nerve enough to meet this thing in a locked room? But I know you have. You'll see it through with me. Live or die." The detective's eyes were held by the doctor's compelling stare. Slowly he nodded. Dr. Munsing held out his hand. "Good man. Listen then. This thing has a low grade of intelligence. Tonight it will try to get into the other sick man's room. Well, we'll leave the road open, and you, my nervy friend, and I, we shall be waiting for it." Like steam slowly escaping the breath came heavily through the detective's nose. But his eyes remained fixed on Dr. Munsing's. His jaw muscles swelled over gritted teeth. He nodded. "Good man," said Dr. Munsing tersely again. "Go ahead and arrange about having the patient moved into another room, and hang all the iron in the house around it. I've got some preparations to make yet. I've been getting ready for this for the last 3 days. I've got a long session now with a carpenter and an electrician, probably a blacksmith too. See you at 10 o'clock tonight." For the detective, it was an awful day of foreboding and gloomy conjecture, a day that dragged its minutes into interminable hours. Fearsome though the thought was of facing the elemental thing, he welcomed each new hour that led on to the evening as being 1 hour the less to wait in suspense. Not a minute before 10 p.m. did Dr. Munsing show up. He was tense. "Come on," he said shortly. "They turn off the main lights here at 10. We want to be in position right away." The sick man's room was stuffy with recent occupancy and want of air. Dr. Munsing's first act was to throw the window up to its fullest extent. The detective breathed like a nervous horse, but said nothing. Laconically, Dr. Munsing outlined his plans. "I've been having a surprise built here for the thing. That will give us an advantage, and let me tell you, we'll need it. We must just sit tight in the dark till it comes. Chairs in the corner farthest from window and bed. Not a peep, not a sound to warn it. And then, if it comes, it'll be it or us." The detective never knew whether minutes or hours or days passed. Time was an interminable ache of apprehension. Comfortable human noises in the hotel ceased. Unfamiliar noises shuffled and whispered down passages. Probably humans too, or mice, but the detective quivered at each one. Faint clicks came from without the window, insects or summer bats. The detective groped for Dr. Munsing's arm in the dark. The doctor leaned softly over to whisper reassurance. "Don't bother about noises. It will be as silent as a ghost when it comes, and then whatever happens will happen fast. Hold your nerve for that minute, and then, whatever happens, don't let the iron amulet out of your hands." Black eternity passed again. Suddenly both men drew a sharp breath at the same time. There had been no sound, but a roundish object the size of a grapefruit was dimly outlined above the windowsill. For minutes it stayed as motionless as a lurking animal, a formless, indistinguishable shape, a blur in the outer darkness. At last it moved. It rose above the sill. An extraordinarily long angle of a raggy elbow heaved up from below. A gaunt shoulder followed, and then another fantastic elbow. There the thing hung in grotesque silhouette. The grapefruit thing was obviously its deformed head. It turned as though listening. The detective experienced the same cold fear that he had at his first meeting with the thing in the attic, and again, almost as an animal odor. The sense of hate wafted into the room. His grip closed hard on Dr. Munsing's arm. Its rock-like steadiness reassured him. Slowly, with infinite caution, the shadow drew itself over the sill, all long, raggedy arms and abnormally attenuated legs. Now it stood wholly within the room, a shadow against the outer dimness, deformed, grotesque, immense. Then things happened fast. Dr. Munsing stretched out a cautious arm and pressed a button. With a rasp and a heavy metallic clang, a sliding shutter slammed down into its groove, cutting off even the dim square of outside night. The room was in black darkness. A snarling, squealy noise sounded by the bed. A choked "my God" from the detective. Then a click, a familiar sputter, and a blaze of light from a powerful theater arc lamp. Crouching in sudden affright, the sinister shape loomed enormous in all its exaggerated deformity, menacing in spite of its startled surprise. But it was to the face of the thing that the eyes of both men were attracted. A faceless face, a smudge, a smear of mouldy, doughy substance, shapeless, shrunken, incredibly evil. Yet there were eyes, dead slaty grey with darker diagonal slits of irises, and a frothy gash of a mouth, a formless face of fear and of unbelievable fury. A sound of rage issued from the mouth, and the thing hurled itself at the window through which it had come. In the same movement, like an animal arresting its leap in mid-air, it shrank from the iron sheet that had clanged into place. With inhuman speed, snarling as it twisted, it changed its leap into a plunge across the room and lunged an abnormally attenuated arm at the arc lamp. There was a crash, a tinkle of smashed carbon rods, and the room was blotted into black darkness once more. Out of the dark came a roaring noise, an incoherent howl of triumph. The detective felt himself whirled off his feet into the air by an irresistible force. He commended his soul to God. Then, mercifully, there was a sputtering noise and a spurt of blue flame. Another arc blazed bright. A sputter once more. Another. Again. Another. The room was flooded with light that hurt the eyes. The detective found himself on the floor. Vaguely he was conscious of Dr. Munsing shielding his eyes from the glare and advancing with incredible courage against a shapeless blackness that condensed in a corner, holding in his hands a queer five-sided emblem of iron. From it, and from the blinding lights, the black shadow shrank, farther into the corner, and yet farther. The lights seemed to penetrate it, to eat it up. Its solid blackness paled. It thinned out. The baseboard was visible through it, the pattern of the wallpaper. Presently there was no shadow, nothing, only a stifling odor of baffled hate. Dr. Munsing advanced resolutely into the corner. He pressed his pentagon of iron into the farthest nook. There he left it, and he came to lift the detective to his feet. Great beads of perspiration stood on his forehead. His strong hands were trembling. He hid his own agitation under a cover of brusqueness. "What in thunder did you do with the iron amulet I told you not to let out of your hand? Dropped it to reach for your gun, huh? You poor fool. You've been nearer to horrible death than you'll ever be able to understand." The detective was not resentful at this. Is it gone?" was all he wanted to know. Very slowly and very soberly Dr. Munsing nodded. "By the grace of God, yes, and by the grace of God again. The conditions that allow a thing like that to break through into the human world come, very fortunately, seldom. This elemental evil is exorcised. Or, as you will tell the tale to your unbelieving fellows, this ghost is laid." End of the Case of the Sinister Shape by Gordon MacRae. The Long, Still Streets of Evening. By Frank Owen. Weird Tales, September 1944. Jewels are like people. No two are alike. No two have the same secrets. Before ringing the doorbell of the great house on the avenue, Ives Cranston gazed furtively about him. The street was almost deserted, although the evening was still young. Gay automobiles hummed past and occasional buses lumbered down toward the square. Across the street was Central Park, like a peaceful green carpet spread out in the throbbing turmoil of the city. Ives Cranston was fastidiously dressed, not flashily but in perfect taste. He was tall and rather good-looking. Handsome would be too strong a word, but he was not unattractive. Again he gazed furtively up and down the street. Then he shrugged his shoulders. Evidently he had arrived at some sort of a decision, for he rang the bell. It boomed out sonorously through the rooms as though searching for the dwellers hidden beyond those massive walls. Almost immediately, the door was opened by a Chinese servant who was attired in Occidental formal evening dress. He bowed low as he bade the visitor to enter. A suggestion of burning pungent incense made fragrant the great halls. "I believe the Honorable Chang Qian is expecting me," began Cranston. "My master is in the library," was the reply. "Will you acquaint him with the fact that Ives Cranston of Chicago awaits the pleasure of an interview? My master has instructed me to lead you into his presence at once." The man, although undoubtedly Chinese, spoke as easily and as fluently as though he were native-born. He led the way down a wide, spacious hall, a hall carpeted in velvet and dimly lighted by iridescent yellow-orange lamps. At the end of the hall was a doorway hidden by soft, rich curtains. The servant, whose name was Shung Kung, held the draperies aside as Ives Cranston entered. The room in which he now found himself was very long and very wide. At one end was a massive open fireplace, a fireplace so huge that it seemed capable of holding a trunk of an entire tree at one time. There was no fire burning, although a great log lay upon the irons ready to be consumed by the flames whenever necessity demanded. The room was cozy and comfortable. There were many books spread about on the tables, and also many lamps. Near every chair there was a lamp, and near every lamp there were a quantity of books. Scattered about the room were vases filled with flowers, wisteria, roses, carnations, and sweet jasmine, whose fragrance hung like a caress on the air. Chang Qian sat in a great armchair before the fireplace. He rose as Ives Cranston entered. Cranston reflected that he had seldom seen a man so handsome despite his evident Mongolian extraction. His face, although it had a yellow-olive cast, was almost white. His lips were well-formed. Well-formed also was his aquiline nose, but it was his splendid eyes that were his chief attraction. They were dark as night shadows, but they were more brilliant than crystals in sunlight. They were extremely expressive, reflecting his every mood except when he did not wish his thoughts to be known. Then the fires died down in them, as though at the command of his will they had been banked, leaving them somber and brooding. He was faultlessly attired in a tuxedo suit. His hands were thin and expressive. On one finger he wore an amethyst which glowed like a purple sunset. In his own country he was a powerful mandarin. After greetings had been exchanged, Chang Qian motioned his guest to be seated. "I was just drinking a cup of pearl orchid-scented tea," he said. "Perhaps you might care to join me. There is no more charming method of binding friendship than for companions to quaff tea together." As he spoke, he poured out a tiny cupful of the amber fluid. "Small though the cup is," he mused, "the strength it contains is vast." Ives Cranston lifted the fragile cup to his lips and sipped the tea. It was odd, slightly sweet in taste, but not unpleasant. As Cranston slowly consumed the beverage, Chang Qian plunged into a discussion of literature which was distinctly charming. His enunciation was perfect, and the tone of his voice was like rare music. He talked of the charm of single words, of groups of words and tiny verses, and quoted snatches of songs from old Chinese poets. The wind blows. The inn is filled with the scent of willow flowers. She sits all night by the cold lamp until the moon melts into the dawn. The sages and worthies of old times have left not a sound. Only those who drank have achieved lasting fame. So he quoted on and on bits of verse, broken bits of sentences that aroused pleasurable thoughts within him. At first Ives Cranston was delighted with his drolleries, but as the hours passed he commenced to grow uneasy. Finally, when for a moment his host lapsed into silence, he said abruptly, "I could listen to you endlessly were it not for the fact that I am pressed for time. Literature has always appealed to me, and poetry I have always adored. But I have come all the way from Chicago to behold the Gobi diamond which you have advertised for sale throughout the country. Legends about it are cropping up everywhere, even in the wind that blows through the wheatlands." Chang Keen rose to his feet. He was all apologies. "Forgive me for forgetting your purpose here," he said, "but when my mind is plunged in literature, it is as though I walk in a sweet dream. Lovely words are jewels more gorgeous than any precious stone. They enthrall me far more greatly. A stone delights the material eye. Gorgeous words appeal to the spiritual." As he spoke, he crossed the room to a wall safe, a simple affair which is customarily builded into the better class houses. In a few moments he returned with a red velvet box. Without a word he drew from it an enormous diamond, which he placed upon the table before him, where the electric lamps gleamed upon it, causing it to flash and scintillate with a wondrous fire. It was blue-white, like moonlight sparkling on a blue lake. Ives Cranston gasped. He took a step forward. His face was flushed. It seemed hard for him to breathe, as though he was suffocated by its magnificence. His hands trembled. They fluttered nervously about the diamond, afraid to touch it, yet caught in the web of its witchery. "Examine it," suggested Chang Keen. "You can better then judge of its perfection." He was perfectly composed. Once more he seated himself in the great armchair. He sipped languidly at his tea. He paid little attention to the diamond. He thought of the written picture of Ho Shao-chi. The single butterfly comes, goes, comes, returning as though urged by love. The tea in his cup was cold, so he took a fresh cup and filled it from the pot that had been singing softly, kept warm by an alcohol lamp. And now Ives Cranston held the glowing blue diamond in his hands. He caressed it as though it were alive. He crooned softly to it. The expression of his face was like that of one hypnotized. Chang Keen gazed at him and smiled. It was foolish to go into such ecstasies over a jewel. Now a perfect quatrain or an unpublished poem by the immortal Li Tai Po would be something quite different, but a jewel that contained no music. He was interrupted in his musings by the voice of Ives Cranston. Chang Keen was a man of moods. His mind was like the sky, ever-changing, ever-charming. But his opinions varied upon occasion. At the moment his mind was filled with wondrous poetry. At other times art and prose held him equally enthralled. "What is the price of this jewel?" asked Cranston hoarsely. "How can one put a price on perfection?" replied Chang Keen quizzically. "In all the world, there is no other stone exactly identical to that. Jewels are like people. No two are alike. Pearls, for instance, can be matched as to size and color and fire, but they are not duplicates any more than are two men of similar appearance. I do not say that this is the most marvelous diamond in the world, but such as it is, there is no other to absolutely match it." Ives Cranston seemed surprised. "You advertise the gem for sale," he said. "Throughout the length and breadth of the country, strange tales and legends are being circulated about it. Its fame could not be greater if you employed a press agent. Yet now you refuse to set a price upon it." Chang Keen smiled. I advertised it in 12 leading cities, he explained. An art treasure of this sort cannot be disposed of by confining oneself to a single locality. I have had a constant stream of collectors to view it. Some have come all the way from the Pacific coast. If you refuse to put a price upon the diamond, persisted Cranston, how do you expect to sell it? Merely by bids, was the reply. If you care, you may give the matter thought and mail me a bid. If it is satisfactory, I shall reply. If not, the interlude will be over. I sometimes wonder, after all, whether I would not be disappointed if I succeeded in finding a purchaser. Long after Cranston had departed, Chang Qian sat alone in the great room upstairs in which he slept. It was a room of austere simplicity. All the draperies were of purple and dark blue. There were a few chairs scattered about, a great bed, and an enormous library table well stacked with books. Chang Qian considered that a house only was cosily furnished when there were books in every room. He switched off the electric lights and seated himself in a comfortable armchair. Lazily he lighted a cigarette. It was the hour of the day which he enjoyed most. Each night he sat alone in the darkness before retiring. He liked to review the events of the day. Usually they were worth musing over. His existence had always been rather venturesome and exciting. He loved to study faces. He thought of the people who had recently visited his house to view the diamond. They had come from all walks of life, all sorts and conditions of men and several women, enough material for 100 dramas. He thought of Grey Anthony and of Ives Cranston. There could be no doubt that they knew each other. At least Cranston knew Anthony, and yet he had denied it. Odd. But then Chang Qian had lived in China, in the Gobi Desert, where strange, unbelievable things frequently happen. He had schooled himself to be surprised, to be shocked at nothing. On the other hand, trusted no man. How many friends he had he neither knew nor cared. His sole consideration was the exact number of his enemies. That was a problem worthy of reflection. How long he remained sitting in the chair he knew not. It was a moment of complete relaxation. He was off guard. He was resting. If the mask slipped from his face, what did it matter? All of us wear masks. Expressions never reflect the true man. But they are as necessary as one's clothes to hide one's nakedness. He had been dozing, but now he was fully awake in an instant. He always slept like a soldier prepared for battle. The thing that aroused him was a feeling that someone was moving about downstairs. He did not know whether he had actually heard a sound. Nor did he care. He had a sort of sixth sense that warned him of danger. Perhaps it was purely natural, since many years of his life had been spent in desert places. He knew that his faithful valet, Sheng Kong, had retired. They had come upstairs together. Sheng Kong was more than a servant. He was a trusted companion, a friend. His faithfulness had been tested time and time again. He was the partner in all his master's numerous enterprises. Chang Qian listened, every nerve tense. There was scarcely any sound, but still he knew that someone had stealthily entered the house. Slowly, cautiously he rose to his feet. He was no longer smoking. His cigarette had long since been consumed, and he was glad. The faint aroma on the air might be perceptible to a keen sense even above the pungent fragrance of the incense. Fortunately, the door of his room was still open, so there was no danger of its creaking. He slipped off his slippers. Barefooted, he crept stealthily out into the hall. He was unarmed, nor did he make any attempt to secure a weapon. Step by step, he crept down the stairs. They were carpeted in rich velvet, heavily padded. Even had he worn shoes, his footfalls could not have been heard. At last he arrived at the library door and peered eagerly within, taking every precaution not to be seen. Before the wall safe was Ives Cranston. He had opened the safe and was just drawing the diamond from it as Chang Qian beheld him. He carried no light, for the moon was at the full. It flooded the room in a soft, silvery radiance, at least that part of the room that held the wall safe. It was as though the very perfection of the night had decided to help in the robbery. Chang Qian watched Cranston only for a second. Then he made his way slowly back upstairs to his room. There he found Sheng Kong awaiting him. Sheng whispered to him softly as he entered. In a few brief words, his master informed him of what he had perceived. Subterfuge, he murmured, is a terrible thing. Thus speaking, he sighed and lay down upon the bed. Meanwhile, Ives Cranston had secured the diamond. He left through the open window by which he had entered. He had found it unlatched when he arrived, so it was not necessary to try to pick the door lock. He was jubilant. The gorgeous Gobi diamond was his at last. It was worth coming from Pittsburgh to secure. Of course, he had said that he was from Chicago. It would never do in an affair of this sort to give one's real hometown. A few moments later, he was on the street again. For safety's sake, he decided to cut through Central Park. Perhaps he could find a taxi. He had hoped to have a taxi waiting for him, but at the last minute, he had decided that to do so would be too risky. As a rule, he worked alone. No one had anything on him. In Pittsburgh, he was known as a wealthy stockbroker. He was well respected, well liked. His friends were numerous. They imagined he was extremely rich, and he was. After all, is not a clever mind far greater in value than mere money? A taxi was ambling past. He hailed it. It was fortunate that it was empty. He directed the chauffeur to drive him to the Pennsylvania depot. He decided to take the first train out of town no matter where it went. The main thing now was to get away. After that, he would hurry to Pittsburgh as quickly as possible. Thus musing, he stepped into the taxi. To his consternation, he discovered that it was not vacant. He had made a frightful mistake. On this one night of all nights, when he wished to avoid meeting anyone, he had blundered into a situation which necessitated quick thinking. The occupant of the cab was an old man, a rather tiny old man with bushy white hair. Most of the time only his white hair was visible, but whenever they passed a street lamp, his jovial face loomed into view. "Pardon me," spluttered Ives Cranston. "I thought this taxi was empty." The old man laughed heartily. "It practically is," he chuckled, "for I am as good as nobody. A garrulous old man whom no one takes seriously." He seized the arm of Cranston. "You must stay," he went on quickly. His voice was decisive. "After midnight all men are brothers, whether they be kings or thieves. At that time the long still streets of evening take on a hush of magic. All honest folks are sleeping. Only millionaires, beggars and milkmen are prowling about. Where do you wish to go? I'll take you anywhere you say. If you wish, I will join you on a night's adventure. I am cursed with insomnia. For years it has clutched at my health. But now I have mastered it. The secret of overcoming insomnia is never to go to bed." Ives Cranston sat in his corner. He was very dejected. How was he to rid himself of this garrulous old gentleman? He was probably mildly mad, but harmless. At another time, he would have been amused by the old man's prattle, but not while he carried the wondrous Gobi diamond in his pocket. Not even Scheherazade herself could have interested him at that moment. He was in a quandary, but abruptly he decided that he would be affable. The old man was harmless. To insist on getting out of the taxi might create a scene. He was unable to gauge the exact degree of the old man's mania. "I wish to go to the Pennsylvania depot," he said. "If you insist on going out of your way to accommodate me, you may do so." The old man called through the speaking tube to the chauffeur. He had hard work making himself understood. "I guess," he drawled, "you can't get a license to be a chauffeur unless you are slightly deaf. Anyway, they all seem to be." He drew a couple of cigars from his pocket. "Smoke?" he asked laconically. "These are excellent. A friend sent me them from Tampa. They're the only things from Florida that aren't overrated." Mechanically, Ives Cranston took the proffered cigar. As he lighted it, he admitted that its excellence could not be denied. Never had he smoked a cigar that was more pungent to the taste. After all, the evening's work was not ending in failure. Perhaps this was even a better way to get to the station than that which he had planned. The little old gentleman sitting beside him, like an old jovial grandfather, was the very best sort of a companion to direct suspicion from him. He drew on his cigar. It was surprising how rapidly it was burning away. Within the cab it was delightfully comfortable. The chauffeur was driving rather slowly as though he were drowsy. Cranston yawned. He was drowsy too. Time after time he yawned, and once he actually dozed. For a moment he forgot where he was. This would never do. A fortune depended on his keeping awake. Yet the drowsiness persisted. His eyes kept closing as though there were leaden weights on the lids. A delightful feeling of contentment crept over him. If only he could sleep. Sweet dreams beckoned. More than anything else in the world he desired sleep. That is more than anything but the Gobi diamond. Surreptitiously he felt in his inner pocket to see if the diamond was still there. He sighed with relief as his hand encountered it. Now he could sleep. Now he could rest. Even his memory was breaking away from its moorings like a launch in a typhoon. He forgot everything. Forgot his predicament. Forgot the necessity to escape. Forgot Chang Qian. Yes, even the diamond itself. Tranquil sleep stole over him. The curtain of unconsciousness softly descended. The last thing he was conscious of was the calm, even voice of the old man. In the long, still streets of evening, anything and everything may happen. When Ives Cranston awakened, he was lying in a soft bed in an attractive room. The sun streamed in through a stained glass window. The room was not elaborately furnished, but it was wonderfully restful. So quiet and peaceful it was, it urged one to slumber. He drew his hand across his eyes, striving to collect his memory. He felt remarkably well, but all the happenings of the night preceding seemed like a dream. Suddenly he thought of the Gobi diamond. He sprang from the bed. He was extremely nervous as he took his coat from a chair and felt in the inside pocket. After that he breathed easier. He still had the diamond. He had no inkling as to where he was, nor how he had gotten there. Although the room was serene, he realized that his position was precarious to the extreme. Nevertheless, he was able to think clearly. He walked into the adjoining bathroom and washed and brushed his hair. Then, very deliberately, he completed dressing. He was in no hurry. In fact, he rather hesitated to open the door that led from the room. What lay behind it? It was a hard question. Even after he had finished dressing, he was loath to leave. He sat down on a couch. The climax of this particular adventure was upon him. Even as he thus reflected, the door opened slowly. He gazed at it ominously until it had opened wide. Then a man appeared upon the threshold. He advanced into the room all smiles, but Cranston did not smile. His tongue and lips grew dry, for the figure that approached was that of Chang Qian. "I came quietly," he said, "so that I would not disturb you if you were still sleeping. He who arouses a guest is more of a scoundrel than he who destroys a wondrous symphony. You must be hungry. I will order your breakfast to be served right here." He walked across the room and pressed a button in the wall. A few minutes later, Sheng Kung appeared carrying a tray. On the tray were toast, a plate of cold chicken, and a pot of coffee. "For my own breakfast," mused Chang Qian, "I always take tea, but I am aware that in this country coffee is given preference. Eat and may you enjoy your breakfast. While you do so, I will read a bit." As he spoke, he drew a slender volume from his pocket. "This little book," he continued, "is a history of the haikai form of poetry. It is Japanese, and although I prefer the poems of China, still I like to read the poetry of other countries for comparative purposes. Chinese poetry is the oldest in the world. It has mellowed like old wine with age. Japanese poetry is mostly imitative. Its roots are buried in old China. Still, there are gems in the literature of Japan which are superb in their loveliness. What could be more exquisite than, thought I, the fallen flowers are returning to their branch. But lo, they were butterflies. I think of all Japanese poems I like best the haikais of Matsuro Basho. I come weary, in search of an inn. Ah, these wistaria flowers. One would have to journey long to find aught that exceeds them in perfection. Although Ives Cranston had no appetite, he ate mechanically. He felt as though an unseen net was tightening about him. Chang Qian could not have been more cordial, but it was unnatural. Under the circumstances, he would have preferred him to show extreme anger. At last he finished eating. The last drop of coffee had been consumed. He put down his cup and gazed questioningly at the face of Chang Qian. But Chang was unperturbed. He continued reading. Between the hedges of two gardens, floating, swaying, floating, a willow. Ives Cranston could stand the silence no longer. Would I be presuming, he asked coldly, if I asked how I came to be here? Chang Qian laid aside his book. He smiled. As to that, he said, would I be presuming if I asked how the Gobi diamond came to be in the inner pocket of your coat? We will answer questions in chronological order. Since the diamond disappeared prior to your entrance into the room, I do not think I am at fault in requesting some slight explanation. Ives Cranston seemed confused. What answer could he give? It was bold-faced robbery, and he had been caught. There was nothing to say, and so he said nothing. You are guilty of sundry crimes, mused Chang Qian. To enter unlawfully the home of a man with whom you have shaken hands in friendship is a grievous thing. What are you going to do? Asked Cranston defiantly. I scarcely know, replied Chang Qian. Shall I ring for more coffee, or perhaps you would prefer a cigarette? It has always seemed to me that the world would progress if wars could be fought in gentlemanly fashion. I want nothing, snapped Cranston. That is the strangest request I have ever had made to me, drawled Chang Qian. Usually my acquaintances desire all sorts of favors and expensive extravagances. I have often thought that a man must indeed be fortunate to be able to afford many friends. Personally, I prefer enemies. They are less expensive and far more interesting and diverting. So much for preliminaries. Now as to the matter in hand. There are several roads down which I might proceed. You will perhaps pardon my bluntness, but you have robbed my house. You have taken from me a rare possession, the Gobi diamond. Besides which you have given one more jolt to my faith in human nature. I could have you arrested. Nothing of the sort, declared Cranston. While it is true I am here in this room, you cannot prove that I have robbed you of anything. What proof is there that I took the Gobi diamond? It would be your word against mine. I am a citizen, a respected member of society. Being a member of society can scarcely be taken as a recommendation, said Chang Qian. As to proof, I saw you take the diamond from the safe. So did the faithful, honest Sheng Kung. The little old man with whom you rode about the city last evening is a famous and shrewd detective. He brought you to this house. He saw the Gobi diamond in your pocket. He knew that it belonged to me, for it was not the first time he had seen it. I assure you, I am violating no trust when I say that the old gentleman was employed to guard the diamond. Who shall find fault with him simply because his methods of working are slightly different to the established? I do not wish to spoil your day. The sun is far too beautiful, the air too fresh. There is poetry in the air. This morning I do believe a lark was singing in my garden, yet it seems to me the evidence against you is very strong. I have no doubt that you are well thought of in Pittsburgh. Who said I came from Pittsburgh? Snapped Cranston. "Pardon me if I presume," was the reply. "I know you stated you were from Chicago. However, a gentleman from Chicago as a rule does not have his clothes made in Pittsburgh. Your hat, too, has a Pittsburgh label. However, it is of no consequence. It would be quite possible, I imagine, for a man to be a gentleman in either city. In my own country, I am respected. I trust I show no conceit when I state that my fame has spread throughout the Gobi Desert. In my own country, I am a magistrate. Countless are the trials at which I have officiated. I rather pride myself on my fairness. Justice to me is a divine thing. I am rather vain, and for that reason I believe I will settle the present case to my own liking. You have caused me much worry. You have made me lose an entire night's sleep. This rest is lost. I shall never be able to reclaim it. If you have any suggestions to make, I will listen to them. But bear this in mind. You will not escape until the scales of justice have swung into balance. The law must take its course." Ives Cranston could not help admiring the suave manner of Chang Qian. He knew that he had met defeat. He also realized that if this affair ever became known, he would lose all the prestige, which for years he had labored so carefully to build up. "Let us say," he suggested, "that for last night I simply rented the diamond. For its use I am willing to pay. What do you think about $1,000? "Not much," said Chang Qian curtly. "This is an affair which I detest being mixed up in. To a great degree I feel that it is beneath me. You cannot bargain with me. My price is $10,000, nothing less. And permit me to say, all things considered, you are getting off rather cheaply." Ives Cranston gasped. "I have not that amount of money with me." "I am sure of that," was the reply. "But I think under the circumstances I will permit you to leave the house to get it. You have an account in a New York bank not far from this house. If you take a taxi, it will not take you long. I do not think that you will endeavor to get away. You would not in any case. Even at this moment, a taxi is waiting for you at the door." As Chang Qian spoke, he led the way downstairs. "I will wait for you in the library," he said. "I shall read a bit more of Matsura Basho while I do so." After Cranston had gone, Chang Qian settled down in a great armchair. He would like to have seen Cranston's face when he found the jovial old friend of the past evening waiting to share once more his taxi with him. In less than half an hour, Cranston was back again. Now his expression was as calm and serene as that of Chang Qian. He too was able to control his emotions. He was a born gambler, a good loser. He bowed down before genius that was greater than his own. He counted out the money. "It is all there," he said slowly. "And now since our business is over, I suppose you have no objection to my leaving." "None whatsoever," smiled Chang Qian. "Whenever you are in New York, I should be charmed to have you visit me." Cranston was anxious to get away. He still had the Gobi diamond. In the confusion, Chang Qian seemed to have forgotten it. As he walked toward the door, Chang Qian called after him. "One moment," he said. "You may keep the Gobi diamond. It is only paste. The one you viewed last evening was real, but always before retiring, I remove it from the wall safe and place therein a rather splendid imitation. The chance of being robbed, you see, entered into my calculations." Long after Ives Cranston had gone, Chang Qian still sat in his library, reading his slender volume of haikais by Matsura Basho, who of all the Japanese poets is the most interesting. "The evening's cold, touches the pallid lily's skin, before it touches me." Not till he had read the last verses did he lay the book aside. Even then he did so reluctantly. Now his mind was free to muse over the happenings of the last few hours. The interlude had been amusing and also lucrative. He admired the excellent manner in which Ives Cranston had accepted defeat. He was quite honorable enough to be a member of polite society. End of The Long Still Streets of Evening by Frank Owen. On the Highway by Carl Gray Cook. Weird Tales, January 1925. A wild ride with death at the wheel. My 21st birthday. Today I have reached my majority. On this date, in accordance with my late father's will, I, Charles Claiborne, became the absolute master of $6 million, as much more in cash, a townhouse, and the magnificent estate of All View, which remained my mother's, to be mine at her death, and this too in accordance with my late father's will. But none of these things meant half as much to me on this wonderful September morning as the new $12,000 racing car that had been presented to me the night before by my doting mother. Think of it, a real Gordon Rennet, the fastest model in the world, the only car of its kind in America, and mine. This was life. Father had been very liberal, of course. Most fathers are. But with all my allowance, he had never permitted me to own a speed car. No imagination, you see. Couldn't understand why a young fellow should want to tear along the highways at 90 miles an hour. No pep to Dad, too busy making money, I guess. But Mother, now, she was different. She could understand. Anyway, she knew I had my eyes on this racer for a long time, and for that reason had decided to anticipate my purchase by presenting it to me for my birthday. And now I was out on the highway, creeping along at a mere warming-up speed of 60 miles an hour. This part of the road was a bit rough yet, and as I slackened the pace, I found time to swear at another racy-looking car ahead of me as it swerved from side to side in the effort of its driver to avoid the outcropping. Boulders. A bit farther on, the new highway began, however, and with a sustained shriek from my electric horn, I stepped upon the accelerator, opened my exhaust, and tore past the other car with a grin of derision. 70, 75, 80 miles I made, and still I pressed upon the feed for more. A kick with my left heel, and the muffler closed. The ensuing silence seemed to startle the perfect mechanism into a more velvety swiftness. Not a quiver, not a sway to the wonderful machine, and the blood coursed through my veins with an exhilaration not to be described. Think of it. Outside of the professional tracks, there was not a cab in America that could touch me. On the highway, I was king, luxuriating in the perfection of this matchless creation of the greatest automobile builders in the world. I softened the pressure on the pedal, thrilling with the consciousness of personal ownership as the great machine noiselessly reduced its momentum. "Some boat!" I exclaimed in sheer joy as I shifted my back to a more upright position, and then I was almost shocked out of this posture by the appalling thunder of an open exhaust immediately behind me. Furiously, I pressed upon the gas feed. I didn't turn to look. I felt in my bones that it was the racy-looking car I had passed so exultantly away back where the good road began. Well, all the better. If its driver had any sporting blood in him, I would show him a race that would test his gameness to the limit. Like a thing unchained, the Gordon Rennet responded to my touch. I smiled as I felt the rush of air and gave the car more gas. And then I ceased smiling and sank a bit lower in the seat. I was not losing the other. His open exhaust still thundered at my back. I was not gaining an inch, not really disturbed, yet a bit irritated at the ability of the unknown to keep pace with me. I pressed upon the gas pedal for a maximum feed to the carburetor and narrowly watched the climb of the speedometer to 80, 85, 90. But despite the terrific speed with which I flew along the highway, there was no let-up to the thunderous roar of my pursuer's open muffler. I became really nervous then, and swore aloud at the unbelievable possibility that the other's car might even pass my new Gordon Rennet. I was just turning to look behind in an angry effort to calculate the unknown racer's chances when I heard a cry ahead. Like a flash, I saw the situation. Two pedestrians had emerged from a wooded path directly upon the highway. They had no time to think, no time to move, no time to escape. They stood paralyzed with fright, and yet I seemed to have plenty of time to consider them and to consider the highway beside them. I realized instantly that it would be impossible for me to pass them on my right. I must swerve to the left, and yet I saw distinctly that this would be a tremendous risk. Not alone because that side of the road was in a state of eruption due to the work of a gas company's ditch digger, but because of the imminent danger of a collision with a racer coming from behind. I had not seen him, nor had I now time to raise a warning arm, but I knew he was there, for the clamor of his cutout was at my very heels. I had not gained an inch. And then I swerved. There was a cry, a crash, and instinctively my right foot pressed the foot brake, while my left threw out the clutch. I found myself upon the highway, and with footsteps light as air, I hastened back to where a racing car was overturned. Even yet, one of the front wheels continued spinning, and curiously enough, my first thought was a mental comment of approval upon the perfection of that wheel's noiseless bearings. My foot struck a license tag upon the roadway, and I gave an exclamation as I recognized it as my own. With that peculiar human attribute that causes us to touch a freshly painted post, I involuntarily turned to where I thought my own car stood, to see if my license plate was missing. Oddly enough, I did not see the car, and I kicked the license plate aside and approached the group made up of the two pedestrians and a silent form on the ground. One of the pedestrians was kneeling beside the victim of the wreck, and I could not help giving vent to an exclamation as I saw him place his handkerchief over the face of the silent figure before him. The other pedestrian was intent on the examination of a card case, evidently taken from one of the pockets of the motorist. "Is he dead?" I asked. The man standing was too preoccupied to hear me, evidently, for he failed to answer me or to observe my presence, and even when I tapped him on the back, he did not turn. "Well, is he dead?" I inquired of the other pedestrian as he arose from beside the prostrate body, but he too vouchsafed no answer. I looked at the form on the ground. There was something vaguely familiar about his clothing, and one sprawling hand showed a ring I recalled having seen before. I lifted the kerchief from his face, but the features were too mangled to afford recognition, and the dreadful angle of his head showed that the man's neck was broken. Then I heard the man with the card case speaking. "It's that young fool, Claiborne," he said with an oath, and whether his anger was at his own narrow escape from the speeding car, or at this careless prodigality and waste of youth, I could not tell, but I turned to him impatiently. "Don't be an ass," I cried. "I am Claiborne. This fellow was chasing me when he was wrecked." But they didn't seem to hear me, and then the other one spoke. "Yes, it's him, all right. It's a wonder he got out of our way at the speed he was traveling, tearing along like a crazy man on the highway, with his muffler wide open, at 100 miles an hour. You could understand it if he was racing now, but there wasn't another car in sight. Gee, and he was 21 today." I cried out to them again, but they didn't seem to hear me and turned away. I then perceived another card on the ground and picked it up. It was my card. And then I cried out in fright, for now I knew why the dead man's clothing and the dead man's ring seemed so familiar. They were mine. Then it was true. There had been no other car. I had accidentally opened the muffler of my own car when shifting my seat, and I had been racing against myself. This day I had reached my majority. On this date, I had become the absolute master of $6 million. Yet this was death. I was the dead man. Oh my God, I am the dead man. End of On the Highway by Carr Gray Cook. When We Killed Thompson is a psychological mystery with dark suspense, set in a rural, poverty-stricken area in the early 20th century. The story centers on a family's guilt and paranoia after a man named Thompson mysteriously disappears. As they grapple with their conscience and suspicion in their modest farmhouse, They confront the haunting consequences of their actions and a long-buried secret. When We Killed Thompson, by Strickland Gillilan. Weird Tales, January 1925. My, how I used to lie awake nights, staring into the darkness of the attic, wishing we hadn't done it. By staring a long time with eyes stretched wide, I could see the rafters, and hanging to the rafters near the little partition that turned part of the attic into a room, were his pants, brown striped they showed in the daylight, and his white shirt. There was quite a while before I would admit that we had done it. I kept my mind resolutely bent on believing we hadn't, until by reviewing the circumstantial evidence over and over again, I could see no loophole. And when his brother-in-law was reported to have been in the neighborhood asking others about him and never came near us, I knew it was no use to deny it if anyone should accuse us. Yet it would be unfair to confess without the consent of the others involved in the killing. So I held my peace, with the exception, of course, of the one night at supper when I blurted, out of a dead and oppressive silence, "I wish we hadn't killed Thompson." Everyone stopped eating and looked wildly at me. They had not expected me to say this, evidently. Mother asked harshly, "What do you mean?" I got up and left the table hurriedly. I hadn't meant to say it. It was unfair to the others. Thompson had come to our house to board. It was springtime. He was a timber looker for a spoke and rim company of Portsmouth. People sent him to our house because sometimes we took folks in. We were reputed to have good food, and our little frame home was one of the best in a poverty-ridden vicinity. Not so much of a home, it would appear now. There was a combination kitchen-dining room, with an old stove in one corner, the stairway to the attic in the corner nearest the stove, the gun hanging over the doorway leading to the living room where the big fireplace was, and an outdoors door leading to the back porch where the morning wood was piled in the winter. Off from that back porch opened the little room where the boys of the family sometimes slept. Always one or two of us slept there. Then leading back from the living room was the parlor, and back of that, the spare bedroom. On the wall of the living room hung a chromo entitled Rock of Ages. It consisted of a large lady draped in a single garment, reaching up with bare arms and clinging to a great stone cross on a wave-washed rock. Mighty religious-looking picture for a home whose occupants would, and we did set a good table. We had plenty of apple butter and jelly and yellow tomato preserves and peach butter and all kinds of jam and pickled peaches and canned pears and dried apples, schnitz, and everything else edible. Besides, we kept a flock of cows, and Mother was a mistress of the art of dairying. Many and many a night I sat beside her churn after dusk in the entrance to the hillside cellar, listening to her working the dash up and down to the rhythmic accompaniment of Scott's Lady of the Lake or Marmion, or do the churning myself while she sat on her bare feet. She was a more than half wild woman and recited Campbell's Hohenlinden, or the Ritter band from Hungary came back renowned in arms, etc. She wasn't the sort of woman one would pick out as a conspirator in taking human life, however. But how can one tell? One knows so little of the inner workings even of those with whom one is most intimate. Thompson was a quiet man with brown whiskers and a nose that turned up a little. He had blue eyes. I can see him yet. He had a way of sitting on the cool spring evenings and staring into the fire that Father would have one of us boys build to keep off the chill. There was, as I now see, nothing else for Thompson to have done. The coal oil lamp didn't give a very good reading light. There was no lamp for the spare room, and we children, I in particular, sat and stared so hard at the man that he couldn't keep his countenance. He was a stranger, and any stranger was mysterious to me. I would sit and look at him for half an hour at a time, endowing him imaginarily with all sorts of miraculous attributes and surrounding him with an aura of dramatic possibilities. It was no fun for Thompson, as I now realize, to be ogled at by a small freckled boy with mouth and eyes both hanging open. Now and then he talked. Father was a great pumper. His cross-examination of strangers, of whom he was always wistfully suspicious, was something to listen to, and for Mother to scold him about afterwards. One night, in a burst of confidence, Thompson told us his first name was Charlie, his wife's maiden name was Lewis. He lived at Frost Station, over in Athens County. He had a brother-in-law named Lewis, his wife's brother. He referred to the fact that Thompson and Lewis were two very common names. I thought a great deal about that. It has stuck in my mind through all these years, as if there was something really significant or important in the statement. Thompson would disappear early in the day and go to Jake Garrett's, Billy Gordon's, Levi Haldeman's, Joe Armstrong's or Eli Tope's, or somewhere else in the vicinity, looking for the sort of timber that would make spokes and rims for wagon and buggy wheels. Now and then, when he would return in the evening, he would mention that he had found enough for a car. It was in that way he referred to a carload lot of his sort of timber. It would need, he told us, to be seasoned for a year or so after cutting, before it would be ready to make into wheel timbers. I can hear him yet saying he had found enough to start a car. He had no other dialectic tricks, and his start a car sounded strangely to me. Had it been today, I might have accused him of plain affectation. But then I didn't. It was a part of Thompson, the stranger. It seems to me now he was never out of my thoughts, waking or sleeping, from the time he came till now, 40 years later. One day he announced that he was going to Jackson or Wellston to meet his workmen, whom he had arranged for by mail, to come and start cutting the timber he had contracted for. He was to walk to Simpson's station, to take the train into Jackson. Before he left, Father asked him if he hadn't better settle up for his board. He did so with seeming reluctance. Whether this was because he hadn't intended squaring up, or whether he was a little miffed at being asked for it, we wouldn't tell, though I wanted to continue discussing it for days. He left his brown striped pants in his room, with a spare white shirt, so we were sure he was coming back. We never saw Thompson again. Days and days we looked for him and his gang of workmen to return. They did not come. No message was received. As the days went by with no word from him, I began to grow uneasy and apprehensive. Who had been with Thompson last? We had, so far as I could know. I covertly inquired of people who lived near the railroad track between our house and Simpson's, but none remembered having seen a man of that description. Then I began to be afraid and stopped asking. Night after night I lay awake till near midnight, thinking about Thompson and wondering what had happened. I thought, maybe he has been killed. If anybody accused us of it, could we clear ourselves? He was here, we would say he went away. Would anyone necessarily believe it? Could we prove he went away? I speculated on a motive, but could find none except robbery. He might have had money on him. Then a neighbor told us of Thompson's brother-in-law, Lewis, having been in the neighborhood, inquiring of those who owned timber he had been looking at, as to when the mail had been seen last. Lewis never came to see us. We were the last people who had seen him. He had lived in our house. Why hadn't he come to see us? It looked bad for the brother-in-law. It looked bad also for us, the fact that he had omitted us from his list of inquiries. Did he suspect us? What should we say if we were accused of making away with Thompson? Back it came in the inevitable vicious circle to that question. It haunted me day and night, until I made up my mind we ought to admit the killing. Why try to defend ourselves in the face of such overwhelming circumstantial evidence? No criminal ever felt guiltier than I felt for my whole family. Then, the way they acted when I blurted out an expression of my regret that we had killed the man, that was suspicious. They looked as people would look if they had done such a thing, and were surprised that it was known or that any of the conspirators had the nerve to speak above a whisper about the dastardly deed. The pants, the brown striped ones, and the white shirt had been relegated to the attic, from Thompson's room. They hung where I could see them. I marveled at the foolhardiness of the folks in keeping the things about as incriminating evidence when the investigation by the detectives should begin. Every tramp that came to the door for a handout was a detective in disguise. and I would watch from the foot of the hill until he went across the Whaley Bridge and over the next rise toward Jim Boyd's. Eventually, we being very poor, it was up to some of us to wear out these garments of Thompson's. No men's clothing should ever be allowed to rot out in that house. It fell to my lot to wear the things, I being a long-legged growing boy. Oh, how horrified I was to have the things on me. The stripes in them seemed to writhe, and I also had to wear that white shirt. But I made short shrift of it, as I wore it corn-cutting, which whittles out a shirt in no time. How glad I was to be rid of both the articles of wearing apparel. Kill a man and then appropriate his clothes, I used to mutter to myself, but strictly to myself. I never again ventured to mention the killing to any members of the family, and of course not to strangers. I had found, by my family's reception of the one mention, that it was a sore and unwelcome topic with them. Had there not been so many appalling silences in our house, so many hushes when one of us would speak, so many stop that sniggerings when we would get to laughing, those reflections of mine on our crime might not have been so constant and so poignant. Nobody knows better than I. What are the thoughts and apprehensions and conscience twinges of an undiscovered murderer? 30 years after Thompson disappeared, I happened to be traveling on a local train. Looking at the time card, I noted that Frost was the next station. Yes, and it was Athens County too. I slipped into my overcoat and ran forward while the train slowed down. A little withered old man was loafing at the station, looking up at the coach windows. "Did you ever know anybody around here named Charlie Thompson?" I precipitately asked, while the baggage man began struggling with one trunk and the station agent waited with one milk can on his track. "That's my name," he said. "Did you ever work as a timber looker for a Portsmouth spoke and rim company?" "Yes, I bought many a car for that company." "Did you? Bored?" yelled the conductor. I had to hop on to resume my journey without finding out what I'd always wanted to know, why Charlie Thompson hadn't come back, where he was while his brother-in-law was hunting him, and everything, but I felt 1,000 pounds lighter. I knew now we hadn't murdered him, and for the first time in 3 decades I was absolutely at peace with the world. Of course, common sense had asserted itself years before, and I had known positively that there was no foundation for my childish and self-conscious obsession. That is, I had known it mentally. But a fear had lodged in my emotional system that had not, until that withered native had said "car," been wholly absent from me. End of When We Killed Thompson by Strickland Gillilan. The Metamorphosis of Earth by Clark Ashton Smith. Weird Tales, September 1951. In the year 2197, the first intimation of a strange peril of worldwide scope and gravity came and passed unrecognized for what it really was in the form of a newspaper dispatch from the Sahara. Reporting a sandstorm of unprecedented fury, several oases, according to the report, had been entirely blotted out, and a number of caravans had been lost in the sweep of the tremendous storm, which had towered to a height of 12,000 feet and had covered many hundred square miles. No one caught in it had come out alive, nor had any trace of the missing caravans been found. Subsequent dispatches brought the news that the affected region was full of minor upheavals for weeks after the cessation of the main disturbance, and that a furor of superstitious fear had been excited among the desert tribes, who believed that the end of the world was now imminent. But, in the surge and press of more sensational and apparently more important items than engaging the world's attention, no one, not even the most advanced and alert men of science, gave more than a passing thought to the sandstorm. Toward the end of the same year, there came a fresh report from the Sahara, this time of so strange and inexplicable a nature that he immediately aroused the curiosity of many scientists. who forthwith formed an expedition to investigate the conditions that had given rise to the report. The members of a caravan from Timbuktu, the first to venture into the path of the great storm, had returned within a week, half mad with terror and telling incoherently of unaccountable changes that had taken place all through the disturbed area. They said that the long rolling dunes of sand had all disappeared, to be replaced by solid earth and mineral forms such as no one had ever seen before. The earth consisted of great patches of a sort of violet-colored day, very moist, and with a noxious odor that had almost overpowered those who ventured to walk upon it. Also, there were outcroppings, immense ledges, and even hills of singular stone and metals. The stone was mainly crystallized, with red, black, blue, and dark green colors, and the metals were white and iridescent. The members of the caravan swore that they had seen huge boulders heave visibly from the earth before their eyes, and had watched the crystals swell on the sides of these boulders. Over all the changed area, they said, there were vapors that arose continually, forming a dense canopy of cloud that shut out the sun. But in spite of this fad, the heat was more intense than any they had ever known, and had an intolerably humid character. Another odd thing they had noticed was that the sand immediately contiguous to this area had become so fine and pulverous that it soared in high clouds at every step of their camels, who had almost been engulfed in it. They all believed implicitly that Iblis, the Mohammedan Satan, had come to establish his kingdom on earth, and as a preparatory measure, was creating for himself and his subject demons a suitable soil and atmosphere resembling those of the infemal realms. Henceforth, the region was utterly shunned, till the arrival of the investigating scientists, headed by Roger Lapham, the most renowned American geologist of the period. Chapter 2. Lapham and his party, in which were several celebrated chemists as well as some fellow geologists, had chartered 2 airplanes and the trip to Timbuktu, where they paused to interview personally the members of the returned caravan, was a matter of only a few hours. A new and unexpected angle was added to the strange story, when the scientists learned that 8 of the 12 natives whom they desired to see had fallen dangerously ill in the interim since the sending of the last news. Dispatch. So far, no one had been able to diagnose their illness, which had presented a combination of symptoms no less inexplicable than unfamiliar. These symptoms were quite varied and differed somewhat in the individual cases, though acute respiratory and mental disorders were common to all. Several of the men had shown a violent homicidal mania which they were already too weak and ill to carry to the point of action. Others had tried to commit suicide in a sudden and delirious excess of melancholia and nervous terror, and 6 of the 8 were afflicted with peculiar cutaneous disturbances which would have suggested leprosy if it had not been that the diseased portions, which developed and increased with remarkable rapidity, were of a bright green color instead of being white, and had purplish borders. The pulmonary symptoms were not dissimilar to those experienced by men who have inhaled some sort of deadly gas, and were marked by a swift eating away of the tissues. 2 of the men died on the evening of the same day that Lapham and his companions arrived in Timbuktu, and by noon of the following day the 4 who had been so far exempt were stricken down. They suffered all the symptoms presented by their fellows, with the addition, even during the earlier stages, of a form of locomotor ataxia and a queer disorder of vision which constituted an inability to see plainly in broad daylight, though their sight was normal at other times. They, as well as most of the others, now developed a terrible condition of necrosis involving the whole bony structure of the body, and within 2 days all were dead. Lapham and his brother scientists talked with these men and did what little could be done to palliate their agonies. No more could be learned, however, than the news dispatches had already proffered in the way of information, apart from the fact that the caravan members attributed their illness to contact with the uncanny clay and minerals on which they had come in the heart of the Sahara, those who had ventured the furthest into the strange area had been the first to develop this illness. It became evident to the scientists that their proposed explorations might be accompanied by grave bodily dangers. One of the planes was immediately sent to England for a supply of gas masks, oxygen, and complete suits of an insulative material designed to protect against everything then known to science in the form of harmful radioactivity. As soon as the planes returned, bringing the requisite supplies, the journey into the Sahara was resumed. Following at an altitude of 1,000 feet the northern caravan route toward Insalab and Gadan, the scientists soon began to penetrate the Juf Desert, amid whose golden yellow dunes the affected area was said to lie. An odd spectacle now presented itself to them. Far off on the horizon was a low-lying mass of clouds or vapors, a thing almost without precedent in that dry, rainless region. These clouds or vapors were of a pearly grey color, and they covered not only hundreds of leagues of the rolling sand, or what had once been sand, but also seemed to encroach upon the rocky, weather-worn terrain to east of the Juf. Nothing could be seen of the geological changes that had taken place, till the airplane's dad approached within a few miles of the vapor mass. Then the exploring party had a glimpse of the van-colored soil and minerals described by the natives, now dimly discernible through the writhing fumes that still arose from them. Before landing, the scientists flew slowly above the vapors to mine their extent and density. They found that the mass was circular in form and was at least 100 miles in diameter. It constituted a level and uniform floor, dazzlingly bright in the sunshine, and with no breaks or variations anywhere. After crossing and circumnavigating the whole cloud mass, a landing was made near the southern verge, and the expedition proceeded to encamp. The day was still new, since they had made an early start, and Lapham and the others were eager to begin their investigations without delay. Putting on their insulative suits and equipping themselves with the gas masks and oxygen tanks, the whole party set out forthwith. They had not gone far when they encountered the fine sand or dust of which the caravan members had spoken. They sank to the waist in this sand at every step, but its inconceivable lightness made their progress not so difficult as it would normally have been. At every footfall, every touch or movement, the fine powder soared in a huge cloud, which, as they had occasion to observe, took hours to settle itself again. None of them had ever seen such dust before, and the chemists in the party could scarcely wait to analyze it. At last, after much wandering and floundering in the dust cloud, through which they could see nothing, Lapham and his companions drew themselves out on a margin of the strange violet soil. The contrast of this wet, steaming clay with the gulfs of atom-like powder that surrounded it was so inexplicable, so utterly amazing as to baffle and dumbfound all conjecture. The substance was unearthly in its bizarreness, and the heat that emanated from it was almost beyond endurance. The scientists had sweltered in their heavy air-tight suits while crossing the zone of dust, but now they were subjected to actual suffering. At every step their astonishment grew, for the dim landscape beneath the vapors was such as no human eye had even seen before. Gigantic ledges of crystallized rock forms arose in the foreground, and about the crystals there was something, even apart from their curious black, blue, red, and dark green coloration, which served to differentiate them from anything classified by geologists. They were prodigious in size and had innumerable facets and a look of geometrical complexity foreign to all normal rocks. There was a sinister vitality in their aspect too, and the tale of the natives, who purported to have seen them grow and swell, became almost comprehensible. Somehow they resembled living organisms as much as minerals. Everywhere also were outcroppings of the white and iridescent metals that had been described. As the party advanced, the ledges grew larger and towered overhead in cuffs and precipices and crags, among which the explorers found a tortuous, winding way. The crags were horned and beetling, and weird beyond imagination. It was like a scene in some other world, and nothing to which the scientists came in the course of their wanderings was in any manner suggestive of the familiar terra firma. After groping their way through narrow rifts and along the rim of fantastic scarps where all foothold was precarious, they emerged amid the crags on the shelving shore of a lake of blackish green water, whose full extent was indeterminate. Lapham, who was ahead of the others, half lost in the coils of the rising vapors, cried out suddenly, and when his companions overtook him, they found him stooping above a queer plant with etiolated fungus-like stalk and broad, serrate leaves of a carnal crimson, mottled with grey blotches. Around it, the pinkish lips of younger plants were protruding from the soil, and they seemed to wax visibly beneath the astounded gaze of the explorers. "What on earth is it?" cried Lapham. "As far as I can see, it isn't anything that could legitimately exist on Earth," rejoined Sylvester, one of the chemists, who had made a sideline of botany. They all gathered about the queer plant and examined it minutely. The leaves and stalks were extremely fibrous in their texture and were full of deep pores like those of coral. But when Lapham tried to break off a portion, it proved to be very tough and rubbery, and the use of a knife was necessitated before the branch could be severed. The plant writhed and twisted like a living creature at the touch of the knife, and when the operation was finally accomplished, a juice that bore a startling resemblance to blood in its color and consistency began to exude slowly. The severed section was placed in a knapsack for future analysis. Now the scientists proceeded toward the margin of the lake. Here they found some plant growths of a different type, suggesting calamites or giant reeds. These plants were 20 feet tall and were divided into a dozen segments with heavy, swollen-looking joints. They had no leaves, and their hues varied from a leaden purple to a leprous white with green shadowings and veinings. Although there was no wind, all of them were swaying a little, with a sound like the hissing of serpents. As Lapham and his confreres came closer, they saw that the reeds were covered with lip-like formations that recalled the suckers of an octopus. Sylvester was now in advance of the others. As he neared the foremost plant, the thing swayed suddenly forward with all the suppleness and celerity of a python and encircled the chemist in a series of constricting coils. Sylvester screamed in terror as the coils tightened about him, and the others ran instantly to his aid, though dumbfounded and well-nigh stupefied by the strangeness of the happening. Several of them carried clasp knives, and these were at once requisitioned in effecting his release. Lapham and two of the chemists began to hack and saw at the horrible coils, while the reed continued its constriction about the limbs and body of the helpless man. The plant was amazingly tough and resistant, and Lapham's knife blade broke before he had sawed half through the section upon which he was engaged. His companions, however, were more successful, and at length the diabolical growth was severed in two places, one of which was not far from the root. But the coils still clung around their victim, who had gone suddenly pale and limp, and who now fell in a dead faint as his companions finished their task. It was found that some of the sucker-like formations had penetrated his insulative suit and were actually embedded in his flesh. Slowly, in squirming segments, the coils were cut away, but nothing could be done at present with the suckers, for want of the proper surgical instruments, and it was obviously imperative that Sylvester should be taken back to camp as quickly as possible. Carrying the still unconscious man among them by turns, the explorers retraced their steps amid the crags and ledges of many-colored crystals, along the perilous rim of steaming diffs and gulfs, and found their way through the zone of atomic dust till they re-emerged, altogether exhausted and frightfully shaken, on the shore of the natural desert. In spite of their urgent haste, however, they took with them some specimens of the crystals, of the white and iridescent metals and the violet soil, as well as parts of the python-like reed, for future examination, and they greatly deplored their inability to secure also some of the water in the blackish grey lake. After the chemist's experience, no one would have dared to venture among the fringing reeds along its shore. Sylvester required immediate attention, for he was white and bloodless as a vampire's victim, and his pulse beats were very slow and so feeble as to be almost undetectable. His clothing was removed, and he was stretched on an improvised operating table. It was now seen that the portions of his limbs and trunk in which the suckers had implanted themselves were horribly swollen and discolored, and this swelling rendered the task of removal all the more difficult. There was nothing to do but cut the suckers out, and after the administration of an opiate, which seemed scarcely needful under the circumstances, the operation was performed by Dr. Adams, the physician of the party. It was evident that Sylvester had been dreadfully poisoned by the suckers, for even after their removal, the flesh in which they had sunk continued to swell, and soon turned to a putrescent black, which threatened to involve his whole body. At no time did he recover full consciousness, though during the night after the explorer's return, he began to toss and mutter weakly in a sort of low delirium, which presently merged into a coma from which he did not awaken. At 10 the next morning, Dr. Adams announced that Sylvester was dead. It was necessary to inter him at once, for his body presented the appearance and all the usual characteristics of a week-old corpse. A sense of ominous gloom and oppression was thrown over the whole party by the chemist's fate, but it was of course felt that nothing should be permitted to delay or interfere with the work of investigation that had been undertaken. No sooner had the unfortunate Sylvester been laid to rest in a hurried grave amid the Saharan sands, when his fellow scientists began eagerly their examination of the specimens they had secured. These were all studied under powerful microscopes and were subjected to chemical analysis of the most searching and rigorous order. Many known constituents were found, but all of these were immingled with elements for which chemistry had no names. The molecular formation of the crystals was more intricate than that of any substance known on Earth, and the metals were heavier than anything so far discovered. The cellular composition of the two plant forms was oddly similar to that of animal bodies, and it was readily ascertained that they were intermediate between the animal and vegetable kingdoms. Partaking of the character of both, how such minerals and plants could have appeared suddenly, in a location so obviously impossible, even for the fostering of normal forms, was a theme of endless argument and inconclusive surmise between Lapham and his confreres. For a while, no one could propound a theory that seemed at all plausible or credible. Apart from everything else, they were puzzled by the zone of fine dust about the changed area. This zone was found to consist of sand particles whose very molecules had been partially broken up and disintegrated. "It looks," said Lapham, "as if someone or something had blown up all the atoms in this part of the Sahara, and had then started a totally new process of reintegration and evolution with the development of soil, water, minerals, atmosphere and plants such as could never have existed on the Earth during any of its geological epochs." This startling theory was discussed pro and con, and was finally adopted as the only explanation that contained elements of plausibility, but it remained to determine the agency of the geological and evolutionary changes, and of course no one could propound anything decisive as to the nature of the agency. The whole thing was enough to stagger the imagination of a Jules Verne, and with scientists of such indubitable rectitude as Lapham and his fellows, the fantasies of lawless imagination had no place. They were concerned only with things that could be verified and proven according to natural laws. Several days were devoted to analyzing, reanalyzing, and theorizing. Then a report of the conditions that had been found was drawn up, and it was decided to send a summary of this report by radio to Europe and America. An attempt to use the radios carried by the party revealed a peculiar condition of absolute static that prevailed above the vapor-covered region. No messages could be sent or received across this region, though communication was readily established with points that were not in a direct line with the new area, such as Rome, Cairo, Petrograd, Havana, and New Orleans. This condition of static was permanent at least. Many reported efforts, at all hours of the day and night, were utterly ineffectual. One of the planes, carrying a radio apparatus, soared to a height of 9,000 feet above the encampment and sought to establish the desired connection, but in vain. It was necessary for the plane to cross the whole cloud mass to the northern side before New York and London could receive and return its messages. It would seem, observed Lapham, as if some sort of ultra-powerful ray that prevents the passage of radio vibrations had been turned on this part of the Sahara. Evidently there is a screen of interfering force, while arguments as to the validity of this theory, the nature and origin of the conjectural rays and their possible relation to the geologic changes, were still in progress. 2 members of the party complained of feeling ill. Both of them, on examination by Dr. Adams, were discovered to be afflicted with cutaneous symptoms resembling those that had been developed by many of the caravan from Timbuktu. The characteristic patches of bright green with purplish borders were spreading rapidly on their arms and shoulders and soon invaded the exposed portions of the skin. The 2 men became mildly delirious within a few hours and gave evidence of extreme nervous depression. Simultaneously with this turn of their illness, Dr. Adams himself grew conscious of a sudden feeling of indisposition. Obviously, the insulative dothing worn by the explorers had been inadequate for their protection against whatever lethal forces were inherent in the new soil, minerals and vapor-laden atmosphere. It was decided that the party must return to civilization immediately before others should be stricken. Camp was broken up, and the 2 planes were headed for Great Britain. During the brief journey, all of the scientists began to fall ill, and the pilot of one of the planes collapsed. Allowing the controlless air vessel to plunge into the Atlantic near the coast of Spain, the crew of the second plane, seeing the accident, flew gallantly to the rescue and succeeded in saving Lapham and Dr. Adams, who were struggling in the waters. Their companions, including the sick pilot, were all drowned. It was a sad remnant of the expedition which landed at London. Chapter 3. In the meanwhile, the summary of the explorer's report, dispatched with so much difficulty by radio, had been published in all the leading dailies of the world and had aroused universal interest amid the scientific fraternity. The press was full of theories and conjectures, some of them extremely wild and fantastic. One journal went so far as to insinuate that the Saharan manifestations were part of a plan for world. Also, it was believed that some valuable data might be gathered thereby. The planes flew to an elevation of 13,000 before approaching the borders of the storm, but on passing above the rim of the involved area, they were both seen to disappear suddenly in mid-air by people who were watching their flight with field glasses. Neither of the planes ever returned to Earth, nor could any sign of them be located. "Fools!" cried Lapham when he heard the news of their disappearance. Of course, when they invaded the vertical area of the storm, they were exposed to the same disintegrative influences that are operating on the Earth below. These influences, as I surmised, are coming from outer space. The planes and their aviators have been dissolved into submolecular dust. No more attempts were made to cross the storm. And a widespread exodus of people from the adjacent regions, which had been going on ever since the initial cataclysm, became almost universal in the next few days. Hardly anyone remained, with the exception of a few redoubtable scientists who wished to be on the ground for purposes of investigation when the upheaval should subside. Within a week, the storm began to lessen in height and fury, and the clouds became broken and less dense. But, as in the case of the African disturbance, there were minor agitations and upswirlings for another week or more. Then it was perceived that masses of vapor were replacing the dust, and a solid canopy of pearly-grey cloud was soon formed above the whole region. All around this region, The winter snows were buried beneath a mile-wide zone of the submolecular powder. In spite of the awful fate that had befallen the Timbuktu caravan and the geological expedition, there were several scientists brave enough to venture within the St. Louis area when the rising vapors gave proof that the processes of disintegration were at an end. They found the same exotic soil, the same minerals, oxyetals and water that had been discovered in the heart of the Juf Desert, but the alien plant forms had not yet begun to appear. Some of the water was secured for analysis. Apart from the usual constituents of water, it was found to contain an element oddly similar to a certain synthetic gas, more lethal than anything hitherto devised, which had lately been invented for use in warfare. This element, however, was not decomposable into the separate elements from which its analogue had been formed by American chemists. Still another gaseous component was isolated, but could not be identified or allied with anything familiar to chemistry. Scarcely had the analysis been completed, and its results given to the world, when the chemists who had undertaken the analysis, and also the investigators who had obtained the water, were all stricken down with an illness which differed in certain ways from the one that had been undergone by their Saharan predecessors. All the usual symptoms were presented, and coincidentally, there was a falling out of all the hair on the heads, faces, limbs, and bodies of those affected, till not even the finest down remained. Then the places where the hair had been were covered with a grey formation resembling mould. The formation, on being analysed, was proven to consist of minute vegetable organisms which increased with remarkable fecundity and soon began to eat the skin and flesh beneath. No antiseptic could combat the ravages of the grey mould, and the victims died in atrocious agony within a few hours. It was surmised that the water must have given rise to these new symptoms by some process of infection. But how the infection could have occurred was a mystery, since all manner of possible precautions had been taken in handling the water. A little before the death of these hardy investigators, two singular astronomical discoveries were made. Lapham's theory that rays of an ultra-powerful type were being turned upon the Earth from some ulterior source had led to an intensive study of the neighboring planets, particularly of Mars and Venus. Through the new telescopes with 300-inch reflectors, with which observatories in Colorado and the Spanish Pyrenees had been equipped, it was thought that the rays might be emanating from one of the planets. Mars, by this time, was definitely known to be inhabited, but little had been yet learned about Venus, on account of the cloudy envelope with which that world is surrounded. Now, under the close continual scrutiny to which it was subjected, 3 flashes of white light, occurring at intervals of 70 minutes and lasting for about 90 seconds, were seen to pierce the cloudy envelope, in a region not far from the equator of Venus. The 3 flashes emanated from the same spot. A little later, during the same night, Dr. Malkin of the Colorado Observatory, though all his interest was still centered upon the orb of Venus, now almost at meridian, was forced to observe within his field of vision a tiny satellite or asteroid which was apparently following the revolution of the Earth. Observations were made, leading to the sensational discovery that this new satellite was no more than 1,000 miles distant and was paralleling the movement of the Earth in a position exactly above the state of Missouri. Calculations revealed that it was about 200 feet in diameter. Dr. Malkin's 2 discoveries were announced to the world and were followed the next day by a report from the Pyrenean Observatory, telling of another tiny body that had been located far in the south, directly above the vapor-shrouded region in northern Africa. In size, movement, and distance from the Earth, this body was similar to the American satellite. The 2 announcements were the cause of much public excitement, and many conjectures were made as to the origin and character of the 2-minute bodies, whose very positions made it natural for everyone to connect them at once with the geological phenomena in the subjacent areas. It remained, however, for Roger Lapham to predict that the 3 flashes on Venus, observed by Dr. Malkin on the same night as his discovery of the first body, would soon be followed by the appearance of 3 new satellites, and also by 3 more storms of dust in different parts of the world. "I believe," said Lapham, "that the satellites are mechanical spheres that have been discharged from Venus, and that they contain living beings and also apparatus for the creation and use of the destructive and recompositive rays that have brought about the singular manifestations in Africa and America." The flashes that Dr. Malkin saw were doubtless caused by the discharge of new spheres, and if Venus had been under continual observation by the new telescopes, 2 earlier flashes would have been seen, one preceding the atomic storm in Africa, and the other, the storm in America. I am at a loss to understand, however, why the 2 spheres were not observed long ago, since it is probable that they have been within telescopic range ever since the onset of the atomic storms. Chapter 4. There was a great division of opinion among scientists, as well as among the general public, concerning the validity of Lapham's theory on the origin of the satellites. But no one felt any doubt regarding their problematic relation to the dust storms and the new terrains. It was perceived that the 2 orbs were different in color, the African orb inclining to a ruddy tint and the American to a bluish tone. But suddenly, under Dr. Malkin's observation, 2 nights after the initial discovery, this latter orb took on the reddish extraplanetary menace would strike next, nor the possible scope of its operations. And the dread anticipation of this menace became a demoralizing and paralyzing force that affected more or less the field of nearly all human activities. The men of science, the astronomers, the chemists, the physicists, the inventors, the electricians, the medical brotherhood, were the only classes of society who, as a whole, went about their usual work with a quickening rather than a slackening of their faculties. Researches were rapidly begun in laboratories all over the world to find medical agents that would be efficacious in fighting the new diseases caused by contact with the Venusian minerals, air, water, and vegetable forms, and in spite of the certain danger, many excursions were made into the vapor-hidden terrains to procure the needful substances for study in the various laboratories. The tale of resultant death and suffering was long and sad, and testified to the undauntable heroism of human scientists. Also, a number of inventors, who had long sought the secret of a process by which molecules and atoms could be broken up and reintegrated on a large scale, now redoubled their efforts in the hope of enabling humanity to combat the probable conversion of wide areas of the Earth into foreign atomic patterns. 4 days after the publication of Lapham's latest prophecy, there came the news of the 3 fresh storms he had predicted, at intervals of little more than an hour. The first storm was in Mesopotamia, and Baghdad and Mosul were both lost in the towering columns of infinitesimal powder. The Tigris continued to flow into the area of the storm, but on the southern side it instantly ceased to run and soon became a dry bed till its junction with the Euphrates. The second storm occurred in the Black Forest, in Germany, and the third on the huge pampas of the Argentine. A new satellite, of a sulfur-yellow hue, was located above Germany by the Pyrenean telescope, as well as by those of many other observatories. The satellite above Mesopotamia was too far east to be within range of European astronomers, but the astronomers of 2 observatories in the Andes were successful in locating the Argentine body, which was also of a sulfur-yellow hue. This color, it was thought, might be associated with the production and use of the disintegrative ray. The progress of a growing international panic was of course accelerated by the announcement of the new storms and satellites. People fled in numberless hordes from the neighborhood of the 3 disturbances, and grave social and economic conditions were created by this exodus. Certain industries were well nigh paralyzed, traffic by air and land and water was seriously disordered, and the stock market of the world was thrown into dire confusion, many standard stocks becoming suddenly worthless. Even at this early stage of the Venusian encroachment, there were many consequences of a far-reaching and oftentimes unexpected order in all realms of mortal existence and effort. All of the visible satellites were kept under close observation. On the night following the discovery of the sulfur-yellow orb above the Black Forest, it was found that the ruddy Saharan satellite had disappeared from its station, and no clue to its whereabouts could be obtained till the arrival of rumors from Timbuktu and Gadamès, telling of a strange meteor that had fallen in broad daylight upon the region of massed vapors in El Jouf. It had been watched by many desert tribesmen, by several caravans, and had been visible at a great distance, falling with preternatural and deliberate slowness in a vertical line. It had seemed to descend for nearly a minute before dropping into the vapors. Its color was a bright silver. It was round in form, and had not left the usual trail of flame that is made by a large meteor. The desert peoples looked upon it as a portent, foretelling the advent of Iblis and his demons. "The first Venusian colony has landed," exclaimed Lapham when these rumors were brought to him. "They have no doubt complete their evolutionary process, or have carried it to a degree that would render the African terrain inhabitable from their viewpoint." While a bleak fear prevailed among the multitudes of humanity, and while scientists were engaged in eager speculation as to the nature of the Venusians, the rays employed by them, and the manner in which their spheres had been propelled through space and held in suspension above the earth, a number of new flashes were perceived on Venus by the vigilant astronomers of Colorado and Spain. No less than 9 of these flashes were detected at the customary intervals on the same night, and on the following night there were 9 more. Others, however, must have occurred during the daylight hours, for within 5 days, in no less than 30 additional storms of atomic dust were reported from all over the world. The areas of many were conterminate with the regions already affected, and were destined to extend enormously these regions. But many others were remotely scattered, and were to form independent nuclei for future manifestations. There were 3 storms in Australia, 7 in Africa, 6 in Europe, 6 in Asia, 5 in the United States, and 3 in South America. Many more satellites, all of a sulfur-yellow hue, were located by astronomers above the realms of devastation that were being established. The destruction wrought was appalling in its scope, for a dozen great cities and hundreds of towns in thickly peopled regions were turned into cosmic powder by the disintegrating force. Berlin, Vienna, Florence, Tehran, Jerusalem, Kabul, Samarkand, Chicago, Kansas City, St. Paul and Pittsburgh had become in an instant no more than memories. The Argentine tract was lengthening toward Buenos Aires, and the ravages in northern Africa had been extended as far as Lake Chad, which had contributed a cloud of fine steam 20,000 feet in height, to the whirling tempest of minute sand particles. Even amid the universal horror and confusion, it was noted that nearly all the storms were in regions remote from the terrestrial seaboard. Lapham, on being appealed to for an explanation of this fact, made the following statement: "The process that is being carried on must inevitably be slow and gradual, on account of its tremendous magnitude, and many years will doubtless be required for its completion. The Venusians have selected inland areas for the nudi of the geological and climatic metamorphosis, because the new atmospheres created above such areas will less readily be subject to immediate modification by the terreni, oceans. However, if I am not mistaken, the seas themselves will eventually be attacked and will be vaporized and recondensed with the addition of elements favorable to the maintenance of Venusian air. The full extension of this latter process on account of the lethal gases inherent in such air will prove fatal to all remaining animal, or perhaps even plant, life of terreni origin, even if the geological changes are left incomplete." Chapter 5. Absolute madness and pandemonium were the concomitants of the 30 new storms, from the vicinity of all the centers involved. Unending throngs of people poured in all directions toward the littorals of 5 continents. The entire shipping of the world, both naval and aerial, was laden with men, women, and children who sought to flee the planetary peril, and those who were not fortunate enough to find room on any of the vessels leapt into the surf or were driven from piers. Cliffs and beaches by the pressure of the crowds behind. Innumerable thousands were drowned, while the streams of refugees came on day by day, night by night, utterly cred with insensate terror. And more of the deadly satellites were appearing, and more storms were being instituted. Town after town, city after city, countryside after countryside, was emptied of its inhabitants, hordes of whom were caught in the onset of additional upheavals. Heroic efforts were made by the police and military forces of all the nations, but not much could be done beyond organizing many of the North American, European and Asiatic throngs for migration toward the Arctic and sub-Arctic regions. In the midst of all this pandemonium and destruction, however, the laboratories of the world continued their investigations, though one by one many of them were lost in the molecular cataclysms. When the progress of the tracts of devastation became more and more extensive, the chemists, inventors, and various other experimenters concluded that it would be folly to remain any longer at their present posts. It was thought, from the general distribution of the storms, that the Antarctic Seared would be the last portion of the globe that the invader would attack, and the scientists of all countries uniting in a common cause made immediate preparation to remove their equipments and build laboratories in the heart of the polar plateau. The work of removal, through the aid of giant airliners, was completed in an amazingly short period of time, though there were certain casualties and losses through the passage of planes above fresh regions that were being assailed by destructive rays. Enough provisions for several years were carried along, and of course the wives and families of the various investigators accompanied them, as well as many thousands of people who were needed for work of a less expert, but essential order. Whole towns of laboratories, as well as other buildings, were erected amid the Antarctic wastes, while the airliners returned to fetch more people and more supplies. The scientific colonies were joined by the passengers of hundreds of fugitive air vessels that had been wandering above the seas. And soon a goodly remnant of every nation had found shelter behind the southern barriers of ice and snow. Something was also done to house and provision the hordes that had fled to the north, and as much communication as possible was kept up between the two streams of humanity. Roger Lapham, who was now in a state of tolerable convalescence, was invited to join the colonies of investigators, and went south in one of the first airliners. He had wished to lead another expedition into northern Africa with the idea of again penetrating the Juf, where the supposed meteor had been seen to descend, but was finally dissuaded from this rash plan when word came that the African terrain was now surrounded on all sides by violent upheavals, one of which had destroyed Timbuktu. To the colonies about the southern pole, there came the daily news of how the fearful work of planetary destruction and reintegration was progressing. From radio operators who were brave enough to remain at their posts, till an unresponding silence offered proof that they had been annihilated one by one with the realms in which their stations had stood, the Venusian soil and air, with outlying fringes of atomic dissolution, were spreading like a series of cancers through the 5 continents, through regions that were almost emptied of human life by this time. The heavens were filled with the tiny satellites of changing colors, a score of which had descended to Earth and had not been seen to rise again. What their occupants might now be doing was a mystery that intrigued all of the scientific fraternity. They felt the need of definite knowledge regarding these alien life forms, who were obviously possessed of a high type of intelligence, and who displayed mechanical resources and a mastery of physics to which humanity had not yet attained. Chapter 6. A radio dispatch from a lonely village in southern Florida brought to the Antarctic laboratories the news that one of the silver spheres, had been seen close at hand by human beings for the first time. An orange grower who had refused to abandon his plantation at the flight. Of nearly all his neighbors, with his 12-year-old son, who had remained with him, had observed the sphere flying toward them within a mile of the Earth's surface, in a southeasterly direction. Apparently it had emerged from a partially converted tract involving Kentucky, Tennessee, and the northern borders of Alabama, where more than one of the spheres had already been known to land. The thing was flying slowly, at less than 30 miles an hour when first noticed, and it came gently to Earth within 300 yards of the orange grower and his son, close to the edge of the orchard. The sphere seemed to be made of some whitish metal, was perfectly round, was at least 200 feet in diameter, and had no visible projections anywhere. It resembled a miniature world or moon. When it approated the ground, a sort of framework consisting of 4 tripods of the same whitish metal issued or unfolded from the sphere and served to support it when it came to rest. In this position, the lower part of the globe was no more than 15 or 20 feet from the ground. A circular trap or manhole opened in the bottom, and from this a stairway of metal steps was let down to Earth. 7 creatures of an unearthly type descended the stairs forthwith and proceeded to examine their environment with all the air of a party of investigating scientists. They were perhaps 4 feet in height, with globular bodies, and they possessed 3 short legs and 4 extremely supple and jointless arms that issued from the side and back of smaller globes that were presumably there. Heads. These arms were all long enough to reach the Earth, and were used to a certain extent in locomotion and the maintenance of equilibrium. The creatures were either equipped with natural coverings like the shards of insects, or else they wore some kind of armor, or suiting made of red and green metals, for they glittered gorgeously in the sunlight. The orange grove seemed to interest them greatly, for they broke off several boughs laden with ripe fruit, and one of their number forthwith carried the boughs into the sphere, holding them aloft with 2 of his odd arms. The other 6 roamed about the countryside and vanished from view for a while, returning in less than an hour, with numerous plant specimens and also with pieces of furniture, human clothing, and tin cans, which they must have collected from the buildings on some deserted plantation. They re-entered the sphere, the metal stairway was drawn up, the trap was closed, and the great orb retracted its 4 tripods and flew away toward the ocean at an increased rate of speed that would soon bring it to the Bahama Islands. The orange grower and his son, who had hid themselves behind a pile of empty lug boxes and had scarcely dared to move for fear of attracting the Venusians' attention, now hurried to the local radio station, where the operator was still on duty, and sent a detailed report of what they had seen to the Antarctic laboratories. A little later, the sphere was sighted from the Bahamas, but apparently did not pause on any of these islands. Still later it was observed from Haiti, San Domingo, Martinique, and the Barbados. Then it landed near Cayenne, where natives were captured by the Venusians and taken aboard the sphere. Then the thing continued its southeasterly flight and was seen far out at sea from Pernambuco. An hour afterward it was sighted from St. Helena, and then it changed its course and flew directly south. It passed above Tristan da Cunha and disappeared from human observation for 2 days. Then a biplane, flying from the Sandwich Islands to the Antarctic, found the great orb floating in the sea, and reported this fact to the United Scientists. It was at once surmised that the occupants had fallen ill and were perhaps dead, or at least were no longer able to operate the propulsive and levitative mechanism. Immediate contact with our soil and atmosphere, said Lapham, has no doubt proved as dangerous to these beings as our own excursions into terrains formed after a Venusian pattern were dangerous to us. Probably they were a group of scientists who desired to gather data regarding terrestrial conditions and were willing to chance the bodily peril. Great excitement prevailed at the news of this find, and 3 armored planes with heavy guns and a supply of explosives were sent to watch the floating sphere. The huge orb was half submerged in the water, and no sign of life, no movement other than that of natural drifting, was detectable. At length, after some hesitation, the crew of the planes decided to fire a 7-inch shell at the exposed portion, even at the risk of shattering machinery that might prove of intense interest and value to humanity. To the surprise of everyone, the shell made no impression on the sphere, beyond denting its side a little and increasing the speed of its drift along the waters. Finally, it was resolved to tow the thing to land. On being approached, it revealed a number of small circular and oval windows filled with semi-translucent materials of green, amber and violet. It was beached on one of the South Shetland Islands. After vain attempts with milder explosives, the trap in the bottom was blasted open with thorite, a terrible NCW compound of solidified gases, with which whole mountains had been shattered. Evidently, the metal of the sphere was stronger and harder than any substance found or invented by human beings, and it was likewise ascertained to be heavier. When the fumes of the explosion had cleared away, several scientists entered the sphere by means of a ladder. Much damage had been done by the thorite, and certain highly intricate mechanisms around the trap were hopelessly mined, to the extreme regret of the investigators. But the body of the sphere and its contents were still intact. The interior was divided into a great number of curious compartments with octagonal walls, and had probably accommodated more than 1,000 of the interplanetary voyagers on its trip to the Earth. A large room above the trap opened off into 3 others of equally capacious extent, filled with machinery whose use and method of operation could not easily be determined. In the center of each room there stood an enormous contrivance made of about 50 metal cubes, all joined together by means of heavy quadrangular rods. These rods, in turn, were all correlated by single-stranded wires of varying thickness, forming a huge net. 3 different metals, all unfamiliar, were noted in the composition of the cubes, rods and wires in the different rooms. From each of the central engineries there issued great curving tubes that ramified into scores of smaller tubes, arching the roof of the room in all directions, and terminating in series of no less than 10 keyboards with many square and sphere-like knobs that were placed in a sort of elaborate rotation. The keyboards were attached to the walls. Before each of the circular windows, a device resembling a gigantic trumpet, with 100 angled lens of some glass-like material in its mouth, upreared from a tube that ran directly to the core of the cube contrivance. The windows in each room were of a different color, and none of them, as well as none of the other windows in the sphere, was clearly permeable to human vision. On the outside of the sphere, opposite the large apartments, were found 3 discs that had a vague likeness to radio transmitters. All 3 were connected with the interior mechanism. It was imagined that these mechanisms were the source of the various rays employed in molecular dissolution and ray construction. Also, it was thought that the machinery wrecked by the thorite had served to propel and levitate the sphere. After examining the apparatus in the large rooms, the scientists began an investigation of the smaller apartments, most of which had evidently been used as living quarters. The beds and furniture were truly strange. The former were round, shallow tubs, lined with down-like materials of incredible resiliency, in which the globe-like bodies of the invaders had reposed, with their arms depending over the sides or coiled close to their trunks. There were eating rooms where, in metal troughs divided into bowl-like compartments, were the remains of bizarre and unidentifiable foods. The ceilings of the rooms were all low, in proportion to the stature of their inmates, and the investigators were often compelled to stoop. Mechanical resource and even luxury were manifest on every hand, and there were many special devices of unknown use and operation that had probably ministered to the comfort of these odd beings. After a number of rooms had been explored, a terrific stench was perceived, emanating through an open door. The bodies of 6 Venusians were found lying together where they had died, on the floor of what appeared to be a kind of laboratory. The place was filled with test tubes of unfamiliar forms and materials, and with all manner of scientific apparatus that aroused the interest and envy of the terrene investigators. The Venusians, when stricken, had manifestly been engaged in dissecting the body of one of the natives captured in Guyana, which was stretched and tied down on an operating table. They had flayed the dead Indian from head to foot and had laid open his entire viscera. The corpse of his companion was never found, but the contents of a number of tubes on analysis were discovered to represent the sundry chemical elements of which the human body is composed. Other tubes contained in solution the elements of oranges and of other terrestrial fruits and plant forms. The dead Venusians were no longer clothed in the gorgeous green and red shards that the Florida planter had reported them as wearing. They were quite naked, with bodies and limbs of a dark grey colour. Their skin was without any sign of hair and was divided into rudimentary scales or plates, suggesting that they had evolved from a reptilian ancestor of some unearthly type. But nothing else in their anatomy was denotive of the reptile, or indeed of any terrene mammalian form. Their long, curving arms and round bodies with neckless, globular heads offered a vague hint of enormous tarantulas. The heads were equipped with 2 small, sucker-like mouths protruding from the lower part, and were without anything that suggested oral or nasal organs. They had a series of short, retractile appendages, arranged at regular intervals about their whole circumference above the beginning of the 4 arms. In the end of each appendage was an eyeball with many crystal-like facets, and every eyeball was of a different color and possessed a different formation and disposition of facets. On re-examining the mass of wrecked machinery, the 7th Venusian was found. His body had been blown into fragments and buried under a heap of twisted tubes and wires and discs. Apparently, when stricken down by the same illness as the others, he had been guiding the course of the great orb, and perhaps in falling or in the throes of his culminative agony, had stopped the working of the propulsive mechanism. It was learned that all the Venusians had been slain by certain streptococci, comparatively harmless to human beings, with which they had been infected through contact with the dead Indians. The finding and opening of the sphere created supreme interest and even aroused much hope among the united scientists. It was felt that if the principle of the disintegrative and reconstructive rays could be ascertained, much might be done to reconquer Earth, or at least to stem the Venusian encroachments. But the 3 mechanisms of cubes, tubes and wires, and their manifold keyboards, baffled all ingenuity and all the mechanical science of the investigators for a long while. In the meantime, all those who had entered the sphere were smitten with unearthly diseases, and many died or were incapacitated for the remainder of their lives. Chapter 7. Weeks and months went by and lengthened somehow into a year. The metamorphosis of Earth had gone slowly on, though after a term of 3 months no more of the deadly satellites had appeared from outer space. Lapham and others conjectured that perhaps the invasion from Venus had been undertaken with the sole idea of relieving a problem of overpopulation, and had ceased with the solving of this problem. More than 200 of the metal spheres had fallen under observation, and allowing only 1,000 occupants for each. It was estimated that at least 200,000 of the hostile foreign entities had taken up their abode on Earth. After partially converting all the continents, many of the spheres, as Lapham had predicted, were now attacking the seas, and immense storms of vapor were reported daily from the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans. Even in the polar realms, the inevitable climatic and atmospheric changes were being felt. The air was already warmer and moister, and deleterious elements were invading it at the same time, causing a gradual increase of pulmonary maladies among the survivors of the human race. However, in spite of all this, the situation had begun to present a few hopeful factors. Invention, beneath the spur of dread necessity, had made new progress, and some valuable scientific discoveries had occurred. Machinery for the direct utilization and conservation of solar energy on a large scale had been perfected, and gigantic refractors had been devised, by which the heat of the sun could be magnified and concentrated. With these refractors, large areas of eternal ice and snow were melted away, revealing a rich soil that was now utilized for agriculture and horticulture. With the resultant amelioration of living conditions, humanity proceeded to entrench itself firmly, and with a fair degree of comfort, in regions that had once been deemed altogether uninhabitable. Another valuable invention was a televisual instrument of range and power beyond anything hitherto devised, by which, without the aid of a transmitting apparatus, sight images could be picked up at any tyranny distance. The use of a well-known ray in connection with this invention made it possible to penetrate the vaporous air that enshrouded the new terrains, and to watch the habits, movements, and daily life of the invaders. In this way, much astounding knowledge was soon acquired concerning them. TT was found that they had built many cities of a peculiar squat type of architecture, in which some of the buildings were septangular and octagonal, and others were cylinder-like or spherical in form. The cities were wrought of synthetic minerals and metals, and all the houses were connected by tubes which were employed for purposes of traffic. Passengers, or any desired article, could be shot through them to a given point in a few instants. The buildings were illumined with lamps made of radioactive materials. The Venusians had also begun the growing of ultra-terrestrial fruits and vegetables and the breeding of certain creatures that were more like gigantic insects than animals. The vegetables were mainly fungoid, were of prodigious sciac and complicated structure, and many of them were grown in artificial caverns beneath the stimulation of green and amber rays produced from orb-like mechanisms. The habits and customs of the Venusians differed, as might be imag ined, from those of human beings. It was learned that they required very little sleep, 2 or 3 hours being enough for the majority of theni. Also, they did not eat more than once in 4 days. After their meals, they were very torpid for half a day and did not engage in much activity. This, in the eyes of many scientists, gave support to the theory that they had evolved from a reptilian form. They were bisexual, and in further support of the above theory, their young were hatched from eggs. Apart from the vegetables aforementioned, their foods consisted of a great number of substances formed through chemical processes of a recondite order. They had a sort of pictorial art, of a geometric type resembling cubism, and a written literature that seemed to be concerned mainly with scientific and mathematical problems. It could not be found that any religious customs or rites were observed among them, and their trend of mind was predominantly scientific and mechanical. They had evolved a purely materialistic civilization and had carried it to a point far beyond that of the Earth peoples. Their knowledge of chemistry, physics, mathematics, and all other branches of science was so profound that it seemed well-nigh supernatural. The sundry instruments, tools, and engines that they employed were a source of perpetual marvel to human inventors. There were optical instruments with a series of revolving lenses arranged above each other in metal frames, by means of which they apparently studied the heavens, in spite of the cloudy pall that hung forever upon their dominions. It was thought, however, that perhaps their myriad-faceted eyes were more or less televisual and could penetrate many materials impervious to human sight. In support of this theory, the semi-opaque windows of the fallen sphere were recalled. That which evoked the keenest interest was the type of mechanism they had invented for the amplification of all sorts of cosmic rays, of solar light itself, and even the most delicate and imperceptible emanations in the spectrum of remote stars. By a process of repercussion and concentration, such rays were compelled to afford power beyond that of steam or electricity. The magnified vibrations were employed in the breaking up of atoms and in their reconstruction. The breaking up, it was soon learned, could be done in more than one way, according to the intensity of the vibration used. By means of the higher vibrations, a terrific explosion could be caused in destroying one or two molecules and reducing them to their ultimate electrons. But the milder vibrations caused a more slow and incomplete explosion, in which the atom formation was partially destroyed. This latter process was the one that had been used as a preliminary to the transformation of the world. Smaller mechanisms of a kind similar to those in the Silver Globe were in common use among the invaders and all their air vehicles. Industrial machinery and various other appliances were run with power derived from the explosion of atoms by amplified cosmic rays. By watching the actual employment of these mechanisms, human scientists learned how the machinery in the derelict sphere had been operated. Also, the changing colors of the satellites were explained, for it was perceived that the generation of the various rays was accompanied by the production of an aura of color about the transmitting mechanism. As Lapham had surmised, yellow was the tone of destruction, blue the tint of mineral evolution, and red the hue of vegetable growth. The invisibility of the two first spheres for a long period was likewise explained when it was learned that the Venusians could use at will in connection with the other vibrations, a vibration that neutralized these customary colors. Probably, through motives of natural caution, they had wished to remain invisible till observation had convinced them that nothing was to be feared from the world they were attacking. Now, with the knowledge acquired from their monstrous foes, human inventors were able to create similar machinery for destroying atoms and for reconstructing them in any desired pattern. Enormous planes were built and were fitted with this machinery, and a war of titanic destruction soon began. The Venusian territories of Australia were attacked by a fleet of 400 planes, which succeeded in annihilating several of the metal spheres, as well as 2 cities of the enemy, and turned many hundred miles of vapor-covered land into a seething chaos of primeval dust. The invaders were totally unprepared, for evidently they had despised their human enemies and had not thought it worthwhile to watch their movements and activities at any time. Before they could rally, the planes had passed on to the shores of Asia and had inflicted much damage in the Mesopotamian terrain. At the present time, after 20 years of a warfare more stupendous than anything in human history, a fair amount of territory has been regained in spite of terrible reprisals on the part of the Venusians. But the issue is still in doubt and may not be decided for hundreds of years to come. The invaders are well entrenched, and if reinforcements should ever arrive from Venus, the tide may turn against humanity. The real hope lies in their limited number, and in the fact that they are not thriving physically in their new environment and are slowly becoming sterile, as well as subject to a multitude of maladies, due, doubtless, to the incomplete conversion of the Earth and its atmosphere, and the tendency of Tellurian atom structures to re-establish themselves, even apart from the re-integration carried on by scientists. On the other hand, the vitiation of our seas and air by the introduction of deadly gases is not favorable to human life, and the powers of medical science are not yet able to cope fully with the unusual problems offered. Roger Lapham, whose clear, logical brain and prophetic insight have always been a source of inspiration to his fellows, has died lately and is mourned by all. But his spirit still prevails, and even if humanity should lose in the long and catastrophic warfare with an alien foe, the tale of mortal existence and toil and suffering will not have been told in vain. End of The Metamorphosis of Earth by Clark Ashton Smith. The Mystery of Uncle Alfred by Mindret Lord. Weird Tales, November 1941. He was devoted to those pigs, absolutely devoted. Perhaps that had something to do with his sudden, fantastic disappearance. When the estate of my uncle, Alfred Fry, is finally settled, I shall give the farm to George Harris. I would not spend another night in the house for all creation. But Harris is a strange, elemental sort of man. He hated Uncle Alfred while he worked for him, and now that my uncle is gone, he hates him still. I think it actually amuses him, and as a matter of fact, I am almost certain that I heard him laugh aloud and shout, "Peeg!" in a mocking falsetto on that last amazing night that I spent at the farmhouse. There was the clatter of sharp hooves on the bare floor of the hall, and the unmistakable grunting snuffle of a hog. The incongruous sound passed along the corridor to the end where Harris's cubbyhole of a room was. I strode to my door and flung it open, and it was at that moment I heard Harris's roar of mirth and the malicious "Peeg," as if he were calling the swine to dinner. I accused him of it later, but he denied it. If that had been all, I might have been able to persuade myself that my imagination was responsible, but it was not all, not by any means. As a child, I have a vague memory of a tremendously fat man attending the funeral for my mother and father. This, I think, must have been the first time that ever I saw him, but I am sure that I did not set eyes on him again for over 15 years. Although there is much of my unhappy childhood that I have forgotten, Uncle Alfred's grotesque figure must have stood out in my memory in all its terrifying bulk. After all those years, I met Uncle Alfred as the result of a rather uncomfortable coincidence. Having left the university with an excellently engraved but otherwise worthless degree, I was at length fortunate enough to obtain a job in New York City as a process server. In most cases, to serve a defendant with a summons requires little more skill than that which might be expected of an errand boy, but it does occasionally happen that considerable ingenuity is necessary. Such a case was that of Uncle Alfred. When my employer gave me the summons for Alfred Fry, he told me that he had been trying to serve it for months, and that he had exhausted every dodge in his head. "Try anything you can think of," he said. "I'm beginning to believe the man doesn't exist." I said, "If he's the man I think he is, the job's as good as done," and I left the office with a vision of my triumph in my mind. It was easy, I would say on my return. Why, there was nothing to it at all. Alfred Fry lived in a big greystone house just off Fifth Avenue, a townhouse, a residence. The stately, ugly, dignified sort of dwelling that millionaires inhabit. The front doors were plate glass and wrought iron, and as I rang the bell it occurred to me that it would be far from safe to put my foot in the crack when the door was opened. Presently a haggard, sickly-looking butler asked me my business. "Is Mr. Alfred Fry at home?" I asked. The butler believed that Mr. Fry was not at home. I said, "If you should happen to find him somewhere in there, would you tell him that his nephew, Julian Barrow, would like to pay his respects?" The butler stared at me doubtfully, and I repeated, "Julian Barrow." The butler said, "I'll see if Mr. Fry is in," and started to close the door. Before the latch clicked, I said, "Tell him I don't want to borrow any money." He disappeared into the interior darkness without making any sign of having heard. After what seemed a long time, he returned and said, "Mr. Fry will see you." I followed the butler through a long, gloomy hall that was draped and carpeted in dark red and gold. There were several massive pieces of carved furniture, the sort of thing that seems to have been made for the lobbies of hotels whose guests are giants. Chairs too large for one person but too small for two, tables too high for convenience, mirrors too large for comfort. We came to a broad oak door where the butler stopped, murmuring, "Mr. Fry is in the study." He swung it open, and I went in. From behind his enormous desk, my uncle peered at me. "So," he said in a high, thin voice, "you are Julian." "And you," I said, "are Uncle Alfred. I remember you." And the odd thing is that I did actually remember him. Seeing him again, I wondered how his memory could ever have grown so dim. It was like seeing a motion picture, or a play, for the second time, inadvertently, though apparently you had forgotten everything about it. With the first sequence, the whole thing comes back in complete detail. I suppose he had changed. He must have changed in 15 years, but it seemed to me that I remembered him exactly as I saw him now. The man was a hog. That is the most accurate, if not the most charitable way to put it. Not having seen him, you may conclude that Uncle Alfred was merely a sufferer from some such disease as dropsy or elephantiasis, but he was no invalid. On the contrary, he appeared to be in the best of health and spirits, like a vigorous hog. His head was huge and bald except for a few long strands of straight black hair on the crown. The bulging jowls began just below the rounded brow and descended in a sweeping curve that cradled the chin. The nose was short, the tip raised in such a way that it seemed to be lifting the upper lip. Also, the eyes were small, closely set, and so deeply embedded that the lids were not visible. They were keen, restless eyes that darted from object to object, as if in hungry search for something. I caught myself wondering what he was looking for. A carrot, an ear of corn. "Well, sit down," he said. "Sit down, my boy. The last time I saw you, you were a baby, and now, look at you, a grown man. Tell me how you are, what you're doing. Did you know that you are my nearest living relative?" His eyes made a quick search of the room for nearer relatives. It amused me to think of the summons in my pocket and of how angry my uncle would be when I served it on him, and it seemed to me that the longer I delayed, the greater the joke. So, I sat down and answered his questions volubly. His curiosity about my life somewhat surprised me, for in the past his interest and his help would have been eagerly welcomed. But he had ignored my existence and had even failed to reply to my guardian's letters. Uncle Alfred was obviously impatient with the account I gave him of my childhood. He grunted and twiddled his fat thumbs that just managed to meet across his belly, and it was not until I mentioned my fiancée that he seemed to prick up his rather pointed ears. "Ah," he said, "you must tell me all about this girl. Her name?" "Annette Worth. She is young, of course. Beautiful, surely. You love her very much?" "Why, yes," I said. "Certainly." His sudden eagerness annoyed me in some obscure way. "You are a lucky boy, a lucky boy." He sighed reflectively. "And when is the marriage to be?" Before I could draw breath, he answered his own question. "Why, that depends on Uncle Alfred. That's why you came here today. Will Uncle Alfred give his loving nephew enough money so that he can be married?" I was angry, but at the same time delighted. How could he have stepped into the trap more effectively? I got to my feet and smiled down at his obese head. "Why no, my dear uncle," I said. "My reason for coming here was nothing of the sort. It was simply a matter of business." I reached into my pocket and drew out the paper. "I have here a summons for one Alfred Fry. It gives me pleasure to serve it on you." And I slapped it down on the desk in front of him. He snatched it up in his puffy hands and let out a squeal of rage that was exactly like the ee-yee of a pig caught under a gate. I laughed at him and started toward the door. "Wait," he called after me. "Wait, Julian." I turned and was amazed to see that his face was creased and folded into a kind of porcine smile. "Don't go. Come back and sit down. This," he picked up the summons and flung it aside, "doesn't mean anything. I should have had to settle the case eventually anyhow. I'm sorry for what I said. Now be a good boy. Come back, and let's be friends." I had nothing to lose, and although I did not like my uncle, his remarkable change of manner excited my curiosity and impelled me to accept his invitation. It was as simple a thing as returning to my chair that altered the whole probable course of my life. My uncle sang a tune to the title, "Blood is Thicker Than Water." It was a sweet, subtle melody and well calculated to fall pleasantly on my ears. I was broke and I was in love. Uncle Alfred was rich and lonely, And after all, I was his nearest blood relative, the logical person to inherit his fortune. With a hint of tears in his shoe-button eyes, he described to me the misunderstanding and ridicule that had cursed his life. He had no friends, a woman's love he had never known. Even his own relations among them, his brother, my father, had refused him their sympathies. In short, it was a melancholy recital. Late in the afternoon, he began to plead with me to invite Annette to his house, and nothing would do but that we must stay to dinner. From the moment of Annette's arrival, Uncle Alfred's manner changed again. He stopped his moaning and became on the instant a picture of pathetic and almost absurd gallantry. In every way possible he showed Annette that she was welcome, that she was much more than welcome. As the evening wore on, he became more and more outspoken in his praises both for Annette and for me. We were his beloved, long-lost niece and nephew, the darlings of his old age sent by Providence to comfort his final years. In leaving him, the last thing that he said to us was, "Remember, children, I have great plans for you. Great plans for us all." When we were out on the street and the door closed behind us, I asked Annette, "Well, what do you think of him?" "The poor old man," she said. "It's not his fault he's so fat." "Perhaps not entirely," I said, "but to judge by the way he acted at dinner, he had something to do with it. You mustn't be too critical. He seems awfully fond of you." "Yes," I said, as much to myself as to her, "and I would very much like to know why." I was a long time finding the answer, if I ever did. We saw Uncle Alfred frequently in the days that followed. I do not recall exactly how he first introduced the subject of his farm, but each time we visited him, he talked more and more enthusiastically of it. Strictly as a farm, it was nothing, he told us. Only a few acres in the hills, upstate. An old house, dating from Revolutionary times, that had been restored and modernized, a small orchard, a plot or two of vegetables. But the pigs, that was the attraction for him. He boasted that he had 6 of the finest pens of pedigreed hogs in the country, and when he spoke of them, it was with the same admiration and affection that a hunter lavishes upon his dog. Shortly after our first meeting, Uncle Alfred insisted that Annette and I spend a weekend with him at the farmhouse. We found the place much as he had described it, a rather charming old building set among ancient fruit trees. At a little distance, there was a modern barn which was flanked by a series of elaborately constructed pig pens. I had always thought of pigs as wallowing in mud and refuse, but these pens were as clean and dry as the cage of any animal in the zoo. Each enclosure contained 4 well-groomed hogs. George Harris lived on the place and acted as caretaker. He is a lanky, leather-skinned farmer, surly in manner, taciturn, and completely without humor of any civilized variety. From the beginning, however, I was conscious of a bond of sympathy between Harris and me, unspoken and unadmitted. I believe it was none the less real. Annette was more charitable than I. She loved the house, the pigs did not disgust her, and she was even able to persuade herself that Uncle Alfred's almost insane fondness for them was somehow praiseworthy, even when he would get into the pen with them, scratch their bristly backs with a stick, call them individually by name, and grunt crooningly at them. Annette felt only a kind of sorrow for the loveless life that had brought my uncle at last to pigs. On that first evening at my uncle's house in New York, he had said, "Remember, children, I have great plans for you." But I doubt very much if he spoke the truth. Instead, I think he realized that eventually he would have a plan, when he had had time, to devise one of sufficient intricacy. When the scheme finally emerged, it was so delicately constructed, so beautifully balanced, that I completely failed to recognize it. One night my uncle said, "Julian, my boy, I don't know if I ever told you that I have several important business interests in South America. As you can see, I am not built for traveling, so I have always employed agents to represent me. But agents are not always entirely trustworthy. Now, if only you could speak Spanish. The offer expanded slowly and alluringly, like dawn that begins with a line of light on the horizon and gradually sets the whole sky ablaze. First, I would give up my miserable job and devote my entire time for a period of 3 or 4 weeks to the study of the South American enterprises and to learning enough Spanish to handle my uncle's affairs. Then, Annette and I could be married and sail to Rio for our honeymoon. The salary would be large, but even this was not all. In addition, Uncle Alfred proposed to make me his sole heir. There was one other detail. Uncle Alfred insisted that Annette give up her work and the room where she lived. He wished her to stay at the Savoy Plaza at his expense. Laughing, he said that she must begin to accustom herself to life as the wife of a rich man. The month of preparation went according to my uncle's schedule. Annette spent most of her time shopping for her trousseau, and my days were filled by my studies. On the date set for our marriage, we 3 went to the farm where it was my uncle's whim to have the ceremony performed. We would spend the night there and sail in the morning for Brazil. All the arrangements were in Uncle Alfred's hands, hiring the minister, buying the tickets, and so on. Apparently he enjoyed playing Lord Bountiful, for his face was like a smiling mold of jelly. When we arrived at the farm, the weather was unnaturally warm and threatening. Heavy, sluggish clouds hung low in the sky. The air was oppressively still, and it seemed to me that I could feel the vibration of distant thunder, though it was not yet audible. Even the hogs seemed affected by the sultry atmosphere. They were restless and irritable, and kept up an annoying squeal of complaint. Uncle Alfred's gaiety was somewhat dampened by the discovery that George Harris was absent without leave. He said that he supposed Harris would show up in time to feed the pigs, but meanwhile he strongly disapproved of the man leaving the farm alone, even for a short while. Suppose something should happen to one of the hogs, with nobody here to help. Annette and I were in a state of comatose bliss. Our new life lay before us, but it had not yet quite begun. With my arm around her, I remember wandering about the house and grounds, saying little, thinking of nothing but the future that we owed entirely to the kindness of my uncle. The minister was expected at 2 o'clock. At 3 he had not arrived, and since the sky was growing more and more ominous, I began to fear that if he did not come soon, a storm might interfere with making the trip that day. Uncle Alfred said he would telephone to find out the reason for the delay. He waddled out of the living room and down the hall to his own bedroom where the telephone was. As I heard his door dose, I heard also the first deep growl of thunder. The passage of time meant nothing to Annette and me, but I suppose it must have been more than half an hour later when Uncle Alfred appeared in the doorway and clapped his pink hand to his forehead in a gesture of despair. "My God, Julian," he groaned. "The most terrible thing has happened. I don't know how to tell you. I can't tell you." We stared at him. "What is it?" I demanded. "The minister." "No, not that. I tried to reach him and there was no answer, so I suppose he's on his way." "If it were only that, then what?" "Afterwards, you see, I called my office. I won't stop to tell you all about it now, but—" He sighed deeply. "Julian, my boy, you must fly to Mexico City at once. My office has made a reservation for you on the earliest plane. We must leave here within an hour." As I started to protest, he handed me a long envelope that was sealed in a number of places with red wax. "Here, take this. I will tell you about it before you go. Oh, Julian, I am so sorry about this, so sorry." Then he sighed again and added, "But journeys end in lovers' meeting, you know. Annette will follow you as soon as your mission is finished." I interrupted. "Why shouldn't she come with me now?" "Ah," he said. There was another piece of bad luck. Terrible luck. There was only room for one more passenger on the plane. But don't worry. I'll send her to you at the first possible moment. He put his arm as far as it would go around her waist and murmured, Poor girl. Annette looked at me with shining eyes. It's all right. It's your job, and I can understand that. I'll follow you, darling. Of course she will, Uncle Alfred assured me. And if there isn't time for you to be married here, she'll marry you wherever you are. Won't you, my dear? I was enraged by something indefinable in my uncle's manner, or perhaps it was by the situation itself. In any case, I remember the insane itch to sink my fingers in my uncle's fat neck to squeeze the life from his disgusting body. But I stood silent in the gloomy room, as if waiting for the next thing to happen. Annette released herself, came to me and put her hands on my shoulders. Raising her head, she whispered, "Think of the future, darling. We'll be so happy for so long." I kissed her, and my anger was gone. The thunder had grown louder, and suddenly there was a piercing squeal from one of the hogs as if it were being injured. My uncle trundled out of the room, calling back, "Come along, Julian. I'll tell you what you must know while I see what's the matter." I held Annette a moment longer before I followed. The sky was boiling black, with intermittent flashes of lightning on the horizon, but so far there was little wind and no rain. The pens were over 100 yards from the house, and not visible from it owing to the curve of the hill. As I started along the path, I heard steps behind me, and turned to see George Harris coming around the corner of the porch. "Looks like bad weather," I said. "Where have you been? My uncle's been looking for you." "Has he? Why? Anything missing?" "Missing?" I repeated. "I'll ask him myself." We walked a few paces side by side. "I only came back for a saw I forgot." We had topped the hill and were looking down at Uncle Alfred, who was bending over one of the hogs in the third pen before Harris's statement struck me as curious. I halted and said, "What do you mean? Has something happened between you and Mr. Fry?" "Why, sure, didn't you know? I'm fired. He called me up yesterday and told me to be off the place by this morning." Distant lightning glinted in Harris's sardonic eyes as I gazed at him, wonderingly. Why had Uncle Alfred pretended to think that Harris would return? The answer was in a closed cell of my brain. I knew it was there, but I could not find it. "That's strange," I said at last, and we went down the hill to the pen, inside of which my uncle was comforting one of his swine. Without looking up, my uncle said, "Galahad has scratched himself on a nail or something of the sort. Awful thing to happen at a moment like this. Just when I've got to give you instructions and send you off." Harris cut in. "Did you want to see me?" My uncle was obviously startled. He jerked his head around and exclaimed, "What? Oh, Harris. No, I don't want to see you. Why would I? I spoke to you yesterday, and I haven't changed my mind." Harris nodded and leaned against the wall of the pen. My uncle stood up. Sweat was glistening on his forehead and jowls, his upper lips was raised over his yellow teeth, and he looked less human than usual. "Well," he cried, "get on about your business. I've got to talk to my nephew." "Sure," said Harris. "I just wondered if you knew the telephone line's been cut. I noticed it when I came around the house just now." "Damn you," my uncle shouted. Go on. I won't listen to your nonsense." He turned to me. "Julian, you must hurry. Go before the storm breaks. You'll find the man at the address on the letter. I'll wire you there. At that moment, the hog named Galahad broke away and trotted painfully to the far end of the pen. My uncle trotted after him. And then, a wide, blinding river of fire spilled out of the sky. I heard it sizzle and crackle before the thunder came, and before the thunder had echoed away, I smelled the sulfur strong in the still air. I turned to Harris and said shakily, "That was close." Harris was staring into the pen, a look of amazement on his face. As my gaze followed his, I too was amazed. My uncle had disappeared. I said, "Did you see him go? How did he get away so quickly?" Suddenly the rain began to fall as if it were dashed out of buckets, but Harris remained a few seconds, leaning over the wall of the pen. 5, I heard him mutter. Yes, by God, 5. I waited no longer but ran back to the house where I arrived soaked and breathless. Annette met me at Chez door, pale and frightened. Wasn't the lightning ghastly? Where's Uncle Alfred? Isn't he here? And then it occurred to me where he must have gone. Oh, I said, he's in the barn, of course, though how he got away so quickly I can't imagine. Harris came striding out of the rain and joined us on the porch. I noticed he was carrying the handsaw he had mentioned, and I asked, "Did you go into the barn?" "Yes." "Was Mr. Fry there?" He looked at me in what I thought was a very curious way, but he made no answer, and I asked the question again. "Did you see Mr. Fry when you got your saw out of the barn?" A strange, almost mocking smile spread over Harris's angular face. Slowly he dropped the lid over one eye in an adagio wink, and at last he uttered the one syllable, "No." "Then where is he?" "If you don't know," said Harris, "I don't know." Annette said, "You'd both better come in and dry your clothes. Anyhow, darling, you can't possibly get to the airport in this weather. No, these clay roads will be impassable for at least several hours. I suppose I had better phone Uncle Alfred's office to have them cancel the plane reservation, but I wish he'd come back here. I don't really know what to do." Harris chuckled deep in his chest, and then I remembered what he had said about the telephone. I told him that he must be mistaken about it, because Uncle Alfred was making a call just a few minutes before. Harris said, "Try it if you want to." As I started out of the room, he asked, "Did you notice how many hogs there was in that pen we was leaning over?" "4, I said. "There are 4 in each of the pens. You know that better than I." "There's 5 in that pen now," Harris told me, "and next time you go down, I'll ask you to look close at one hog in particular. He's the biggest and the fattest, and he's got no ring in his nose." Apparently this meant much more to Harris than to me. To me, the explanation seemed obvious, simply that Uncle Alfred had bought a new hog during Harris's absence. I did not begin to take the man seriously until I raised the telephone receiver to my ear. The line was dead. The discovery of the severed telephone was the first link in a chain of astonishing revelations. As soon as the condition of the road permitted, Annette, Harris and I drove down to the village of Oak Tree. Through the drugstore telephone, I began to learn some of the truth about my missing uncle. Uncle Alfred had never spoken to the minister whom he had been expecting. I called the North-South Continental Company, which was Uncle Alfred's New York headquarters. They had never heard of an Alfred Fry. I called the airport and found, somewhat to my surprise, that there was a reservation in my name. In cancelling it, I asked when the ticket had been bought and whether there was more room on the plane. There was more room, and the passage had been reserved 3 days in advance. While I still sat in the telephone booth, Annette and Harris waiting outside, I tore open the elaborately sealed envelope Uncle Alfred had given me. It was addressed to Carlos Diaz, Hotel Geneva, Mexico City, and it contained 2 sheets of perfectly blank paper. For the moment, the problem was too much for me. I went out and told Harris to notify the local authorities of Uncle Alfred's disappearance, and then to go back to the house and stay there until he heard from us or we heard from him. He looked at me owlishly. "What should I do about the hogs?" "Damn the hogs," I exclaimed. "What difference does it make to me?" "Do anything, even the new one." "Of course." If I thought anything, I suppose I thought the man was talking about feeding the brutes. Annette and I drove back to New York and went directly to Uncle Alfred's townhouse. The place was closed, shades drawn at all the windows, the front door locked. There we were. The mystery seemed as complete as our despair. But within the next few days, our fortunes took a sudden upward turn. I got a much better position than I could have hoped, and within a short time, Annette and I were married. So far as I know, Alfred Fry was never seen again. Although it seems impossible that such a tremendously fat man could vanish like an illusion in a distorting mirror, search has been made for him throughout the world. In vain. If he does not turn up in the time specified by law, his death will be legally presumed, and his considerable estate, which does not include ownership in the North-South Continental Company, will come to me. It seems I am his sole living relative. I hesitate to speak of the night Annette and I spent at the farmhouse, because as a reasonable, unimaginative man, I am not willing to argue the accuracy of my own impressions. We went up to the country shortly after our marriage, and within a month of my uncle's disappearance. The first thing I noticed was that the pens were completely empty, and I asked Harris what had happened to the hogs. "Oh," he said, "I sent them to market. You'll be getting the check for them." I said, "If my uncle ever shows up, he'll throw you in jail for it." Harris grinned at me. "If he ever shows up." After dinner, Annette, Harris and I talked once again about the mystery of Uncle Alfred. There was little doubt in my mind of what the old devil had planned, and I was certain that if I had made the trip to Mexico, I should never have returned. As I said, whatever happened to him, and however it happened, it seemed to me that only the merest 11th hour luck had saved my life and spared Annette the most terrible fate. Harris said nothing, but sat staring into the firelight. The sound woke me from a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, the clatter of hooves on the hardwood floor in the hall outside our door. I waited, listening, while the beast stopped and snuffled along the bottom of the door, as if food were just beyond his reach. Then the clatter began again as the hog started down the hall. I jumped out of bed and was in the long, straight corridor before the trotting hooves had reached the end. There was nothing to see. As I stared into empty space, I heard Harris call, "Peeg," and it seemed to me that the sound of the sharp hooves on the bare floor appeared to enter Harris's room. But the door neither opened nor closed. Fortunately, the commotion had not awakened Annette, and I did not wish to frighten her now. I sat up for the rest of the night, thinking. I shall not say what I thought, nor shall I advance any theories, but when the estate of my Uncle Alfred Fry is settled, Harris shall have the farm. End of the Mystery of Uncle Alfred by Mindret Lord. The Round Tower by Stanton Arthur Koblenz. Weird Tales, May 1950. Of all the shocking and macabre experiences of my life, the one that I shall longest remember occurred a few years ago in Paris. Like hundreds of other young Americans, I was then an art student in the French metropolis. Having been there several years, I had acquired a fair speaking knowledge of the language, as well as an acquaintance with many odd nooks and corners of the city, which I used to visit for my own amusement. I did not foresee that one of my strolls of discovery through the winding ancient streets was to involve me in a dread adventure. One rather hot and sultry August evening, just as twilight was softening the hard stone outlines of the buildings, I was making a random pilgrimage through an old part of the city. I did not know just where I was, but suddenly I found myself in a district I did not remember ever having seen before. Emerging from the defile of a crazy twisted alley, I found myself in a large stone court opposite a grim but imposing edifice. 4 or 5 stories high, it looked like the typical medieval fortress. Each of its 4 corners was featured by a round tower, which, with its mere slits of windows and its pointed spear-sharp peak, might have come straight from the Middle Ages. The central structure also rose to a sharp spire, surmounting all the others. Its meagre windows, not quite so narrow as those of the towers, were crossed by iron bars on the 2 lower floors. But what most surprised me were the 3 successive rows of stone ramparts, each higher than the one before it, which separated me from the castle and the musket-bearing sentries that stood in front. Strange, I thought. I've never run across this place before, nor even heard it mentioned. But curiosity is one of my dominant traits. I wouldn't have been true to my own nature if I had not started toward the castle. I will admit I did have a creepy sensation as I approached. Something within me seemed to pull me back, as if a voice were crying, "Keep away! Keep away!" But a counter-voice, probably some devil inside me, was urging me forward. I fully expected to be stopped by the guards, but they stood sleepily at their posts and appeared not even to notice me. So stiff and motionless, they seemed that a fleeting doubt came over me as to whether they were live men or dummies. Besides, there was something peculiar about their uniforms. In the gathering twilight, it was hard to observe details, but their clothes seemed rather like museum pieces, almost what you would have expected of guards 100 years ago. Not being challenged, I kept on. I knew that it was reckless of me, but I passed through a first gate, a second, and a third, and not a hand or a voice was lifted to stop me. By the time I was in the castle itself, and saw its grey stone walls enclosing me in a sort of heavy dusk, a chill was stealing along my spine despite the heat. A musty smell, as if from bygone centuries, was in my nostrils, and a cold sweat burst out on my brows and the palms of my hands as I turned to leave. It was then that I first heard the voice from above. It was a plaintive voice, in a woman's melodious tones. "Monsieur, monsieur, qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça?" I called back, almost automatically. "What is it? What is it?" But the chill along my spine deepened. More of that clammy sweat came out on my brow. I am sorry to own it, but I had no wish except to dash out through the 3 gates, past the stone ramparts, and on to the known safe streets. Yet within me some resisting voice cried out, "Jim, you crazy fool, what are you scared of?" And so, though shuddering, I held my ground. "Will you come up, monsieur?" the voice invited, in the same soft feminine tones, which yet had an urgency that I could not miss. Frankness compels me to admit that there was nothing I desired less than to ascend those winding old stone stairs in the semi-darkness. But here was a challenge to my manliness. If I dashed away like a trembling rabbit, I'd never again be able to look myself in the face. Besides, mightn't someone really be needing my help? While my mind traveled romantically between hopes of rescuing maiden innocence and fears of being trapped into some monstrous den, I took my way slowly up the spiral stairs. Through foot-deep slits in the rock walls, barely enough light was admitted to enable me to stumble up in a shadowy sort of way. Nevertheless, something within me still seemed to be pressing my reluctant feet forward, at the same time as a counterforce screamed that I was the world's prize fool, and would race away if I valued my skin. That climb up the old stairway seemed never-ending, although actually I could not have mounted more than 2 or 3 flights. Once or twice, owing to some irregularity in the stone, I stumbled and almost fell. "Here, mister, here," the woman's voice kept encouraging. And if it hadn't been for that repeated summons, surely my courage would have given out. Even so, I noted something a little strange about the voice. The tones not quite those of the Parisian French I had learned to speak. The speaker apparently had a slight foreign accent. At last, puffing a little, I found myself in a tower room, a small chamber whose round stone walls were slitted with just windows enough to make the outlines of objects mistily visible. The place was without furniture, except for a bare table and several chairs near the further wall, but what drew my attention, what held me galvanized, were the human occupants. So as to see them more clearly, I flashed on my cigarette lighter, at which they drew back in a wide-mouthed, startled sort of way, as if they had never seen such a device before. But in that glimpse of a few seconds, before I let the flame die out, I clearly saw the faces, the fat, stolid-looking man, with double chins and a beefy complexion, the alert, bright-eyed boy of 7 or 8, and a girl of 14 or 15, and the 2 women, the younger of a rather commonplace appearance, but the elder of a striking aspect. Almost regal in the proud tilt of the shapely head, the lovely contours of the cheeks and lips, and the imperious flash of eyes that seemed made to command. "Oh, monsieur," she exclaimed. "Thank you, sir. Thank you very much." All at once it struck me that there was something unutterably sad about the tones, something unspeakably sad, too, in the looks of the 2 women and the man, something bleak that seemed to pervade the atmosphere like a dissolved essence, until I caught its contagion and felt as if a whole world's sorrow were pressing down upon my head. Now, as never before, I wanted to flee, but something held me rooted to the spot. I was like a man in a dread dream, who knows he is dreaming and yet cannot awaken. Repelled and at the same time fascinated, I watched the elder woman approach with outflung arms. Chapter 2. There was, let me not deny it, a seductive charm about her glowing femininity. Although she was no longer young, I took her to be somewhere in the nether years just beyond 35. There was something extraordinarily appealing and sweet in the smile which she flashed upon me, a plaintive smile as of one who looks at you from depths of unbearable suffering. At the same time, there was something that drew me to her, held me spellbound with a magnetic compulsion. I could have imagined men easily and willingly enslaved to that woman. "Monsieur," she pleaded, and for the sake of convenience I give the English equivalent of her words, "Monsieur, they have ringed us around. What are we to do? In the name of the good Lord, what are we to do?" "They permit us not even a newspaper, monsieur," rumbled the heavy voice of the man as his portly form slouched forward. "They stand over us all the time. We have no privacy except in our beds," put in the younger woman, with a despairing gesture of one bony hand. "They inspect all our food, every bit of bread and meat, suspecting it may contain secret papers," the elder woman lamented. "Worse still, our doors are all locked from outside. We can hardly move a step without being trailed by a guard. We cannot read, we can hardly think without being inspected. Oh, was ever anyone tormented with such vile persecution? Was anyone ever tormented with such vile persecution?" The second lady took up the cry, in a thin, wailing voice that sent the shudders again coursing down my spine. As if by instinct, I was backing toward the door. I wondered if I were not the victim of some frightful hallucination. "But what do you want me to do?" I blurted out, as with one hand I groped behind me for the doorknob. "Do? What do we want you to do, monsieur?" groaned the elder woman. "Speak with them, plead with them, beg them to treat us like human beings, not like beasts in cages." "But who am I to speak to? Who are they? What do you mean, madam?" "Who but our persecutors, our oppressors?" "Who but our persecutors, our oppressors?" echoed the other woman with a ghostly repetition of the words. By this time it was so dark that the 5 persons made but shadows indistinctly seen against the dungeon-like gloom. There was no arguing now with my fear. It was taking command of me, the next instant, had the man not surmised my thoughts by some clairvoyant perception. I would have left the dolorous strangers to their fate, and dashed pell-mell down the tower stairs. "Hold, monsieur," his voice detained me. "It is growing late, we need a light." And then, with startled eyes, I witnessed one of the eeriest, one of the most inexplicable incidents of all. Suddenly, though I had seen no lantern, there was a light in the room. It was a sort of grey-white phosphorescence, midway between the hue of a light fog and that of pewter. And it seemed to come from nowhere in particular, but filled the room with a fluctuating radiance, at times bright enough to reveal every object, at times permitting everything to sink back almost into invisibility. By this illumination all things, even the man's beefy face, took on a ghastly pallor. My own hand, outstretched in a gesture of spontaneous horror, startled me with its pale, spectral quality. "Do not be afraid, monsieur," one of the women spoke reassuringly. They will not find you. The guards were sleeping, else you could not have come up. You were heaven sent to help us in our need." My knees quivering beneath me, I did not feel heaven sent to help anyone. In that uncanny wavering light, which struck my disordered imagination as almost sepulchral, I was more frightened than in the darkness. I was just a little relieved, however, to see how the small boy, curled up near the wall with some straw for a pillow, was sleeping an apparently normal childhood sleep. Nevertheless, I had found the doorknob and was drawing it toward me. A blast of chilly air, contrasting weirdly with the heat of the summer evening, swept up the tower stairs. A second more, and I would have been gone. But the elder woman, crossing the loom like a flash of light, had placed herself next to me, between me and the door. I could see her big, sad eyes, not a foot from mine, glowing as if from immense hollow depths. I could see her long, pale, proud face alternately brightening and darkening by the flickers of the changeable, unearthly light. And once more she exercised that strange, that magical compulsion upon me. My limbs were frozen. I could merely stare and wonder. "It is not for our own sakes, monsieur," she resumed, in a voice that shook and wavered even more than did the light. "It is not for our own sakes that I beg your aid, but for our poor innocent children. For their sakes, in the name of heaven's mercy, go out and plead with our oppressors, monsieur. Rush forth and summon help before it is too late." "Before it is too late," came a low, sobbing echo. "But you, who are you?" I demanded, growing more mystified from minute to minute. "We, who are we? Is there anyone in all Paris that does not know? Is there anyone in all Paris that does not know?" There sounded a sobbing refrain. But they seemed not to hear, or at least not to believe my denials. "Look at me. Do you not recognize me?" the man demanded, thrusting his face within inches of mine. Who in all the land could help recognizing me? Observing the round, commonplace features, the paunchy cheeks, the sensual lips and dull eyes, I failed to recognize anyone I had ever known. "Ah, monsieur, you must be a stranger in the land." Yes, I am a stranger from California," I managed to grasp at a straw. "From where do you say, monsieur?" he asked, as if he had never heard of my native state. And then dismally he went on, half to himself, "Am I then so changed by my hardships that I cannot be recognized? Ah, no doubt I had a different look in the old times, when I went forth daily in the hunt. Yes, that was a sport worthy of a king chasing the antlered stag, a sport worthy of a king. And I," bewailed the elder woman, her eyes downcast, her whole form seeming indistinctly to sag, "perhaps I also am changed. Oh, how changed from the days when I led in gay revels and frolics, and banquets and masked balls, and was merry the whole day long, and the whole night long too. Little did I suspect, in those old happy times, what a bitter blow was in store for me." "Little did I suspect," moaned the second woman. "Little did we all suspect. Had I chanced upon a band of lunatics? Was this old tower the hospital where these poor deranged wretches were kept? This seemed to me, all in all, the most plausible solution. Nevertheless, it did not explain the weird light, which still pervaded the grim round tower room from some unseen source, nor did it account for various other incidents, which I report even now with a tingling sensation along the spine and a numbing clutch at the heart. Chapter 3. It may have been only the wind, but the door, which I had opened slightly, suddenly closed with a dull thudding jar. Yet how could it have been the wind, since the door opened inward, and hence a breeze from below would have pushed the door wider open? And from inside the closed room, how could an air current originate? But I was sure that no hand, and least of all mine, had touched the door. Even as I struggled to regain my composure, I reached again for the door handle, more determined than ever to leave. But, as I did so, My shaken nerves were shattered by another shock. With a series of high-pitched yipping barks, a small creature ran out as if from nowhere and began cavorting about my knees. Where had the little dog come from? I was certain it had not been in the room before. I was equally convinced that there was no way for it to enter. By the flickering greyish-white light, it had a sort of half-solid appearance as I reached down to pet it, and somehow I was not quite able to place a hand upon it. Eluding my touch, it ran over to the elder woman, who bent down and caressed it. And then, as suddenly as it had come, it was gone. But from someone's throat, the adolescent girl's, I believe, there burst a spasm of uncanny hollow laughter. Then, as I pulled at the doorknob, the elder woman was again at my side, her lovely sad eyes fixing me with a stare of such terrible intensity that I was gripped powerless in my place. My hand dropped from the doorknob. For the first time, I knew myself to be a prisoner. "What is to happen to us, monsieur?" she lamented, not hysterically, but with an air of dignified restraint beneath which I could feel the hot passion smouldering. "What is to happen to us all?" Time after time we hear the toxins sounding below us on the streets. We hear the crowds shouting, but we can only guess what it all means. "Can you not tell us, monsieur, what it means?" "Can you not tell us, monsieur?" echoed the younger woman. I shook my head helplessly. "Ah, monsieur, you are like them all," the first speaker sighed. "Like the guards, like that monster who has charge of us. You know, yet you will tell us nothing. You know, yet you will tell us nothing," came the unfailing repetition. "I feel it in my bones. A worse fate is in store for us," the woman moaned, while one pale hand moved significantly across her neck. My sainted mother, who was far wiser than I, foresaw it all long ago, but then I was too young and giddy to listen. "Now that she is in her grave, monsieur, sometimes at night I can see her before me. Warning, 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 warning," took up the other woman. Come now. Things are not always so bad, are they?" The rumbling voice of the man broke out in incongruous, soothing contrast. "We have no complaints about many things, least of all about the food, now have we? At noon we have 3 soups, 2 entrees, 2 roasts, fruit, cheese, claret, and champagne. It is not all we have known in our better days, monsieur, but it is not bad. It is not bad. Then the boy and I on fine days are allowed to walk in the court." "You can walk there, but not I," broke out the elder woman, who was evidently his wife. "You can submit yourself to the staring insolence of those beasts of guards, not I. You can console yourself with your fine meals, not I, not I. I think of the fate that is in store for us all. I think of the future of our poor children." "I think of the future of our poor children," came the inevitable echo. The boy, slumbering against the wall, chose this particular moment to turn over in his sleep and moan. I, for my part, would have left then and there, had this been possible. But even if I had not already been riveted to the spot, I would have been held by the woman's anguished cry. Think of our friends, our poor friends, the ones who did not escape, or came back out of loyalty to us. Those tigers in human form have cut their heads from their bodies, torn them limb from limb, have cut their heads from their bodies, torn them limb from limb. "Come, my dear," interposed the man, still in a placating voice. "We cannot always think of these horrible things. Come, play for me at the clavecin, as of old. Sing to me, my dear." As if from nowhere, an old-fashioned musical instrument, a clavecin or harpsichord, appeared before us. It could not have been there before without being seen, for it was a huge thing on legs, nearly as large as a modern piano. Yet there it was, clearly visible in the wavering greyish light, with a stool before it, at which the elder woman seated herself. As my lips opened in a half-uttered cry of horror, the player began plucking at the strings, and the strangest melodies I had ever heard began coming forth, while she accompanied them in a quivering, sad voice of a subdued loveliness. The music was low, almost ghostly faint, and was charged with such a deep throbbing sorrow that at die first note, the tears began coursing down my cheeks. As the woman went on and on with her song, its melancholy increased, though it still had the same eerily distant quality. It seemed that I was listening to a plaint from across countless years and remotest places. Now everyone in the room appeared to have forgotten my presence. The younger woman, the man and the girl gathered about the player. As if to drink in every note, even the small boy arose and joined the group, and as they did so, the light, as if condensed by some unseen reflector, suddenly concentrated upon them, leaving the rest of the room in shadow. And then the illumination, wavering and flickering more than ever, began to dwindle, until suddenly, without warning, it went out, and I found myself in blackness. But still, from amid the coaly gloom, that phantom thin music continued to sound. The voice of the singer blended with the notes of the instrument, unspeakably sad, immensely distant, fading like the wind-borne tones of receding minstrels. Only then did all my concentrated dread and horror find expression in one tremendous scream. Fumbling and groping, somehow I found the door. Somehow I forced my limbs free of the spell that had gripped them, and started down the twisted stairs. And then, all at once, everything went blank. When I came to myself, still listening to that sad, faint music, I was lying on a Paris street. The glow of late twilight was in the air. A small crowd had gathered about me. "Does monsieur need help?" a man's voice sympathetically asked. "He stumbled and fell, and has been many minutes coming to. No doubt it was only the heat." "No doubt it was the heat," I agreed, as I struggled to my feet. But in my ears that phantom music still made a dismal refrain. Next day I reported my experience to my friend Jacques Chevier, a student at the Sorbonne, whose specialty was Parisian history. He looked at me sharply as I finished. "Just where did you say this happened?" I mentioned the exact street location of which I had taken note after the adventure. "So," he answered significantly. "So, well, this is strange. Do you know you were walking on the exact site of the old temple? What in thunder was the temple? It was the old castle of the Knights Templars, which was torn down in 1811 at the age of almost 600 years. "Torn down in 1811? I repeated dully. "It's famous as the scene of many historic episodes." Jacques warmed to his theme, not the least notable being the imprisonment of a king and queen of France, along with their 2 children, and Madame Elizabeth, the king's sister. That was back in 1792. You know, of course, what king and queen I refer to. I could only mumble something incoherent. Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were both lodged there before being sent to the guillotine. The old castle, from all I can make out, was exactly as you have described it, even to the small dog that kept the prisoners company. But that doesn't explain why I, of all persons, and at this particular time— Don't you recall the date? Let's see. Today's the 14th, isn't it? And yesterday was the 13th. It was on August 13th, just at about sunset, that Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette were imprisoned in the temple. Perhaps every year, on the anniversary of that event. But I did not hear the remainder of Jacques' speech. I was not interested in his explanations. In my ears a thin, sorrowful music seemed to be playing. I was back in a tower room, in a wavering fog-grey light, where 5 shadowy figures were gathered. Among them a woman whose deep, pleading, tragic eyes seemed to call and call across an immeasurable gulf. End of The Round Tower by Stanton Arthur Koblenz. The Smiling Face by Mary Elizabeth Counselman. Weird Tales, January 1950. Cedric Harbin, the British archaeologist, rolled his head from side to side irritably on the canvas cot. It was the scream of a jaguar that had waked him this time. 2 hours ago it had been the chittering of night monkeys. Half an hour before that, some other weird jungle noise. From the supine position in which he had been lying for 8 sweltering nights already, he glared up at the young Shavante native who was fanning him with a giant fern to keep away the mosquitoes and the tiny, vicious little pium flies that swarmed about him. At his look, the boy grinned apology and began to ply the shoe fly with more energy, the capybara tooth in his pierced lower lip bobbing furiously. Harbin cursed, blinking away the sweat that kept trickling down into his eyes. He tried to sit up despite the adhesive strapped over his bare chest like a cocoon, but sank back with a groan. Instantly the tent flap opened, and a girl hurried in out of the humid night. "Darling, I thought I heard you groaning. Are you in pain?" "Not much, just bored and disgusted. Haven't you gone to bed yet?" Sir Cedric looked up at her wearily as she bent over him, gently mopping the sweat from his face and neck. She was small and blonde and exquisite, strikingly beautiful even in her rumpled shirt and jodhpurs. It was when she smiled, however, that one stopped seeing anything else. A quiet humor seemed to emanate from her broad, sweetly curved mouth and sparkling blue eyes, as though they invited one to share some joke that she knew and was about to tell. The Brazilian Indian boy beamed at her, visibly attracted. Harbin, her husband, though he looked old enough to have been her father, caught at her hand gratefully. "Diana," he sighed, "my dearest, how the devil you can be so bright and cheery after the confounded mess I've made of this expedition. Walking into that boa constrictor like a damned tourist who'd never set foot in the Mato Grosso interior." He scowled in self-condemnation. "Don't know why I ever let the Foundation talk me into this jaunt anyhow. On our honeymoon. What was I thinking of, dragging you out into this steaming hell? Now, darling." Diana Harbin laid 2 fingers over his mouth. She lifted his head tenderly, gave him a sip of herva mat through a bombilia stuck in a gourd, then riffled through a month-old magazine. "Here, do try to read and relax. You can't go hunting your precious lost city with 3 broken ribs, and that's all there is to it. So stop fretting about it. Mario has the situation well in hand." A look flashed over Sir Cedric's middle-aged face. It was gone before his wife observed it, but she did notice a peculiar tense note in his voice. "Mario, oh yes," the archaeologist drawled. "Our handsome and dashing young guide." "Handsome?" His wife laughed so lightly that Sir Cedric gave her a quizzical look. "Is he? I hadn't noticed." "Why, Cedric?" She returned his look, eyes twinkling. "I do believe you're jealous of Mario." She half closed her eyes, imitating the sultry attitude of a screen Romeo. "Aksh, Senora. You are like jungle orchid," she mimicked, then burst out laughing. "Darling, he's so corny." Harbin did not share her mirth. His grey eyes iced over and narrowed. "The devil!" he exploded. "Did he really say that to you? Insolent half-breed swine. Send him in here, I'll sack him right now." "You'll do nothing of the kind." His wife laughed, kissing him on the forehead. "Cedric, don't be absurd. All Brazilians make passes at every North American girl they meet. It's part of the good neighbor policy." She gave him another sip of the nutritious tea, looking fondly amused. "Mario," she pointed out, "is a very efficient guide. He's kept these war-happy Chavantes from traipsing off to start something with other tribes we've passed. He's kept a supply of mandioca and rapadura without trading half our equipment to get it. And he's the only guide in Belém who had the vaguest idea how to reach that lost city of yours. If there is one," she reminded dryly. "Remember, all you have as proof is that silly old paper in the Biblioteca Nacional. Mario doesn't believe it exists." "Mario," the archaeologist snorted, If Lieutenant Colonel Fawcett and his sons died trying to find it in 1925, there must be something to, oh, if only I were off this ridiculous cot, he fumed. We're only 2 days' march from the place. I'd stake my life on it. Oh, well. His pretty wife patted his arm soothingly. There'll be other expeditions, dear. We'll try again, but right now you must get well enough to be carried back to Belém. There may be internal injuries we don't know about. Ugh, that horrible snake. Dropping on you. From that tree crushing you. She shuddered, then knelt beside him with a little sob, pressing his hand to her cool cheek. Oh, Cedric, you might have been killed. Harbin relaxed, caressing her long wheat-blonde hair, the bitterness and frustration ebbing slowly from his face. My dearest, he murmured, I'll never understand what a lovely little Yank like you ever saw in a crotchety, dried-up old limey like me. But my whole outlook was changed that night at the Explorers Club in Rio, when you turned away from that ass Forrester and smiled. At me. When I first saw you smile, Diana, the most wonderful thing happened. It was as though the sun had come up for the first time in my... Oh, rubbish. Sir Cedric broke off, embarrassed. Never was much at expressing my feelings. You're doing all right, his wife whispered. Remind me to tell you how I felt when I first met the famous Sir Cedric Harbin. Ah, she dodged his quick embrace. Not now, after Mario and I get back from Matura with supplies. Darling, do go to sleep so I can. We're starting at daybreak, you know. Harbin returned her smile of gentle humor, with a hungry, possessive look. All right, but you'll hurry back. I mean, oh, dash it. His wife bent over to kiss him once more lightly. Of course I will, she whispered. Next Thursday is our first anniversary. We've been married a whole month. You don't really think I'd spend that day with Mario and a lot of grinning tapirapes babbling Ticanlo, Ticanto, which isn't my idea of a snappy conversation to put in my diary. Sir Cedric chuckled and lay still, his eyes following Diana as she left the tent to complete plans for the short journey at dawn. The river village of Matura, he knew, was only a few miles down the Rio das Mortes, the River of Death, which had once run red with the blood of a Portuguese party of mining engineers massacred by Indians. Now it boasted a small trading post, run by a fat, one-eyed Dutchman. There Diana could send a wireless message via Belém to the Foundation, saying, Harbin sighed bitterly, that he was crippled up, that he had made a complete botch of the expedition. There also Mario could replenish their dwindling stock of supplies, coffee, quinine, mandioca, perhaps even a few trinkets for the new native bearers Mario had recently added to their party. The Chavantes had not appeared to like it much, but even their capitão, their chief, Burity, could see his men could not carry both the equipment and the injured white explorer on their return trip. Harbin sipped his mat and thought about the new porters. They were ugly, stunted little Indians, the 4 Mario has hired, their loincloths dirty and ragged, their greasy black hair hanging long and snaky under their braided headbands. They were Urubus, Sir Cedric frowned, trying to recall what the inspector of Indians at Belém had said about that particular tribe, the vulture people, he had called them. Was it something about a history of cannibalism? Harbin could not remember. All 4 of the Urubus had been fully armed, with bows and 5-foot arrows, with spears and with blowguns, when the Brazilian guide had happened across their hunting party. In fact, a poisoned blowgun dart, presumably aimed at a silver and black iguana, had barely missed his shoulder, Mario had reported uncomfortably. And good riddance, Harbin muttered half aloud, glowering up at the patched roof of the tent. Never did trust those pretty boys where a woman's concerned, not one as lovely as Diana, so young and romantic and impressionable. Han, Senhor, speak? The Chavante boy startled him, waving his fern rapidly and flashing white teeth in a dark brown mongoloid face. What? "Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself," Harbin snapped. "Swat that damned tarantula over my head, will you? It's going to drop on me." "Si, senor." The boy hastened to obey, his solicitude born of the fact that Diana had promised him a pair of her husband's cufflinks for his pierced ears. Harbin closed his eyes, now lulled by the throbbing hum of frogs and cicada, now startled awake by the moaning hiss of a nearby anaconda or the splash of an alligator in the river washing sluggishly against the sandbank, where they had made camp. Presently, in spite of the pium flies, Sir Cedric drifted into a troubled slumber and a recurrent dream in which his lovely young wife was lost in a tangle of undergrowth and looped lianas. She kept calling him, calling and laughing, somewhere just ahead, just out of reach, and he slashed away helplessly at the green wall of jungle with a fesau, a cutlass-like machete, which kept turning to flimsy rubber in his hand. When he awoke, torpid and head-achy, the tent was steamy with mid-morning heat. The Chavante boy was setting his tray of breakfast. Roast crane, farina gruel sweetened with a toffee like rapadura, and coffee with fermented sugarcane. Harbin made a wry face and squinted at the boy, whose black eyes were gleaming with a curious excitement. His calm voice, however, betrayed nothing. "Bon dia, senor dormiu bem?" he inquired politely. "Muito bem," Harbin grunted, yawning. "Where's the senora? She had her breakfast yet?" The boy smiled brightly, his face an inscrutable mask now, mysterious and unreadable as the jungle itself. "Senora pay," he announced, then elaborated in a painful combination of Portuguese and English. "Senora es aguan. Senora senor Mario. Es aguan. Say let you asleep you seek no wake." "Oh, gone already, have they?" Sir Cedric looked disappointed, then shrugged. "Well, they should be back by tomorrow at sundown. Matura's only a few miles down the river." He broke off, puzzled again by the sly look of amusement on the Chavante boy's face. "Eh? What are you grinning about?" he demanded. For answer, the boy ran to the door of the tent and beckoned. An older, nervous-looking Chavante, possibly the boy's father or older brother, entered warily, braced as to dash out again if the white man appeared angry. "Senor, please?" The man stammered. He was Eerie, the chief. Harbin recognized him suddenly from the dried palm fronds stuck in his pierced lower lip, like a spiky beard from his hairless chin. "Senor?" he began again. Give present if Eerie tell." "Tell what, you gibbering ape?" Sir Cedric snapped. He tried to prop himself up on his elbows, a sense of foreboding suddenly knotting his stomach muscles. "Yes? All right, a present. Speak up." The Chavante chief swayed, steadying himself against the tent pole. He was drunk, Harbin perceived. A strong whiff of fiery native rum reached his nostrils. Twice Eerie started to speak, blinked and grinned foolishly, then blurted out, Senora et senor Mario. Es no go down Rio, es go up, no go Matura. Es take boys." He held up one finger, then two vaguely. "Es run away, go Goyas. Es no come back." "What?" Harbin wrenched himself to a sitting posture, oblivious of the pain that knifed through his broken ribs. "You're lying," he roared. I'll beat you to a pulp, you lying scum. I'll cut your tongue out for saying a thing like that." Eerie cringed, shaking his head violently. No lie, capitao. Es a truth. Senor zangado. No be zangado for Eerie. Me no do nada, me manso, good Indian. Sir Cedric glanced about wildly for something to throw at him, but the Chavante whirled and darted out of the tent, followed by the explorer's angry curses. Harbin fell back on his cot, breathing hard. Pain clutched at his chest under the strapping. He had probably torn loose those half-mended ribs again. The fury of complete helplessness racked him for a moment. That Indian was lying. Of course he was lying. Diana would no more desert him in this condition than Than. Or would she? Could a middle-aged husband ever really be sure of a young and beautiful wife? Sir Cedric forced himself to lie still, teeth clenched, fists knotted at his sides. The Chavante boy crawled out from behind a trunk where he had hidden and began timidly fanning him again. Harbin waved him away irritably, then called him back. "Boy?" He hesitated, flushing at his own lack of reserve. "Boy, do you happen to know which way the Senor Mario went? Upriver or down?" "No, Capital." The Indian boy lowered his eyes respectfully, but Harbin could detect a secret contempt in his impassive face. "Is there anyone who could find out for me? A tracker. A tracker could tell which way the Bawaloa took off, couldn't he?" Sir Cedric pressed. "A tracker, Capital?" The Chavante was standing before him, still outwardly respectful. "Yes, tracker tell, but Brujo know more better." "Ask Brujo look upon Senora's Batalao. Brujo see all the Engs today, yesterday, tomorrow. Bru? Oh yes, quite." Sir Cedric suppressed a smile. This was not the first time he had heard marvelous powers attributed to the Brujos, the witch doctors of these Mato Grosso native tribes. The Inspector of Indians had advised him to take one along on this expedition as arbiter, medico, and general advisor to his Chavante bearers. Brujos were usually old men with wrinkled faces and mystic eyes, half crazed from addiction to yarge, the deadly topaz-green drug brewed from liana pulp. Murica, the Brujo of his Chavantes, was no exception. But Murica, Harbin considered swiftly, would know about Diana and that sneaky Brazilian, if anyone would. All rumors, all remnants of local gossip, found their way quickly to those wise old ears, to be palmed off later on the credulous as knowledge gleaned from supernatural sources. "Of course, Murica." Sir Cedric nodded eagerly, snapping his fingers at the Indian boy. "Well, go fetch him. At once." The young Chavante nodded and dashed out of the tent. He dashed back presently, but more reverently, holding the tent flap aside for a wizened old Indian to enter. Murica was a very small man, for a Chavat, most of whom stood well above 6 feet. But there was something about his erect bearing, about the serene wrinkled face under its feathered headdress, that commanded respect. The old man's face and chest were heavily pigmented with red and black, blue-black stain from the jenipapo fruit and red from the uruku berry. A jaguar skin, with the tail dragging, was wrapped around his skinny loins, and a great deal of stolen copper telegraph wire coiled around his arms from wrist to elbow. In his pierced lower lip was a rather large bone from a howler monkey, which affected his speech but slightly. He evidently knew no English at all, but spoke perfect Portuguese, probably learned at a Christian mission school before he took to black magic. His voice was deep and mellow like the music of a distant oboe, and Sir Cedric was impressed in spite of the smile that twitched at the corners of his mouth. "Murica," he greeted the old Indian haltingly. I called you here to." The aged Brujo nodded matter-of-factly, stuffing some kind of fiber shreds into his cigar holder like pipe. He sat down cross-legged beside the explorer's cot and leaned back comfortably against the tent pole. Without a word, he closed his eyes, puffing slowly at the pipe. A peculiar acrid odor filled the tent, making Sir Cedric feel suddenly light-headed and queer. He frowned, annoyed. "Now see here," he said. "I've no time for a lot of mumbo-jumbo. Just tell me if you know which way the Chavante boy hissed sharply, shaking his head and making a silencing gesture. On the opposite side of Harbin's cot, he whispered in obvious awe, "Senor, do not speak. Brujo smoke the ayahuasca, the drug of second sight." "Oh," Sir Cedric snorted, impatient. "I've heard of that damned lot of nonsense. Or," he smiled wryly, "maybe it isn't. Maybe it works something like sodium pentothal, releases the subconscious mind, helps dig out, facts the conscious mind's forgotten. He rolled over on his side, wincing, to watch the old man as he sat, swaying and smoking, in utter silence. Presently, however, the Brujo's eyes opened. They had a weird doped look, staring unseeingly at Harbin, as though they gazed through him, through tire-stained tent walls, and farther, much farther, through the matted jungle outside. Very slowly the old witch doctor began to speak, chanting a curious sing-song now in Chavante, now in Portuguese. Harbin made out the Portuguese with an effort, but the Indian was beyond him. They go toward the rising sun. The batalau moves slowly. There are 3 hearers, Chavantes. The smiling one sleeps under the toldo. The man watches. Now he shoots the gun, killing a blood-red arara. He brings the feathers to the senhora. She laughs, thanking him and putting the feathers in her golden hair. Sir Cedric cursed, heaving himself upright again furiously. It was all a lot of silly patter, meaningless and without any foundation on truth, he told himself sickly. Or was it? Toward the rising sun, the old man had said. Then the balalau was being paddled east toward Goiás, just as Berati had said, not west to Matura. Did the Brujo know for certain from tracks he had found along the riverbank, amid a network of other spoors? The round cup-like tracks of jaguars, the broad 3-toed marks of a tapir, the splayed track of the capivara, those sheep-sized water guinea pigs of the jungle? Or was he only guessing? Now she sings, Marika droned abruptly. She sings this song, it is plain to hear. He began to hum, and Harbin's scalp prickled as he recognized the halting strains of Noel Coward's Never Try to Bind Me, an old favorite of Diana's. The very tune she had been dancing to with young Forrester at the Explorers Club that night. Amazingly, unbelievably, Marika was even singing the words now, although he knew not a phrase of English. Never try to bind me, never try to hold. Take me as you find me, love, and let me go. The sound of those words, their import so obviously meaningless to that wrinkled Chavante singer, stabbed at Sir Cedric like a knife thrust. Stop, he yelled furiously. It's a lot of damned nonsense. How? How could you possibly hear them if they set off down the river, or up the river, as you say, 4 or 5 hours ago? The old Brujo closed his eyes for answer. In a few moments, when he opened them and looked at the white man again, their weird faraway look was gone. He rose from his cross-legged position and stood quietly beside Harbin's cot, waiting. Sir Cedric glowered at him, then shrugged and thrust a cheap plug of tobacco at the old Indian, who took it with a gracious air of bestowing a gift, rather than of receiving one. "Is there more which you wish to know, Capito?" he asked softly. "Marika has looked into the past, and has seen the padre in Rio speaking the marriage vows." The Capitao drops the ring, in his eagerness to place it on the smiling one's finger. A man with a golden mustache picks it up and gives it back to Harbin started, his scalp prickling again. "Kimball," he murmured. He was my best man, and I did drop the ring. How could you possibly know? Did you ever overhear Diana and myself?" "That must be it," he broke off, surreptitiously mopping at his forehead. "Of course, nothing supernatural about it." Marika's bland expression did not change. He merely stood quietly, waiting, looking more sure of himself than Harbin had ever felt in his whole life. In fact, the quiet wisdom in that wrinkled face made him feel more unsure of himself now than ever. "Do you desire that I shall look into the future, Capilao?" the old Chavante asked gently. "The ayahuasca sends the eyes in all directions. One is able to see what was, what is, and what is to be." "The devil you can," Sir Cedric snorted, more to convince himself than to scoff at Marika. "All right," he snapped. "What is to be? My wife's run off with a damned Brazilian, you say? Is she coming back?" Marika took another puff at the pipe, his eyes again taking on that opaque, drugged look, the pupils widening until the iris had disappeared. Harbin watched him, fascinated, trying to feel amused and scornful, trying to deny that hollow, sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. Marika opened his eyes wide, swaying. His voice sounded very thin and echoing as he spoke, like the voice of one shouting down a mine shaft. "I see," he intoned. "I hear, the smiling one, screaming. It is written in the stars, that the Capitao may keep before him, for all the rest of his days, the smiling face of his Senora. But—" "Yes?" Harbin urged tensely as the brujo paused. "Yes." "But it is also written in the stars," Marika said thinly, "that the sight of it will drive the Capitao into madness. This I see and no more." Sir Cedric expelled a quivering breath. Rubbish, all of this. Sheer rubbish. And yet, that bit about the Noel Coward song, and the dropped ring, and Kimball's blonde moustache, he and Diana had certainly never mentioned that in Marika's hearing, though it might have been only a clever bit of guesswork. Still, he lay back on his cot, battling for self-control. At his sides his hands were clenched so tightly that his nails bit into his palms. 2 drops of blood oozed from the broken flesh and ran down his wrists, unfelt. But Marika noticed them and approached the white man's cot. He made a few curious passes in the air with a monkey skull produced from somewhere under the folds of his jaguar skin, then laid the skull gently on Harbin's forehead. "Capitao," the old man said, "forgiveness is better than vengeance." The archaeologist jerked his head away savagely, the monkey skull bumping hollowly to the ground as he glared up at Marika. "Get out of here," he grated, sweat popping out on his forehead and upper lip. "What are you trying to do to me lying here trussed up? Are you trying to drive me crazy? Get out." He wrenched himself up again, panting and cursing. The Chavante boy dodged behind his trunk again, but the old brujo merely bowed slightly and backed toward the tent opening. "Jealousy," he said in his soft, mellow Portuguese, "is like a poison, Capitao. The Senor stands where the trail forks." "Think well. Get out!" Harbin roared, hurling his gourd of mat at the old Indian's head. The missile described a peculiar curve as it neared its target, however, and fell harmlessly to the floor. Again the white man shivered. He had heard before how a brujo can deflect the flight of an arrow or a blowgun dart. Impossible, of course. He fell back, gritting his teeth against the pain of his ribs. Sweat poured from his forehead now. The tent was like a steam cabinet. From outside he could hear the faint splashing of an alligator somewhere upriver, the dismal hiss of a flock of ciganas, the mew of a hawk sailing enviously above where some of the bearers were shooting fish with their short bows and 5-foot arrows barbed with the tails of arrays, stingrays. Harbin's mind sailed upstream, following a batelao where a lovely blonde girl and a handsome young man sat very close together under the palm-thatched toldo awning. Perhaps they were kissing now, perhaps only clinging together, in the way of young lovers. A groan escaped him, half rage, half pain. Diana, Diana. Of course it had been too good to be true. The first handsome, virile young idiot to come along, and she had left him. The glamour of his reputation worn thin, now that she had seen him make such a botch of this expedition. He would never hold her again, never see that dazzling, good-humored smile of hers that had caused the Chavantes to call her Risante, the smiling one. Harbin's eyes chilled. Damn it, she was always smiling. Had she actually been cheerful and courageous, or was she merely laughing at him? These American girls, they were so light-hearted, so unconventional, unlike all the straight-laced British women he had known. Perhaps she had merely married him for a lark, planning all along to leave him when she became bored. Leave him to face all these grinning natives, to get back to Belém the best way he could, without a guide. At the thought of Mario, Sir Cedric's face hardened. Damned insolent Brazilian! If he could follow them, if he could only get Ian's hands around that tanned neck. His fingers flexed with the desire to kill, and suddenly he let out a roared command. "Boy, boy, where the devil are you hiding?" The Shavante lad scrambled out from behind his trunk, quaking. "Get me Burity again," Harbin snapped, then shook his head. "No, no, he wouldn't go. It's Yorubu country." "Ah," his eyes glittered. "Those new porters, send them to me, now." The Indian boy dashed off to obey, eager to placate and worried about that gift of cufflinks. He was back with the 4 squat Yorubas in 5 minutes, and Harbin looked them over, still quivering with rage. He blurted his order in Portuguese, then in a few halting words of Shavante, but the vulture men shook their heads, grinning foolishly. Harbin scowled, resorting to sign language. "Senora." He drew the form of a woman in the air. "Understand? I want you to bring her back." He made scooping motion toward himself. The leader of the Yorubas, a stocky, evil-eyed Indian with deep scars cut from eye corners to mouth corners, nodded suddenly, and jabbered a few words to the other 3. They nodded eagerly, gabbling, and sounding for all the world, Harbin thought with a shudder, like the nauseous, hideous-looking birds they worshipped. The leader edged forward, beady eyes gleaming. "Turi?" he asked slyly, then brought up an English word, pointing to Harbin, then vaguely out into the jungle. "Mon? Oh, the white man, Mario?" Harbin's face was contorted. "The devil with Mario," he growled. "I don't care what you do to him." He made a broad gesture of dismissal, at which the Yorubu chief grinned delightedly, nodding and replying with a throat-cutting gesture. His face held the unholy delight of a child given permission to pull the wings off a fly. Then they were gone, like a flock of gabbling scavenger birds, and Harbin lay back on his cot, closing his eyes wearily. In a day or so, the Yorubas, in a light, fast monteria, could overtake the other slower boat. And well, if they were cannibals, if that was what the Inspector of Indians had warned him, the devil with Mario, luring a man's wife away from him as he lay helpless, unable to follow. Diana, they would bring back with them, and well, he could take it from there. Tears of reproach seeped from between Harbin's closed lids. Diana, how could she have done this to him? But she was such a child, easily impressed, overly romantic. Forgiveness? What was it old Murica had said about forgiveness being better than vengeance? Sir Cedric smiled wryly. Well, after a time, perhaps he would forgive her. They could build a life together, even with the memory of her having run off with that handsome guide standing like an impenetrable wall of jungle between them. It wouldn't, really. Harbin's smile became peaceful, almost eager. He was a civilized man, he told himself. The daily sight of his wife's smiling face would not, as Murica predicted, drive him into madness. Probably, after he forgave her for this outrageous escapade, she would love him all the more, really love him. "Asiu!" One of the Shavantes in the river shallows was shouting he had evidently speared a pirara or else been bitten on the bare leg by a man-eating piranha. Those murderous little fish that could strip a man's skeleton in a few minutes. "Asiu!" They were forever shouting, these savages, the word meaning hello or hooray or merely ouch, according to the events of the moment. Harbin smiled at their simplicity. Sighing, settling himself to wait and to forgive, the archaeologist drifted into a restless slumber, with the Shavante boy plying his giant fern once more timidly. His eyes on Harbin's sleeping face were wide and shocked, and warily respectful now. All night Sir Cedric dreamed of his lovely wife. All the next day, and the next 2 following, he lay docilely on his cot, taking the last of the quinine and eating what was brought him without a murmur. 100 times, sentimentally, he made up speeches to chide Diana, ever so understanding, for her unfaithfulness. She would cry, then fling her arms around his neck and beg him to forgive her. which he would. Harbin told himself wearily, humbly. All he wanted was to have her back, smiling at him, smiling in the old way as if none of this had ever happened. A small prickle of conscience nagged him now and then, thinking of the Urubu's gesture when he spoke of Mario. Suppose Diana loved the blighter. Had he any right to? But what sort of life would she lead with a jungle guide? Harbin snorted. Whatever the rotter was going to get, he richly deserved. Killing a man, or having him killed, for seducing your wife was the accepted thing, here in hot-tempered Brazil. Besides, Sir Cedric gave a hard laugh. He could say he hadn't really given that order to the Urubu chief, that the Indian had misunderstood him. On the 5th day after the vulture men had set out, old Marika walked silently into his tent. He stood for a moment, staring curiously at the supine white man, then walked slowly over to him. "Capitão," he said softly, "you have given an order to the Urubu men, and it is not good." The Senhor stood at the forked trail, and he has taken the wrong turning. Harbin started. Had the old blighter been hovering outside his tent, eavesdropping? He scowled, ordering the brujo to leave with an impatient gesture. Arrogant old devil, give them an inch and they'd take a mile. But Marika did not leave. His large, vague eyes were troubled, and again they had that faraway look. Again Harbin's nose wrinkled as he smelled the acrid odor of ayahuasca from the brujo's pipe. Marika was staring at him and through him. "I see," the mellow voice intoned. "I see. A lost city which the jungle has eaten. There are great blocks of stone, carven with strange writing. The smiling one stands before it, while the man takes her picture. The devil, you say?" Sir Cedric pulled himself erect, glaring. "So the rotter's not only stolen my wife, but he's jumped the gun on my expedition, eh? Going to claim the credit for finding my—" His eyes glittered coldly. "Well then, it's good enough for him, whatever they'll do to him," he muttered under his breath. "I'm glad I sent them. I'm glad." Marika said nothing, but shook his head very slowly. "They are but children," he said quietly. "Do not condemn the forest people. Capitão, if they do not understand. They go only to do the Senhor's bidding." Harbin nodded impatiently, eyes narrowed. "All right. So I told them to kill him. What's it to you, you shriveled-up old fool?" he snapped, waving Marika from his tent. "Get out of here. They should be back here with my wife by tomorrow at sundown, and that's all I want," he muttered. I'll never let her out of my sight again, and that's certain. Romantic child, doesn't know her own mind." He reached for his gourd of mat, sipped at it, then lay still. Through the long, sweltering jungle night he lay, sleeping little, his heart pounding with eagerness. Through the steaming day he waited, trying to peruse the old magazine he had read through twice already. The pain in his ribs had subsided now. The broken ends of bone were knitting again. Well, the devil take his confounded ribs. Tomorrow he'd have the bearers lift him into the boat, and he and Diana would go back to civilization. They'd follow the river, even if it took longer. He'd not keep her here in this green hell another day longer than necessary. Back at Belém, in a decent hotel, he'd make her forget all about Mario. He'd shower her with presents, make subtle love to her. Abruptly, a cry reached his ears. He had been straining for the sound, praying for it to come. The Urubus were back. Now, darting to the tent opening, his Chavante boy turned and nodded, wide-eyed and subdued. "Capitão?" he announced in a respectful whisper, almost as he addressed the brujo. Harbin noted with a grin of self-satisfaction. "Capitão. The Senor Mario is not with them. The 3 bearers of our tribe were slain, or escaped, but the smiling one they have brought as the Senor ordered." "Oh, good, good." Sir Cedric mopped at his face, nervous and eager. "Have they landed? Send them in here. Hurry, hurry." He braced himself for the sight of his wife, perhaps being dragged angrily in between two grinning Eurubus. But the chief came in alone to present him with a crumpled sheet of paper. Harbin frowned, reading it swiftly. His heart leaped. It was a note Diana had evidently been writing to him when the vulture men overtook them at the lost city, a note proving her innocence, her loyalty, the love he had doubted. Flushing, miserably ashamed but grateful, Harbin's lips moved, reading, "My darling, I'm sending this message back by one of the Chavantes. By now you must know we didn't go to Matura and never planned to go. I persuaded Mario to take me on to your lost city, so your expedition need not be a flop. My dear, it seemed to mean so much to you, and I couldn't bear to see you looking so disgusted with yourself. I didn't tell you because I knew you'd stop me from trying it alone. Mario has taken some pictures, and I've copied a few hieroglyphics off the stones, also some pottery. Darling, you and Lieutenant Colonel Fawcett and your silly paper in Rio were right. There's a sort of temple here, Inca, I believe. The altar stone for sacrifice is inlaid with gold and silver. I wish you could see it. But I've made maps, and we can come back after your ribs ha." The note broke off, significantly. Sir Cedric raised his eyes, looking up at the grinning Yorubu beaming down at him like an evil, stunted child of some forest demon. Again he nodded happily, pleased to have carried out the Capitão's orders so well. Again he made the throat-cutting gesture. And suddenly, like a cold hand on his heart, Sir Cedric remembered what the Inspector of Indians had said about the Yorubu tribe. Not a history of cannibalism, of headhunting. Harbin swallowed on a dry throat. What had he caused his young wife to witness? What horrible rites? Would she ever forgive him, ever look at him again without a shiver of revulsion? Would she? "Risante," he asked hoarsely, Where's my wife?" He made the sign of a woman's body in the air, hurriedly, pointing to himself. "Tell her to come in. Bring her here. Quickly." The Yorubu grinned evilly, nodding several times like a small boy proud of the homework he was handing in to teacher. He called out a few words of his dialect, and one of the other Indians entered, carrying a small wicker basket. Even before he jerked off the lid and saw the shrunken thing inside, tips stitched together in a hideous travesty of a smile, the long blonde hair unbound and carefully brushed clean of blood flecks, Harbin began to scream. End of The Smiling Face by Mary Elizabeth Counselman. White Man's Madness is a dark fantasy adventure set in a remote mountain village. It follows Martin's obsession with uncovering the secrets of a hidden temple filled with ancient treasures. As he delves deeper, the story explores themes of greed, madness, and the destructive cost of forbidden knowledge. Driven by desire, Martin's quest unravels his sanity and body, revealing the consequences of pursuing power. White Man's Madness by Lenore E. Cheney. Weird Tales. January 1925. Hour after hour, John Martin staggered up the steep trail, singing bits of ribald songs picked up here and there throughout a rather free and easy past. Occasionally he paused to curse the patient pack mule that labored along in his wake, or to shout back jests and words of encouragement to the man behind him. Answers to these jests had grown briefer and briefer as the day wore on, for Jackson was not in a frivolous mood. A little wind began to filter down upon them from the high passes up ahead, and Martin shivered now and then, drinking deeply from the flask that he carried in the bosom of his shirt. At last, as he rounded a point where the trail crept like a thread around the granite breast of the mountain, he was met by a blast so keen, so bitterly cold, that it went through him like the thrust of a knife blade, chilling the very marrow of his bones. Months of dissipation in the dives and barrooms of the coast towns had shaken him out of the strength and vigor which was his rightful heritage, and his heart was jumping like a trip hammer as he paused and stared irresolutely ahead. As far as the eye could reach, that trail ran on and on, climbing steadily higher in long, slow spirals. In the end, it seemed to lead nowhere. It only went on and on, grim and relentless as fate itself, as far as his dazed and uncertain sight could reach. There was no sign of life or human habitation in this inhospitable part of the Peruvian Andes. As he stood still, looking from side to side, his right hand fumbled almost automatically to the bosom of his shirt and brought forth the flask, which he tilted to his lips. A surprised exclamation broke from him as the upturned bottle yielded no drop of the precious fluid upon which he had travelled for the past 6 days. "Now, what do you know about that?" he inquired, with a drunken leer at the August peak above him. "What do you know about that? The damned thing's empty again. Got to fill her up from the keg. Never did see such a bottle. Always empty, empty, empty. Hear you. Now where the devil did that mule go?" He turned and peered behind him. There was no sign of the burdened mule, nor of Jackson, his fellow traveller. "Slow as cold molasses," he grumbled, as he stood waiting for them to come up. "Can't make no headway with a fellow like Jackson grumbling and growling and dragging along." For fully 10 minutes he stood still, leaning heavily against the rocky wall that lined the narrow trail. He was tired. It was good to rest, even for a moment. But presently, as no sign of either Jackson or the mule appeared, he turned and went back along the narrow, ledge-like trail, and as he went, the fumes of alcohol lifted a little from his deadened brain, and he cursed Jackson passionately for delaying their journey. But nowhere was there any sign of either Jackson or the mule. Suddenly he came to a little path that led off from the main trail up a deep ravine, which cut into the side of the mountain, and which he had not noticed when he had passed it some time before. He stopped at the juncture of the 2 trails and called, "Jackson, hooray, Jackson," and waited anxiously a moment before repeating the call. There was no answer. Again and again he called. His own words echoed strangely back to him, but there was no answering shout. "It stands to reason he must have gone off the trail here," he mused aloud as he considered the situation. "And yet, he can't have gotten very far. Strange he's out of hearing so soon. I'll have to go up here a ways after him, I guess." He hurried along up the new trail, which he could barely discern in the gathering dusk. And as he went, he paused again and again to call out. There was no answer. He walked faster and faster, breaking now and then into little runs, until his labouring heart and gasping breath slackened his pace. For the little fear that had been only a trifling uncertainty at first was growing by leaps and bounds within him, clutching with horrible fingers at his quivering brain. His head ached and his bloodshot eyes burned like flames. Suddenly he stopped. What a fool he had been to leave the main trail. Jackson had simply turned around and gone back, as he had threatened all day to do, for Jackson had long since sickened of their drunken compact to explore the ruined village of which their Indian guide had told such glittering tales. It was like Jackson's cursed selfishness to steal away with the pack mule and all the supplies. Martin remembered now how Jackson had glared at him in that silly quarrel when they stopped for lunch. They had been good friends and boon companions when they loaded up the pack mule and started out on this trip, and when their spirits had flagged or their limbs wearied, they had had plenty of chicha to pour its fiery courage into their deadening veins. On the second day, their guide had left them, promising to join them later in the day, and though he had not come, they had kept on, with the curious persistency of drunken men and fools, making only a few miles a day, but well satisfied since the supply of chicha was inexhaustible. Jackson had wearied first of this foolish expedition. Besides, it was growing colder and colder as they climbed higher, and the journey that was to have taken 3 days at best had already taken 6. And now Jackson had made good his threat and turned back, taking with him what remained of their scanty supplies, as well as the blankets and bedding. As these thoughts ran through Martin's mind, he had already turned around and was running back down the trail. How easy it was to go downhill again. No wonder Jackson had turned back. What fools they had been in the first place to set out with that Indian. Martin remembered now how the fellow's eyes had gleamed as he urged the undertaking upon him. Why, he had practically talked them into the whole thing, hinting at treasure, and leading them off the main trail onto this obscure one, on which they had met not a single traveler during the whole of their journey. That Indian had been a traitor. Martin saw it all now, as he ran along the trail, hurrying to catch up with Jackson before the night fell. He was anxious to talk over with Jackson the duplicity of that Indian, who had been angered, perhaps, at their familiarity with his daughter. "You never know about these damn chief," he muttered aloud, as he trotted heavily along. For all he seemed as soft as butter, that fellow was ready to stick a knife into us all the while. Only it was like his damned impudence to choose this way instead, sending us off up here on a wild goose chase, hoping we'd fall off some of these cliffs and break our necks. Wait till I get back to Huanuco, I'll fix that greaser. Funny, I surely have come back as far as I went up. The other trail ought to show up about here somewheres. He stopped and looked about him. Nowhere could he see a familiar landmark. He seemed to remember that the ravine had been steep and narrow at the point where it intersected the main trail. He saw now that the ravine had widened out. He could not see the side walls in the deepening twilight. He seemed to be in a sort of spoon-shaped depression in the mountainside, the trail that he had followed. He had lost somewhere, perhaps when he started back, for he saw that what he had taken for a trail was a mere runway that the mountain deer had made, running in steep zigzags from one grazing ground to another. There was no real trail in sight. He could not tell whether he was above or below the main trail up which he had labored earlier in the day. He was lost, lost. He repeated the word again and again, trying to grasp the meaning, and all the time, round and round in the recesses of his mind, fear ran swiftly, recalling stories of other men lost in the Andes and of what had happened to them in the end. He had laughed at these stories in the snug warmth of cheerful barrooms and club lounges, but he did not laugh now, as, with white face and trembling limbs, he stopped and peered anxiously into the shadows. All the food, the blankets, and even the firearms had been packed on the back of the mule, for they had found it steep going up the rocky trails, and they had stripped down to shirt and trousers. Even Martin's coat had been hooked over the horn of the pack saddle. Last night he had been cold, wrapped in that coat and 2 blankets besides. What would it be like tonight, still higher up, and with neither coat nor blankets, to shelter him from the wind that slipped down from those snow-covered peaks up above? As he thought of these things, he was conscious for the first time of the awful silence that reigned about him. Not a whisper, not a sound anywhere, except the sound of his own labored breathing, which sounded harshly in his ears. Involuntarily he tried to muffle that panting breath. The effort made his ears ring, and he staggered slightly, as a sudden nausea came over him. He had talked and sung songs while Jackson ate lunch. So long as he had plenty of the ever-potent chicha, he had wanted nothing else, but now his stomach felt weak and empty. He went forward a few steps, feeling his way along. If only he could find some place to take shelter for the night, in the morning he would find his way back to the main trail and follow Jackson. But the bare slopes of the mountain offered no shelter. The best he could do would be a fire under some rock. He tried to keep down the panic that grew and grew within him. He was afraid, horribly afraid, but he must not acknowledge it even to himself, lest that little spark of self-control desert him utterly. He must not think of what it meant to be lost in this wilderness, of the slow starvation for food and water, the cold, and the utter loneliness. He must not think of his own pitiful insignificance in the face of these awful solitudes. He must not think of the 1,001 dangers that lay about him. He raised his chin and tried to square back his drooping shoulders, to make a pretense of the courage that he did not feel. A little sound from the rear made him wheel suddenly and peer anxiously back into the shadows of the ravine behind him. Then, seeing nothing, he went on again. A moment later he wheeled again. Had he heard, or had he imagined, a soft pad of some creature that followed silently along his trail? In spite of his caution, his footsteps quickened, and with a little smothered sob, he broke into a run, cursing his stupidity for unbuckling the gun from his belt earlier in the day. He halted, choking for breath, and turned again and listened. There was no sound from along his path. Whatever it was that had followed was gone. He could go no farther. A rock ahead, jutting sharply out of the side of the mountain, offered the only shelter in sight. He felt in his pockets there was a handful of matches, enough to ensure a fire for several days. He looked about for fuel. Earlier in the day, he had seen plenty of the resinous little tola bushes, which made such a bright fire, and now he looked about in the fading light, eagerly collecting a little bundle of faggots. With infinite patience and care, he arranged his fuel, and a moment later, the flame flared up. His spirits instantly lifted with the mounting blaze. Fire, what a wonderful thing it was, the gift of the gods to men. He must not let it die down. In his anxiety to get it started, he had not collected sufficient fuel, and the dried tola burned quickly, too quickly. He hurried about looking for larger wood, but on this side of the mountain there was so little that would burn. One clump of bushes promised well, and he hurried toward it eagerly. He did not see, until too late, that the supposed bush was really the top of a quenua tree that grew out of the side of a deep fissure in the mountainside. Before he could stop himself, his momentum carried him over the edge of the chasm, and he fell, clutching at the air as his body shot downward. And as he fell, a last despairing cry burst from him. "The fire!" he cried. "The fire!" Hours later he came back to consciousness for a moment. He was being lifted up and placed upon a litter of some sort. A groan of agony came from his lips, and instantly he felt a hand, as soft and light as thistledown, laid upon his forehead, and a woman's voice, infinitely tender, murmuring over him. Then the black cloud slipped down again over his brain, and he knew no more. He awoke to find himself lying on a rude bunk against the side of a stone hut, and through the open door the sun streamed in, warm and cheering. He was dazed for a moment, and tried to rise to his feet, but instantly sank back again upon his pillow. Then he discovered that his left leg was in splints from the hip down, and that his left shoulder was tightly bandaged. The memory of his plunge down the abyss came back to him. He had broken a leg and perhaps dislocated a shoulder in a fall that might easily have cost him his life. His head ached, and he felt the fever throbbing through his tortured body. He closed his eyes again and moaned aloud. Instantly, he felt that soft hand again on his forehead, and a low voice, vaguely familiar, sounded in his ears. "Ah, the Signor is awake at last," she said in Quichua. "He would like a cool drink, perhaps?" He opened his eyes and looked up at her. "Water, water," he begged. "I am so thirsty, so thirsty." "Si, Signor, I know," she answered, deftly slipping her firm, round arm under his head as she held a cup to his parched lips. "Just a little while, and you will be better. Drink deep, that is well. It is the good cold water that shall make the fever fly away." He sank back to his pillow with a sigh of relief, and in a moment he had drifted away again into oblivion. When he awoke, it was evening. Through the open door of the hut, he could see the long dark shadows that lay over the mountains, and he shivered a little. He felt stronger now. The fever and the pain had both subsided, and his mind was clearer than it had been for days. Where was he? Who were these people who had picked him up and carried him here? Who was the woman who had been with them, and who had given him the drink of water a little while ago? He lay upon a bed made thick and soft with the fleece of many sheep, and a warm, thick blanket covered him lightly. For a long time he was fain to lie quietly and as comfortably as the pain would permit, but his mind was restless by nature, and his curiosity was aroused. At his side stood a rude table, and on it rested the cup from which he had drunk. His eyes fell upon it as they roved about the room. He started and gave an exclamation of surprise, for the cup, curiously shaped and somewhat battered, was made of gold. He had heard many tales of the fabulous riches of some of the mountain tribes in the Andes, and his blood quickened at the thoughts that rose up within him at sight of that cup of gold. He coughed, stirring noisily. Instantly from the door of the hut came that voice, like a silver bell. "Ah, again the Senor wakes, is it not? Perhaps he is again thirsty." He smiled up at her and nodded assent. "I would like another drink. That cold water tastes very good to me." She laughed merrily as she held the cup to his lips. "The Senor is so very thirsty today, but tomorrow he will be so much better. Then he will beg for food, but now the water is enough, is it not? Rest you quietly now. In a little while our dear Ulka will come again to see how well I have taken care of you." "But wait, don't go," Martin begged as she turned away again. "Tell me, how did I come here? How did you happen to find me? I didn't think there was a human being within 100 miles of me when I fell." She shook her head doubtfully, but turned back and seated herself at his side. "I do not think I should stay to talk with you now, for you are to keep very quiet, you know. Still, there is so little to tell. My brothers and I, we were returning from a visit to a neighboring village. We lingered long, and so, in order to hurry, we took a short cut across the canyon, because we are good climbers, and we do not mind when the way is steep and rough. As we came along, I heard a noise, as if one groaned. I insisted on stopping to look. My brothers laughed at me and said I dreamed, but I would not go on until we had searched. Then we found you, lying crumpled up at the foot of the cliff. You had fallen from high above, and I do not see why you were not killed, but so it was. We made a litter from 2 branches and my cape, and we carried you here, where our good Vilka, the very wisest one in all the world. He bound your poor leg into splints and bandaged your shoulder, and in time he will make you quite well again. And because we found you, my brothers and I are to be your nurses. That is, if I do not disobey the order to keep you quiet. If I should talk more, I should be sent away, and one of the old women set to watch in my place." "I will be quiet," Martin promised hastily, and she laughed at the anxiety in his voice. "Don't let anyone else come. I want you to be my only nurse." "Do not fear," she laughed. "I will not permit anyone else to care for you, for did I not find you myself? Close your eyes and sleep again. Only while we sleep do the sick bodies grow well and strong again." Martin obediently closed his eyes, but he did not sleep. From time to time, he stole glances at the slender figure of the girl beside him. She had the lissom grace of the wild creatures of the woods. She sat limply, as if every muscle were utterly relaxed. And yet he knew that at the slightest sound she would be instantly alert and poised for action. She was dressed in a soft, clinging garment of cream-colored woolen material, and around her waist was a girdle made of golden links, fastened with a flat disc, curiously carved. Gold, and more gold. Was it so cheap with this tribe that the girls made belts of the precious metal? Martin had had some little experience with the Indian women who frequented the coast towns, and was familiar with their love of bright colors and gay adornment. But this girl was not like other Indian women, at least like none that he had seen. She was tall and straight, her back unbowed by burden carrying, and her clear-cut, sensitive features were vaguely familiar to him, but for a long time he could not place the type. Her eyes were large and dark, heavily fringed with curling black lashes, and when she looked at him, their slumberous depths lighted luminously. All at once he remembered he had seen these same features during years of wanderings in the East, the Aryan Brahmins of India. But what had given this daughter of the Peruvian wilds the form and features of the best product of the Aryan race? How came India to Peru? As he lay turning this over in his mind, footsteps approached, and an old man, clad in a long dark robe of llama hair, entered the hut. At sight of him, the girl sprang to her feet and made a little obeisance. Evidently, This was the priest of whom she had spoken. Martin watched the pair curiously as the girl, in some strange dialect which he had never heard before, began eagerly speaking. Evidently, she was describing his own condition, for the priest nodded once or twice in apparent satisfaction before he threw off his outer garment and turned to his patient. Like the girl, he wore around his waist the heavy girdle of gold links, except that his were heavier, and the buckle at the center was set with green stones. "You find yourself better?" the priest inquired of Martin, speaking in the common language of the mountains. "I am glad to see that our rude surgery is, after all, proving satisfactory." "For which I am indeed grateful," Martin answered. "Indeed, I cannot begin to express my gratitude to you and these kind people who have saved my life." "Life is dear to every living creature," the old man answered, as he deftly examined the dressing of the wrenched shoulder. "And yet, my son, that life is only of real value which serves mankind. I trust that your life is of that nature." Martin flushed red under the scrutiny of those keen eyes. He had not expected so searching a reply to his conventional remark, and he found himself at a loss for an answer. Seeing this, the priest went on, "You are an American, is it not so?" "Yes, an American mining engineer. I have been employed until recently at the Sunoco mines. My name is Martin, John Martin." "You were found in a strange place for an American mining engineer," the priest replied. "How came you so far away from the beaten tracks of the white men?" Martin hesitated. Evidently he was to be required to give an account of himself, and he realized that it would be very difficult to deceive this apparently simple old man. More difficult, however, would it be to explain truly the drunken stupidity which had landed him in his present predicament. "I was traveling with a friend of mine. We planned to explore some ruins in this vicinity, of which we had been told by an Indian guide in Huánuco, who started us on our journey and pointed out the trail which was to lead us directly to the ruins. I believe now that the fellow deceived us. At any rate, we did not find the ruins, and we traveled 6 days instead of the 3 that he promised would be sufficient." "And your friend, where is he now?" "I do not know," Martin answered with a touch of impatience. "He was behind me, with the pack mule that carried our camp supplies. I must have gone too fast for him. At any rate, I suddenly missed both of them, and I had turned back to look for them when I got off the trail. I followed a side trail, thinking Jackson had turned up it, and when I tried to find my way back, I found myself lost. It was getting dark, and I was trying to find wood for a fire when I fell. That's the whole story." The moment the last words were out of his mouth, Martin realized that they had been a mistake. In some indefinable way, the priest's manner had changed from the open friendliness with which he had first greeted him to a certain chilly politeness that told Martin plainer than words that the old man believed him to be lying. At any rate, he asked no more questions, but busied himself in making his patient as comfortable as possible. As the priest stooped to help the sick man shift his position, Martin saw a heavy gold chain around his neck, from which dangled a pendant. As the old man bent forward, Martin gave a gasp of astonishment and delight as he saw that pendant, and his eyes gleamed like fire. It was an emerald, the largest one he had ever seen, roughly cut in the shape of a heart, and from the center there shone a tiny point of flame, as if a small diamond had been set within the very center of the green stone. "Wonderful, wonderful," Martin ejaculated, and then bit his lips in annoyance. Why had he spoken? The priest turned inquiring eyes to him, and then, seeing his eager glance, looked down at the pendant and hastily slipped it inside the folds of his tunic, looking suspiciously at Martin's burning eyes as he did so. "It is nothing," he answered sharply, "only a little bit of green crystal, whose only value is in its meaning. In the heart of life the divine fire burns. May you meditate upon that message, my son, until I come again." With a word to the girl, he turned and went out of the hut, and she followed him. Martin was glad to be left alone for a moment, for he was trembling violently and needed time to compose himself. Who were these people? Ever since he came to Peru, Martin had heard tales of strange mountain tribes, old in the land when the Incas reigned, long before Pizarro and his cutthroats had set foot on these shores. He had heard tales of fabulous riches that they had hidden away in mountain temples, riches that had hitherto proved utterly beyond the reach of the white adventurer. And now he, Martin, practically an outcast among his own people, was thrown by an accident among one of these very tribes, a tribe which used vessels of gold for common household use, and whose priest wore a fortune around his neck in a single pendant. This was luck which he must take care not to spoil by giving away his real design. The priest was no fool, and neither was the girl. He would be very careful. He smiled when he thought of the girl, and his eyes kindled. How easy it was to read her simple heart, already infatuated with the white man that fate had cast at her feet. He supposed Indian maidens were fully as romantic as white ones. Nature used the same methods in all climes. But the thought that sent the blood coursing through his veins was the thought of a green, heart-shaped stone with a tiny flame at its core. In the heart of life, the divine fire burns. For some days, Martin found his entire attention absorbed by the demands of his pain-racked body. He had not only the slowly knitting leg, but the complete nervous and physical collapse which followed the shock of the fall, as well as the aftermath of his prolonged spree. But slowly his brain cleared, his nerves grew steady, and his native strength came back little by little, so that each day saw an increase in strength and vigor. While a great part of the nursing devolved upon the young brothers, yet a large part of each day the girl spent at his side, and these were bright hours for Martin. She was beautiful, full of natural grace and poise, and Martin forgot everything as he looked at her, except the light shining in her dark eyes and the touch of her soft hand. Under his ardent glances, her eyes drooped and a dusky rose crept into her cheeks. One day, when Martin was able to move about for the first time, he leaned upon her arm as he made the first uncertain steps. After a few moments he was obliged to rest, and as he sank down upon his couch again, he drew her down with him, pressing a hot kiss upon her round, bare arm. "I love you, Taya," he whispered hoarsely. "I love you." 2 large tears gathered in her great dark eyes, but she did not draw away. Instead, she dropped upon her knees by his couch and pillowed his head against her breast. I know," she murmured. "I know, beloved. It is written in the stars that we should love each other." "Then why do you weep, dearest?" he asked, as his arms went around her slim figure. "Are you not happy that we love each other? It is not a time for tears." "I do not know," she answered simply. "I am happy, and I am sad also. From the beginning, when I saw you lying there so white and still, I loved you, and I knew that you would love me in return. Of course, I am happy in that love, and yet pain lies close to my heart, for now I shall be Taya no longer. I am Taya only so long as my heart is for my own blood. Now that a stranger and a white man has taken possession of it, I am Taya no longer." Something in the mournful repetition sent a little shiver down Martin's spine. Many women had loved Martin, to their sorrow, but none had been like this girl. For a moment his heart smote him, but she was so beautiful. The touch of her warm young body, vibrant with life and love, made him tremble with delight. "Are you sorry that you love a white man, dear?" he queried, half playfully, secure in his Anglo-Saxon superiority. Her reply shocked him a little. "Oh, if only you were Indian," she exclaimed. "If you were Indian, you would be like a god, but do not fear, I will love you just the same. It shall make no difference to me at all. I promise to forget that you are white." He smiled ruefully and changed the subject. "But tell me what you meant about changing your name," he asked. "Do married women change their names in this tribe?" "Ah, no, but I am not like other women in this tribe. I am Taya," she answered proudly. "I am the one set aside, but now, alas, I will no longer be so. Listen," she continued, seeing his perplexity. I will tell you how it is. You must know that my people are very, very old in this land. Long ago, in a time when the white race lived like beasts in their northern caves, my forefathers came to this land. They came from a land very rich in wisdom and all the arts that make life beautiful. And in this land, they set up temples and halls of learning. And from the homeland came great teachers who instructed the people. Then at last there came a great earthquake, which rocked and twisted the whole earth until there was not a land untouched by it. And after the earthquake came great ocean waves, which swept all before them. For many months our people took refuge in their highest temples and prayed without ceasing. When at last all was quiet again, the homeland had disappeared, completely swallowed up by the sea, with all its great cities, its monuments of beauty, and its wise men. The few who were in this land, cut off from the home which had been the very center of their lives, still remained loyal to the teaching that had been given them, worshipping their God in the temples as before. Only now no teachers came to teach and explain the true doctrine. Then, many years later, when this land was rich and prosperous, came the white men, bringing sorrow in their train. They rifled our temples of gold, but they laughed at the golden teaching, which would have made their hearts glad and their lives beautiful. My people were scattered, as you know, but I shall not dwell upon that unhappy time. The priest of our tribe was a wise man, and he drew his little flock away to these mountains. Here we guard our sheep, until the soil of the rich valleys where the grain grows high, and here we have lived in peace for fully 500 years. And because we have kept the faith, it is promised that there shall be born to this very tribe a great teacher, greater even than the teachers of the olden time. And when he comes, so great will be the power of his wisdom that all the world will listen to his words, even the white man, who will turn to the worship of the true law. In that day the great golden altars will be set up again in the sight of men, and the great golden disk will gather the rays of the sun itself and reflect them into the heart of the world. Oh, what a wonderful time that will be, how happy! Martin, watching the color come and go in her cheeks, thought he had never seen so beautiful a picture. "But what has all this to do with your name, dearest?" he queried idly. She sighed as she answered, "Do you not see? To each of the maidens of our tribe is born the hope that she may bear the body which this great one will use. From the beginning was I trained and taught to serve in the temple, because of a dream that my mother dreamed at my birth. I was called Tyre, which is to say, the mother of the worshipper of the sun, and I was bound about with this golden chain to signify that I was bound to the service of my people. But love laughs at chains, and so my heart has broken through its fetters, dear as they were, and has lit itself at the flame of your love. Loving you, I can never be betrothed to one of our own blood, and the Great One comes never to mixed blood. So it is written. But think not that I grieve, dear one. For you I gladly give up the dreams of my mother, and lay aside this golden girdle. Another will be chosen in my place to serve in the temple and await the call which may come, nay, which will come soon. But I will make my home in your heart, beloved, and pray that in another life we may be of one blood." Martin could hardly repress a smile at her earnestness. To him the tale was the tale of a child, but it would not do to let Tyre know this. Under the fervor of his caresses, she was soon smiling again, and when she presently left him, there was no cloud on her brow. After she had left him, Martin lay and considered the situation that her words had revealed. There was evidently a hidden temple, as he had suspected, where these people worshipped. A temple whose great golden altars were hidden away against that time when their God should come again. He conjured up a vision of that temple, somewhere in these mountain fastnesses, and his blood beat through his veins in a fever of desire. Gold! Gold! The fabled treasures of the Incas paled beside the picture that this simple Indian girl had unwittingly drawn for him. To her, the gold evidently meant nothing. All her attention was centered upon the teaching. But to Martin, The story brought not a vision of a spiritual teacher, but dreams of the capitals of Europe, whose innermost portals would be opened wide for him if only he could lay hands upon this treasure. He was really attracted by the girl, for women were his second great weakness, and he was a born lover. When he had begun this love-making, the girl's loveliness had been sufficient attraction, but now there was added another and a greater reason. The girl loved him, and she would deny him nothing. Given plenty of time, he would win his way into her innermost soul, so that she would hold no secrets that she did not willingly share with him. It was pitifully easy, for she knew nothing of the hesitations and evasions of her more civilized sisters. To her, the path of love led straight to the doorway of marriage, and marriage surely meant giving all. A few days later she appeared, closely followed by the Uilka. Martin saw at once by the latter's stern and forbidding countenance that Tyre had confessed her love, and that the confession had not brought pleasure to the priest. He braced himself for a struggle as the old man went directly to the point. "I am told that you wish to wed this maiden. Is that true?" "I do," Martin answered, a little nervously. He had not originally meant anything so serious, but these savage customs were not binding in civilized lands. The priest considered him somberly. "It is not well for a maiden to go outside her race when she seeks a husband," he said. "Do you understand that in lifting your eyes to this woman, you must forsake your own people and become one of us? Perhaps you wish time to consider these things?" Martin paused, the barest fraction of a moment. He could have laughed aloud at the old man's assumption that he was lifting his eyes when he took an Indian girl for a wife, but he had no mind to let any such thing interfere with his plan. "I understand all this," he answered steadily. "I still wish Tyre for my wife." Without another word, the priest turned and left them, motioning them to await his return. Presently he came back again, followed by the two brothers of Tyre and several of the Indians of the village. Joining the hands of the two, he went rapidly through a sort of ritual, of which Martin could understand only a word here and there. Then he took from around Tyre's slim throat a golden chain, from which hung the familiar golden disc, and this he hung around Martin's own neck, and lifting Martin's right hand, he laid it upon the girl's bowed head. "You are now one," he said. "Walk together in the law. Take heed lest sorrow come through fault of your own, since sorrow earned is sorrow doubled." Turning gravely, he walked out of the hut, followed by the others, and Tyre and Martin were left alone. The girl was pale, and Martin kissed the heavy-lidded eyes and begged her to smile again, but the grim manner of the priest had put a chill upon her spirits, which nothing but love could lift again. The days that followed were the happiest days that Martin had ever known. Spring was well advanced in the mountains, and daily he walked abroad, leaning upon Tyre's arm and drinking in the beauty and wonder of the world. Soon he had no real need of her assistance, so quickly did his own strength return, but still he leaned upon her because he saw that it gave her such pleasure to feel herself of service to him. When they walked forth over the carpet of wildflowers that everywhere spread before them, she was as gay and happy as a little child. But presently, underneath Martin's smiling exterior, a fever of impatience began growing. Although he was still young, he had long ago left the days of innocence behind him, and the sweetness of this quiet life began to pall upon him. Again and again, he tried to lead the conversation back to the subject of the hidden temple, for after all, that was the thing that was keeping him in this stupid Indian village. But Tyre, who was eager to anticipate his every other wish, would not speak of the one subject upon which his heart was set. As his impatience grew, his temper waxed short, and presently, before 3 weeks had passed from the day of their marriage, he spoke sharply to her, so that she turned away to hide the tears. He was quick to beg her pardon for this lapse, for some instinct told him that she was not a woman who could be browbeaten into submission. Only love could win her to his will. One day, after Martin had definitely thrown away his cane, they walked far up the mountainside and sat down on an overhanging ledge. Below them lay the high plateau with the village near its upper end, while the flocks grazed peacefully on the grassy slopes below. Martin watched them idly. He had no interest in flocks and herds. Taya, however, was a born herdswoman, and talked incessantly of the flocks and the good pasture, which made them fat and frisky. Martin wished she would talk of something else. "Is it not wonderful?" she exclaimed for the 10th time. 1, 2, 3 years, and everything goes well with the flocks. Plenty of grass, no sickness, no trouble, everything so happy. When you are quite well, beloved, then you will go out with the other men and watch the flocks, is it not so? I shall be so happy when you are quite as the others, only I know you are so clever and so brave. You will soon be a leader among them. Strict account is being kept of our flocks now. For does not 1/3 of all our family stock belong to you? Are you not proud of a wife who brings you so much wealth?" He smiled at her enthusiasm. "I do not give a rap about your sheep," he returned, and then, seeing how crestfallen she looked, he added quickly, "I only care about your own bright eyes and your pretty smile. They are worth more to me than many sheep." She dimpled with pleasure at the compliment, and laid her cheek against his shoulder in a childish caress. "Ah, yes, I know," she returned softly. "You are filled with such beautiful thoughts, so loving always, that you do not think often of the other things. And yet I think that it is good for the family that one of us shall be fond of the sheep, and so we shall always have plenty of everything that we need. I know you care only for love, but I shall look after all things for you, for have you not given up everything, friends and home and people, for me?" He was quick to seize the opening. "Tell me, Taya," he said, slipping an arm around her and drawing her close. "Tell me more about this religion of yours. Why am I not taken to the temple you told me about? Am I not truly one of your people now? I should go where my wife goes, it seems to me. Everywhere I go, there shall you go also," she answered gravely. "But I go no more to the temple since I am your wife. Think not, beloved, that you alone have paid a price for our love. Because of it, I go no more to the holy places of my people." Martin started. "But why?" he persisted. "Why should you give up your religion and remain away from your temple? Why do we not go together? Thus do husbands and wives in my country. Thus do we also," she returned proudly, "when husband and wife are Indian. But it is forbidden that any stranger should set foot in our temples. Listen, I will explain once for all, and then we will speak of these things no more. For our law is not of my making, nor even of the Vilka who now leads us, but comes from the past, and cannot be changed by the desires of our hearts. Once our temples were open to all who came to bow their knees at our altars. All in this land worshipped the sun god, and seeing that there was a certain metal in the earth which shone like the sun itself, my people made many beautiful works of art, and our temples were filled with rare and wonderful treasures. Then came the white men, and the sight of the golden vessels upon our altars wrought in them a kind of madness, so that they turned and slew all about them and laid waste the land. My people fled to the mountains as the sheep flee before the wolf pack, knowing not which way to turn. Then came one of the wise men of our people, and he explained what had happened. Because the white man would not listen to the teaching of the great law, they were stricken with a kind of frenzy at sight of the gold, which is the symbol of the god, and they remained under the curse of that frenzy so long as the gold remained in their sight. So our people hid away the gold in secret places and covered the entrances of the mines from which it was taken, so that the eye of the white man no longer fell upon the thing that made him mad. And sure enough, when the gold was hidden from sight, then peace and quiet came again, and all was well. But such is the power of that strange disease over the white race that even now, after all these years, if one of them were to discover the hidden treasure, then war and bloodshed would burst forth over all this land, and my people would be hunted down like dogs. And therefore, though I love you more dearly than life itself, dearest, yet I must obey the law of my people. Oh, I know what you would say, that you are not like those others. I know that you would not willingly bring pain and suffering upon us for the sake of the senseless metal that is like any other stone. save only that it shines more brightly. But you are a white man. The madness might seize upon even you, for in that old day none was immune. But let us not think of these things, for I fear that I do wrong even to discuss it with you, except that I want you to understand that it is for very love of you that I save you from the great curse that would surely come upon you should you persist in seeking this forbidden knowledge. Forget it. Sweep your mind clean of all these thoughts, which come only to destroy our peace. Have we not everything in the world to make us happy? Why should you seek further? Nonsense, Martin returned huskily. That story of the madness is a child's tale, a myth. At any rate, you ought to trust me if you really love me. She drew away from him, and her voice was cold as she answered, It is not a good thing to question the love of the woman who has given herself to you. Let us go down. Martin smothered the curse that rose to his lips and turned and followed her. He must not lose his temper, but such provocation tried his greatest powers of self-control. His only hope lay in this stubborn, ignorant Indian woman, to whom the legends of her tribe were of more importance than anything he could say or do. Then began days of secret torture, when the humdrum life of the village wore upon his nerves like a file. For days, Tyre was strangely cold and distant, but he set himself deliberately to win her back again, and before long he was rewarded by seeing her full of love and happiness again. He seemed to have entirely forgotten the subject of their quarrel, making no further references to the topic that had distressed her. He watched the villagers as they came and went about their affairs. He explored every path that led away over the plateau and sat for hours on ledges overlooking the plain, seeking to discover where they went and whether any went secretly. But the Indians were open and frank in all their movements. Their ways were simple and easily followed. He could discover no mystery here. Behind the village, a well-beaten path led to the deep pool at the bottom of a high waterfall, from which the village took its water. Farther down, the stream broadened out and ran peacefully between wide banks, and here the flocks came to drink. Martin used often to go and sit by that pool and ponder over the problem that vexed him. He studied the steep cliffs above, over which the water fell. They seemed utterly inaccessible for human feet. The plateau widened out below the village, though the mountains were close on either side. Somewhere, either to the right or to the left, there must lie the secret trail that led to the temple. Try as he would, he could not discover that any of the Indians ever left the village, and yet he knew that they did go, and often. Then one night, turning restlessly from side to side upon his bed, he heard a sound outside on the path. Instantly he was quiet, listening. By dint of almost breathless concentration, he made out the sound. Moccasin-clad feet were slipping past the hut, but he could not detect whither they went, and he dared not move lest he awaken Tyre. But the first mystery was solved. They went to worship before their shrine in the darkness of the first hours of the morning. Or else, why had he not thought of that before? They went to greet the morning sun, and the temple must lie some distance away. For days thereafter, Martin was in a fever of excitement. He felt himself near the goal. It maddened him to reflect that the very children about him held the secret, and held it as well as any adult. These Indians, quiet and placid, looking at him with their opaque eyes, which baffled every attempt to read their meaning, came in the end to fill him with fury. He hated them, men, women, and children, the while he ate their bread, but most of all he hated the old priest, for some instinct told him that the priest knew him for what he was. Despite every effort of his will, Martin could not force himself to meet those piercing eyes, which seemed able to probe his innermost soul. When they met, as they did many times a day, Martin bowed coldly and turned away, giving the old man no chance for conversation. Time was passing on winged feet, and still he was kept chained to inaction. He dared not make a false move, and he could not make a direct one. He became moody and silent, and Tyre's face grew sad as she began to realize that he was in heart and spirit an alien among her people. She was too simple, however, to realize that he felt himself above the people of her tribe. She had a naive pride in the glories of her own race, which was amusing to Martin, but he was seldom in the mood to smile at it. One day, after a sleepless night, he rose and walked toward the hills alone. Something must be done soon. He simply could not bear this life much longer. Rage, smoldering in the depths of his being, threatened to burst into a flame that would destroy everything. His only salvation was to get away as much as possible, to brood secretly over what he had come to consider the bitter wrong that was being done to him. He sat down at last to rest, high up on the mountain overlooking the valley. He meant to climb up to the peak above the waterfall, but his leg was not quite up to so great a strain yet. As he sat staring moodily before him, he heard a noise in a thicket near him and turned to see one of the village children, a crippled boy of about 12 years of age, regarding him solemnly with wide, questioning eyes. "Hello, Roker," he called out indifferently. "What are you doing away up here?" The boy flushed and half turned away, and something in his hesitation brought Martin suddenly alert, suspicious. What was the boy doing up here? Was he trailing Martin, or was he, perchance, returning from? With his most engaging smile, he motioned the boy to a seat by his side and began to talk lightly of many things. Roker, diffident and shy at first, was soon chatting gaily, sitting alongside Martin on the ledge and flinging pebbles into the abyss, while Martin told him stories of the great world outside. Suddenly, Martin threw an arm around his shoulders and said, "Now, Roker, tell me, where is the path that leads to the temple? Tell me, and I will make you a kite that shall soar as high as the Alkamari, above the very tops of the mountains." He felt the slight body stiffen inside his encircling arm, but the boy made no answer. The long strain of repression was slipping now, and Martin trembled as his clasp tightened cruelly around the thin shoulders and his voice grew sharp. "Speak up, I tell you. I'm tired of this damned nonsense. Where do you go at night, when you creep away in the darkness? Where do they all go? Talk quickly, or I will find a way to make you speak." The boy quivered and shrank away from the menace in Martin's voice, but he did not speak. Then the long pent-up fury burst forth, for the man had gone mad through the passion of thwarted desire. For all the centuries of civilization have but served to lay a thin veneer over the cruelty of the savage, and, given sufficient prodding, the beast within breaks forth now and then, either in organized fiendishness, as in the public inquisition, or in private deviltry that finds no historian ready to record it. An hour later, spent and a little sick, Martin staggered down the trail alone, and he did not yet know the secret of the path. As he went along, he thought of what Tyre had said about the madness in the white man's brain. It had seized upon him, Martin, even as it had seized upon Pizarro's men 500 years before. The next morning, Martin kept his bed, pleading illness. Somehow he could not bear to walk abroad, to face those placid Indians. Tyre accepted with tender solicitude his explanation that he had strained his leg the day before, and busied herself in making him comfortable until he begged her to go away and leave him alone. About 10 o'clock she came rushing into the hut, weeping bitterly. "Oh, a terrible thing has happened," she cried. "A great sorrow, my brother's child, Roker. He has not come back. All night he has been out on the mountain. Something has befallen him. His mother thought nothing of it at first, for he is often out late, but never did he stay away all night. Even now the men are searching for him. If only you would rise and go with them. You are so clever, you would be sure to find him." A spasm of pain crossed Martin's face. Tyre instantly dropped down at his side and laid her cheek against his. "There, I forget that you are ill. Rest you quietly, I will explain to the others. Besides, I will go in your place. I loved him more than all the rest." Martin murmured a few words of sympathy, but his lips were stiff, and he sighed with relief when she was gone. He had no fear that the search would be successful, but he could not banish a vision of a pair of haunting dark eyes filled with tears like the eyes of a wounded doe. Oh, to get away from it all, he cried over and over to himself. To get away from these damned mountains, from these silent wooden-faced people, this constant pretense. If only he could discover the treasure and steal away with it, they would not be really injured, while his life would be made glorious and triumphant. But if the very children could not be tortured into betraying the secret, what chance had he with the adults? He felt beaten and hopeless, desperate. As he had foreseen, there was no trace found of the boy Roka, though the search went on for days. Finally, one night, Martin, tossing restlessly on his bed, heard again those faint footfalls passing the hut. This time, there were many of them, so many that it seemed as if the whole village must be on its way to the temple. As he listened, he was aware that Tyre was awake at his side, softly sobbing under her breath. He lay very still. He did not want to talk to her now, and presently he knew that she slept again. He dared not rise and try to follow the worshippers, for she would be awake in an instant if he stirred, and so he was forced to lie quietly while another opportunity slipped by him. Where did they go? Where did they go? Over and over he asked the question, and was not aware that the words slipped from his lips aloud. Suddenly, Tyre stirred, moaned a little and murmured, "They go to pray for the soul of Roka in the temple. They go." The murmur died away into silence. Martin lay transfixed with wonder. She had answered his question in her sleep, without knowing that she did so. Long he had waited, but it had come at last, the way to his goal. Already his quick mind was busy with its plans. What had been once by accident should be again by design. The next morning he was like another man, bubbling over with good humor, so that Tyre smiled again in spite of her bereavement, and kissed him lovingly as he started away for his morning walk. "You are well again, is it not?" she questioned eagerly. "Only do not go too far today. You will get too tired again, as you did before. Be careful, promise me." "Do not fear," he replied lightly. "This time I go only as far as the herders' huts where the sheep are turned out of the night pens. I am at last going to begin my work as a shepherd of the flocks." She clapped her hands with delight at his words. "Really? How happy that makes me to hear you speak so. Be sure that my brothers see you working, and the other men as well. They will see that you are not lazy at all. You have only been ill." Martin guessed readily enough that there had been some comments upon his idleness among the Indians, but he realized for the first time how much Tyre must have suffered from the criticisms which he had ignored. It was highly important that Tyre's mind should be quite easy about him now. He must have her utmost confidence, and he set himself skillfully to win it, sure of success. Throughout the long summer days, he followed the flocks, easily mastering the trick of turning them hither and yon at his pleasure. It was a lazy life, almost as lazy as his former one had been, for the boy who attended him did most of the work. But it satisfied Tyre, and when the night shut down and Tyre lay sleeping quietly in his arms, every night he whispered over and over, softly yet insistently, "Where is the path to the temple? Where is the path to the temple?" For many, many nights there was no answer, but he did not lose patience. Then, at last, she stirred fitfully in her sleep, murmuring low, broken words. He could barely catch their import, but it was enough. All day he went about like a man in a dream. Tyre had gone with some of the other women on an expedition into the mountains in search of certain medicinal herbs, and when she returned at night, she was weary and a little pale. Martin scarcely looked at her. She had ceased to figure in his thoughts. She had served his purpose, and the incident was closed. His kiss, as he bade her good night, was cold and perfunctory. Her eyes darkened with sadness, and her lips trembled, but she said nothing. Already she realized that the love of the white man was as fickle as a spring zephyr. Martin sat at the door of the hut after she had gone to bed, staring out into the soft darkness. His impatience was mounting with every passing moment, and yet he had need for the greatest caution now, lest a false step ruin everything. He must leave the village unseen, just before midnight, giving himself time to get to the temple and away again before the morning worshippers appeared. Twice, as he sat there waiting, the old priest passed him, going about the village upon his own affairs. Martin watched him covertly, and finally slipped his stool inside the shadows of the hut, so that the old man would think he had gone to bed. He did not like those keen, prying eyes, which seemed able to read his most secret thoughts. When at last he considered it safe, he rose, wrapped his thick cape of vicuna hair about him, and slipped away in the darkness. It was typical of the man that he did not cast one fleeting farewell glance back upon the woman whose love and devotion had saved his life. Up the familiar path he went swiftly and surely, to where the great pool lay at the base of the waterfall. He paused for a moment and looked behind. All was silence and darkness. Then he stepped quickly behind a great clump of bushes, which grew at the edge of the water, so close that the water of the falls sprayed over it as it fell. Martin almost laughed aloud at the utter simplicity of the thing. The broad path, worn by many, many feet, led just here, where the ground was tramped hard and firm. For it was just at this point that the villagers stood to dip the water from the deep pool. Martin had stood here himself 100 times, had dipped water again and again upon this very spot, and never dreamed that behind the innocent clump of shrubs lay the entrance to the desire of his heart. Now he slipped quickly behind the bushes. Deep down, half buried in the foliage, there was a rectangular opening into the face of the cliff. Martin stooped and crawled through. He found himself at the bottom of a long flight of narrow stairs cut from the solid rock. Here and there, as he climbed, he saw that narrow fissures in the roof of the passageway let in air, and sometimes he caught a glimpse of the starlit sky. The stairs under his feet were worn smooth. Through hundreds of years had the devotees of that strange cult been passing up and down this subterranean way. On and on he climbed, most of the way leading upward, but now and then long stretches ran fairly level. He hurried, but he had grown soft through the weeks of his idleness, and he found himself panting for breath and obliged to stop often to rest. Yet he must reach the temple and get away again before the priest came for the morning service, and he drove his weary body forward with the lash of his will. Suddenly, just when he felt himself unable to go farther, the passageway opened out into a great square chamber, hollowed out of the solid rock. He recognized it, from pictures that he had seen of the old temples, as the anteroom where the people gathered for the outer service. From the ceiling of this room hung dozens of lamps, from which wicks set in oil sent out a flickering light. The lamps were curiously wrought, with fine tracing and delicate cut-work. Each would be a museum piece of rare value. The room itself was bare of furniture. Evidently, the audience knelt upon the stone floor throughout the service. In the middle of the wall nearest the opening through which Martin had come, a spring of clear, sparkling water gushed out of the rocky wall. The water fell into a deep niche, which had been hollowed out of the wall, and the overflow was carried away by hidden drainage pipes. Before this niche, 2 tall golden lamps burned brightly. With a little gesture of delight, Martin ran to the spring and buried his hot face in the cold water, drinking deeply again and again. The long, hard climb had parched his throat, and the cool water was like nectar. Then he turned again to the wonder world about him. In the center of the wall opposite, the entrance was an opening, draped with a curtain of gold mesh so finely wrought that he crumpled it in his hand like a piece of woolen cloth. Yet it was so heavy that he knew it for purest gold. Through the opening, he stepped into the holy place of the temple, and as he did so, he cried aloud with wonder and delight. He had been prepared for treasure, but his wildest dreams had not pictured anything half so wonderful as the sight that now greeted his eyes. Against the opposite wall, a great gleaming golden disk, so wide that Martin's 2 arms outstretched could not have spanned it, made a shining background for the great altar, wrought of solid gold, which stood before it. On the altar itself, in the center, stood a great brazier, of a workmanship so fine that Martin gasped as he looked at it, and in the brazier a fire burned, fed automatically from two little reservoirs of powdered wood. Everything upon the altar was gold, lamps, vessels of all kinds, wrought with such skill and such richness of design that any one of them was worth a king's ransom. The light from the fire in the brazier was reflected 100 times from the dazzling surface of the great golden disk, the symbol of the sun god, and Martin's eyes began to burn and his head to ache as he ran from one thing to another in an excitement that was rapidly mounting to a delirium. He laughed aloud again and again as he spread his cape out in the center of the floor and began to pile vessel after vessel in a heap in the center. He chose swiftly here and there, trying to select the heaviest and therefore the most valuable. All the time he was talking to himself as he worked, running to and fro, tearing golden figures from their niches and ravishing the altar of its golden treasure. He did not notice that his head was pounding with pain and that his eyes burned like twin flames. He was not conscious of his body at all. He saw only this golden treasure, gold, gold, gold everywhere. He piled it up until upon the floor he had a heap which 3 men could not have lifted. Still, there remained twice as much more. He ran to the great golden brazier and tried to lift it from its place. He staggered and almost fell, and for a moment a terrible nausea overcame him. He leaned against the altar, panting for breath, and gradually his legs crumpled under him and he slipped down upon the floor, with his head upon the edge of the pile of treasure. "Been working too hard, overstrained myself," he gasped, and then a cry of agony burst from his lips as the pain gripped his vitals, twisting him about on the rocky floor while the sweat poured out upon his blanched forehead. While he lay thus, the curtain at the doorway lifted and the old Vilka stepped softly into the room. Martin was too far gone now to feel either surprise or dismay at this interruption. Strangely enough, the very gold itself no longer seemed important to him. A film was drifting over his eyes. He did not care that the priest was rapidly replacing each golden vessel in its accustomed place, nor protest when the pile which he had gathered so feverishly a little while before was completely depleted. A last spasm of agony burst over him. He cried aloud, "Help! Help!" then shuddered and lay still. The priest stood looking down at him, and his eyes were full of pity, though his lips were stern. "Alas," he murmured, "there is no help for the one who drinks from the guardian spring. White man's madness, ever it leads to sorrow and to death." End of White Man's Madness by Lenore Cheney.
The Chemical Brain is a science fiction horror story that explores themes of artificial intelligence and human consciousness. Set in a secluded laboratory where a group of scientists work on a groundbreaking mechanical creation, a robot intended to replicate human thought. As the experiment progresses, the boundaries between man and machine blur, leading to unexpected and terrifying consequences. The Chemical Brain by Francis Flagg. Weird Tales, January 1929. Walter Parsons is dead. At the inquest, the jury returned a verdict to the effect that the deceased came to his death by being accidentally crushed under a machine with which he was experimenting. But that is not true. It ignores several peculiar things which the panel of men could not understand, and before which their matter-of-fact minds recoiled in horror. Now, I do not wish to be misunderstood. Perhaps the verdict, as rendered, was the only sane one that could be returned. Nevertheless, if ever a man was murdered, that man was Walter Parsons. Let me put the incredible facts on paper. I do not expect to be believed. And yet, last February, I was coming out of an employment agency in Pasadena, California, when a vigorous-looking gentleman of about 50 years accosted me. "Pardon me, but I overheard what you said to the lady inside. You are a machinist?" Yes. And looking for work? I am. Would you consider $150 a month and you're bored? You've hired me. He smiled briefly. My name is Rowan, Captain Rowan. And yours? Lester, John Lester. He motioned me into the front seat of a Cadillac touring car. Where shall we call for your things? I haven't any. He raised his eyebrows. They're pawned, sold, gone, I explained. I was down to my last thin dime when you hired me. He answered nothing to this, but drove to a men's furnishing store on Colorado Boulevard. Here is $50, an advance on your wages. Buy what you think you'll need. When my purchases were placed in the rear of the car, we drove out South Fair Oaks, almost to South Pasadena, and turned into the driveway of a fairly large estate on the east side of the road. The grounds were quite extensive, I noticed, and surrounded by a low stone wall. Palm trees bordered the drive that led to the garage, and orange trees grew in serried rows to right and left. The house itself was an old-fashioned wooden residence with wide verandas on each side. In the rear of the house was a brick building. This, said the captain, throwing open the door, is the machine shop and laboratory. You will notice that the machine shop is small but quite well equipped for ordinary work. Parts that cannot be made here will, of course, be ordered from larger establishments. Your work will be mostly assembling those parts and turning out certain small devices according to plans and specifications I shall give. He took me to my room on the second floor of the house and left me to bathe and shave. At dinner that evening, I met Walter Parsons. He was a clever-looking man of middle age, a chemist, I gathered, with a private income. Nothing particularly striking about him, unless it was the feeling he gave of being very meticulous, very correct. The third person at the table was Captain Rowan's sister, Genevieve, who was also the housekeeper and cook, as there were no servants. She was one of those women whom at first glance you dismiss as uninteresting. At second glance you decide they are actually plain. After that you pay them little attention, and are never certain when it was you discovered they were beautiful. The captain sat at the head of his table and talked easily and naturally. "Have you ever read Lucien Larkin?" he asked me. "No, never," I confessed. "You know to whom I refer?" "I'm afraid not." He made a wry face. "Such is fame. Well, my boy, Lucien Larkin was an astronomer, the director until his death of Mount Lowe Observatory on the peak over there. But not only was he an astronomer, he was also a great mystic, the author of several wonderful books, not the least of which is The Matchless Altar of the Soul. You must read it by all means." Parsons gave a little laugh. He looked slyly at Genevieve Rowan, and then, as if guilty of an indiscretion, glanced quickly away. "Not that you'll understand it," he mocked. "It is doubtful whether Larkin himself understood half of what he wrote." The captain smiled tolerantly. "Walter is a materialist. He doesn't believe in the theory of a great mind behind all manifestation." "Who could?" countered Parsons. He turned to me with the little sudden gesture that was characteristic of him. "It is so evident," he said, "that the mind of man is nothing but the sum of his bodily organization. When that organization breaks down, Puff, where is your mind?" "And I might observe," replied the captain, "that when the dynamo breaks down ditto, where is your power? Your very argument defeats you, Walter. Man is a machine. Very well. When he functions properly, he is a medium for mind-thought. When he breaks down, his mind-thought goes where? Into oblivion. Yes, the same oblivion that engulfs electricity when the generator fails to work. The same nothingness that claims radio waves when the machine fails to send them, or the receiving set to pick them up. Don't be absurd." I listened to them argue, rather puzzled as to what it was all about. Several days later, Parsons and I were in the machine shop together, and I expressed my bewilderment to him. "You see, Lester," he explained, "there are really two schools of thought. One school I belong to, holds that our so-called mind is the result of bodily nerves and organs functioning a certain way. The other school, to which the captain subscribes, holds that mind is something exterior to our bodily organization, merely expressing itself through our brains and directing our activity. As I worked, I pondered these two concepts. Never before had I given such things serious thought. Now they interested me. Why? Because I sensed that in some fashion they were connected with the work I was doing. The captain, as an electrical engineer, Parsons, as a chemist, were engaged in some profound experiment. This much I gathered from their conversation. But what sort of an experiment? Now and then Captain Rowan talked to me freely. For days at a time, he would work in his laboratory, hardly uttering a word. Then for some reason he would open up and become almost loquacious. Consider this fact, Lester. Within the entire range of the telespectroscope and telecamera, where their range is so immense that 100 million giant suns in space are now photographed, there is no entity able to add to itself but mind, thinking thoughts that have never been thought before. I tried to grasp his meaning. Just what is your definition of mind, sir? That of Larkin. Electrons are the first manifestation of mind. They alone have been created. All else has been formed by an incredible number of varying combinations of electrons. I'm afraid I do not understand. It is very simple. Back of all manifestation is a cosmic mind. Call it creator, if you will. I prefer to call it director. This director creates electrons. Electrons combine to form all other kinds of matter, the molecule, the atom. 90 kinds of atoms are now known to chemists. Do you know what determines the atom of an element? No? Well, what kind of an atom shall appear in space depends on 4 basic factors: number of electrons in revolution, specific speed of revolution, distance of orbits from the center, and directions of motion. Parsons looked up from his chemical labors. That is all true, Lester, he said, but don't let the captain sweep you away by a statement of facts into an acceptance of a cosmic mind. Lucien Larkin was a great astronomer and a scientist, but beyond a certain point, what we have verified with our instruments, he enters the realm of pure speculation. There is not one iota of proof that mind exists distinct from the body. Captain Rowan laughed. No? Then tell me, what if the hand of a person begins suddenly to write words at a rate 10 to 20 times faster than normal, in handwriting other than his own, upon wise and lofty subjects not heard of before, sometimes even in a language of which the owner of the hand is ignorant? Tell me, what guides that hand? There is usually fraud back of this automatic writing, deceit of some sort, replied Parsons. In the few cases where it seems to be genuine, it is due, doubtless, to the subconscious mind of man. But if the person doing the automatic writing has no knowledge, either conscious or subconscious, of Latin or Greek, or even of Sanskrit, for I assure you whole reams have been written in Sanskrit, and the writing should be in any one of those languages, what then? Parsons shrugged his shoulders. Still, there is no valid reason for assuming an overmind or director, as does Larkin. He turned to me. Undoubtedly, there are some mysterious things in connection with psychic phenomena which are baffling. But to use those mysterious things as a base from which to launch into wild and irrational speculations is not scientific. You will appreciate this better if you make an earnest study of the new psychology, behaviorism. Even James and Jung and Freud are being seriously challenged by John B. Watson. It begins to appear that our viscera are the directors of mind, that our memory, our so-called subconscious, is the result of habit, of conditioning. What you need to read, Lester, is Watson's book Behaviorism, and leave Larkin to the metaphysicians. That night, I was permitted to see something curious. In coming through the hallway from the rear of the house to the front, I surprised Parsons and Genevieve Rowan in the front room. I was ahead of the captain and distinctly saw her in the arms of the chemist. Whether the captain saw the embrace, the quick springing apart, I do not know. The room was but dimly lighted, twilight prevailing, and the electric lights not yet turned on. It is possible he did not. At any rate, he made no comment. Beyond surmising that Miss Rowan and Parsons were secretly sweethearts, I should have given little thought to the occurrence if it had not been for what followed. Coming down the back steps to the kitchen after bathing and changing clothes, I surprised another tableau, more startling by far than the first. This time it was the captain and his sister. He held her above both elbows at arm's length, shaking her furiously. I could not see her face, as her back was toward me, but his own was snarling, murderous. "By God," he growled, "I'll kill him first. Do you understand? And you too." I retreated up the steps. What did it mean? That the captain had seen Parsons embrace his sister? But what of that? Weren't Parsons and he friends, fellow experimenters? Then why the terrible anger I had witnessed, the seething rage? I could not understand it. At the dinner table, Genevieve Rowan was her usual quiet, well-poised self. Her brother's face was placid. Had I imagined the scene in the kitchen, exaggerated it? No, that was impossible. But perhaps I was mistaken in linking it up with the earlier scene in the parlor. Parsons seemed unaware of anything amiss. He baited the captain on his mysticism in his usual mocking manner. But as the days passed, I became aware of something tense, something electric in the air. 2 or 3 times I caught the captain watching Parsons when he thought himself unobserved. His face didn't change expression at those times, no, nor his eyes, yet the fixity of his stare, something about its utter immobility, chilled the blood in my veins. I told myself I was imagining things, developing a case of nerves. Only at this time I became dynamically conscious of Genevieve Rowan herself. Her ashen hair was suddenly full of glints that caught the eye. Her rounded figure held an allure that was hard to resist. "Don't be a fool," I told myself. "The woman is gray-headed. She is 50 if she is a day." Yet in spite of such reasoning, I knew her to be beautiful, desirable. And other things I knew, half suspicions, half certainties, gleaned from a word, a gesture, a step at midnight, the creak of a loose board, of an opening door. No, I won't tell what those things were. They are too horrible to put on paper, too terrible, yes, and too sad. Now that the captain is in his grave, Parsons dead, and only Genevieve alive, Genevieve, who looks and walks about like a forlorn ghost, it is well that such things should be forgotten. Only I know that a real cause, a real lust for murder existed and was glutted with blood. But enough of that. In the workshop, a strange machine grew under our hands as day succeeded day. Parts came from distant factories, and I put them together. Other pieces of machinery I made myself according to plans furnished to me by the captain and Parsons. The machine was mounted on wheels. Incorporated in its body was an especially constructed electric dynamo. The captain wired the various parts, and in what he called the backbone of the ponderous tapering mechanism, he placed, at intervals of 3 inches, crystals derived from a saturated solution of Rochelle salt. "Perhaps," said Parsons to me, "you have heard of singing crystals?" "No," I replied, "I haven't." "Well," he said, "it has long been known that lopsided crystals such as these have a certain effect on a ray of light passing through them. If you squeeze or pinch them, positive electricity collects at one part of the crystal and negative electricity at another. Now, if you connect these 2 points, you get a current." The discoverer of this interesting idiosyncrasy on the part of crystals was Professor Curie of Paris, who, in conjunction with his wife, later discovered radium. Behold, He pressed one crystal between his thumb and forefinger, and its neighbor shrieked as if in pain. He laughed at my astonishment. "One of these little crystals is enough to run 200 telephones." I could hardly credit it. "Yes," the captain assured me, "that is true, but in this case they are going to be the little bodies which receive and send messages up and down the vertebrae of our machine, and to various parts of its body." Body. Yes, body. For this is an iron creature we're building, a metal man. I thought him joking. "It doesn't look much like a human being," I said. "And has it to?" "Lester," said Parsons, "is under the impression, the quite common impression, that to build a machine which will function like a man, one must duplicate the human body." "As in Mrs. Shelley's Frankenstein," commented the captain. "The artificial man complete from nerves, muscles, lungs, liver, to a fluid that circulated like blood." "Exactly," agreed Parsons. "Only it had no soul and killed its inventor." Both men laughed briefly. "The concept is a medieval one," went on the captain. "For you must know, my boy, that the human body is not the perfect mechanism the average person thinks it is. A skilled mechanic would be ashamed to turn out a machine as faulty in parts as is his own body." "Perhaps so," I retorted, "but I notice that man is not able to improve on nature. There you are mistaken. Wherever man has been able to compete with nature by means of his machines, he has bettered her. Take, for instance, the process on which all life depends, the storing up of solar energy in the green leaf. The leaf is not able to catch and hold more than 1% of the radiant energy that falls upon it from the sun. In that respect, it is much less efficient than any of man's machines. A steam engine can turn into mechanical work at least 12% of the heat energy fed to it in the shape of coal, besting the natural process 11 to 1. And nature," chimed in Parsons, "has never yet proved itself capable of producing a human being that could not make mistakes. Man has come pretty near doing that very thing. Have you ever read the play R.U.R.? "No." "Well, a foreign playwright wrote a play called by those letters, which were an abbreviation for Russell's Universal Robots." "Robots?" I interrupted. "I believe I do know what you mean now. I've heard that word before." "Of course you have. It's become a part of the English language. Well, the playwright's idea was quite fantastic and absurd. Who ever heard of robots, mechanical men? Nobody. Yet at Washington, D.C. stands what is called the brass brain. Men step in front of it and ask questions. Talk of your ancient oracles. On the answers of this modern one, men stake their lives and millions of dollars." "Good Lord," I breathed. "What is it?" "Nothing much. Only a machine that calculates how high and low tides will be in every port of the world today, tomorrow, and 14 years from now." I gaped at him. "But why continue? There are in existence machines which turn switches, dig ditches, answer telephones, steer ships, come and go at the command of the human voice, and perform numerous duties. Of course, these machines are not all assembled in one piece or place. They are distinct inventions, such as the adding machine, the electric crane, or that latest marvel of them all, the calculating machine, which works out in a few hours or weeks or months intricate problems that would take learned men 10, yes, and even 20 years to solve. And the machine makes no mistakes." "You mean," I said, enthralled, "that in some sort of fashion those machines are robots? Isn't it obvious? Consider, Lester, what would be the result if all those automatic brains, hands, and feet were incorporated into one body? My God! And the brains directed the hands and feet? Impossible. That is the retort the scientist and inventor has always met with. Now this machine. Why, yes, the one we're building. It will demonstrate the correctness of the captain's and my theory." I stared at him in a species of horror. "You mean," I gasped, "that this thing here," I waved at the ponderous mass, "is intended to be a robot, a metal man?" He adjusted a crystal before answering. "We hope so." "But good Lord," I exclaimed, "you're making a big mistake." "Indeed, how so?" "Because no matter how much you give your machine chemical brains, it won't be able to start its own thinking processes." "That is true. Man has not yet been able to build a machine that can think. The ones I referred to above all operate at a note of music, the push of a button, the sound of a voice. We recognize that fact. The problem engrossing the captain and me is this: can we build a chemical brain delicate enough to respond to thought as it now does to sound or other stimuli? Can we give such a command as this to our chemical and mechanical brain: keep the motor running, every 4 hours feed it gas and oil? Can we do more than that? Can we set our machine certain tasks to do, fixing those tasks in its mind, and then go away and forget it? Don't you see what that would mean? It would mean the creation of a genuine robot, an independent metal creature that would work without supervision, eat its daily ration of fuel, and never get sick or go on strike. But I was not to be swept away altogether by mere oratory. "You forget," I said, "that they would break down from time to time, that human beings would then have to build others. At first, yes. But what if after a while we created thousands of them whose specialty it was to repair their worn-out or broken-down brother robots? They would not have to resemble each other in the least, you understand, save in their mental capacity to receive certain commands and keep on obeying them. Once you had your workers toiling at producing for humanity, your repair machines busy at repairing and building the workers, what more supervision would man have to exercise over them than the average boss does over workers now? Indeed, it ought to be possible to create a machine that will be all brain, vast, godlike, in comparison to the ones that toil and repair, and imbue it with the thought of keeping the robots working and the wheels of industry turning, and there you are." The idea was horrible to me. I couldn't entertain it without protest. "But if man started such a process going," I whispered, horrified, "he might not be able to check it at will. What if the robots grew out of hand, built themselves into great armies, turned on man and destroyed him?" I wiped the sweat from my brow. "Good God, Parsons," I said, "such inventions fly in the face of nature. They can bring humanity no good. Better leave well enough alone." He shook me by the shoulder scoffingly. "All progress man has ever made, from tilling the ground to talking over radios, has been a flying in the face of nature." The captain, who had said nothing for some time, now broke in. "There is no need to be alarmed, my boy. Those robots which Parsons visualizes would be the product of mind, therefore obedient to it." I made no reply to him, but from the day of the above conversation, my interest in the work I was doing, in the amazing experiment that was being undertaken, became intensified. The machine grew under our hands until it was 6 feet tall. It stood, as I have said before, on rollers, the rollers being encased in caterpillar belts. At the base it was about 4 feet around, tapering to 12 inches at the top. It was built not in one piece but in segments, jointed ball and socket fashion, with various springs and rubber cushions separating the different parts. To describe it further is beyond me. Only it had 2 arm-like pistons, one on each side, possessed a central electric dynamo, and was wired so profusely as to make the interior seem a tangled mass of cords. Came the day when the brain of this monstrous mechanism was put in place. The part that fitted into what I must call the neck was made of aluminum, all except the cover, which was transparent glass and screwed into place. A small cylinder, which emitted an intense bluish light when brought into contact with electricity, was inside the aluminum bowl. The captain connected the necessary wires. His face was very red. I watched breathlessly as Parsons filled the hollow globe with a glutinous mixture of opaque liquid. My hands unconsciously gripped each other until they hurt while I waited for something to happen, but nothing did. He screwed the glass cap into place and stepped down and back from the machine. "It is finished," he said quietly, looking at the captain, "finished and ready." As if his words were a knockout blow, the captain fell. "Quick!" cried Parsons to me, kneeling beside him. "A glass of water. The excitement has been too much for him. He's fainted." But he hadn't fainted. When the doctor reached the house, he was dead. "That heart of his," explained the physician. "I told him to be careful, to avoid any sudden strain or excitement." Genevieve Rowan was beside herself with grief. In front of us all, Parsons put his arms around her. There, dearest, it is terrible, yes, but it may be for the best." Was it relief I saw on his face? I scorned myself for the thought, and yet, in spite of the fact that they had been absorbed in a kindred experiment, working together harmoniously enough in the laboratory, I was conscious of the fact that all was not as it should be between the two men. How did I know this when I never heard a word of ill feeling pass between them, never intercepted a glance that could be actually interpreted as inimical? I can't say. But I knew it instinctively, as I knew other things on which their antagonism was based, things as to which my lips are forever sealed. On the back porch, I found a large notebook. It had evidently dropped from the captain's pocket as we carried him into the house. I slipped it into my pocket, intending to give it to Miss Rowan later, and continued on my way to the laboratory to lock things up. What I saw there drove all thought of the notebook from my mind. A strange glow was radiating from the glass cap which topped the head of the machine. It was reddish-blue in color. Evidently, the chemical solution contained in the aluminum bowl gave rise to this phenomenon. Fascinated, I climbed the short step-ladder and peered through the glass. The glutinous mixture was pulsing as if alive. It was now a gray, speckled mass shot through with red streamers. The sight startled me. The gooseflesh rose on my skin, and I had that familiar sensation of the scalp which people mean when they say their hair stands on end. I left the laboratory abruptly, in my haste forgetting to fasten the door. It was my intention to tell Parsons of what I had seen, but he was still in the parlor comforting the captain's sister, so I continued on my way upstairs. I had just begun to strip when the deep purring of a motor came from the rear yard. This was strange, as I had heard no car entering the driveway. My room was in the rear of the house, so it was possible for me to glance out the open window to observe who it was. Darkness had fallen. The motor, by the sound of it, was right under me, near the back door. I could hear it, but the thick foliage of a pepper tree prevented me from looking straight down. Baffled, I stepped back, and as I did so, someone flung open the back door with considerable force. "What's the matter, Lester?" called Parsons' voice. "It isn't I," I shouted down. "I'm upstairs." "Then who the devil?" A ponderous weight was dragging across the kitchen floor. My heart leapt suffocatingly in my throat. A floorboard cracked like a pistol shot somewhere beneath me. "I say," came Parsons' voice. "I say, what's the matter here? What's the— oh my God!" His voice went up in a terrible crescendo, went up and ceased. I snatched up the first thing beneath my hand, a large Stilson wrench, and leapt down the stairs. Someone was screaming like mad, and the house was rocking under the impact of stamping blows. In the passageway, I nearly trampled on a prone body, that of Genevieve Rowan, and had to hurdle it to reach the kitchen. Parsons had evidently turned on the lights as he entered, for the room was well lit. At the sight of what I saw, strength nearly left me. I stood as if petrified. There before me, believe it or not as you like, was lying the crushed and bleeding body of Walter Parsons, his features fixed in a set grimace of stark horror and agony. while crouching over him like some fearsome prehistoric monster was the metal man he had helped to make, the hideous robot, driving its short arm-like pistons into his still quivering flesh. The sight sickened me. My bowels turned to water. The awful monstrosity was bent over like a bow, screaming as if in rage, and the pulsing matter under the glass cap on the top of its head sent out its reddish-blue tinge and glared at me like an evil eye. Insane with terror, I showered blow after blow on it with my Stilson wrench. The glass cap broke. The glutinous mass rolled out and pulsed on the floor like a living thing in its death throes. Even as it fell, the whole body of the machine straightened up convulsively. Through all its sinuous wires and lengths ran a sighing sob. Then, with a terrible crash, it fell over on the already horribly mutilated body of its victim and was still. I waited to see no more. I turned and ran. I remember that I screamed as I ran. That is all. I told them everything at the inquest. Nay, more. I showed them what was written in Captain Rowan's notebook, the one I had picked up, put in my pocket, forgotten, and then accidentally glanced at later, only 2 pages of writing in the captain's almost illegible script. They read as follows. Within the entire realm of the vast and intricate modern science of electricity, there is nothing more wonderful and awe-inspiring than induction, action at a distance without a conducting wire. This fact is the base of the wireless systems of telegraphy and telephony, and of all electrodynamic machinery such as dynamos and motors, the bases of electric lights and electric railroads. But see this. I am convinced that we actually think by induction. And underneath this palpable quotation, which is credited to Lucien Larkin, was written these words, "If this be true, then man's mind is more than the sum and total of his bodily organization. What if my heart cannot hold out much longer? I know that my mind shall live on. It shall manifest itself through the brain of the machine." Parsons is mistaken about this. He is a fool. If he understood, if he knew. Oh, Genevieve, if I thought that were true, I would kill. The writing stops here. But the question will not down. Did the mind of Captain Rowan, as it was leaving its fleshly vehicle, glimpse his sister in the arms of Walter Parsons? Was it his intelligence that animated the chemical brain, put the ponderous mechanism into motion, drove it across the yard into the kitchen, and brutally killed the man he hated? The coroner and the jury may ignore the facts. They may recoil from them in horror. They may attribute what I say to hysteria, an unbalanced mind, but the uncanny truth remains. Walter Parsons was not accidentally killed. He was murdered by a man already dead, and the weapon with which he was slain was the metal man and the chemical brain of his own partial creation. End of The Chemical Brain by Francis Flagg.
The Book of the Dead by Frank Gruber. Weird Tales, November 1941. He was conjured back to life, this man, by magic half as old as time, by a secret formula buried deep in the dusty pages of the Book of the Dead. When Eric Hanley left his coupe and started toward the house, Susan Blythe stepped out from the vine-covered arbor and called to him. "Mr. Hanley." He turned. "Yes, Miss Blythe." "Would you mind?" she asked, motioning toward the arbor. "I want to talk to you about Father." Hanley hesitated. His eyes went from the girl's face to the castle-like English house. She noted his hesitation and came a step closer. "Please. I know he summoned you, and it's that I want to talk to you about." "I'm afraid." Yes, she was afraid. Everything about her told Hanley that. Her wide eyes, the tautness of her face and the stiffness of her slender body. He moved toward the arbor. "What is it?" "I know your father's been overworking, but it's not the overwork. Well, perhaps it is. You were with him in Egypt. I want you to tell me what you found there, what it is that has changed him so. Hasn't he told you of his discovery?" She shook her head. "No, but I know it's something important. He's locked himself in his workroom for more than 2 weeks now. He won't let anyone in, and he won't come out. Martha has to leave his food at the door, and when he does think to eat it, he sets the dishes outside the door again. He won't even let me talk to him. He won't see anyone, except Professor Shepherd." "Shepherd!" exclaimed Hanley. "I didn't think he would have anything to do with Shepherd." A little shiver seemed to ripple through Susan Blythe. "I don't like Professor Shepherd." His eyes. Hanley's face hardened, but he withheld his opinion of Professor Martin Shepherd. It would only have worried Susan Blythe more, for Hanley had been quite sure the last time he had seen Professor Shepherd that the man was mad. That had been 3 years ago. He said, "I'm surprised your father's taken up with Professor Shepherd." Yet the moment the words were out, he realized that he wasn't surprised at all. 2 weeks ago, he had quarreled with Professor Blythe. "All right," Blythe had snapped at him. "If you won't help me, I'll get someone who will." A frown creased Hanley's forehead and Susan Blythe saw it. "It's true then, what I've suspected. He's engaged in an experiment. Something evil?" The girl's guess caused Hanley to blink in surprise. His difference with Professor Blythe had been because of something that might be construed by an outsider as evil. He took a step away from the arbor. "Perhaps I'd better talk to your father. I want you to, but I want you to promise that you'll tell me what he's doing when you come out. Will you do that?" Hanley bit his lower lip uneasily. "I may be forced to give my word to him, in which case—" "Don't promise him," exclaimed Susan Blythe. "If it's unreasonable, don't promise anything, please." Her eyes were bright with tears that threatened to cascade down her face. "I'll try," Hanley mumbled, and then backed hurriedly away from her. He almost ran to the big English house. Old Martha, grown grey in the service of the Blythes, let him into the house. "Professor Blythe telephoned me to come and see him, Martha," Hanley told the housekeeper. "Thank the Lord," breathed Martha. "Maybe you can make him stop that awful work he's doing." "Awful, Martha?" The housekeeper shuddered. "The smells that come from the laboratory. You'd think he was embalming some." Hanley left her in the hall. He hurried through the house to the door of the laboratory at the rear. When he reached it, he raised his fist and knocked loudly. He had to repeat the knock before an irascible voice inside snapped, "What the devil do you want? I told you not to disturb me." "It's Eric Hanley, Professor." Hanley heard an exclamation inside the laboratory, then after a moment the door was pulled inward. The overpowering smell that struck Hanley caused him to reel back. Professor Blythe's lean hand reached through the aperture and catching Hanley's wrist pulled him into the room. Come in," he snarled. "We haven't got all day." "Ah," said another voice, "the brilliant young Egyptologist, Mr. Hanley." Hanley glowered at Professor Shepherd, under whom he had studied 12 years before. Even then, Shepherd had been eccentric. It was, in fact, but a year after Hanley's graduation from the university that Shepherd himself had resigned. At the insistence of the university board, it was rumored at the time. Behind Hanley, Professor Blythe was bolting the laboratory door. Hanley, turning, said, "You went on, Professor Blythe. Why did you call me then? You know what I said." "I know what you said," Blythe said harshly. "I know what I said too, that I was on the verge of a discovery that would rock the world, and I would be false to my calling if I did not pursue it to the ultimate conclusion. Well, I have, Hanley." A cold wind seemed to blow against Eric Hanley's spine. His eyes went to the sarcophagus that stood upright against the far wall. The hinge top was open and the sarcophagus was empty. His head swiveled automatically to the table that stood just behind Professor Shepherd. There was a long, large object on the table, and although it was covered with a sheet, Hanley knew what the object was. Muscles stood out in bunches on his jaws. He shook his head slowly. "It's impossible." "Impossible?" cried Professor Shepherd. "Why should it be impossible? Everyone knows that the ancient Egyptians knew more about embalming and preservation than the moderns. Witness the sarcophagi of—" "Wait a minute, Shepherd," Professor Blythe cut in. He came toward Hanley, and the latter, looking into his eyes, thought for a moment that Blythe was going to take up where they had let off several weeks ago. But after a moment, Professor Blythe's eyes hardened again. He said, "Eric, you had no faith in the papyrus. You gave it up because it was unintelligible." "It was mere gibberish, and you know it," Hanley declared. "I've studied the 18th dynasty papyri in the Egyptian Museum at Cairo, and I know that this one we found is either a forgery of a later period or the work of a maniac or fool of the 18th dynasty. There were both in that period, you know," he finished with a note of irony. Professor Blythe inhaled deeply. "And there are fools today. You're one, Hanley, and I'll admit that I was too for a while. Just because we found the papyrus in an 18th dynasty tomb, we took it for granted that it had to be of that period. That's where we were wrong, Hanley. We should have known from the accoutrements of the tomb that it had been prepared for a savant of that day, a great savant. His colleagues wanted to do him an especial honor, perhaps not an honor, an experiment. They buried with him the original Book of the Dead." Hanley gasped. "What are you talking about?" "The Book of the Dead goes back to the 14th, farther than that, Eric, to the 4th dynasty. 1800 years before Christ. That's why you thought the papyrus unintelligible. Well, I've read it at last, and I give you my word that the text of it is entirely different from the later Book of the Dead, which deals mainly with instructions for the soul of the dead in its journeys. This papyrus, my papyrus tells—" "Don't," cried Professor Shepherd. "Don't tell him, Blythe. He's a scoffing upstart who wouldn't believe even if he saw it." Eric Hanley's eyes glinted. "Let me see it. I'll believe my own eyes." Professor Blythe led him to a desk on which was spread out, held down at strategic points with weights, an ancient brittle strip of papyrus. Hanley leaned over the hieroglyphics, and the smudged finger of Professor Blythe pointed out symbols to him. "That's where you made your mistake, Hanley. There were 1500 years between those dynasties. Recall how much the medieval and modern languages changed in that many years. Compare your Latin of today with that of the time of the Roman Empire. Compare your Chaucerian English with the English of today. You have a translation of this papyrus?" Hanley asked bluntly. Professor Blythe hesitated, then reached under his tan smock and brought forth a folded sheet of paper. He handed it to Hanley, who opened it and glanced at the typed transcript. He had read less than a paragraph when he exclaimed in amazement, "This is absurd. Surely you're not." Behind him, Professor Shepherd chuckled, and Hanley whirled in time to see the former let fall the edge of the sheet, covering the long object on the table. Hanley was conscious again of the acrid smells in the room, and as the significance of it all struck him, his face blanched. "You're not contemplating?" He stared in bewilderment at Professor Shepherd's evil face, then continued, "On bringing back to life the mummy?" Professor Blythe came up beside him and gripped his arm. "You saw the sarcophagus, Eric. In fact, you helped me smuggle it out of Egypt. You knew that it was in an unusually splendid state of preservation. You attributed that to the dry locale in which we found the tomb. You didn't know about the Book of the Dead." "Let me have it straight," Hanley said slowly. "I can't grasp it." "All right, my boy," said Professor Blythe in a more composed tone. "You've already guessed, but I'll verify your guess. The sarcophagi contained the mummy of an unusual person, a distinctive one for the 18th dynasty. We knew that from the hieroglyphics and the accoutrements of the tomb. A king or noble, we thought at first. We were wrong. The mummy is the mortal remains of a much more important person, Ramahadin. Ramahadin, the last of the great high priests? Blythe nodded. When he died, the decline of Egypt began. There was never another great savant of whom there is record. We knew that, and let it go at that. We didn't try to determine the cause. Well, we found it when we opened the sarcophagus. We thought it was so large because there were other fitted casings inside. There weren't. There was just the mummy and a mass of papyri, which it will take years to study. So far we've studied only the one, the Book of the Dead, which was buried with Ramahadin. The reason? Because Ramahadin's followers, in their despair, decided to bury all knowledge with the Master, and the greatest of all that knowledge is the Book of the Dead, the translation of which you hold in your hand. But this purports to tell how to bring Ramahadin back to life, when the world again needs this knowledge. That time is now, cried Professor Shepherd, and behold, he suddenly caught hold of the sheet on the table and with a violent jerk swept it off, revealing the object on the table. Eric Hanley uttered a low cry and then reeled back. On the table, clad in yellow, musty robes, lay the body of a man. Hanley took a step forward, stared down at the olive-colored skin, the firm flesh. Cold perspiration broke out on his body. "I don't believe it," he said. "Neither did I at first," cried Professor Blythe. "No mummy was ever found in such a state of preservation after 24 centuries. But the papyrus tells the secret. The embalming of the dead was a closely guarded secret even in the 18th dynasty. The art died out completely just a few centuries later, and even in the 18th dynasty, it was not what it was 1,000 years prior, 1500. The instructions of the original book were not carried out. The only explanation is that the Book of the Dead was lost even then, for centuries. Ramahadin probably discovered it, deciphered it, and entrusted the translation to one or two of his disciples, who followed its secrets in the preparation of Ramahadin's body, then in honor to him, or tribute, buried the book with him. Eric Hanley blinked and gazed in awe at the immobile features of the man on the table. "He looks as if he were only sleeping." "He is sleeping," said Professor Shepherd. "Now." Hanley looked up sharply. "What do you mean?" "I mean, we brought him to life. What do you think we've done here these last 2 weeks? Read the Book of the Dead?" Hanley put his face down to the head of the man on the table. Yes, he was breathing, slow, measured breaths. A frown creased Hanley's forehead. This man was alive, but he couldn't be unless they were playing a trick on him, perpetrating a hoax. He looked again at the faces of the two scientists, and slowly he shook his head. Then he inhaled deeply and appealed to Professor Blythe. "You can't do this, Professor. You can't bring a man dead for 24 centuries to life, to face the modern world. You don't know what will happen, and you'll be responsible." "Bah!" snorted Professor Shepherd. "I don't know why the devil Blythe asked you here anyway. The responsibility's ours, and so is the credit. Remember that, Hanley." He caught up a small copper cylinder. "All right, Blythe." "Wait," cried Professor Blythe. "Perhaps we'd better strap him down." "You can't tell." "Nonsense," retorted Shepherd. "There are 3 of us here. We've dilly-dallied long enough. Here." He held the copper cylinder to the nostrils of the sleeping man, twisted it and removed the cap. A thin stream of bluish vapor curled out of it. Hanley felt the short hair on the back of his neck stand up. He wanted more than anything in the world to run out of that room, but couldn't. He was a scientist as well as Blythe and Shepherd. He remained, his feet rooted to the floor, head craned forward, his eyes intent on the man on the table. For a moment, nothing happened, and Professor Shepherd exclaimed sharply. And then Then the body twitched and moved. The eyelids flickered up, exposing eyes as black as obsidian. They stared straight at the ceiling for a moment, then rolled sideways and fastened themselves upon Eric Hanley. The full lips parted and air was sucked into the mouth. The mouth opened and a single word came out, a sharp, guttural word, "Dolmacho." Professor Blythe took a step forward. "Dolmakin," he cried. The black eyes left Hanley's face and fixed themselves upon Professor Blythe's taut, white face. "Dolmakin Sidi," he said. Professor Blythe whirled upon Eric Hanley and exclaimed, "He understands our debased Egyptian." He turned back to the ancient Egyptian. "Ramahadin, Sidi. Ramahadin, yes. Who are you? Where am I?" The Egyptian sat up suddenly, and his eyes shot wildly about the laboratory. Then a groan escaped his lips. "I do not understand," he said in his harsh, ancient Egyptian tongue. "My servants, where are they?" "Dead," said Professor Shepard. "They have been dead for 24 centuries. And you have been dead. We've just brought you back to life." For a long moment, the Egyptian stared at Professor Shepard, his eyes gradually dulling. "It must be so," he finally conceded. "You would not dare otherwise. Not to Ramahadin. The experiment succeeded." "Yes," said Professor Shepard, "you did not die at all. You were merely placed in a state of suspended animation. Your savants prepared your body for death, and you were dead. For 2400 years, and now you are alive." Ramahadin's eyes continued to roam about the laboratory. "What is all this? Who are you strange-looking creatures? Who is the pharaoh?" "A boy is king of Egypt," Professor Blythe said. "A boy named Farouk. This is not Egypt, however. This is America, land beyond the sea. The barbaric country beyond Sicily. Rome? No, Ramahadin. Rome is alive but almost dead. I forgot. You do not know. The glory that was Greece faded shortly after you died. The Romans became the greatest people of the earth. They conquered Egypt and sent their legions to all parts of the known world. They crushed Carthage and the land of the Jews, and then in their turn, they were defeated. The Teutonic tribes of the north overran Europe. "And who defeated them?" asked Ramahadin. "They were assimilated. War has ruled the earth ever since you were buried. The world is at war today, the greatest war of all time. Men fly through the skies." "That is a lie," cried Ramahadin. "Men cannot fly because they cannot grow wings. They built machines. One machine can carry 50 people for 5,000 miles. Ramahadin stared at Professor Blythe. Then his eyes shifted to the face of Professor Shepard, and in turn to Eric Hanley. All nodded. "Men learn to fly," said Eric Hanley, "so they could drop bombs upon other men, terrible bombs that destroy entire cities. Man conquered the earth, the sky and the water, but he could not conquer man himself." "I am hungry," declared Ramahadin. "Bring me food." Professor Blythe went to the house telephone. "Martha," he ordered, "bring a tray of food to the door. Set it down outside and then leave." "No, only for one." He hung up and turned back, just as Ramahadin put his feet upon the floor. "America," he said. "This must then be the country of Atlantis, the unknown land." "Yes, I guess you could call it Atlantis," Hanley said. "But it is today the greatest country in the world, the richest and the most powerful. And it is at war. No, but we are aiding the Britons in their war against the Teutons and the Romans. We are sending them ships and airplanes." "The Romans, bah," snapped Ramahadin. "They have always been at war. One tribe always fought the other, and when neither had anything to fight about, they went to sea in their galleys and became pirates. There is no civilization but Egypt's. Greece is too young, but I forget. What kind of civilization do you have in this America?" "The greatest the world has even known," said Hanley. "We have conquered disease and pestilence. We have built machines that fly through the air. We have invented instruments by which we can talk to men in Egypt 5,000 miles away. We can talk through the very air itself, thousands of miles. But you are still fighting other men? Bah! There was a knock at the door, and Professor Blythe opened it cautiously. He reached out and, bringing in a tray, closed the door again. The Egyptian came forward eagerly. He looked at the food upon the tray, grunted and reached for it with both hands. He ate ravenously. When he had finished, he belched, "Now I would see your world." Hankey's lips tightened. He looked at Professor Blythe. The scientist's mouth twitched. "I'm afraid." "Why not?" interrupted Professor Shepherd. "Didn't we bring him back to life to see how he would react to our modern civilization?" "No," cried Hanley. "Not yet. He must see it gradually." "Pah!" snorted Ramahaddin. "I will see it all at once. Lead the way." "You can't," protested Hanley. Ramahaddin gave him a cold look. "Who is this stripling?" he demanded. "Who is this youngster who dares to question Ramahaddin?" "He is a very able scientist," Professor Blythe said. "He is." "I am Ramahaddin," declared the Egyptian. "All scientists bow to me," Professor Shepherd snickered. "You're a mummy, Ramahaddin, a mummy we brought to life. The world doesn't even know you exist." "You dog!" cried Ramahaddin. "Down on your knees." He scooped up an empty plate and suddenly hurled it at Shepherd. The professor ducked and the plate missed him by less than an inch. Ramahaddin snarled and picked up a chair. Hanley stepped forward and caught his arm. Ramahaddin jerked himself free and whirled upon Hanley with the raised chair. Hanley sidestepped and smashed his fist against the Egyptian's jaw. Ramahaddin reeled back. The chair crashed to the floor and he stared at Hanley. "You dare to strike Ramahaddin?" he cried in a tone of awe. "You dog, you dare." "Please," interrupted Professor Blythe, "listen to me. Ramahaddin, it is true. This is a new world. You have been dead 2,400 years. Things have changed. We don't want to shock you by showing you too much at once." "I am Ramahaddin," the Egyptian said persistently. "I have the knowledge of the ages. There is nothing you could show me or tell me that would shock me. I have meditated on it all. Your flying machines, Pa, they do not frighten me. Your clothing is bizarre, that is all." "And speaking of clothes," said Hanley, "you've got to put some on. You can no longer go in public without suitable apparel." "Fetch me clothing, then. I will make that concession." Professor Blythe, frowning, went to a closet. He brought out one of his own suits, a somewhat soiled shirt and socks and shoes. With his assistance, Ramahaddin was able to dress. He looked then like any swarthy man, whose counterpart could have been seen by the hundreds in any large city. "New, show me your America," Ramahaddin said when he was dressed. "I wouldn't," Hanley said quickly. "You can't keep him in here a prisoner," Professor Shepherd exclaimed. Blythe's forehead creased. Then he shrugged and moved to the door. Ramahaddin brushed past him. Hanley overtook him in the hall leading to the living room. He was too late, however. Susan Blythe rose from an armchair and looked in surprise at Ramahaddin. Hanley said quickly, "Susan, this is an acquaintance of your father's. He speaks only Egyptian. His name is Ramahaddin." Susan bowed to the Egyptian. She said to Hanley, "When did he get here? I didn't see anyone come up today." "He was here all night," Professor Blythe said hurriedly. "He arrived last night after you had retired. He's an Egyptian scientist. Professor Shepherd and I are consulting with him." "Whose woman is this?" Ramahaddin said suddenly in Egyptian. "She is my daughter," Professor Blythe said. "What strange clothes she wears." Ramahaddin grunted. "She is too thin, but I will accept her." Cold wind seemed to blow upon the back of Eric Hanley's neck. He saw the glitter in the ancient Egyptian's eyes, and he said softly, "This is a different civilization, Ramahaddin. Women are no longer sold or given away by their fathers." "Pah!" snorted Ramahaddin. Women are cheap. Not in this world, chuckled Professor Shepherd. I was married to one once. She kept me poor, buying clothes for her. Then you were a fool. A purple Phoenician robe is the best any woman can want. How do men acquire women in this new world? They marry them with the woman's consent, Hanley replied curtly. Very well then, tell this woman I will marry her. Eric Hanley started to speak, but Professor Blythe was ahead of him. That, too, must wait until you know more of the world you've come into, he said, and it was very apparent that his words carried weight with the Egyptian. Possibly Ramahadin recognized knowledge as power, one scholar to another. Anyway, went on Susan's father, who was blessed with a sense of humor, which was beginning to assert itself now that the first shock of the success of his experiment was wearing off. I can't imagine where one would shop for a Phoenician robe, purple or otherwise. This last remark being in English puzzled Susan, but being a scientist's daughter, she shrugged her shoulders and gave Eric a look as if to say that she had told him she feared for her father's sanity in the midst of such extraordinary experiments. Chapter 2. Later it was all explained to her, and although Eric had expected her to view the whole miracle with horror, she seemed to take it in her stride, although both she and Hanley regarded Professor Shepherd's association with her father as one of evil. Blythe seemed to have forgotten his disagreement with Eric Hanley and accepted him as one of the circle responsible for the bringing of Ramahadin into a modern world. The scientists contended that their primary interest was in seeing how the ancient Egyptian reacted to that world. Once they had satisfied themselves that the unholy formula from the Book of the Dead would actually work. Also, its possibilities were boundless. Professor Shepherd would have started for Egypt at once to unearth, steal, borrow, or buy other sarcophagi to experiment with their contents, but world conditions forbade. Men seemed intent on destroying civilization, not on studying the secrets of its origins. There remained to them Ramahadin himself, and the Egyptian presented a phenomenon extraordinary past all telling. He went about the modern world with a sort of calm superciliousness which pleased Shepherd, but annoyed Blythe, and they all were startled when some 3 days after his resuscitation or reincarnation, he appeared able to speak perfect English. Of course, he said when Professor Blythe's astounded comments on this was made, have I not the knowledge of all the ages, including yours? Susan, he still regarded as about to become his property, but the girl's way of meeting this astonished and amused both her father and Eric. She treated the powerful high priest of all knowledge as a callow youth, who might make love to her, but who couldn't possibly be old enough to know his own mind. This attitude at once puzzled and annoyed Ramahadin, but served its purpose, that of keeping the Egyptian at the distance Susan desired. They all treated him as a guest, and took turns showing him the world to which he had returned after 2,400 years. Eric Hanley had some fears of government intervention. A checkup of all aliens in the country was being made, but Professor Shepherd pooh-poohed this. He is a visitor staying with us, he said, and that will be enough in the meantime. We can certainly fix it up with the authorities later. One thing I have already observed in this country, said Ramahadin, is that you go to a great deal of trouble to enact laws, then to just as much trouble to ignore them, or get around them, or to know some way of fixing the authorities. Of course, said Professor Shepherd, that's the way we get along. I don't agree, replied Professor Blythe. Some of our citizens may get along that way, but it's not the way a democracy such as ours has become great. Wait till you understand us a bit better, said Eric Hanley. That understanding in itself was interesting, since two distinct forces were at work promoting it. Shepherd's idea was to use the Egyptian's great powers to bring to culmination vast schemes of his own, to help him gain fame, money, and authority. This authority was to be in the world of science, but was to dominate, as the others soon realized, the underworld. He and Ramahadin spent many hours in a laboratory which Shepherd maintained in a secret place away from the Blythes, and he tried more and more to disassociate himself from the older man. One result of this was to restore Eric Hanley entirely to Blythe's good graces, and fear for the future of Ramahadin and their astounding experiment with the Book of the Dead made this bond even tighter. It included Susan, who wasn't a scientist's daughter for nothing, and who realized the profound effect Ramahadin's appearance might have on the world. Professor Blythe tried to remonstrate with Shepherd. "You must not seek from Ramahadin's secrets not shared by all of us," he said. "Our knowledge of the forgotten lore of ancient peoples must be pooled. It must be given out by us gradually and, yes, reverently." Shepherd only laughed. "I know much now," he said. "That could control the fate of our country and the world." As Shepherd seemed able to win more and more of Ramahadin's confidence, Eric Hanley began to have profound fears, and he and Susan formed a dangerous plan. It was to attract Ramahadin to their way of thinking, to keep him more and more in their company, to show him more and more of the everyday vital life of the great new world around him. And to do this, they both realized it would be Susan who must pit herself against Shepherd's influence. She would have to put aside her distaste for the swarthy stranger, and the risk was great that the price she would have to pay would be high. Susan it was who persuaded Ramahadin to spend long hours with the Blythes. Here he held many discussions with her father about social progress through the ages, analyzed the history of many peoples who had risen and fallen during the long years since Ramahadin had lived upon the earth. "History has followed a pattern," the Egyptian expounded to them. "Peoples have succeeded or failed, as the gods willed, but also according to the might of their minds. This is a good world here in Atlantis." Among themselves, Ramahadin alluded to the country of his emergence from the past as Atlantis. Although his miraculous mastering of English and his fantastic ability to absorb facts made it possible for him to talk glibly to others of the Middle West, the mental processes of the Deep South, etc., that his mind held just as detailed and intricate knowledge of world-shaping events of the past was apparent. How this vast wealth of learning was to be infiltrated into modern America was the problem before them. Ramahadin's own scholarly mind seemed to be winning the ascendant over his domineering spirit, and his interest in the news of the New World War was unceasing. He would compare Hitler with other dictators of 1,000 years ago. He realized and comprehended the modern mechanical means of slaughter, but maintained that now, as always, it would be man's spirit that would win. A certain slyness returned to his manner when he realized how keenly Susan was feeling the effect of the war. She became tense with anxiety when more and more of Europe was overcome, and the growing war spirit of America caused her many sleepless nights. "You would have this stopped?" he asked. "I could conjure up spirits who would combat the essence of evil abroad on this planet," he said. "But," and the tone of this voice stopped her eagerness, "my price is one only you can pay." The conversation ended there with the entry of Professor Shepherd, but Susan turned it over and over in her mind. Was it to be given to her to pay a price that would save humanity? Was she, Susan Blythe, modern young America in person, to be a sacrifice to ancient Egypt? Her association with Eric Hanley had generated a feeling not only of mutual interests with the brilliant young scientist, but of a growing love. And her heart was his, yet both realized they must keep the high priest on the side of humanity, not of the forces of evil. Shepherd they saw more rarely as time went on, and Ramahadin and he worked together less often. With this arrangement, Shepherd was keenly dissatisfied, and he and Professor Blythe had a violent disagreement over the custody of both the translation and original papyrus of the Book of the Dead. "It is ours jointly, of course," said the older man, "but it shall remain in my safe until I am satisfied that spread of its knowledge is warranted." "The formulae I need," said Shepherd, "and I mean to have. You must allow me access to the safe." All in good time, said Professor Blythe, and stood his ground in spite of Shepard's threat of violence. Their altercation was interrupted by the entrance of Susan, Eric, and Ramahadin, who had been on a visit to one of the great new industries manufacturing war implements. I cannot but grieve, said the Egyptian, that the vast knowledge that man has achieved since I last was on Earth is still turned to the art of waging war. It should not be. Conquest is power, and power is what we all crave, said Professor Shepard. I want Professor Blythe to use the power given him by the knowledge contained in the Book of the Dead, but he refuses. The Book of the Dead no longer exists save in my mind, replied Ramahadin calmly. I destroyed it, its translation and its secret formulae. You what? Gasped Professor Blythe, and his eyes turned toward the safe. That was only too easy to open, said the Egyptian. I felt that you men were not great enough, not worthy enough, if you will, to have such a secret in your possession. Other secrets of yours I have, shouted Professor Shepard, whose anger had prevented his speaking at the Egyptian's portentous announcement. I shall use them as I will, to destroy or save mankind as I decide. One great secret of my knowledge you can never possess, announced Ramahadin, because it is of the spirit, not of the intellect. I know the law of Taxeticon, said Shepard. That will neutralize the power of high explosive. You know only a part of it, replied Ramahadin. You instructed me in the theories of harnessing the pull of gravity, retorted Shepard. That will govern all airship construction. Such knowledge must be shared, Shepard. Such was our agreement, broke in Professor Blythe. It is mine, and mine alone now, cried Shepard. I can use it as I will. Ramahadin has shared with me the hypnotic powers of his cult of high priests. I can rule men's minds. He has given me the secret formula by which Gravitas and his medieval College of Mind doctors changed human brains. I can mold men's very souls. He has shown me the secrets of the power of the stars over the movements of vessels upon the sea. From here in America I shall rule the world. I, Emery Shepard, shall be more powerful than Hitler, wiser than. It is true, broke in Ramahadin. I have told you much, too much. I realize, but from it all you have not learned the greatest lesson of all, that it is not wise to shout aloud your knowledge. We realize the danger of your power, my friend, and that in itself reduces much of its value. Let me tell you that since I have gone about this country of yours, I have become convinced that in it is the spirit which will save the world of the future, and nothing as puny as you will stand between it and its purpose. I have spoken. Even as his voice faded out, Ramahadin seemed to take on the stature of the priest of old, and his listeners were as awed and incapable of speech or action as were his satellites of untold centuries before. When the spell was broken, Shepard lay on the sofa in a coma, and his breathing was scarcely perceptible. When he wakes up, said Ramahadin, his mind will be a blank. He should not have challenged the law of all the ages. It is too bad I had to destroy all his present knowledge, but he was too weak a man to possess mine, which, unfortunately, I did not at first realize. And with a shrug, he dismissed the whole matter from his mind. Chapter 3. Susan was sitting on the hotel porch high on the mountainside. Opposite her was Eric Hanley, and the man whose powers of wizardry had been demonstrated to them only a few days before. Susan herself could hardly believe that the swarthy gentleman in impeccable evening dress, whose figure she could just make out in the gathering dusk, could be the same creature that her father and Professor Shepard had conjured from the past. They had come to this mountain resort to escape the city's heat, and now in the clear air were sitting in front of the hotel, watching the daylight fade. Far below them they could see the headlights of cars as they followed the winding road through the dense forests and along the cliffs where roadways had been cut. They would see a light at one point, watch it vanish, then reappear at the next bend or opening farther on. Like the souls of men, said Ramahadin. They pass through one existence, go out into infinity and return again where men may see them. Not quite, came the voice of Professor Blythe, who had slipped into a chair beside them, for if we were to cut away the trees and level the intervening hills, we should be able to see the lights continuously. Men's naked souls would continue on unceasingly. And that, said the voice of Ramahadin from the darkness, is the power I can sway, and you 2 men and 1 woman, alone of all the world, will know the truth of the phenomenon which will soon shake the earth. His voice seemed all-pervading, yet must have reached their ears alone, for groups of people further along the hotel porch seemed oblivious of its portent. Susan's hand found Eric's in the darkness. Was her hour of decision at hand? But reassurance came from the darkness. From you, Susan, I ask nothing further than you have given me, went on the high priest. You have shown me that a woman who is true and steadfast can be worthy of her place in this world of America. You I leave to Eric, and with you both the knowledge that faith in ideals such as yours will survive. Tonight I leave you. I go high into the mountains, and for me there will be no return, no second conjuring up by the Book of the Dead. I was brought back to show the world the way out of oppression, and after that I shall go out once more into darkness. For I, and I alone, can invoke the spirits of the dead to save the living. Against the forces of evil rampant in the world, I shall conjure up the spirits of the oppressed from all ages and generations. The shades of the martyrs, the ghosts of all men who died for freedom, the spirits of those who perished in every righteous cause since the dawn of time shall come trooping at my call to force back the power for evil that threatens the free men on the earth today. For I am Ramahadin, Ramahadin the Great, Ramahadin the keeper of the secrets of all the ages, and my will shall prevail. Keep your faith, you men of science, for faith and knowledge alone will save the world. Susan felt again the enormous power she had sensed the day that Professor Shepherd had defied Ramahadin, and heard herself murmuring words she scarcely knew she remembered. Keep ye the faith our fathers sealed us, whoring not with visions over wise and over stale. Chapter 4. Eric and Susan were listening to the radio. It was weeks, months later. Sometimes it seemed as if time itself had ceased altogether. Over the air was coming a dramatic account of the final battle which settled the world conflict. An eyewitness, an intrepid correspondent for the powerful press of America, was telling of what he had seen that climactic day when right at last triumphed. It seemed as if superhuman strength were given the defenders of our way of life, the voice proclaimed. Nothing daunted them, nothing stopped them. It was as if the spirits of their fathers returned again and led their sons to victory. Eric and Susan looked at each other, and remembered that the high priest had said that they alone of all the world would recognize the truth. End of the Book of the Dead by Frank Gruber.
Bartleby, the Scrivener, A Story of Wall Street, by Herman Melville. I am a rather elderly man. The nature of my avocations for the last 30 years has brought me into more than ordinary contact with what would seem an interesting and somewhat singular set of men, of whom as yet nothing that I know of has ever been written. I mean the law copyists or scriveners. I have known very many of them, professionally and privately, and if I pleased, could relate divers histories, at which good-natured gentlemen might smile, and sentimental souls might weep. But I waive the biographies of all other scriveners for a few passages in the life of Bartleby, who was a scrivener of the strangest I ever saw or heard of, while of other law copyists I might write the complete life of Bartle. Nothing of that sort can be done. I believe that no materials exist for a full and satisfactory biography of this man. It is an irreparable loss to literature. Bartleby was one of those beings of whom nothing is ascertainable, except from the original sources, and in his case those are very small. What my own astonished eyes saw of Bartleby, that is all I know of him, except, indeed, one vague report which will appear in the sequel. Ere introducing the scrivener, as he first appeared to me, it is fit I make some mention of myself, my employés, my business, my chambers, and general surroundings, because some such description is indispensable to an adequate understanding of the chief character about to be presented. Imprimis, I am a man who, from his youth upwards, has been filled with a profound conviction that the easiest way of life is the best. Hence, though I belong to a profession proverbially energetic and nervous, even to turbulence at times, yet nothing of that sort have I ever suffered to invade my peace. I am one of those unambitious lawyers who never addresses a jury, or in any way draws down public applause, but in the cool tranquillity of a snug retreat, do a snug business among rich men's bonds and mortgages and title deeds. All who know me consider me an eminently safe man. The late John Jacob Astor, a personage little given to poetic enthusiasm, had no hesitation in pronouncing my first grand point to be prudence, my next method. I do not speak it in vanity, but simply record the fact that I was not unemployed in my profession by the late John Jacob Astor, a name which, I admit, I love to repeat, for it hath a rounded and orbicular sound to it, and rings like unto bullion. I will freely add that I was not insensible to the late John Jacob Astor's good opinion. Some time prior to the period at which this little history begins, my avocations had been largely increased. The good old office, now extinct in the state of New York, of a master in chancery, had been conferred upon me. It was not a very arduous office, but very pleasantly remunerative. I seldom lose my temper, much more seldom indulge in dangerous indignation at wrongs and outrages, but I must be permitted to be rash here and declare that I consider the sudden and violent abrogation of the office of Master in Chancery by the new Constitution as a premature act, inasmuch as I had counted upon a life lease of the profits, whereas I only received those of a few short years. But this is by the way. My chambers were upstairs at No. Wall Street. At one end they looked upon the white wall of the interior of a spacious sky-light shaft, penetrating the building from top to bottom. This view might have been considered rather tame than otherwise, deficient in what landscape painters call life. But if so, the view from the other end of my chambers offered at least a contrast, if nothing more. In that direction my windows commanded an unobstructed view of a lofty brick wall, black by age and everlasting shade, which wall required no spy-glass to bring out its lurking beauties, but for the benefit of all near-sighted spectators, was pushed up to within 10 feet of my window-panes. Owing to the great height of the surrounding buildings, and my chambers being on the second floor, the interval between this wall and mine not a little resembled a huge square cistern. At the period just preceding the advent of Bartleby, I had 2 persons as copyists in my employment, and a promising lad as an office boy. First, Turkey; second, Nippers; third, Ginger Nut. These may seem names, the like of which are not usually found in the directory. In truth they were nicknames, mutually conferred upon each other by my 3 clerks, and were deemed expressive of their respective persons or characters. Turkey was a short, pursy Englishman of about my own age, that is, somewhere not far from 60. In the morning, one might say, his face was of a fine florid hue, but after 12 o'clock, meridian, his dinner hour, it blazed like a grate full of Christmas coals, and continued blazing, but, as it were, with a gradual wane, till 6 o'clock, p.m. or thereabouts, after which I saw no more of the proprietor of the face, which, gaining its meridian with the sun, seemed to set with it, to rise, culminate, and decline the following day, with the like regularity and undiminished glory. There are many singular coincidences I have known in the course of my life, not the least among which was the fact that exactly when Turkey displayed his fullest beams from his red and radiant countenance, just then, too, at that critical moment, began the daily period when I considered his business capacities as seriously disturbed for the remainder of the 24 hours. Not that he was absolutely idle or averse to business then, far from it. The difficulty was, he was apt to be altogether too energetic. There was a strange, inflamed, flurried, flighty recklessness of activity about him. He would be incautious in dipping his pen into his inkstand. All his blots upon my documents were dropped there after 12 o'clock, meridian. Indeed, not only would he be reckless and sadly given to making blots in the afternoon, but some days he went further, and was rather noisy. At such times, too, his face flamed with augmented blazonry, as if cannel coal had been heaped on anthracite. He made an unpleasant racket with his chair, spilled his sandbox, in mending his pens, impatiently split them all to pieces, and threw them on the floor in a sudden passion, stood up and leaned over his table, boxing his papers about in a most indecorous manner, very sad to behold in an elderly man like him. Nevertheless, as he was in many ways a most valuable person to me, and all the time before 12 o'clock, meridian, was the quickest, steadiest creature too, accomplishing a great deal of work in a style not easy to be matched. For these reasons, I was willing to overlook his eccentricities, though indeed, occasionally, I remonstrated with him. I did this very gently, however, because, though the civilest, nay, the blandest and most reverential of men in the morning, yet in the afternoon he was disposed, upon provocation, to be slightly rash with his tongue, in fact, insolent. Now, valuing his morning services as I did, and resolved not to lose them, yet at the same time made uncomfortable by his inflamed ways after 12 o'clock, and being a man of peace, unwilling by my admonitions to call forth unseemly retorts from him, I took upon me, one Saturday noon, he was always worse on Saturdays, to hint to him, very kindly, that perhaps now that he was growing old, it might be well to abridge his labors. In short, he need not come to my chambers after 12 o'clock, but, dinner over, had best go home to his lodgings and rest himself till tea-time. But no, he insisted upon his afternoon devotions. His countenance became intolerably fervid, as he oratorically assured me, gesticulating with a long ruler at the other end of the room, that if his services in the morning were useful, how indispensable, then, in the afternoon. With submission, sir, said Turkey on this occasion, I consider myself your right-hand man. In the morning I but marshal and deploy my columns, but in the afternoon I put myself at their head, and gallantly charge the foe, thus. And he made a violent thrust with the ruler. But the blots, Turkey, intimated I. True, but with submission, sir, behold these hairs. I am getting old. Surely, sir, a blot or two of a warm afternoon is not to be severely urged against gray hairs. Old age, even if it blot the page, is honorable. With submission, sir, we both are getting old. This appeal to my fellow feeling was hardly to be resisted. At all events, I saw that go he would not. So I made up my mind to let him stay, resolving, nevertheless, to see to it, that during the afternoon he had to do with my less important papers. Nippers, the second on my list, was a whiskered, sallow, and, upon the whole, rather piratical-looking young man of about 25. I always deemed him the victim of two evil powers, ambition and indigestion. The ambition was evinced by a certain impatience of the duties of a mere copyist, an unwarrantable usurpation of strictly professional affairs, such as the original drawing up of legal documents. The indigestion seemed betokened in an occasional nervous testiness and grinning irritability, causing the teeth to audibly grind together over mistakes committed in copying. Unnecessary maledictions, hissed, rather than spoken, in the heat of business, and especially by a continual discontent with the height of the table where he worked. Though of a very ingenious mechanical turn, Nippers could never get this table to suit him. He put chips under it, blocks of various sorts, bits of pasteboard, and at last went so far as to attempt an exquisite adjustment by final pieces of folded blotting paper. But no invention would answer. If, for the sake of easing his back, he brought the table lid at a sharp angle well up towards his chin, and wrote there like a man using the steep roof of a Dutch house for his desk. Then he declared that it stopped the circulation in his arms. If now he lowered the table to his waistbands and stooped over it in writing, then there was a sore aching in his back. In short, the truth of the matter was, Nippers knew not what he wanted. Or, if he wanted anything, it was to be rid of a scrivener's table altogether. Among the manifestations of his diseased ambition was a fondness he had for receiving visits from certain ambiguous-looking fellows in seedy coats, whom he called his clients. Indeed, I was aware that not only was he, at times, considerable of a ward politician, but he occasionally did a little business at the justices' courts, and was not unknown on the steps of the tombs. I have good reason to believe, however, that one individual who called upon him at my chambers, and who, with a grand air, he insisted was his client, was no other than a dun, and the alleged title deed, a bill. But with all his failings and the annoyances he caused me, Nippers, like his compatriot Turkey, was a very useful man to me, wrote a neat, swift hand, and, when he chose, was not deficient in a gentlemanly sort of deportment. Added to this, he always dressed in a gentlemanly sort of way, and so, incidentally, reflected credit upon my chambers. Whereas with respect to Turkey, I had much ado to keep him from being a reproach to me. His clothes were apt to look oily and smell of eating-houses. He wore his pantaloons very loose and baggy in summer. His coats were execrable, his hat not to be handled. But while the hat was a thing of indifference to me, inasmuch as his natural civility and deference, as a dependent Englishman, always led him to doff it the moment he entered the room, yet his coat was another matter. Concerning his coats I reasoned with him, but with no effect. The truth was, I suppose, that a man of so small an income could not afford to sport such a lustrous face and a lustrous coat at one and the same time. As Nippers once observed, Turkey's money went chiefly for red ink. One winter day I presented Turkey with a highly respectable-looking coat of my own, a padded grey coat, of a most comfortable warmth, and which buttoned straight up from the knee to the neck. I thought Turkey would appreciate the favor, and abate his rashness and obstreperousness of afternoons. But no. I verily believe that buttoning himself up in so downy and blank it like a coat had a pernicious effect upon him, upon the same principle that too much oats are bad for horses. In fact, precisely as a rash, restive horse is said to feel his oats, so Turkey felt his coat. It made him insolent. He was a man whom prosperity harmed. Though concerning the self-indulgent habits of Turkey I had my own private surmises, yet touching Nippers I was well persuaded that whatever might be his faults in other respects, he was at least a temperate young man. But indeed, nature herself seemed to have been his vintner, and at his birth charged him so thoroughly with an irritable, brandy-like disposition, that all subsequent potations were needless. When I consider how, amid the stillness of my chambers, Nippers would sometimes impatiently rise from his seat, and stooping over his table, spread his arms wide apart, seize the whole desk and move it, and jerk it, with a grim, grinding motion on the floor, as if the table were a perverse voluntary agent, intent on thwarting and vexing him. I plainly perceived that for Nippers, brandy and water were altogether superfluous. It was fortunate for me that, owing to its peculiar cause, indigestion, the irritability and consequent nervousness of Nippers were mainly observable in the morning, while in the afternoon he was comparatively mild, so that Turkey's paroxysms only coming on about 12 o'clock, I never had to do with their eccentricities at one time. Their fits relieved each other like guards. When Nippers was on, Turkey's was off, and vice versa. This was a good natural arrangement under the circumstances. Ginger Nut, the third on my list, was a lad some 12 years old. His father was a carman, ambitious of seeing his son on the bench instead of a cart, before he died. So he sent him to my office as student at law, errand boy, and cleaner and sweeper, at the rate of $1 a week. He had a little desk to himself, but he did not use it much. Upon inspection, the drawer exhibited a great array of the shells of various sorts of nuts. Indeed, to this quick-witted youth, the whole noble science of the law was contained in a nutshell. Not the least among the employments of Ginger Nut, as well as one which he discharged with the most alacrity, was his duty as cake and apple purveyor for Turkey and Nippers. Copying law papers being proverbially dry, husky sort of business, my two scriveners were fain to moisten their mouths very often with Spitzenbergs to be had at the numerous stalls nigh the custom house and post office. Also, they sent Ginger Nut very frequently for that peculiar cake, small, flat, round, and very spicy, after which he had been named by them. Of a cold morning when business was but dull, Turkey would gobble up scores of these cakes, as if they were mere wafers. Indeed, they sell them at the rate of 6 or 8 for a penny, the scrape of his pen blending with the crunching of the crisp particles in his mouth. Of all the fiery afternoon blunders and flurried rashnesses of Turkey, was his once moistening a ginger cake between his lips, and clapping it on to a mortgage for a seal. I came within an ace of dismissing him then, but he mollified me by making an oriental bow, and saying, with submission, "Sir, it was generous of me to find you in stationery on my own account." Now my original business, that of a conveyancer and title hunter, and drawer-up of recondite documents of all sorts, was considerably increased by receiving the master's office. There was now great work for scriveners. Not only must I push the clerks already with me, but I must have additional help. In answer to my advertisement, a motionless young man one morning stood upon my office threshold, the door being open, for it was summer. I can see that figure now, pallidly neat, pitiably respectable, incurably forlorn. It was Bartleby. After a few words touching his qualifications, I engaged him, glad to have among my corps of copyists a man of so singularly sedate an aspect, which I thought might operate beneficially upon the flighty temper of Turkey, and the fiery one of Nippers. I should have stated before that ground-glass folding doors divided my premises into 2 parts, one of which was occupied by my scriveners, the other by myself. According to my humor, I threw open these doors, or closed them. I resolved to assign Bartleby a corner by the folding doors, but on my side of them, so as to have this quiet man within easy call, in case any trifling thing was to be done. I placed his desk close up to a small side window in that part of the room, a window which originally had afforded a lateral view of certain grimy backyards and bricks, but which, owing to subsequent erections, commanded at present no view at all, though it gave some light. Within 3 feet of the panes was a wall, and the light came down from far above, between 2 lofty buildings, as from a very small opening in a dome. Still further to a satisfactory arrangement, I procured a high green folding screen, which might entirely isolate Bartleby from my sight, though not remove him from my voice, and thus, in a manner, privacy and society were conjoined. At first, Bartleby did an extraordinary quantity of writing. As if long famishing for something to copy, he seemed to gorge himself on my documents. There was no pause for digestion. He ran a day and night line, copying by sunlight and by candle light. I should have been quite delighted with his application, had he been cheerfully industrious, but he wrote on silently, palely, mechanically. It is, of course, an indispensable part of a scrivener's business to verify the accuracy of his copy, word by word. Where there are 2 or more scriveners in an office, they assist each other in this examination, one reading from the other holding the original. It is a very dull, wearisome, and lethargic affair. I can readily imagine that to some sanguine temperaments it would be altogether intolerable. For example, I cannot credit that the meddlesome poet Byron would have contentedly sat down with Bartleby to examine a law document of, say, 500 pages, closely written in a crimpy hand. Now and then, in the haste of business, it had been my habit to assist in comparing some brief document myself, calling Turkey or Nippers for this purpose. One object I had in placing Bartleby so handy to me behind the screen was to avail myself of his services on such trivial occasions. It was on the 3rd day, I think, of his being with me, and before any necessity had arisen for having his own writing examined, that, being much hurried to complete a small affair I had in hand, I abruptly called to Bartleby. In my haste and natural expectancy of instant compliance, I sat with my head bent over the original on my desk, and my right hand sideways, and somewhat nervously extended with the copy, so that immediately upon emerging from his retreat, Bartleby might snatch it and proceed to business without the least delay. In this very attitude did I sit when I called to him, rapidly stating what it was I wanted him to do, namely, to examine a small paper with me. Imagine my surprise, nay, my consternation, when without moving from his privacy, Bartleby, in a singularly mild, firm voice, replied, "I would prefer not to." I sat a while in perfect silence, rallying my stunned faculties. Immediately it occurred to me that my ears had deceived me, or Bartleby had entirely misunderstood my meaning. I repeated my request in the clearest tone I could assume, but in quite as clear a one came the previous reply, "I would prefer not to." "Prefer not to," echoed I, rising in high excitement and crossing the room with a stride. "What do you mean? Are you moonstruck? I want you to help me compare this sheet here. Take it." And I thrust it towards him. "I would prefer not to," said he. I looked at him steadfastly. His face was leanly composed, his gray eye dimly calm. Not a wrinkle of agitation rippled him. Had there been the least uneasiness, anger, impatience, or impertinence in his manner? In other words, had there been anything ordinarily human about him? Doubtless I should have